A man kneels in an empty hall, his head down, and he is immersed in meditations on the infinity of some force, trying to realize its true meaning. A winged girl floats in front of him, her face expressing calmness and concentration, as if she is carefully observing his mental process. He holds a glowing orb in his hand and asks for the return of something that was especially important to him, as if this orb were his last chance to regain what he had lost. He lifts his gaze to the celestial creature again, wondering if this force is truly omnipotent and willing to fulfill his request. The figure of an angel in a dazzling white robe and shining wings, as if holiness itself incarnate, hovered over him, emitting a bright light. The man clutches his sword tightly, showing determination and readiness for the trials to come, his gaze focused and determined. He stands up resolutely, holding the glowing orb in his hand, his gaze full of determination, and he is ready to carry out what he has planned, regardless of the consequences. A man introduces himself as Kim Soo-hyun and declares his intention to use the code 0, demanding to turn back time and bring it back. The celestial essence's face lit up with realization, her eyes expressing calm understanding, as if she was recalling the moment when he was first here. She interjects with surprise at what he means by that, calling him user Kim Soo-hyun and expressing interest in his intentions. Angel says his name with majestic confidence and calm, her gaze remaining firm and focused. A flow of energy fills the space, and she informs that a return of time is requested, creating a sense of inevitable change and impending reversal of fortune. An unknown terrain appears on the horizon, a dense forest stretching as far as the horizon, immersed in pre-dawn gloom. In the center of the forest clearing stands a group of people, all of them shivering from the cold, their faces expressing confusion and anxiety. The man looks around with irritation and grudgingly declares that he can no longer tolerate the situation. He swears loudly and questions the people around him with aggression, demanding explanations about what happened, how they ended up here, and what this place is. No one understands this man's behavior. They look at him as if they should care. Everyone is confused and depressed. A girl with fiery red hair tensely observes the scene, her gaze sliding over the faces as if she's trying to understand something. The man in the green t-shirt, unable to stand it, snaps out of it and rushes forward, urging everyone to find some clues. Light pierces the darkness of the forest, illuminating a mysterious area where a group of people seemingly randomly find themselves surrounded by gloomy trees. The strangers gather in the clearing, looking around confusedly, and the oppressive silence is broken by their uncertain whispers. The redhead notices with annoyance that the noisy man is acting overly loud, as if he's trying to shout over everyone and attract unnecessary attention. She caustically hints at his age, noting that instead of being a model for youth, he only makes things worse with his behavior. Offended by her words, he interjects indignantly to ask if she is really addressing him specifically, to which the redhead discreetly reminds him. Barely containing his anger, he begins to point out her alleged lack of education and poor upbringing, showing his disdain. The girl doesn't stay in debt and sarcastically remarks that if he wants to be treated like an adult, he should behave accordingly. Offended to the core by her words, the man turns to shouting and starts swearing, even though her arguments were clear and fair. A stranger with a crossbow emerges from the darkness, his appearance attracting the attention of a red-haired girl and a man in a green shirt. He greets the girl, explaining that he's a little nervous, which prompted him to prepare his weapon for possible danger. The red-haired girl notices with a fraction of annoyance that she is the one getting nervous seeing him reload his crossbow in front of a crowd of people. The stranger calmly replies that he has no intention of attacking anyone and is only taking precautions as he doesn't know what to expect in this strange place. He goes on to say that after he came to, he found himself in the middle of this mysterious forest. The stranger says he feels a strange tension and asks if they notice anything unusual, his words making everyone wary. Suddenly, a strange sound comes from the nearby bushes, drawing the attention of the entire group, who freeze in wariness. A guy with a crossbow, watching a red-haired girl, and a man who keep fighting, notices that they can keep figuring things out if they want to. He addresses everyone else, saying that those who want to leave can follow him, and adds that if anyone has a weapon. The woman in the black suit, a little tentatively, suggests that everyone follow whoever leaves first. The others, realizing that they need to stick together in this situation, gather themselves and begin to move to follow the guy with the crossbow. A young guy leans over to a helpless girl sitting on the ground and anxiously asks what happened to her. The girl responds with a resistance that she does not want to go into the forest, expressing her unwillingness to move on and trying to assert her right to stay where she is. The girl's buddy, concerned for her, tries to talk her down, reminding her that she herself said she wasn't comfortable here. The group, who have already followed the man and are heading into the woods, turn around on the couple and wonder what they are doing and if they are coming with them. He doesn't understand why she's so reluctant to go and tries to figure out what exactly it is that has her wary and makes her stay put. One member of the group, trembling with fear, suggests that the others leave without the couple, who are delayed. The mysterious man in the suit is quietly contemplating the situation. He is tired of it all. The light blonde guy, who apparently knows the confused girl, turns to her and, surrendering, says she can stay here. He firmly states to the poor girl that he's going to go along with the others, showing his determination to follow the group despite her reluctance. Panicked and desperate, she asks him to wait, begging him not to leave and begging his forgiveness, desperate not to be alone. The poor girl's companion, standing at a distance, irritably asks the helpless girl to rise and join them. The girl, tired and depressed, lowers her head, barely holding back tears, quietly gathering her strength to follow the others. The girl stands with her head down and her hands clasped together, her face pale and tears streaming down her cheeks, reflecting a deep sense of loneliness and powerlessness. Her legs jacking up and barely supporting her weight, she whispers the words quietly, begging the guy not to leave. She raises her eyes to her friend, trying to find the words to hold it together, but her voice shakes. The guy leans toward her slightly, nodding as if confirming that he can hear her, and calmly tells her to approach, suggesting that she moves slowly and carefully. Suddenly, her companion tenses and turns back, his eyes wide as if he's caught movement behind her back. She wipes the tears from her cheeks, her gaze gradually becoming more focused, as if she's trying to overcome her inner pain and cope with the situation. The girl with the brown hair continues to move forward slowly, taking each step with difficulty, her body shaking with nervous tension, but she doesn't stop. Hearing the sound behind her, the girl also freezes in place, her eyes widening with fear, and she turns her head to see the source of the threat. A creepy zombie figure with burning red eyes appears out of the darkness, and the poor girl freezes, feeling her fear become physically tangible. Her gaze meets the zombie's eyes, filled with an ominous light, and she realizes that danger is very close, but she can't bring herself to move. The young girl's face is contorted with terror. She realizes she is trapped, and fear restrains her, making every movement incredibly difficult. The dead man leans forward, his eyes blazing even brighter, emitting a cold, deadening light that seems to penetrate her to the bone. Her instinctive backward movement betrays a desire to escape, but in her eyes, she reads the realization that rescue is impossible because the zombies are too close. The monster rushes forward sharply, its movements swift and ruthless, and it fills the space with an ominous presence preparing to attack. The guy gets off his seat and yells danger to her, his face full of desperation and determination to protect her, no matter what it costs him. The barely coherent girl froze, before turning around, her body paralyzed with fear as if her strength had left her at that very moment. At that moment, the same guy with the crossbow appears behind them. He takes aim at the zombie. The zombie let out a growl, plunging everything around them into an oppressive silence, its ominous shadow looming over them, heightening the sense of impending doom. The light blonde guy stands paralyzed with shock as he watches the crossbow arrow go straight into the zombie's head. He watches the monster slowly fall to the ground, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and surprise. The guy with the shield turns back to the one who fired the arrow, his gaze full of gratitude and relief, realizing that he saved them at the most critical moment. The figure of an angel appears against a background of bright light, transporting us to the events of the past, in snow-white robes with golden wings. A white-winged creature, with a stern but calm expression, addresses the man, asking if he is willing to go back in time to pass the test of the infernal path. Guy reaffirms his agreement with determination, telling the angel firmly that he has no intention of changing his mind and asks to be sent back. With a crystal shimmering with magical light, he declares his intention to go back in time 10 years to Hell Valley. An angel with golden wings towers before the man. Her bright light fills the hall, and she informs Soo-hyun that he is the first to be able to fulfill all the tests of the Hell Trail and reach the top. No, in the center of the scene, a sparkling blue ball appears, floating in the air, and an angel explains that by obtaining Code Zero. The female angel adds that the angels cannot understand the choices made by this man standing before her, who is only listening intently to her words. Soo-hyun replies to her calmly that she can't understand it, hinting at the depth of her motives, which remain a mystery to the angel. The dark-haired man tells Seraphima discreetly that he's had enough of her sweet speeches and deceptive appearance for 10 years. The girl asks for permission to check something last, her voice sounding calm, but her eyes read wariness. In the man's hand, the glowing orb begins to change, bathed in a mysterious light, as if preparing to reveal its essence. Seraphima questions whether user Kim Soo-hyun really intends to repeat those agonizing 10 years of ordeal. He thoughtfully recalls the angel's question, wondering if he's ready to walk that torturous path full of suffering and loss again. Images of the past resurface, and the boy realizes that his older brother's death was caused by his own decisions. A horrible picture appears before his eyes, his comrades, kneeling down and battle-scarred, sacrificing their lives. A sharpened figure appears in the visions, symbolizing the debt and suffering that Soo-hyun has taken on in this cruel journey. He closes his eyes, sighs deeply, and silently agrees, accepting the severity of the consequences and preparing to go through the pain that awaits him again. Opening his eyes, Soo-hyun exhales restrainedly, angrily turning to the angels and recognizing that it was their decisions and powers that had brought him to this unbearable pain. He adds that this pain lasted more than a decade, reflecting all the accumulated suffering that accompanied him along the way. The winged girl's gaze is cold and detached, her face impassive, as if the guy's words are something she doesn't want to hear. Seraphima, floating majestically in the air, illuminated by light, addresses the young man, claiming to understand his feelings and stating that she has a more logical explanation for his actions. Angel calmly explains that Soo-hyun can use the gold points to save his loved ones, and at the moment he has enough to accomplish what he has planned. The hero listens to her words and at first seems puzzled, his face expressing genuine humility and agreement. The girl warns him that if he uses this system, he will waste Code Zero and won't be able to go back in time. The dark-haired young man swings his sword, releasing a powerful stream of energy that breaks the silence of the hall and dazzles everyone around him, emphasizing his determination and strength. Seeing the flash, the angel asks with surprise and a note of disappointment in his voice why he did such an act, as if not understanding his intentions. The man looks at Seraphima with a hard and cold stare, stating that the demon Astaroth did the same thing before his death. The blonde-haired girl with wings confusedly interjects whether he really believes these devilish speeches. The young man says with cold determination that he does not wish to continue this pointless argument and does not intend to engage her any further. He looks at her, and you can see the unwavering determination in his eyes as he declares that he wants to turn back time and take everything back 10 years to the very beginning. Hearing his demand, Seraphima freezes in shock, her bright eyes widening and her face reflecting shock at his determination and unwavering will. Closing her eyes sadly, she says quietly that she can't believe it, as if her heart is breaking at the realization of his desperate desire to return to the past. Soo-hyun stands in a bright stream of energy, surrounded by light as Code Zero confirms acceptance of his will, as if symbolizing submission to the power of his determination. Angel, looking at the hero with respect and slight surprise, recognizes the strength of his will, so powerful that even Code Zero is able to take it, which earns her involuntary respect. Angel tries to deliver an important warning to the determined lad, her intentions readable in the tense atmosphere. Seraphima, with an expression of quiet confidence and benevolence, reminds the man that he has a legendary number of gold points, that she finds it illogical to lose. He looks ahead with a slight chuckle, contemplating the fact that any benefits he is offered are lost to him if he can go back. The woman with wings raises her hands, a sense of reverence and understanding in her gesture, and she tries to convey to him that the angels do understand and share his feelings. The young man looks at her carefully, digesting her words, and then, with a note of doubt and incredulity, asks again if she is really showing sympathy for him. He asks her a question, wondering what will happen if he decides to refuse her offers and help, as if testing her sincerity and true intentions. Seraphima argues that refusing her help would be illogical, adding that her kindness furthers his goal. The man stands silent in confusion, staring intently at the angel as if pondering her words and internally weighing his intentions. The voice around the girl with wings resumes, announcing the start of the downloading process as the energy begins to concentrate around it. The closing voice calmly announces the completion of the process, stating that from now on, Soo-hyun's codename, Zero, as a symbol of his new path. A voice tells the guy to get ready, and at that moment, the light begins to envelop his face, reflecting a calm and determined expression. The explosion of light gradually transformed into an iridescent glow, spreading out smoothly through the space. Flashes and sounds that break the silence illuminate the space, and the surrounding atmosphere is transformed under the incredible power of the strength that Soo-hyun is now gaining. The hero appears in a new guise, calm, collected, and full of power. He stands surrounded by soft light. He stands, surrounded by a soft glow, examining himself, as if surprised by the change and realizing that he is truly different now. He raises his hands, feeling their emptiness, and noting that the orb he had been holding is now gone, leaving only a slight echo of its presence. With a smile on his face and slight disbelief, he notices that neither his former armor is now there, and looking around himself, he thinks that this is the exact outfit he was wearing 10 years ago. The voice announces that his code name is now Zero, as if to confirm his new identity and completed transformation. The angel, shrouded in radiance, congratulates him on the successful activation of Code Zero with her calm confidence and benevolent tone. Addressing the hero, the girl says that her current self should no longer be here, as if realizing the need to leave and give way to a new era. Before leaving, Seraphima leaves instructions and talks about the benefits that will allow the user to increase their gold points. The boy silently stares into the space in front of him, pondering the knowledge he has gained while the realization of the depth of what is happening is reflected in his calm and focused gaze. Seraphima explains with a soft smile that, according to Tanya's credentials and the approval of all the angels, there are no obstacles. The boy looks at the angel in bewilderment, asking if everything was provided for balance and what she meant by hidden powers. The girl replies that there is not much time left, and they need to hurry so that he has time to take advantage of all the benefits he has been given. Her body begins to dissipate in light particles, and the alarmed man watches anxiously, not sure what this means. Seraphima warns the new boyfriend with a soft but insistent tone that, despite the advantages gained, the winged girl's voice begins to shake, as if dissolving along with her image, and she barely has time to utter the words of farewell. The young man looks at the angel worriedly, not understanding her last words, and asks her to repeat them, trying to catch the meaning of the message. In her final moments, she, translucent and barely audible, faintly whispers the guy's name before finally disappearing, leaving him alone with her unfinished request. Seraphima, realizing that time is passing, smiles with a slight sadness and tells the hero to be happy. Then her image finally begins to dissipate in the shining light. Soo-hyun is left standing alone, surrounded only by the silence of the empty hall, his gaze fixed on the place where the angel girl had been a short while ago. With a muffled echo filling the empty space, he has the thought inside him that he's been given a long-awaited chance to fix the past. The young man lowers his gaze to his hands, realizing that his body is back to what it was 10 years ago, a look of determination on his face. He looks up as he hears an unfamiliar vibrating sound echoing in the void around him and looks forward warily. His gaze is drawn to the bright light filling the space ahead, and he realizes that it is this light that is the source of the sound. Watching the light flare up with increasing intensity, the young man can't shake the feeling of déjà vu. The light gradually takes shape, and a figure with long, flowing hair as if made of light begins to appear in its outline. The angel Seraphima appears before him, taking on her final form, and she looks just as she did when they first met 10 years ago. Soo-hyun sees an angel with huge, shining wings in front of her, her figure shrouded in light that seems to come from the sky itself. Her eyes are full of calm and warmth as she turns to greet him, the angel's voice softly penetrating his mind. He realizes he is on Earth, but feels as if he is in a parallel reality where all boundaries between worlds have been erased. The angel girl informs him that his name, age, and origin have been successfully registered, assuring him that she will now be the one to support him. Seraphima, hovering majestically before him, explains that once he has gained all the necessary knowledge, he will be in place for the initiation rite. While under the gaze of an angel, he hears that the qualifications will be confirmed at a place called Hell's Path. Then the scene changes abruptly. A dusky landscape with sparse trees frozen in a cold fog opens before him. We are presented with a picture of a gloomy and empty forest, a mutilated body with a broken head lying on the ground, and a girl standing dazedly beside it. The protagonist is among a group of people in a dark forest, surrounded by strangers, each immersed in his own thoughts and feeling the same anxiety that he does. One of the group, unable to stand the mounting tension, urges the others to leave the forest as soon as possible. Reminders of the Hell Trail, the goal of their journey, heighten the tension in the group as everyone recognizes the dangers. The group decides to take a short rest to gather their strength before continuing on their journey. Seeing a strange outline in the distance, the man with glasses panics and draws the attention of those around him. In a clearing where, until recently, there was no one, there are now creatures scurrying about that look like nightmares come to life. Terror and bewilderment overwhelm the group, each of them stunned by the sudden appearance of these creatures, and unable to understand where they have come from or how to avoid this new threat. The protagonist, with a determined look and burning red eyes, inwardly prepares for action. Guy activates the third eye ability, allowing him to see hidden things around him and perceive reality beyond normal sight. The group of people are surrounded by the darkness of the forest, illuminated by the reddish glow from the information panels hanging in the air in front of each of them. Remembering the ordeal, the protagonist realizes the significance of the rite of initiation, realizing that this ritual will require extreme concentration and fortitude. Soo-hyun reflects on how 10 years ago, angels kidnapped several people and transported them here, leaving everyone unaware of the purpose. In reflection, the hero realizes that they have only two ways to save, each of which requires incredible courage and fortitude because each step may be the last. The first way is to reach the warped gate in 7 days, which opens the possibility of leaving this world. The second way is to try to survive for 7 days, dodging the sinister creatures that dwell here and hoping that none of them discover their hideout. Even if they manage to find a way out, returning home won't be so easy before they have to go through the hell trail. The protagonist thinks he should take a different path this time, realizing that last time he was the only survivor. Approaching the group, Soo-hyun takes a deep breath and calmly says the words of greeting, carefully observing the reactions to his new allies. A young man with golden hair and a slightly frightened look thanks the man. A profile of a contestant named An-hyun appears on the information screen, showing his physical and magical parameters. The hero realizes that in order to successfully pass the initiation rite, he must face something unusual and dangerous. The man scrutinizing in Sol's screen can't hide his amazement when his gaze stumbles upon her performance indicators. His amazement increases with each parameter he reads, and he begins to wonder how this is possible. He is particularly struck by the high values of luck and magical power that seem so incredible. The guy studies the girl closely, amazed at how he could have overlooked such a striking personality without previously recalling her among his acquaintances. Scraps of information popped up in his mind, indicating she belonged to the sacred class. The man, who had previously been very active in expressing his displeasure, looking at what was happening, exclaims in annoyance. The crossbow guy ironically notes in his thoughts that although Park Tungol is strong physically, on Earth his path would be nothing less than that of a criminal. The girl with the rack takes a look at what's going on and realizes that not only did this man cause their problems, but she herself, in a way, contributed to their difficulties. The angry man looks at his opponent with anger and, through clenched teeth, utters how annoyed he is with people like him. The red-haired girl, not hiding her indignation, loudly proclaims that her opponent takes pleasure in intimidating others. Highly enraged, her opponent shoutingly challenges her, threatening to kill her if she doesn't shut her mouth immediately. Soo-hyun raises his hand, his voice steady and determined. He urges everyone to calm down, as this is not the time to quarrel. A group of zombies slowly approached, their dim eyes fixed on the survivors, their exposed bones and torn flesh giving them a horrifying appearance. A disgruntled man can't stand the tension, vehemently accusing the other of seeking death. The protagonist maintains an icy calm, his gaze serious, a reminder that it's important to join forces now. The cold-blooded man, realizing that their argument and noise may attract the attention of dangerous creatures, warns that their rash behavior puts them at risk of encountering more monsters. The woman in the formal suit, despite her anxiety, recognizes the validity of his words and timidly agrees. She admits that she initially considered her conversation with the mysterious being calling itself a helper. Guy scrutinizes her specs on the screen, marveling at her weak parameters. The guy, looking at her specifications, notes that the parameters are so low that they don't even reach the minimum standards. A frightened woman realizes the circumstances and decides to stop wasting time on quarrels and suggests that everyone join forces. The guy in glasses, supporting the proposed plan, happily agrees that working together is the best way out. Determined Guy senses that the combined efforts of everyone in the group are beginning to form a new dynamic. The protagonist speaks to Park Tungol in a low-key tone, trying to draw him into the conversation and perhaps test his reaction to the proposed plan. With a slight tilt of his head and a smirk, the man sarcastically replies that he is willing to exchange opinions, clearly showing his skepticism. The red-haired girl, standing across from him and crossing her arms, asks incredulously if he's up to another adventure. With a slight disdain in his voice, the large man explains that his gruff manner of speaking is just part of his personality. The suspicious man admits with irritation that the very word cooperation makes him angry. Shifting his gaze to the girl with the fiery red hair, he rebukes her for being too talkative. Turning to the protagonist once again, the confident commander does not miss an opportunity to tease him with the question of why he is silent despite holding a crossbow. He adds sarcastically that such a collaboration would not be free, showing his character and emphasizing a woman in a black suit with a concerned look put forward a direct question, wondering if this meant they would refuse to cooperate with those without combat skills. The self-proclaimed commander raises 2 fingers, emphasizing that in any situation it is important to cooperate with those you can count on. The man confidently makes a hand gesture, indicating that their goal to get rid of those who only cause trouble and complicate the situation. A mysterious young girl with dark hair comments that one should only cooperate with those who can be of help. The lady with the dark hair crossed her arms over her chest, suggests proceeding with the plan, expressing her determination with a calm look. Soo-hyun tensely gazed into the darkness, his gaze full of bewilderment and anxiety. The broad-shouldered, confident man looks at the girl caustically, anticipating her becoming part of his team. The girl turns away resolutely, making it clear that she has no intention of being part of his team. A group of characters moving along a dark forest path. They are surrounded by thick foliage. A girl in a yellow jacket shows joy. A girl in a bright yellow jacket with a mocking smile and fire in her eyes indicates that the blue-haired heroine seemed quiet and modest at first. An hour ago, when a calm girl confronts a man, denouncing him for trying to break up the team, the man with black hair, watching what is happening, notes to himself the insight and wisdom of the blue-haired girl. A guy with dark hair looks at the girl with interest, and a window appears with details about her characteristics. The image of the girl pops up in front of the character in a symbolic way, where she is depicted with a flag in her hands, surrounded by flowers. The protagonist begins to worry about the two people following Park Tung-golem, thinking about possible problems and threats. Suddenly, a red-haired girl, Lee Yu-ju, interrupts his thoughts, suggesting that they introduce themselves since they are in the same boat. The hero observes the bright girl and notes that she is honest and did not go to cooperate with the criminal. An Hyun introduces himself and his younger sister An Sol, explaining that they ended up here on their way home. Han Bell, slightly embarrassed, mentions her college age, making it clear that her appearance here was accidental. Soo-hyun, in a low-key and brief introduction, mentions that he recently returned from military service. Hearing that their new ally is considerably older, the rest of the group falls silent. They exchange glances in silent confusion, and the man, noticing their reactions, only looks at them reservedly. In the dusky thicket of the forest, fog silently swirls over the trail. As the group watches with interest, the surprising behavior of the oldest member of their team. On a forest trail, a russet-haired boy anxiously hopes that their situation is not a game of survival. But then his little sister unexpectedly mentions that she knows a safe place to rest. The forest silence is broken when the girl excitedly begins to explain that she herself doesn't know why she knows about this place. The girl excitedly shares the information she received from the angel, explaining that she was pointed to several places to stop and rest. One of the companions reacts with surprise at her words, noting that no one had told him of such important information. Encouraged by the new offer, the dark-haired girl suggests getting out of the woods first. Suddenly, the group stops when one of the participants, standing on an elevated platform, points to something in the distance. Deepening into the forest, the group is suddenly confronted by dead figures that slowly move towards them. Behind the silhouettes of the monsters, a narrow, winding path emerges, as if luring the group in, promising a possible exit. The red-haired guy reacted instantly, taking his shield at the ready and facing the first of the approaching monsters. At that moment, his ally throws him a weapon, urging him to be on guard. The guy with the red hair deftly grabs the sword tossed up, managing to defend himself from the monster's onslaught at the last moment. Turning to his comrade, he confidently asks if he has his back, showing that he needs support to successfully repel the attack. His ally, wasting no time, declares his intention to cover for him, while urging the others to focus on protecting their mutual companion. A girl in a bright yellow sweater, stunned by the unexpected attack, cries out anxiously at the approaching threat. The guy with black eyes, anticipating the monster's every move, deftly dodges its sudden attack. At the sight of the looming monster, a cold certainty pervades his gaze. At this moment, he is maximally focused on the smallest details. The fighter feels that his cognitive abilities allow him to see and anticipate the enemy's moves with accuracy. Taking on the role of a predator, the man patiently waits for a convenient moment for the final blow, ready to take advantage of the slightest mistake of the opponent. The monster's brutal roar, shattering the silence around it, bursts from its mouth, hollow and eerie like a bottomless abyss. With cold determination and an almost automatic calmness, the dark-haired young man raises his crossbow, and in an instant releases a deadly arrow. An Hen held his shield tensely, feeling the blows of the monsters piercing through his defenses, as if seeking to break down the barrier between him and the looming danger. His comrade nonchalantly suggests that the only way to stop the monsters is to aim straight for the head. Focusing his gaze on the monster's skull, the young man with the shield realizes that this area is his weak point. While two monsters with empty eye sockets and distorted faces rush towards him, their movements seeming chaotic but nevertheless threatening. Raising the shield in front of him, he instinctively hides behind its solid surface, preparing for the next attack. One of the monsters with a blank, dead stare suddenly pauses, slowing its movement and making a strange sound. The character rams the zombie with a determined shout with his shield, putting all his strength into a powerful blow to knock the enemy back and keep them at bay. They, out of breath and exhausted, finish the fight, realizing that the battle is temporarily over, and look around, assessing the post-battle environment. A bewildered member of the group looks around and worriedly notices that the further they go, the more monsters get in their way. The brave guy with the sword holds it out to the owner, but the latter, unexpectedly, refuses and tells him that he already has a crossbow. Hanbyul casts a glance at the guy with the crossbow, pointing in the direction where the road behind the zombies hides, hinting at the need to find a way. The man nods in agreement, mulling over his companion's words and suggesting that it would be wise to move closer to the road. Up ahead, they see several zombies slowly wandering along the forest path, without any purpose or awareness. The heroes watch the zombies' movements carefully, assessing the possibility of passing by while carefully planning each move. The heroes stand at dusk at the edge of the thicket, watching a group of zombies slowly wander into the lowlands. The blue-haired girl, peering at the fortifications ahead, ponders aloud about the fact that there are these monsters everywhere around them. When the girl with the red hair notices movement near the fence, alarm is heard in her voice, but she is immediately reassured by her companion. However, their leader's gaze becomes focused and intense, as if he is listening to his intuition, preparing for any turn of events. The man is surprised to notice his companions begin to emit a powerful and bright aura of determination. The hero's gaze runs over the faces of each of them, and he involuntarily feels a mixture of pleasant surprise and admiration. Gathering his thoughts, he slowly utters that he has a plan. Mulling over each word as his idea forms into something more concrete, there is a firmness in his voice, as he states that he will take on all the monsters, diverting their attention. The boys, expressing doubt and apprehension, insist that the risk is too great, and suggest that they stay in the shelter a little longer. Despite the call for caution, our determined man looks doubtfully at his comrades, noting that while they delay, the zombies may discover them and suddenly attack. The man, assessing their surroundings, notices that the detour will take much longer than they can afford. The girl looks anxiously at the protagonist and, not wanting to leave him alone, suggests finding another way. Guy, with a serious look, expresses the idea that sooner or later, a confrontation with the threat is inevitable. The leader of the group remarks that now is the right opportunity for them to leave the forest, though he admits that running alone would be reckless. He notes with a slight chuckle that he's not even 23 yet, but he speaks with such experience and sarcasm as if he's already lived a long life. When An Hyun expresses doubt about the plan, fearing the monsters, the dark-haired guy calmly replies that even if the creatures can escape, a recently demobilized soldier with a firm resolve sees his intention as a simple morning jog. The young companion, unwilling to leave his friend alone, instantly declares that he will go with him. He adds that if someone goes with him, he'll be more concerned for their safety than his own. The former soldier, feeling mildly irritated by the insistence of the others to follow him, firmly and unhesitatingly refuses them. Reluctantly, looking at the inseparable brother and his sister, the man reminds him that he is responsible for his younger, significant other. With a slight smile on his face, the hero tries to instill confidence in his friends. Standing in the shadows, a dark-haired man quietly admits that he, like everyone else, does not want to die, and although his words may seem unconvincing. Looking at the dark forest before him, the hero says regretfully that he would rather go alone. With a confident plea, he addresses his companions, urging them to cross the fence and wait for him on the other side. With confident but swift steps, the guy in the suit climbs up the slope, feeling each step bringing him closer to the unknown. The thudding sounds of his footsteps echo in the void, where each echo seems to scream his loneliness and determination. Memories of days spent wandering endlessly amongst the dark forest come to mind. He deftly leaps over a pile of rocks, his thoughts returning to his comrades, for whom he is now responsible as protector. The challenged man stands motionless, his gaze fixed on the dying light of day. Before him, in the gloom of the coming night, stretches a field filled with darkness and ominous silhouettes. Realizing that it will be impossible to get through this gloomy forest undetected, he realizes that the path ahead is dotted with these slow dead men. Meanwhile, his companions, lurking in the dense foliage, sit in deep silence, each alone with his thoughts. The guy about to start putting his plan into action strokes his neck discreetly, as if to give himself confidence and tune up for the upcoming battle. He takes a short breath, taking in air deeply as if trying to absorb all the determination and concentrate on every sensation. Standing on a dais, The daredevil addresses the crowd of zombies with a loud shout, his voice piercing the silence and causing the undead creatures to turn their blank stares in his direction. The monsters begin to move towards him, slowly turning their dim, lifeless eyes. Standing on top of a cliff, the guy shouts defiantly toward the zombies, his voice breaking through the silence, urging the reanimated dead to pay attention to him. The monsters, hearing his call, turn in his direction, their empty eyes like soulless black holes staring at the man. In a whirlwind of rapid movements and deadly blows, the protagonist, as if dancing, fights with a crowd of zombies. In the dense thickets, the group members, holding their breath, watching the scene, anxiously whispering as if unsure. The golden-haired lad, gathering all his resolve, lifts his comrades up, reminding them of their protector's words. The red-haired girl turns to the guy with a spark of concern in her eyes, wondering how he can stay calm. The young man, sighing slightly with a confident and composed expression, calmly replies that of course he is worried, but he believes in a savior. He continues, discreetly explaining that Soo-hyun had clearly told them not to do anything stupid, and those words now seem like a kind of reminder to him, not just advice. In the background of this dialogue, the faces of the girls can be seen, one, with a quiet confidence in her eyes, covering them slightly, expressing quiet understanding. Sunset clouds shroud the sky and the shadows of the trees thicken. The young man ponders what if they stay in this forest. The guy with a strained look thinks about his friend's sacrifice, realizing that he is willing to give up his life for them, which causes him to struggle between loyalty and fear of loss. The stone fence in front of them, roughly built and impregnable, seems just one more obstacle for them to overcome. Meanwhile, their companion, immersed in his own thoughts, whistles under his breath, his confident footsteps leaving footprints on the dusty road. The dark-haired guy walks with a confident gait, tilting his head back slightly with a faint smile on his lips as if whistling a tune. He leaps swiftly off the cliff, touching the ground lightly, his gaze directed forward at the dense wall of dead men. Standing before a vast army of dead monsters, the daredevil looks over the ranks of his enemies with unperturbed calm. His face lights up with a slight grin, his eyes glisten with anticipation, and his tense features betray his inner readiness for battle. Soo-hyun's eyes tensely monitor his surroundings as he scans the area for threats. Suddenly, the zombie grabs his arm, squeezing it with force, and reaches for his shoulder, opening its mouth in an attempt to bite. The beast sinks its teeth in with fierceness, trying to bite through its opponent's sleeve, but its efforts seem futile. Suddenly, a screen pops up in front of us, revealing the true parameters and skills of the protagonist. With a slight sneer in his eyes, Soo-hyun calmly watches the zombie who is vainly trying to bite his hand. The zombie's face is contorted with devastation and anger, its jaws clenching around the human skin with a deafening grit. The guy, without effort, lightly kicks the large, insolent man aside, as if he were nothing more than a clumsy bag of bones. Surrounded by silhouettes of the dead, the hero stands as if in a single duel with the horde, pondering the upcoming encounter with his allies and inwardly preparing to show his strength. The battlefield after a fierce battle looks intimidating, the ground strewn with the torn bodies of the dead. The not at all tired guy, surrounded by this chaos of death and destruction, stands motionless, as if in a daze. Suddenly his gaze falls on a chain of footprints, leading straight down the road, clear prints left as recently as a short time ago. Realizing that his comrades have left without waiting for him, the man feels a wariness rising within him. The guy with the crossbow jumps down from the rocks and finds himself in the place where, judging by the tracks, his comrades were hiding recently. Carefully dropping to one knee, he runs his palm over the cold sidewalk, feeling the texture of the stone beneath his fingers. Looking up, he recognizes the rows of footprints, clear and directional, belonging to 4 men, his comrades. Anxiety builds in the dark-haired boy's chest as he realizes they weren't expecting him, and he has a sickening feeling that something sinister has happened. A young man with dark hair looks down at the footprints, carefully pondering the possibility of using his third eye to understand what happened here earlier. Leaning towards the ground, the guy activates his ability, releasing a powerful wave of energy that envelops him in a bright glow. Before the man's eyes, the scene gradually opens up, and he sees his comrades, who as expected were hiding here behind the rocks. Suddenly, there is consternation on the faces of his friends, as if they have seen something really creepy. His gaze pierces the darkness, his pupil flaring brightly with scarlet light, as if red-hot flames were ready to burst forth. He breathes heavily, pressing his palm to his forehead, feeling the magic literally burning him from the inside out. Barely able to cope with the pain, he realizes that what matters most right now are his friends who are in danger. Large raindrops pound on the roof, creating a gloomy atmosphere around the building built by the angels as a resting place. The angels have created a modern city here, filled with visible amenities. High-rise buildings rise against the dark sky, their windows reflecting the cold rain, adding to the oppressive sense of stillness and anxiety. In one of the empty rooms, rain streams run down the glass of a window, creating the illusion of shadows that seem to come to life in the semi-darkness. Saul lies on the bed in a restless sleep, her face glistening with droplets of sweat. The door's ajar, allowing a peek inside the room where the furnishings of the domestic space can be seen. A girl with long dark hair holds her friend tightly, trying to calm her down, but the latter, in a fit of desperation, begs her to let go, resisting with fury. The red-haired girl looks around anxiously and worriedly, voicing fears that their savior might still be waiting for them. With burning eyes full of determination, she announces that she will go alone if the others refuse to accompany her. The girl reflects on recent events, realizing how they had barely managed to escape, and a somber feeling does not leave her thoughts. Irritation and fatigue erupts, and the lady angrily blurts out the situation they are in and needs no reminders. The gaze of the heroes is fixed on the window, where a night downpour is raging, and the redhead declares with firm determination that, despite the dangers, she is ready to return and bring their comrade here. She snaps at those around her, accusing them of selfishness and rebuking them for thinking only of their own safety. The three friends stand in the room, immersed in a heavy silence, where each ponders the tense words just spoken. Han Buell, gathering all his determination, utters harsh words with cold ruthlessness in his voice, and like a knife, cuts off the last hope. The red-haired girl froze, stunned by the cruelty of Han Buell's words, her eyes widening in surprise and indignation. She looks at her with burning confidence and tries to convince the cold-blooded girl to go. She didn't understand why her friend was so cruel to her pain, accusing her of not appreciating the leader's sacrifice. The lady with the blue hair declares with a serious expression that no one is going anywhere, reminding them that they themselves have consciously accepted the role of bait. The girl in the yellow sweater was shocked at the directness of her companion's words, her eyes wide and her expression a mixture of anger and bewilderment. Guy's voice breaks out to stop the escalating conflict between the girls. He tries to enlighten both sides. The brunette is reminded again how dangerous the current situation is. She emphasizes that the creatures they have encountered are beyond the reach of weapons. Han Bell firmly reminds them that they have been through a serious ordeal and warns against repeating rash actions. The girls look at each other tensely, their postures and gazes betraying a hidden struggle, where silence only intensifies the inner conflict. The fiery red-haired girl says defiantly that her interlocutor has finally revealed her true identity, her voice resounding with sarcasm and hidden bitterness. The heated emotions spill out in the accusation that everything they have is the merit of their comrade. Yujun indignantly points out her interlocutor's lack of empathy by reminding her of those who sacrificed themselves to save them. A young man enters the room, attracted by the loud voices, and after assessing the situation, tries to make sense of the situation without hiding his concern. Soo-hyun, smiling tiredly, remarks that his search wasn't easy, but he's glad he found them, and his voice sounds reserved but confident. Despite the man's calming presence, the red-haired girl doesn't hide her wariness, asking a direct question about how he was able to find them. Not finding the others at the designated spot, he begins to explain how he went looking for them, recounting it with a slight tinge of confusion in his voice. The young man admits that he felt left behind when he didn't find them where he expected them to be, so he started searching. The guy suddenly notices that one of the girls is not in the room. His attentive gaze settles on a half-open door leading to another room. He approaches the door and notices the girl lying there, her motionless body covered in droplets of sweat, instantly causing him anxiety. The laying woman looks up, her voice weak and shaky. She tries to ask what really happened, making everyone around her freeze in suspense. In the room, the golden-haired guy thanks for the help, noting that without the man's support, the group wouldn't have been able to get over the fence. An-hyun, not hiding his displeasure, recalls the sudden appearance of those strange creatures. The young man describes the enemies resembling something between shadow and matter, explaining that neither weapons nor shields could protect them from the persistent attack. He remembers one of the creatures attacking him, paralyzing every muscle, as if a magic spell had cast an invisible fetter. At this moment, his sister suddenly screamed, and a soft, almost magical aura shone around her, which instantly dispelled the sinister spirits. The dark-haired guy, watching the girl lying on the bed, realizes that it was her sudden release of energy that saved him from death. Her breathing is slowly normalizing, but you can see she hasn't fully recovered yet, shuddering in pain periodically. The girl's body, engulfed in a bright magical light, stands at the center of a powerful energy surge that seems to mercilessly drain her strength. The watcher notes with dismay that her body cannot withstand the tremendous strain caused by the overuse of magical energy. His gaze lingers on her incredible abilities and impossible luck, making him wonder at the cost of her reaching this level of power. The realization that she is unique and stands out from the rest fills him with a mixture of admiration and anxiety. His attention shifts to her condition, which gradually stabilizes, but he decides to distract himself and check something important alone in the room. The hero tells his comrade that he looks painfully pale, as if his strength has completely deserted him. After examining the others, he notes general fatigue and suggests they all get some rest, reminding them that lack of sleep could seriously affect their stamina. The dark-haired woman, staring at a single point, suddenly looks away, feeling an abyss of shame inside, because not so long ago, she had thought he was no longer alive. The dark room is plunged into silence, and only the wall clock measures the seconds as the mage's figure approaches the bed. Her hand reaches forward, and a subtle glow is faintly visible in the air around her, as if particles of magic are coming to life, ready to become a bridge between lives. The face leans closer on it, concentration and a slight glimmer of worry, eyes intently studying every feature. Lying on the bed, immersed in a restless sleep, her face damp with sweat, the magical light begins to spread, enveloping her body in a warm glow that seems both fragile and powerful at the same time. A magic-lit palm gently touches her forehead, transmitting energy, channeling a healing stream of power. The process of power transfer becomes brighter, filling the room with an unnatural glow. The barely perceptible movement of the eyes and the faint sigh of the laying one become the first signs of her awakening, signaling. A glance at the window where the morning light begins to filter through the glass, creating soft rays that illuminate the dim interior of the room. A man stands in the background of the kitchen, immersed in thought, the silence around him emphasizing his tense state as he stares pensively down. A young girl suddenly appears in the doorway, her surprised exclamation breaking the calm. The red-haired boy exclaims with joy upon noticing that his baby sister is alive, his emotions overflowing into the space. The younger one, visibly embarrassed by his reaction, allows herself to be hugged, feeling safe around her brother. Another girl enters the room, her words filled with mild indignation as she talks about how their leader spent the night next to her. The girl with the brown hair lowered her gaze, her slight embarrassment and gestures reflecting her awkwardness, but also her appreciation. The man notices this and looks at her a little more softly, a slight smile appearing on his face, creating an air of understanding and relief. A tall man draws the attention of everyone in the room by standing in the center and talking about his plans to leave the city. The question of means of escape provokes a strong reaction, and one of the group brings up the subject of the mysterious voices heard earlier. Recalling fragments of what he heard, the young man shares details about the warnings and survival conditions. The lady with dark hair listens to his words, her gaze focused and concerned, as if she's trying to make sense of what she's heard and relate it to their current situation. They discuss the mysterious gate and the need to last a certain amount of time. These words add tension to the conversation. The man explains two options. Either everyone goes to the mysterious gate, risking facing the worst, or they try to take cover, avoiding threats. The woman with the brightly colored hair offers to stay in the safe haven, emphasizing its comfort and protection, her voice sounding pleading. The words of the angels about the need to move forward still echo in the minds of the characters, reminding them that it is impossible to linger in place. The red-haired girl voices her doubts, pointing out that their surroundings are too comfortable. She emphasizes that there are no monsters or signs of threat in the city, calling the place an elaborate replica of the real world where danger lurks. With a slight chuckle, Yu Jun admits that it's just a guess, but adds that one shouldn't blindly trust the angels' words either. The redhead theorizes that the angels may have deliberately misled them, using the warnings as a means of manipulation. Turning to Saul, she turns to ask her if she is sure they need to leave this place. The girl, embarrassed by the sudden attention to herself, cannot immediately find an answer, feeling the pressure of the surrounding gazes. Her voice shakes as she tries to start talking, but there's no way the words form into a sentence, making her even more confused. The girl's brother cuts off the growing argument by addressing the actively expressing girl in an attempt to calm her emotions. Under the stares of those around her, Sis gathers the courage to explain the source of her anxiety. Her voice grows quieter as she describes the details of the nightmare, and her gaze becomes lost in the memories, reinforcing the sense of a vague threat she can't keep quiet about. The little girl lowered her gaze, hesitating to gather her thoughts, and, feeling the stares of those around her, began to recount her dream. She described how, in her dream, a bright light suddenly poured from the sky, filled with an ominous energy. Continuing, she told how the creature methodically searched for them, how everyone, including her brother and the others, were in mortal danger. As she finished her story, Saul struggled to keep the tremor out of her voice, admitting that she didn't understand how any of this was possible. The poor girl lowered her head and continued talking, remembering how everything suddenly went back to the very beginning. She recounted with a tremor in her voice how Orabi confidently declared that he would deal with the monster and ordered them to leave the place. Her memories of the dream growing more vivid as they swiftly left the danger zone, she looked back at the city. Finishing her story, the girl looked up at the others as if seeking support, and quietly admitted that this dream was too real to ignore. The guy shares with restraint and seriousness that, over the years, they have gone through many trials, learning to understand each other without words. In his words is the conviction that to ignore his sister's words would be short-sighted, as her intuition and visions have saved them more than once in critical moments. His musings are confirmed by the tense silence of their group leader, who, observing what is happening, only inwardly agrees with the thought. The final emphasis in the dark-haired man's musings is placed on the girl's incredible abilities. The girl in the yellow sweater expressed doubt as to whether they were going to make decisions based only on a hunch. Everyone present came to the conclusion that if the girl with the car is feeling anxious, it means that something dangerous is coming. After a brief discussion, the group came to a unanimous decision to leave the city as quickly as possible. Narrating the events further, you can learn how they fought their way out of the city, fighting off zombies. The team found an abandoned checkpoint, where they were able to arm themselves with everything they needed to continue the fight and protect themselves. And Sol, with her ability to heal with magic, became an indispensable member of the team, helping to heal wounds and maintain strength. Despite the dangers, they fended off the monster's attacks cohesively, relying on the healer's magic and everyone's skills. It had been 3 days since they had left the city, and despite the fatigue and constant battles, the team had continued to survive for 5 days. The girl looks up warily, feeling something cold and unsettling slide across her skin. Her eyes widen when she notices the motionless body under the tree, covered in bloodstains, its limbs twisted. A sharp realization of what was happening flashes through her mind, and a terrified scream bursts from her throat. The red-haired girl, clenching her weapon in her hands, discreetly offers to take a short break. Looking at the exsanguinated bodies of the beasts, the active girl questioned the fighter about his military background. He replied with a slight chuckle that everyone in the army was taught such skills. But there was an undercurrent of irony in his tone. Glancing around the group, the man noted that if they continued at this rate, they could reach the gate in 6 days, distributing water and food among everyone. The leader noted to himself that their survival was becoming more and more meaningful. Su Hyun stares pensively into the distance, pondering how his comrades will take the truth about the sacrifice that may be required of one of them. A sudden cracking sound comes from the bushes, making everyone wary, instantly focusing their attention on the sound. The red-haired girl clutches her weapon tighter, her gaze penetrating the thick shade of the trees, while the golden-haired boy pitches forward slightly. The blue-haired girl strained to listen, her eyes squinted, expressing concentration as if her every sense had sharpened in anticipation of the threat. Several people suddenly emerged from the bushes, attracting the group's attention with their abrupt appearance. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, scrutinized the group, and it suddenly dawned on him that he had seen the short-haired man from their company somewhere before. The leader of the group of strangers, tall and with long hair, recognized with a slight chuckle that they were as much survivors as anyone else. The man with the crossbow had a sudden realization when his interface popped up with detailed information about John Min, better known as Demon. The forest light is reflected in the cold eyes of the archer, who warns a certain Shung Hyun not to take foolish actions. The gray-haired man calmly explains that they have come to this place on their own business, but his confident tone and manner give him away as a seasoned warrior. A young blonde man with a mocking expression and a cheeky smile looks over the new group, noting their young age. An Hyun's reaction to these words is evident in his tense look and flashed emotion, and the tension between the two groups begins to rise. A guy with dark hair turns to the young man, his face tense, his gaze catching a flash of emotion. The strangers begin to laugh, emphasizing their confidence and superiority, one of them throwing in a mocking remark. The smile of the guy in the group of strangers takes on a sharp edge. He offers a deal, suggesting that we discuss matters for the sake of mutual care. Yujin steps forward with defiance in her eyes, brushing aside the sarcastic suggestion. Her words sound like a challenge, but her comrade tries to hold her back. A man in a sports sweatshirt covers half his face with his hand with a mocking smirk. Asking what he will do, he abruptly pulls out a large hunting knife with dried traces of blood, holding it with a confident hand that reads intent to show strength. The knife point flies with extreme speed, cutting through the air, heading straight towards the girl. Her eyes widen with sudden terror, and for a moment time seems to slow down as her gaze catches a glimpse of steel flying straight in her direction. The red-haired youth leaps forward, putting his shield in front of him, and deflects the flying knife with a powerful movement. The guy in the suit freezes, his gaze filled with confusion. He doesn't realize what just happened. In the next second, an arrow, launched precisely at the target, hits the attacker's arm, causing him to recoil sharply, his hand instinctively clenching convulsively. The knife-threatened man looks at his shot hand with a dazed expression on his face, his gaze full of fear. Soo-hyun stands confidently with his crossbow drawn in his hands, his gaze penetrating his opponent. Archer Song Woo-yoon, tensing his bowstring, carefully assesses his opponent's speed, realizing that his opponent is acting faster than he expected. The sudden hit of the arrow throws the insolent lad off balance, and he falls to the ground, exclaiming in pain, desperately grasping his injured arm. The man with the crossbow observes the scene with cold calculation, his attention focused on new information about his opponent, an archer whose abilities he had long suspected. The legendary archer draws his bow, his figure illuminated by a silhouette from past battles. The humiliated boy, gritting his teeth in pain, screams with rage, swearing at the man, realizing the helplessness of his situation. The hero assesses the situation, his gaze focused on the likely threats among the strangers that surround him. As he does so, he reflects on what is happening, his resolve growing firmer. June, though shaken by what has happened, tries to stay calm, answering that she is fine, while those around her closely observe her condition. The survivors stand in a group, their silhouettes lost in the night's gloom, while their comrade contemplates being forced to temporarily cooperate with these people. The wounded boy yells at his leader in a rage, demanding revenge for his injury, but John Min irritably waves him away. A blond man in a blue hoodie, all tearful and furious, shows off his injured arm, loudly accusing his opponents and complaining about the pain. Hyun's face expresses tension and restrained anger, a flicker of obvious displeasure at the situation, and his ally. The long-haired man politely but coldly apologizes for their attack, emphasizing the lack of point in continuing the fight. The guy's voice becomes softer as he tries to calm his opponents down. As if trying to find a point of contact, he asks a cautious question about the brother and sister they were looking for. Memories of the tragic scene resurface in the band leader's mind as he recalls the girl player lying lifeless at the roots of a tree. Saul mentally goes back to the moment she first saw the corpse. The leader of the group of strangers steps forward sharply as he excitedly asks if they have seen the right people. The guy in the suit, remaining calm, replies that he only saw one girl, but hesitantly adds that he's not sure if it was the one they were looking for. The man with the long hair, holding back his irritation, tries to take control of the situation. A dark-haired guy, recalling past events, tells us a certain girl was victimized by monsters that day. The carriage girl, supporting the story, adds that she noticed a yellow dress on the deceased. The man in the blue hoodie, seized with disbelief, reacts sharply to these words, demanding proof and unequivocal explanations. The leader firmly asks his companion to calm down, causing him to back away with an expression of displeasure that barely conceals resentment and anger. The guy with dark hair ponders why he initially wanted to hide his suspicions. He points out the direction where the body can be found, describing the landmarks of the place. With no grass around and covered with a cloth, it should be easily visible. The leader of the survivor team regretfully states that they had nothing to do with the girl's murder, sincerely expressing their condolences for what happened. The girl, holding a small sack, explains with slight timidity that if they move in the direction indicated. Saul describes a house among thick trees that promises food, room to rest, and a chance to heal wounds, as if granted salvation in this chaos. Her words sound sincere, as if imbued with hope, and she assures in a broken voice that she believes in them. The man, dejected by the loss, silently observes her, showing a rare confusion, as if for the first time he doubted his earlier guesses. The man, looking closely at the people in front of him, begins to realize that their involvement in the death of an acquaintance seems less and less likely. The leader of a group of strangers decides to speak directly to whoever is considered in charge of their team. The dialogue between the two parties is filled with tension and caution, each side trying to better understand the other's intentions. The long-haired guy, realizing that their interlocutors are actually heading for the gate, decides to warn them of the impending dangers. John's words sound a cold warning when he advises them to abandon the path to the gate if life is precious to them and just wait out the 7 days in safety. He continues with a stern tone, explaining that there may be monsters ahead of them that are far more dangerous than those they have faced before. Night falls, and there is silence in the house they have found for shelter. Outside, the forest is plunged into darkness, Inside the restroom, the companions fall into a restless sleep, wrapped in blankets, their faces reflecting a mixture of fatigue and tension. The dark night surrounded the house, where a man with dark hair leaned thoughtfully against the wooden porch railing, trying to collect his thoughts. The warmth of the cup in his hand and the light steam rising from the hot drink reminded him that it was time to change the duty officer, forcing the hero back to reality. Walking up to him, the girl with long blue hair tried to dispel his gloomy thoughts by gently asking what he was thinking about. On the porch, the two characters fell into a quiet conversation where he admitted that he had just blacked out for a moment. In the silence of the night, the boy looked away thoughtfully, taking his time to answer, while his companion continued to demand an explanation about the conversation with the stranger. The slight warmth of the cup in his hands was the only thing keeping him in the present. With a slight smile, he raised the cup to his lips, taking a second to remove himself from the uncomfortable dialogue, but pretended none of it mattered. Rising, he dropped a brief phrase, assuring her that he could handle any danger, handing over the guard post to her and disappearing into the shadows of the house. At the threshold of the door, the girl stops him. Her voice sounded insistent. She couldn't put off what she wanted to say any longer. He turned around and said tiredly that it was too late for serious talk now. Boyle insisted firmly, noting that she would not be able to repeat her question tomorrow. The guy smiled, trying to lighten the atmosphere, but his light joke only emphasized his unwillingness to go into details and postpone the conversation until later. The brunette felt the tension envelope him, and he heard more than a simple question in her voice. The dark-haired girl, staring at him intently, resolutely demands the truth, her tone leaving no room for excuses. His gaze grows somber, his voice trembling slightly with internal struggle. She recalls the moment when he didn't hesitate to shoot a stranger in the arm, despite An Hyun's attempts to protect others. The girl accuses the man of causing fear among their comrades by his act, and demands an explanation from him as to why he shot the man. The boy, without betraying his emotions, falls silent, but his gaze betrays conflicting feelings. She emphasizes that his silence after talking to the stranger only increased his anxiety. Tensions rise when the lady demands a straight answer from him, insisting that they deserve to know the truth about his motives and plans. The agitated female interlocutor indignantly voices her displeasure, pointing out that the man always makes decisions alone. The interlocutor, remaining calm, states that they ponder the problems together. He admits that today's events have made him very agitated, especially because of the situation with An Hyun and Yu Jun, adding, the girl with the long hair objects, reminding him that they could have just backed off and doesn't understand why he made that decision. The guy looks away, his face expressing doubt and slight tension as he tries to figure out exactly what she wants him to say. His companion points out that from the moment they met, his decisions have always been the right ones. She excitedly wonders why their comrade keeps his distance, despite the entire group relying on him. The commander stands on the doorstep, his gaze focused, and he doesn't know what to say to the girl to reassure her. Hanbyul, with desperation in his voice, urges the guy to become their leader, take charge, and lead them forward. The dark-haired boy looks confused as he thinks about her words. The next morning, the group huddles together and sets out on their journey through the hilly terrain, where their silhouettes dissolve into the morning light. Soo Hyun, walking behind the group, looks off into the distance, perhaps pondering yesterday's conversation, his face expressing concentration. The brunette walks with her gaze forward, but her eyes read worry and fatigue. The guys walking behind notice the tension in the air and look amongst themselves. A man in a suit stops, calmly informs the group that it's a short distance to the target. The man recalls how he was urged to forget about trying to reach the gate, suggesting that he focus on just surviving. He clearly remembered the long-haired man's words that the sudden appearance of the monsters had caused them to stop a few hundred meters away from their target. Thinking about the mysterious boss suggests that his appearance may be tied to the fulfillment of some sort of conditions. The sudden voice of a team member interrupts the silence, drawing the attention of the whole group, intensifying the interest of the whole group. The heroes, standing before the majestic gate, feel a mixture of elation and anxiety, for their long journey has finally led to this point. But the true goal remains a mystery. The bright light and complex interweaving of symbols on the surface of the gate beckon the eye, emphasizing its alien origin and unknown power. The team, looking at this grandiose construction in surprise, discusses whether this is really the same gate. Encouraged that the gateway could be their key to returning home, the boys are determined to move on. The reflection of the footsteps of the heroes, echoing through the surrounding space, seemed to set the rhythm of their unhurried movement. The guy in the suit looked around carefully, analyzing everything around him, and despite the lack of apparent threat, to test the terrain's reaction, the calm man applied magic, directing energy towards the surface of the ground. The world around him remained the same, no hidden threat, no sudden changes. The guy feels tense and focused, his gaze narrowing sharply as if he's anticipating something important. The space around fills with bright purple flashes, waves of magic that seem beyond control. The group freezes in bewilderment as they watch a huge magical symbol begin to form in the air. The young men look back at each other anxiously, trying to realize what is happening. Soo-hyun tensely shouts orders to retreat, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. He sharply warns his group that no doubt or procrastination will be tolerated. The group is confused. A mixture of fear and bewilderment overwhelms them. But Soo-hyun's excitement is transmitted to them. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears out of the magical vortex, distorting the space around it. Something massive emerges from the darkness of the magic wave with a rumble, the powerful impact of his feet causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. A menacing crunch sounds from the monstrous maw, filled with sharp, curved teeth, as if it were ready to devour everything in its path. A tall and creepy monster with an elongated body, sharp limbs, and a long tongue that wriggles like a whip. A picture unfolded in front of the four players. An angel exuding divine light towered before them, calling each one by name. And Soul, who bowed her head, couldn't contain her emotions, her body trembling with the realization of the importance of the moment. Lee Yu-jun, despite her initial confusion, gained determination in her eyes, her reaction expressing a mixture of excitement and willingness to accept the challenge. When Kim Han-byul's name was called out, the last ritual participant felt something heavy fall from her soul, as if the system itself had recognized her. The spacious map shows the lands of Helltrail divided into 4 continents. The town, with its distinctive architecture, stands out for its vibrancy, and among the buildings is the beginning tavern. The massive wooden door, shrouded in a subtle shimmer, creates a sense of hidden magic. A slight creak of the door ends the scene, foreshadowing new events and the unveiling of secrets. An-hyun cautiously opens the door, his wary gaze sliding across the empty room. The group goes inside, scrutinizing the wooden walls and stairs covered in a layer of dust. The young man, stopping at the top of the stairs, voices his observations, emphasizing that the inn is indeed empty. It is not long before their leader turns to the monster, realizing that it is up to him to apprehend this monster. Amidst the deafening noise shaking everything around them, the group hurriedly advances towards the gate. Near the gate, Soo-hyun's comrades grab each other's hands, trying to support each other and shouting to him. The man glanced at his companions at the last moment, showing a faint smile full of confidence. All 4 of them, stunned by the monster's sudden attack, shout in unison to their comrade, begging him to return to them. Gathered around one table in a semi-dark room of an empty inn, the heroes are trying to come to their senses. The girl with the curry has her head down and can barely hold back her tears as she realizes that their survival was only possible because of Soo-hyun's sacrifice. Yu-jun, covering her face with her hands, hears in her head the last moment of their rescue when her companions sent them through the gate without hesitation. The faces of the boys contorted in despair, their soul cries filled with pain and fear turned to each other. The guy with the blonde hair looking at the others was having a hard time hiding his pain. Sitting at a wooden table in the semi-dark inn, the 4 lowered their heads, and the silence around them made their thoughts of the future even harder. The emptiness of the hall seemed to absorb any sounds, leaving them alone with their thoughts and grief. The young man, hearing the muffled sounds, raises his head warily, his gaze clinging to the faintest movement above. The sound intensifies like a distant echo, breaking through the walls of the tavern and filling the void where calm usually reigns. The young man tries to understand the nature of the sounds, his mind feverishly going over the possibilities. Someone in the audience shares their hunch that they are probably not the only ones who have experienced the rite of passage. Hearing muffled and insistent sounds, the boy, puzzled, raises his head, not realizing where they are coming from. The sound of people's presence echoed in the inn's room, filling the room with tension. As Hyun ponders whether this could be related to their leader, his voice rises in a loud guess, meeting the disbelief and surprise of the others. On the top floor of the inn, the door emits a strange glow, as if trying to attract attention, and the sounds seem to be coming from there. John Min appears in the doorway of the tavern, his stern gaze instantly commanding attention, and his calm but commanding manner of speech breaks the silence of the room when he asks if they are the first to get here. John Min, confidently stepping inside, confirms that their new friends are the first to arrive, adding that he's glad to see they survived. One of his companions asks with interest who these people are, to which the man with long hair calmly replies that they are the same ones they have seen before. The guys are sitting at the table looking exhausted, when a new voice remarks with a slight sneer that he's surprised they're still alive. The guy in the blue hoodie addresses the people around him indignantly, accusing them of being too direct in showing their dislike for him. The red-haired girl stands in the center of the room, listening to the guy apologize for the incident with the blade. The girl abruptly cuts off the guy's apology, letting him know that she doesn't care how he feels, and her gaze expresses a mixture of fatigue and annoyance. A tall man in a cloak looks around the room, concluding that the windows and doors are securely locked. John Min, glancing around the empty hall, notices the absence of one of the team members and questions where the guy in the suit is now. The long-haired man thoughtfully clarifies if it is true that their group went through the crooked gate. The conversation takes a more emotional turn when the girl in the yellow sweater shouts indignantly that the guy with the crossbow couldn't have died. The man in the cloak, observing their reactions, suggests that they have probably encountered a monster at the gate. Sung Hyun relaxes back in his chair, reminiscing about the losses and barely experienced moments. The leader of their group sharply besieges him, telling him to watch his words, to which he only grudgingly covers his mouth, pretending to chuckle. The man in the cloak, with a silent stare at the group at the table, points out their expectations and suggests waiting for someone to show up to avoid futile action. The old wooden door upstairs begins to emit a bright blue light, accompanied by a strange vibrating sound. The two men, tears rolling down their faces, hug tightly, expressing relief and joy as if they had just escaped mortal danger. A young girl and boy appear on the stairs, cautiously making their way down, surveying their surroundings with obvious wariness. A muffled hum of voices can be heard in the room, and at one of the tables a group of characters are discussing something quietly, giving the impression of a temporary lull. Flags with the lion's coat of arms adorn the walls, and a mysterious light on the staircase adds a touch of mystery to the room. The silence in the room is broken as the massive wooden door slowly opens, emitting a bluish glow that reeks of magic. Park Dong-gol appears in the doorway, his massive figure filling the space. He looks around the table appraisingly, his gaze lingering on each one as he utters a mocking greeting. His tone turns sarcastic as he explains that he thought they were dead after the crossbow guy died. The glowing angel shone brightly, announcing to the whole and unharmed hero that the initiation ritual had been completed. A deep voice, as if calculating every detail, proclaims Soo-hyun's moment as a player ready for the next stage. The guy's gaze becomes cold and focused, as if at this moment he realizes that the real journey is just beginning. Darkness enveloped the space from which the creature, which resembled a hybrid of monster and machine, burst forth, creating ominous sounds with its appearance. The ground shaking from the creature's impact generates a blast wave that scatters dust and rocks to the sides in a chaotic whirlwind. The beast made long, hoarse sounds, bearing sharp teeth from which viscous saliva flowed, emphasizing its primal nature. The giant monster figure froze for a moment, as if assessing its target, preparing for its next deadly maneuver. The monster froze in a purple haze, its huge maw opened, emitting a stinking breath, and the odor of menace lingered in the air. Its blade-sharp claws stabbed into the ground with force, leaving deep cracks that echoed with muffled vibrations. The monster crouched, tensely preparing for another attack, its contorted figure exuding power and chaos. The hero, gathering all his resolve, summoned a shining sword that flashed through the air with a crackling sound, ready to end this fight. The fighter raises the summoned sword, its shiny surface reflecting the rips of energy splintering the space around it. The blade of the sword is exposed, sliding from its sheath with a melodic sound of metal that heightens the tension of the moment, filling it with a sense of inevitability. The monster, with a deafening roar, rushes forward, opening its jaws, from which a long tongue bursts out, ready to crush its opponent. The experienced warrior clutches his sword with both hands, his stance becoming firm. He prepares to strike when the monster, advancing heavily, approaches. By activating the Swordmaster ability, the character focuses, feeling each movement become precise and powerful. The polished blade of the sword gleams in his hands, reflecting an inner determination. Using his newfound abilities, his movements confidently break down defenses, turning the fight into a graceful dance. The red light of the sword pierces the monster with grace and speed, creating an explosion of energy. Seraphima, shrouded in soft light, confirmed that everyone in the group had been safely evacuated to a safe area. The dark-haired boy folded his arms on his chest thoughtfully and wondered about the balance of skills, feeling tired from his ordeal. The girl with the white wings tilted her head slightly and, with a slight smile, assured the hero of the accuracy of the settings. Her calmness did not shake his wariness. The man, reflecting on the injustice of meeting his suddenly appearing boss, realized that, without his help, the group would be doomed to total destruction. The massive gate, surrounded by a golden glow, symbolizes the inevitable beginning of a deadly ordeal. Angel explains the cruel plot to keep the newcomers from killing the boss, leaving only one of the 5 members of the group an opportunity for salvation. The horrific image of the boss emerging from the fiery darkness epitomizes the cruelty of the system. The protagonist looks to Seraphima, demanding an explanation as to why such an unjust system allows mass casualties. The girl calmly states that the rite of passage, only the first step of preparation. The man utters his reflections with cold reasoning, recognizing the rigidity of the initiation techniques. When he learns that he is not to be rewarded for completing the ritual, the guy in the suit shows slight irritation. Seraphima turns to the tested man with an apparent rebuke, questioning his reaction to the lack of 2,500 gold. The winged girl explains that this amount is practically negligible compared to the fortune that Soo-hyun already owns. He looks at the angel with a note of surprise and a dose of sarcasm, trying to see if his assumptions about the accumulated gold points are correct. Angel calmly confirms his speculation, explaining that over 3 million gold points do indeed belong to him. Reflecting on the situation, the dark-haired man comes to the conclusion that the angel girl converted his past gold points into privileges. With a note of determination, he asks the lady with the white wings to open a store available exclusively to players. A heartfelt glow fills the space as the girl in the dress, with a slight movement of her hand, confirms the request. Screens of information flash and float around the man, emphasizing the importance of the feat he has achieved, the destruction of the boss. Congratulatory messages about the outstanding achievement appear on the screen. The guy with dark hair daringly analyzes the information he's received, noting the rarity of the attribute classes. A gold-lit player's store interface opens up in front of the hero, displaying his impressive point balance. Soo-hyun calmly informs Seraphima that he intends to spend a certain amount of gold points. Angel inquires, with slight severity, how the hero learned such information. Seraphima warns the player to avoid repeating mistakes, recalling the situation with John Min. The young man narrows his gaze unhappily, interrupting the angel's stream of words, and firmly pronouncing that he knows what he's doing, demanding to be shown the list of available items. A description of the hidden shop appears in the text, which only becomes available after the player spends exactly 77,777 gold points. A girl with white hair confirms the completion of the payment, illuminating the space with light, and announces that the store's hidden list will open for one time only. Angel Girl warns that hidden items disappear immediately after purchase, and each can only be purchased once. The man scrutinizes the vial of elixir illuminated by the golden light, noticing its properties with amazement. The next elixir, describing the enhancement of arcane and special abilities, piques his interest. The blonde figure watches the man's actions with slight wariness, her gaze filled with silent anticipation. A determined person confidently points to the next item, preparing for further purchases. The guy's hand gently touches the wish badge, accompanying the action with the quiet sound of magical energy filling the space around. Staring at the screen that appears, the player discreetly notes the confirmation of the selected items, straining to listen to every signal from the system. A list of items unfolds on the gold screen, each accompanied by detailed descriptions. A decisive movement of the hand confirms the purchase, and the words, "Break the silence," leaving doubt behind. Angel looks at the player, her voice sounding soft, but there's a genuine interest in it when she calls out his name. There is a sense of respect in her next sentence, as she explains that using all the items he has acquired will allow him to outperform even the strongest players. With a slight gust of air, her wings soar into space. She warns him to be careful. The magic hall is replaced by a view of a massive building surrounded by a blue dome. Conflict erupts in the center of the tavern, with a red-haired girl trying to stop the quarrel. A man in a green t-shirt raises his voice, stating that lives are being saved at the expense of others. At the back of the tavern, the door begins to glow, barely audibly creaking as if someone had just stepped inside. The patrons of the tavern broke away from their activities and stood waiting, watching the conflict while simultaneously peering at the glowing doorway. The heavy oak door opened with a long creak, accompanied by the echo of footsteps that filled the hall, and all eyes turned to the source of the sound. The man's gaze, penetrating and calm, slides across the room, stopping on a group of people engaged in a lively argument when one of them says his name in surprise. Raising his hand in a welcoming gesture, Soo-hyun asks everyone gathered about their business with a slight smile, causing confusion and joy in those who weren't expecting to see him. A girl in a brightly colored outfit rushes towards him, touching his face with trembling hands, as if she can't believe her eyes, while her voice trails off in joy and disbelief. The girl touches the guy's face with her hands, scrutinizing his features, as if she wants to make sure that the man in front of her is a real person. A man with long hair addresses the newcomer with a warm smile. The girl, not hiding her joy, comes closer, her gaze full of emotion, but the words remain on the verge of being spoken. Behind, a group of fellow survivors react with surprise and relief. One of the men in black cloaks reports that the barrier has been removed and the building is now open to their view, symbolizing the completion of the challenge. The order sounds briefly, and the black-clad figures rush forward in synchrony, leaving behind them a clear rhythm of footsteps on the stone sidewalk. In the warmth of a cozy room, the heroes discuss their experiences, and the girl with red hair, not hiding excitement, asks the surviving hero how he was able to get to them. At the mention of the broken crossbow, the guy in the suit confirms that the monster's target was the weapon, not himself. The leader, recounting the fight, recalls how the monster struck with its tail, and he was able to minimize the damage by reflexively raising his hand. The attentive blue-haired girl's suspicious gaze expresses interest, and she clarifies with him what he did after the monster attack. He, on the other hand, is brooding with a serious expression on his face, trying to recall further events, immersing himself in the details of what happened. Reconstructing a picture of what happened, the man shares how he tried to dodge the monster's attacks. The lights in the hall flicker dimly, reflecting off the wooden railing of the second floor, where the anxious voices of people looking around the vanished barrier can be heard. The guy with the dark hair looks toward the door with an expression of thoughtfulness and confidence, as if preparing for what is to come. The door is slowly ajar, and a bright beam of light shines through the opening, creating a sense of impending threat or change. Three strangers in white robes with gold elements enter the room majestically, their footsteps sounding detached and confident. Unusual figures in long robes of ancient origin slowly enter the inn, eliciting mixed reactions from the players. One of the mysterious guests looks around the room and comments on the noticeably increased number of survivors. The figure in the robe clarifies the number of people present, reporting that there are 43, nearly double the number of survivors from last year. A smirk flashes across the face of one of the guests in the robe, his gestures and facial expression hinting at hidden intentions or interest in what's going on. The hooded face folds his arms in greeting as he turns to the newcomers, voicing a sarcastic welcome with a wide grin. Soft light floods the room as the figure continues to speak, hinting at the confusion of the new players and their complete lack of understanding of the situation. Spreading his arms, the mysterious man offers to follow him, assuring them that they are far from the only ones caught up in this game. The high walls of the castle loom over the group of those who have passed the test of initiation, and one of them, with doubt in his voice, wonders what this place is all about. A smiling hooded guy greets the newcomers, stating that the angels have already explained the essence of the Hell Trail to them, and reminding them that they can't survive here alone. Against the tall walls of the academy, the information that this educational institution was created by one of the players of the northern continent resounds. Inside the academy, it is explained to newcomers that the course of study lasts for 3 months, and the teachers here are prestigious players skilled in magic, weapons, and survival. Each student receives 20 silver coins each week, allowing them to provide for what they need and focus on their studies. Those who successfully complete the training are rewarded with 4 skill points, an important achievement for continued survival. The hero reflects that he came to the academy to earn skill points, but the place has become a temporary home for newcomers. Smiling, the young man in the robe explains that the academy is a training game with an excellent reward system. Heavy footsteps resound down the stone steps, and the guy passes the word to another player to continue talking about the rules and features of this world. Park Hyunwoo, dressed in a strict uniform with golden elements, speaks to a group of newcomers against the backdrop of the massive walls of the academy, introduced as a representative of the Golden Lion clan. The dark-haired boy, remembering a future where the speaker would become the legendary head of his clan, known as the Phantom Swordmaster and hero of the First Alliance War. Focusing on the point of the meeting, the broad-shouldered man briefly explains the importance of the knowledge he has received from the angels. Deep in thought, the guy in the suit recalls rumors of the impending destruction of the Golden Lion clan. The man in uniform continues his speech, pointing out that they too have undergone the initiation ritual, just like the newcomers. He adds that their main difference is only that they got to Hell's Path earlier, ending his statement with a confident pause. The crowd's attention is focused on the sudden approaching footsteps, which sound deafening and insistent, breaking the tense silence. Suddenly, the air was shaken by a powerful impact, as if something heavy was violently crashing to the ground, causing an explosion of emotion among those present. Park Dong-gol lies on the cold stone floor, his body covered in bloody cuts, and screams of pain echo through the hall. An officer in a strict military uniform watches him with a cold and detached expression, his gaze expressing neither sympathy nor regret. Blood continues to ooze from the large man's wounds, while the officer nonchalantly notes, "People in formal attire appearing to be veterans of this world, explain to the audience that their main goal is to help the newcomers adapt and survive in the conditions of this merciless reality. The body of a man in a green t-shirt, bleeding, twitches in spasms as he, losing consciousness, barely realizes what is happening. A figure in a white cloak towers over the prostrate man, exuding icy calm and no ambiguous threat. A thud of a boot against his head is heard, and the silence in the hall is instantly broken by a sharp sound. The crowd of newcomers, tensely watching the scene, seemed petrified, realizing that this was a punishment. The uniformed man addresses the newcomers in a reserved and confident manner, making it clear that help for their cause is voluntary. The crowd of listeners gathered at the castle walls silently assesses what they have heard. The leader casts a cold glance around the gathering, emphasizing the seriousness of his words. The backdrop of the training camp is a calm clarification that any of them can stop participating in training at any time. The crowd falls into complete silence, waiting for him to continue, while the speaker calmly suggests moving on to the academy distribution. Against the evening sky, one of the newcomers raises her hand, drawing attention with her intent to ask a question that seemed long overdue from the others. The girl, gathering all her resolve, loudly inquires as to the true reason for these trainings. Park Hyun-woo takes a moment to think about it and evaluates the question asked, realizing that despite its apparent simplicity, it does require clarification. The blue-haired girl stares straight ahead, pondering the meaning of the training being done. The thoughts of the man with dark hair penetrate to the heart of the matter of why high-level players train rookies. The uniformed man, who left an impression of confidence behind him, calmly clarifies whether those present understand all the benefits of attending the academy. Hanbil answers with clarity, emphasizing that she is not interested in personal gains, but in the true reason behind the training. The girl reflects on the fact that the academy, built ostensibly to help newcomers, looks more like a tool to control experienced players than a place of adaptation. The officer, squinting his eyes and bowing his head slightly, asks thoughtfully if all of this can really be considered a simple favor. He's silent for a moment, then nods confidently, acknowledging that her musings have merit. In a calm but firm voice, he continues, telling us that there are two types of players in Hell: those who seek to return to Earth. The crowd is animatedly discussing how one can voluntarily refuse to go home. The academy setting is an organized system where the regular players seek to return to Earth, while those who remain choose a different path full of mystery. The dark red light creates a gloomy atmosphere, reflecting the souls of people left in Hell who have nowhere to return to but this place. The academy commander tilts his head and says that the world is far from as simple as one might hope, emphasizing the conflict of interest among the players. Some of those left on the trail are driven by a thirst for murder and destruction, horrifying those who first hear of their existence. For the average person, finding out about brutal killers roaming freely on the trail is a shock, but the protagonist knows. The main one emphasizes that people who came here earlier have been practicing for much longer. Bull, with a serious expression on his face, continues to reason, envisioning the worst-case scenario. The man calmly and confidently explains that the Player Academy is designed to protect and train newcomers. He concludes his speech with warmth and inspiration, saying that their only goal is to return to Earth to their loved ones. The girl smiles, her tension is replaced by ease. She thanks the man for the clarification, recognizing that everything is now clear. The Academy leader looks around the crowd carefully and, pausing, he asks if any of the players have any more questions, waiting for their response. A shadow of distrust flickers in his gaze, and a single thought resounds in his mind: they cannot be trusted, which reflects his skepticism of what he has heard about the Academy's purpose and its true nature. The protagonist recalls the Golden Lion clan seeking to subdue the Hell Trail, organizing expeditions, and even starting the First Alliance War. His thoughts return to the essence of the Infernal Path, where clans are formed around common interests, and alliances are only formed when a common enemy appears. The Academy leader, holding back a smile, announces the start of training tomorrow in a confident voice. Gathering the players in the square, he decisively divides them into groups based on gender, giving directions on where to go. And Hen cautiously approaches his friend, as if trying to catch his reaction. Picking up the joking tone, the red-haired youth begins to tease Soo-hyun, but he remains unfazed, ignoring the glint in his partner's eyes and keeping his emotions in check. The dark-haired man watches the sunset discreetly, pondering whether the newcomers could handle the training. The panorama of the Northern Academy is revealed in all its majestic austerity. A light flashed in the sky, causing those present to turn around. One of the observers, recalling with a smile his first days here, remarks that such moments awaken old memories in him. Under the relentless sun, the main characters are jogging, exhausted physical activity, squeezing the last of their strength out of them. The first week of training begins on the grounds of the North Continent Academy. Newcomers are exhausted climbing steep cliffs as part of the challenge, and each step seems harder than the previous one. Sparring between students unfolds on the training grounds. Tension between the rivals grows. More than 10% of the students, after going through the first difficulties, still left the academy, their silhouettes dissolved in the opening of the massive gate, taking with them weakness and frustration. Soo-hyun's group quickly adapted to the rigors of training. A girl with long dark hair concentrates energy that pulses with light. At the long table, the disciples are discussing animatedly Priestess Seol, whose abilities are awe-inspiring, and mercenary Yu Jun, now red-shirted in their small group. The dark-haired guy mentions with a slight smile that he expected An Hyun to be a swordsman, to which he calmly replies that choosing the spear was his sort of challenge to the angel. The young man's memories take him back to the moment when he first questioned the angel about his friend's fate. Saul, with genuine amusement, talks about how her brother almost became a spellcaster, and the angel's reaction to this elicited smiles and brief chuckles from everyone. The squad leader, suppressing a smile, earnestly warns his group to be careful, emphasizing the importance of not revealing their skills and weaknesses. The calm leader thanks for the treat with a slight half-smile, picking up on the simple but sincere warmth of the moment as his companions watch him. He calmly asks Han Buell which class she chose, adding a note of mild interest, as if testing her confidence in her decision. After thinking for a second, the girl quietly remarks that such things are usually not worth divulging, reminding him of his own words, causing a slight smile to appear on Soo-hyun's face. With a slight chuckle, he agrees with her words, noting her caution and willingness to follow the rules. But there is a note of self-irony in his voice. The girl replies with slight indifference that her business has to do with magic, avoiding unnecessary details, and, without lingering, walks away, leaving the man in thought. Soon the table begins to discuss her absence, noticing that she has been appearing less and less frequently in recent days. The red-haired girl explains that magic-related classes require extensive knowledge, causing Han Buell to be constantly busy. However, Soo-hyun is thinking about something else at this moment. He feels that his partner simply does not trust him. After the girl with the long blue hair stops spending time with the group, on the academy grounds surrounded by fortress walls and flocking banners, several instructors watch the students with interest. Soo-hyun and Jung-min are sparring, their movements are synchronized and polished, and their attacks are amazing in their speed and power. Instructors discussing the couple's progress note their rare diligence and determination. The long-haired guy, moving lightning fast across the field, attracts attention with his speed and agility. A sudden shout from one of the watchers is a distraction when he notices something, adding an element of urgency and anxiety to the atmosphere. John Min, realizing he's letting his guard down, looks worried. A fierce impact rippled through the air, filling the field with a sharp sound accompanied by a flash of light. The dark-haired man, deftly dodging the swift attack, conducts a lightning-fast counterattack. Under a sunny sky, with sword in hand and drops of sweat on his face, Soo-hyun scores another victory. The view of the academy with its many towers and walls creates a sense of calm but austere atmosphere. Warm water drips down his arms while the guy ponders his situation. The young man plunges back into memories, where the girl asks him a direct question and her gaze is filled with pain and anticipation. The figure of an angel, whose words sounded stern and wise, appeared before his mind's eye. Talking to a comrade, the man in training uniform simultaneously reflects on the fact that past mistakes and tragedies must not be repeated. A girl with long dark hair, keeping her composure, approaches him. The blue-haired girl, frowning her eyebrows slightly, suddenly turns to her comrade, voicing her presence. The man, barely concealing his surprise at her sudden appearance, asks a question, trying to understand what could have brought her here at this moment. The girl, keeping her cool, suggests moving to a more private place where their conversation can take place without prying eyes. Against the backdrop of the tall stone castle, their figures slowly recede, creating a sense of insistence and the importance of the upcoming conversation. The girl with dark hair, not hiding her excitement, shares the news of receiving an invitation from the Golden Lion clan. Listening to her words, her interlocutor maintains a calm expression, but internally analyzes how unique her situation is. The lad's inner musings become more and more intense as he tries to figure out what the clan's true motives are behind their proposal. A sudden realization grips Soo-hyun, his eyes, scarlet from the activation of his abilities, widen as he pieced together the disparate details into a coherent picture. The person with the latent ability, looking at the information in the player's status, lingers her gaze on the line that designates her class as a jewel mage. The girl, looking away, feels the intense and testing gaze of the young man on her. His thoughts were starting to get muddled with speculation. If the guys from the Golden Lion clan mentioned help and leadership, watching her expression, he decides not to show his emotions, concluding that her caution is understandable, as she is not yet ready to fully trust him. The young man discreetly congratulates the girl, not giving away the emotion behind the calm face. Reflecting on the past, the guy decides to no longer cling to the memories of their ordeal together. When he coldly states that he will reject the clan's offer, his determination makes her wonder. Her question about the reasons for the refusal is left without a clear explanation, and his evasiveness causes a growing tension in the conversation. The young apprentice looks on with slight bewilderment, her voice trembling as she tries to understand his motives. Against the backdrop of the blazing banner of the Golden Lion clan, her words sounded like a call for an explanation. The young man calmly averts his gaze and, fixing his hair, confidently denies accepting any other offers. Words to the effect that he has no plans to join the Golden Lion or any other clan. The lady looked away, her doubt and inner uncertainty barely visible but given off by the quiver in her lips and the slightly noticeable movement of her shoulders. She stared tensely at her old acquaintance, unable to understand how this could be possible. Her words sounded confident, reflecting her inner conviction, and her gaze was still fixed on the guy in the training uniform, waiting for his answer. The boy remained collected, his face betrayed neither joy nor doubt, but there was a slight thoughtfulness in the depths of his eyes, and his answer was short but meaningful. He lowered his gaze and scratched the back of his head thoughtfully, trying to find the words to explain his reluctance to join the clan. Boale, not hiding his concern, is quick to speak his mind, emphasizing the need to find a way for everyone in their group. The dark-haired young man interrupts her gently but confidently, noting that her idea is correct, but doesn't address the core of his concerns at all. A genuinely surprised and concerned girl raises her voice, asking a question. The man averts his gaze, saying quietly that he cannot leave his comrades to join the clan alone. The mage girl replies reproachfully that in that case, he should ask the clan to accept all of them, adding that this is what she wanted to talk about today, her voice sounding determined. The man shakes his head, briefly noting that this isn't the problem at all, his tone becoming more strained and his gaze focused. The blue-haired girl, frowning, demands an explanation, insisting to know the real reason for his refusal, her eyes filled with impatience and stubbornness. The man in the brown suit, with a touch of reproach in his voice, claims she is too fixated on her own interests. The opponent, visibly confused, looks at him carefully as if trying to understand the reason for such a harsh remark. The man moves on to more direct accusations, reminding her that she has almost completely alienated herself from the team. Concluding her thought, Sue firmly states that she judges others without having the slightest idea of their capabilities. The young girl, lowering her gaze to the vast landscape of mountains, tries to justify her lack of understanding. She recalls the Golden Lion clan's plans to conquer the Iron Mountains, seeing it as their ambition to take the lead across the continent. In a confident voice, the Academy student argues that the new clans will not be able to catch up to the power of the elders, knowing that access to knowledge and resources lies only in the hands of a select few. Her voice, trembling with emotion, breaks into a reproach. Why he does not see the obvious. From her point of view, the choice to refuse the offered power seems unthinkable. He slowly turns around, leaving behind the slight tension that hangs in the air after his words. The narrative in the guy's head switches to a story describing the rapid rise and subsequent fall of a clan once considered the most powerful on the continents. In their quest to achieve greatness, their path was marred by many obstacles, from internal conflicts to allied rebellions. The final chapter of this tragic story concludes with the failure of the expedition, which was the spark to start the devastating wars between the alliances. He asks if she has thought about what it means to be a worthy candidate for such a demanding role, looking at her intently and tilting her head slightly. The girl straightened tensely and shifted her gaze, a mixture of reproach and determination in her eyes, emphasizing her vulnerability. She turns around abruptly and, raising her voice, throws an accusation at him, doubting his ability to be someone she can truly trust. The young man closes his eyes and remains silent, as if weighing his words before continuing the conversation. His face expresses seriousness when he says that he wanted to be an impenetrable support for her, but realizes that he couldn't live up to his expectations. Han Buell stares intently into the distance, realizing the gravity of what has been said, and her figure seems small against the high wall in the vast sky. 2 days have passed and the graduates are gathering at the academy gate. Soo Hyun is standing a little aside, looking at the bluish glow of the hologram thoughtfully. The group approaches him with questions about his future plans, their joyful voices a stark contrast to his pensive silence. After voicing his plans about declining all invitations, he shifts his gaze to the three companions. Those look at each other, and despite the confusion, their faces gradually show determination, as if this decision had been made long ago. Raising his hand with a confident smile, one of them speaks for the entire group, assuring them that they will follow him. The protagonist freezes for a moment, as if not expecting to hear such words, but his expression becomes more focused. The man turns around at the voice, hearing his name, and remarks with slight embarrassment. Figures appear near the massive gate. Among them, a familiar silhouette stands out, walking confidently but not hurriedly, as if deliberately giving time to realize its presence. The long-haired man, eyebrows slightly raised, praises the group's efforts in recent weeks. After a brief dialogue, the gaze of the two leaders crosses, and in that silent exchange, a mutual understanding is born. Wu Jungmin's suggestion to linger in the same group seems pretty reasonable. Working together with his team could make the dungeon cleanup much easier, but Soo Hyun is in no hurry to make a decision. Meanwhile, recent comrades in misfortune, as always, do not miss the opportunity to joke with each other. Gradually, a light argument escalates into a noisy altercation that threatens to escalate into a minor scuffle if someone doesn't intervene in time. The man with the long hair smiles demurely, lowering his gaze as if pondering what he has said, but a soft gesture of his hand betrays his peaceful intent. The protagonist replies with a slight smile, clearly expressing his determination to stay true to his group. Their brief conversation ends with a light handshake, accompanied by brief wishes to take care. In the distance, along the road, you can see a glimpse of the group's silhouettes, a girl with blue hair standing in the distance. Hanbyul stands motionless, her gaze directed into the distance, filled with a mixture of disappointment and unspoken longing, as footsteps of approaching clan members sound from behind. She slowly turns around at the call and nods silently at the mention of the meeting, as if all her concentration is slipping away into other thoughts somewhere else. A heavy sigh involuntarily escapes her lips as she tiredly follows her companions, entering the tall gate that leads into the castle's vast hall. Sunlight brightly illuminates the spacious streets of the city, where ancient architecture and life intertwine in harmony. The cities stretching across the map of the continent are divided into major and minor cities, each connected by common paths that keep them connected and in order. Barbara occupies a central location, serving as a crossing point for trade, communications, and routes leading to the other four main settlements. The northern territories belong to the city of Mule, which stands out for its cold weather and strategic location on the edge of the continent. Mule's compact streets and traditional architecture form a cozy atmosphere, retaining a touch of antiquity and mystery. The blonde-haired young man bowed his head thoughtfully, recalling what he had heard in class about the city's borders and the dangers lurking in its vicinity. The dark-haired young man encourages his comrade with a slight smile, patting him on the shoulder, causing the latter to feel embarrassed joy and slight pride. The serious gaze of the protagonist is directed forward, but in the depths of his eyes lurk subtle notes of tension and focus on the journey ahead. The girls, exchanging disgruntled glances, stare intently at the leader of the group, waiting for an explanation and continuing to question their chosen direction. Soo Hyun ponders that going to the big city is pointless, since all the useful resources have long since been distributed to the strongest players. His gaze stops on the map, which clearly shows that most of the dungeons in this region have already been cleared, and the remaining ones may not justify the time and effort. Realizing the situation, he concludes that the competition in the city will be too high, and it could turn out to be a big problem for their group. The guy with the golden hair suggests waiting for a new expedition, believing it will bring a better chance of success. Soo Hyun talks about how they're rookies and it's wise to stay out of dangerous battles. He gives the example of Barbara, explaining how the city was able to become the center of the continent through hard work. The group leader then concludes that the new territories will be much more dangerous and difficult to survive compared to the current situation. The commander concludes by confidently stating that the city of Mule will be the best place for all of them to start a new chapter of their journey, showing a warm smile. An Hyun raised his head with a confident look, as if assessing his determination and inner strength before the coming trials. The man recalled stories of the rare class of Kopjak that could only be obtained in Mule, imagining the prospects that would open up before him. Thinking about how powerful the rare classes were encouraged him to move forward with even more determination. Hyun, listening carefully to his companion's words, nods approvingly, recognizing the reasonableness of the proposed idea. Amidst a bustling marketplace where people's attention is focused on the upcoming expedition, the argument that there would be less competition and more opportunity in a remote location makes sense given the absence of many of the players employed within the city. Inspired by these words, the companions agree to the proposal, expressing their determination to follow their leader. The girl, hearing that it would be highly unwise to walk, looks at the young man in surprise. The dark-haired guy, calmly explaining the situation, points out that getting to Mule will require using a different mode of transportation. The companion pauses in his musings with a brief smirk, and then, raising his hand, confidently states that the way lies through the portal, the majestic structure of the curved gate towers before them, emitting a bright light. An-hyun cautiously shares his reflections, recalling unpleasant moments from the past and pondering possible complications. The group's commander confidently notes that small settlements like Mule tend to lower their passage prices to attract more travelers. After the question about savings, the group begins to think about their financial situation. Their embarrassed silence turns into a shared moment of realization of limited resources. Soo-hyun notices the sudden silence around him and looks back at his companions in surprise, his soft smile slowly being replaced by a slight worry as he tries to figure out why they were silent. The company of three stands side by side, each immersed in his own thoughts, as if pondering something important. The clear blue sky reflects the silent tension of the group, and despite all past limitations, everyone had savings. The girl holds out a small bag of coins, its contents becoming a symbol of trust and support. The protagonist, slightly puzzled by the unexpected decision of his companions, stares intently at the outstretched bag of money. The red-haired girl, with a slight smile on her face, suggests a more practical approach, saying that it will be easier to avoid unnecessary spending that way. The dark-haired young man, having caught their intentions, thinks for a moment, assessing the advisability of such a decision. The pleasant atmosphere between the comrades against the bright blue sky fills the scene with a sense of unity. Graduates of the academy stand in front of a majestic building, rising against a clear sky. They approach the massive gate surrounding the mysterious gate structure. A flash of light fills everything around it, and a metallic voice announces that the teleportation process has begun. The team finds themselves in a new space with a soft glow all around them. Mule's spacious and light air makes travelers smile. Looking up, the young man carefully assesses his surroundings to make sure that the new place does indeed match his descriptions. The group slowly makes their way to an inn whose sign reads the Courtly Ladies' Tavern, where they plan to set up a base to rest after their long journey. The warm and welcoming look of the building against the tranquil countryside makes everyone feel relieved. They stop in front of an inn sign, surrounded by the quiet of the small town. Remarks about the modesty of the place and its strange atmosphere quickly turn into a discussion, where everyone tries to hide their concern behind a mask of indifference. The appearance of the building reinforces their doubts, its simplicity, and lack of signs of busy life around it, giving the impression that the inn has long been abandoned. With a slight sigh, one of them opens the door, trying to look confident, but you can feel the underlying tension inside. A tall building with a massive sign seems both familiar and distant at the same time. Memories take Soo-hyun to the past, where a dark silhouette with long, waving hair, the look of a woman hiding her emotions behind a veil of hair, seems both cold and mysterious. The warm light falling from the windows of the building seems like a friendly invitation inside, making them quicken their steps and cross the threshold, where perhaps a cozy and welcome respite awaits them. The four travelers entered a cozy inn filled with soft light and the smell of freshly cooked food, creating a feeling of warmth and calm. There was a man lying on the floor in the corner, swaying and mumbling something inaudible, his flushed face and awkward movements showing that he had simply gotten too carried away with his drinking. The woman behind the counter watched him indifferently, only occasionally glancing at those who entered, clearly accustomed to such scenes and not giving them much thought. The young guests, having quickly assessed the situation, exchanged glances in which they could read a slight confusion and a question whether they should stay in this place or move on. The woman with the long curls tilted her head slightly, looking intently in the direction of the guests who had appeared. Her lips pressed together in a barely perceptible, thoughtful smile. She lifts her head as if she's just noticed the noise at the entrance, her gaze becoming lively and surprised as her hand continues to hold the broom. A slight note of curiosity colors her voice as she looks appraisingly at the arrivals, noticing their neat uniforms and distinctive academy uniforms. The young man steps forward and calmly replies, briefly and confidently, stating the need for food and temporary rest, while his comrade, slightly embarrassed, furtively glances at the woman. A woman with long dark hair tilts her head slightly, radiating mild curiosity. The man, still sitting on the floor, clumsily tries to clean himself up, while his face expresses a mixture of shame and confusion. Her eyes glow with genuine warmth, her voice sounding steady and friendly as she turns her head slightly toward the man on the floor. The man continues to sit on the floor, afraid of looking even more ridiculous. The man staggered out of the inn, showering the air with incoherent words, his voice sounding from loud to almost a whisper. Inside, the room was filled with silence, only the soft sound of the hostess's footsteps echoing as she made her way to the table. A girl with purple hair holding a tray stopped by their table, graciously offering a menu and adding that she could cook something special. On the wooden surface of the table, a few sheets of inscribed paper were gently lowered, smelling of homeliness. The black-haired guy, frowning slightly, scrutinizes the menu, not showing that he has already made up his mind. Hearing about his decision instantly brings a smile to the lady, who is clearly pleased with such a confident choice. There is a slight disorder around the tables, and the girls are talking, discussing the strangeness of the situation, as if they sense that something is wrong here. The guy calmly explains that the lack of visitors is due to the expedition. The golden-haired young man turned around slightly and bewilderedly stated that he liked everything here. The bright-haired girl clearly suspected that his words were not so simple, noting the all-too-obvious interest of one of his companions in the tavern hostess. She quietly discussed her suspicions with her younger companion, hinting that there might be something wrong with this woman. A woman with purple curls suddenly approached the table, appearing silently behind her back, making the girl flinch in surprise. The redhead flinched at the sudden touch on her shoulder and turned around with a frightened yet angry look. A woman with long locks of hair with an enigmatic smile and a faint tinge of menace in her voice leaned closer. The girl's eyes widened with shock, as if she had been suddenly blasted by an icy wind in which lurked shadows of vague fear and anxiety. The mysterious girl, as if not noticing the confusion of her interlocutor, uttered her words with such calmness. The young girl felt her body suddenly succumb to a strange stupor, and a frightened look met the woman's confident face. There was a mysterious movement behind him, and the air was filled with a thick purple glow. At the table, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. A reddish light emanated from the magical energy. The man's gaze was full of incredulity and caution as he silently assessed the situation. The red-haired girl felt the touch of thin fingers that held her motionless in panic. The violet-haired woman, possessing grace and cold confidence, leaned closer. Nearby at the table, a man with dark hair watched with slight indifference. The stranger suddenly felt a vague uneasiness, catching a movement or a glance. The man's strong hand sets the glass down on the table, accompanying the gesture with determination, as if foreshadowing the imminent conclusion of what is happening. In a room filled with a tense atmosphere, each participant froze, absorbed in their perception of what was happening. The woman says with a mysterious smile that she'll bring their order now, leaning closer to the red-haired girl. The man with black hair maintains an outward calm, but inside he is evaluating all possible courses of action. A simple but appetizing treat appeared on the table, emanating a light aroma of freshness that beckoned the hungry gathered at the meal. Plates of bread, eggs, and vegetable salad reminded one of the comforts of home, and the sight of them immediately caught the eye of one of the young men. The red-haired girl, not recovering from the recent event, sat a little to the side. Soo-hyun, remaining outwardly unperturbed, carefully watched the woman's every movement. The woman with wavy purple hair turned around, exhaling with slight annoyance. The empty plates on the table were a reminder of the meal they had just finished, and the thought that such an experience would become the norm for everyone. The young man was eager and excited to propose a new plan of action that included exploring the dungeons. The guy with black hair stares coldly at his interlocutor, wondering how seriously he's taking their conversation. The three friends discuss possible names for the clan, bouncing ideas around. A girl who enthusiastically suggests name options faces disapproval from one of the guys. The black-haired guy's final remark about the impossibility of forming a clan is accompanied by his calm voice. The heroes sat around the table, immersed in discussion, and with each word it became clear that their current makeup was not suitable for the creation of a clan. The young man explained with a determined look on his face that mere desire or numbers were not enough to establish a clan. He also shared a memory where he clearly visualized how caravans were formed. The conversation ended with slight awkwardness and laughter, prompted by comments from one of the participants. His gaze, full of focus and tension, betrays an underlying anxiety. The girl sits with her head down, as if hiding her confused look from the others, and her shoulders slump slightly, emphasizing her inner uncertainty. At the table, the tense silence is interrupted when they try to engage her in conversation. She barely moves her lips as if about to say something, but instead of words, only a silent movement of her head. Yujin quietly answers the tense question, but there's an underlying anger in her words and gestures that she no longer tries to contain. At the table, tension builds as the red-haired girl, still stunned by what has happened. Sensei thoughtfully utters what might happen if her intentions were indeed murderous. The atmosphere around them heats up even more when everyone present begins to realize the hidden. The dark-haired man, watching the members of his group, felt that his words did more than just remind the others of their purpose. Shifting his gaze to the girl, he noticed how her quiet assent seemed to be trying to convince herself of the rightness of their path. His attention was drawn to Yu-jun, whose steadfastness and reproachful gaze inspired confidence. Hyun saw in her gestures and gaze an inner struggle, her desire to prove herself and the others. The hero watched with slight wariness the behavior of the red-haired woman, who seemed to reflect on her weaknesses. The boy's gaze lingered briefly on her face, and he noticed a mixture of desperation and determination in her eyes. Inside, the leader remained calm, but he couldn't help but wonder how far his companions were willing to go for the sake of their power. When the red-haired woman looked up at him with a quiet question, he felt the tension building. The guy calmly explained that mana discharge was an internal ability available for everyone to develop. His gaze remained focused when he mentioned that the innkeeper had used the skill. The girl with fiery red hair listened to him with growing enthusiasm, wondering if she too could master this ability. Sensei, noticing the genuine interest in her eyes, briefly assured her that with proper training, each of them could develop this technique. The trainer calmly explained that magical discharges were categorized into 5 types, each with its own unique properties. His voice sounded smooth and confident as he listed the categories, starting with sensitive and exciting. He turned to his companions, calling them by name to get their attention and assign tasks. After making sure everyone was focused, the man motioned for them to disperse around the room to create an illusion that could hide their energy. An Hyun slowed down a bit and took a few steps back. His movements were cautious and smooth. Yu-jun, quickly assessing the situation, confidently climbed onto the nearest table, her gaze staring off into the distance. And Sowell, in an effort to evade any possible threat, hid behind a column, pressing herself firmly against its surface to minimize the likelihood of being seen. Sensei, remaining motionless, waited calmly until the room lit up with the network of red lines he used to control the space. His mana control allowed him to not only understand their location, but also to sense the tension of the space. The young man focused on the mana flows, feeling the energy fluctuations clearly indicate the presence of the russet-haired youth. His attention moved on, and he felt the presence of the girl with the carré, her subtle energy emanating from the southeast side. He clearly caught a glimpse of a red-haired girl emitting a strong pulse, and took her place right behind his back. The teacher, grinning slightly, explained that his abilities were based on a sensitive type of magic. His voice sounded confident as he added that it was not only possible to expand perception with this technique. The boys listened to him with obvious interest, amazed at how this ability could become an invaluable tool. However, the guy emphasized that despite the usefulness of this technique, the sensitive type of magic doesn't always work perfectly. The hero ponders the enemy's ability to act so quickly and unexpectedly. His thoughts shift to the possibility of an attack from an unexpected direction, such as from above. He imagines the enemy being able to mask his presence by mixing his mana with someone else's, making him virtually invisible to sensitivity magic. Rare skills like mana entrapment are used for total submission and control, which instantly brings to mind a recent encounter with the innkeeper. With a calm motion, the man raises 3 fingers, while explaining the essence of the 3rd type of magic and its name, coercive. The words about the ability to suppress the opponent's will through mana mixing create an image of undeniable power. The eerie sense of danger is heightened by the realization that bloodlust can be deliberately put into the mana flow. Reflecting on the importance of mastering this technique emphasizes that, without the skill of taking hold, it is impossible to resist coercion. The dark-haired young man coldly explains that mastering coercion is impossible without thorough training. He reminds everyone present of the importance of being able to maintain mana sensitivity for long periods of time. One of the listeners clarifies with obvious disbelief how long it will take to master the basic level. Citing his own experience, the lad mentions how he devoted night hours to training at the academy, under the keen supervision of an instructor. Coach, tilting his head slightly, says his words confidently. The 3 friends are standing close to him, listening attentively, with different emotions on their faces, some of them thinking about what they have heard with interest. The guy with the golden hair smirks, squinting his eyes and tilting his head slightly sideways. A girl with bright red hair squints her eyes and replies with a slight chuckle. The girl with brown hair clenched her fists and spoke her resolve quietly but confidently. Sunlight softly illuminates the group standing at the entrance to the new room, and the leader confidently offers to get to work. A heavy weariness hangs in the room as the young man and girls fall exhausted on the wooden beds and floor. Amidst the sounds of complaining and moaning, the young girl sitting on the floor can no longer seem to hold herself up and struggles to fight the coming nausea. Warm sunlight softly illuminates the village, making the roofs of the houses and the crowns of the trees sparkle with golden hues. Soo-hyun gazes at the skyline, pondering where the people might have gone. His attention is drawn to the idea of a player vault, which he thinks is the first place to look. With confident steps, the guy in the academy uniform heads towards one of the buildings, convinced that the place he's looking for is somewhere very close by. As he approaches the glowing portal, the dark-haired boy feels a soft flicker of magic flowing from it. His figure disappears in the swirl of light surrounding the passage, and the thin lines of magical symbols seem to welcome him into uncharted space. Once inside the vault, the hero looks around, noticing the futuristic interface elements. Remembering the potions he had bought, the man activates the panel to check their status. A man immersed in a stream of bright blue light extends both hands toward the shimmering symbols. Taking a deep breath, he activates the item, and a glowing text informs him that he has received a significant amount of points, as if a reward for his work. Applying the next elixir, the mage watches his stamina index grow, filling his body with new strength and confident resilience. The last action is completed by using a mysterious elixir that adds 1 skill point. The young man watches the emerging interface lightly, studying each element of it. Frowning his eyebrows slightly, he pauses at the line, listing his current parameters, realizing how much there is still to improve. Lingering his gaze on the undistributed glasses, the man considers whether or not it's a resource worth utilizing right now. A barely perceptible smile runs across his face as he contemplates whether or not to take the remaining items from the vault. Soo-hyun calmly adjusts the belt on his belt, holding the bag of money, pondering the need to purchase the right equipment for the upcoming tasks. His thoughts are centered on the fact that an order placed today will avoid delays and get everything he needs on time. The man stares off into the distance, figuring out what items to include so that they are fully compliant. He pauses for a moment, as if contemplating the final touch to a plan before continuing on his way. The dark-haired boy slowly circles his surroundings, thoughtfully fixing his thoughts on the coming battle and the time that remains before it begins. The municipal library building looms in front of him, bright rays of sunlight illuminating its facade, emphasizing the grandeur of this place of knowledge. A week passed, and during that time he immersed himself in the painstaking preparations that had become an integral part of his plan. His figure is leaning over a desk, illuminated by the soft light of a lantern, and the stacks of books and papers around him create an atmosphere of hard work. The man, focused on his research, does not take his eyes off the old maps and records spread out before him. A sudden voice at the door causes him surprise, but recognizing the familiar intonation, he calmly invites the entrant in. The girl, with a slight insistence to come closer, begins to talk about her desire for something equally special from him. Her voice becomes more insistent, and her footsteps sound closer and closer. Approaching the table, she places her hand on its surface. The girl speaks with slight irritation about how Ansal is a masterful coin flip. In a calm tone, he explains that such training helps develop a sense of control, and restraint magic plays an important role in maintaining harmony. She mentions that she and Anhyun were recommended to continue working on developing their feelings. After a brief conversation, the girl, not hiding her slight disappointment, lowers her head on the table. The old lines on the manuscript page, covered in cryptic symbols and diagrams, are mildly disturbing. The red-haired girl leaned toward him, looking at the book with interest, trying to figure out what it was about. Listening carefully and nodding, he draws a line on the map with a pencil, connecting dots and marking places that might hide something important to their future. A focused gaze directed at the map gives away his thoughts, where plans to fight monsters take a backseat to a more important task. The man explains that he studies ancient texts, looking for references to dungeons and hidden locations. Yoo-jun, eyeing the stacks of books around him, hesitantly asks if there's any chance of actually finding anything of value in these old records. Her companion admits he's not sure he'll succeed, but adds that he'll do his best. As he does so, he reflects that his search is like hunting for a needle in a haystack. But the mention of an alchemical laboratory and a dungeon makes him wonder. The red-haired girl hurriedly hides behind the door, throwing over her shoulder that she needs to continue practicing her senses. The researcher sinks heavily into a chair, resting his elbow on the table and bowing his head slightly. His gaze clings to a barely visible mark on the map, and then his eyes widen slightly. Carefully studying the map with red lines crisscrossing the mountains and forests, Soo-hyun confidently pronounces that he has finally hit the trail. The man looks at the map and squints slightly, as he ponders that he needs to verify for himself the veracity of the information he has found. Running his finger over the old map, the guy stops at the marked spot, noting that it matches the description of an ancient alchemist's dungeon. His attention moves to another corner of the map, detailing ruins that he thinks might belong to a forgotten laboratory. The man quietly decides that more data about the dungeon will need to be gathered first. The space around him fills with an alien energy, and there is a hum in the air. A mysterious red glow spills behind the massive wooden door, and her silhouette, shrouded in gloom, stands motionless against it. The dark-haired man turns his head toward the door, sensing the change in atmosphere. The door slowly ajar, letting a streak of light onto the floor, and he hears a muffled female voice discreetly asserting her presence. The sound of the lady's footsteps echoed down the corridor, echoing off the walls and adding to the tension in the surrounding silence as she steadily approached her target. The mysterious woman's voice sounded calm and even soft, but there was a hidden power and superiority in every word. A name that was impossible to forget suddenly popped up in his thoughts: the Shadow Queen Go Yongju, who was among the most powerful players of the Infernal Path. Images of 10 legendary figures, each of whom had earned the title of the greatest master of their respective realm, appeared before the boy's eyes. There's a flicker of detachment in the young man's gaze as his thoughts begin to piece together. The girl with purple hair remains motionless, allowing time to pass through her image. Her presence seems strangely ordinary, but memories of the past make him recall the shadows of her role in their shared history. Soo-hyun can't understand how a woman who will one day become strong and cuddly could find a place in such a quiet corner. The man frowns and asks a question that sounds strained and perplexed, as if he's trying to understand her true motives for appearing at this moment. Her gaze, full of a mysterious glow, stops on her interlocutor. The expression on the dark-haired man's face changed with every passing moment. The uninvited guest's gaze stops on an ancient book surrounded by a slight glow. The woman, looking attentively at the interlocutor, unobtrusively touches his shoulder. Her question sounds both simple and with a slight note of hidden interest. The man, slightly lowering his gaze and keeping his voice calm, replies with a shadow of wistfulness, speaking of his intention to leave the city the very next morning. An old table, illuminated by the soft light of a lamp, reveals a map with dots and lines marked on it. The mysterious girl, silently pondering what she has heard, looks away. In tense silence, she spoke his name, emphasizing the freshness of his experience and undeniable talent. The surprise in the boy's gaze was almost immediately replaced by confusion as he tried to figure out how the girl knew so many details about his life. Her eyes flashed a bright violet hue, reminding her of some hidden ability she had used back then. Thinking back to the events at the table, noting how the newcomers reacted to the force, their leader was suddenly able to apply the rupture. The innkeeper recalled watching his actions closely for days. The young man, as if struggling with his own thoughts, froze for a moment before turning away discreetly. He stopped abruptly, as if about to say something, but froze, pressing his lips together nervously, as if trying to suppress emotion. The violet-haired girl's lips curved into a slight smile, almost imperceptible, but it read superiority. The woman leaned her head closer to him and noted with a soft chuckle that he was hiding something. Soo-hyun felt her palms encircle his face, making it impossible to look away. Her smile became even more penetrating when she offered to tell him about her secret. The dark-haired boy's attempt to say something was cut short. The woman's deep gaze, filled with easy warmth and understanding, penetrates his soul. Words begin to tumble from his lips, as if an unseen force is pushing to reveal what he's been hiding for so long. But doubt still struggles inside. The lady's eyes, glowing purple, scrutinized his every move. The guy's facial expression changes dramatically, becoming cold and confident as he talks about how much he adores shadows. Go Yeonju's gaze instantly changes, and a shadow of surprise appears in her eyes as she realizes that her influence has been suddenly and unceremoniously cut off. The surprise on the woman's face becomes even more obvious, as if she believes that someone could so easily disrupt her plans and take away her control. Suddenly, the surroundings react to an internal pulse, reporting the activation of a unique skill. The message of turning on the third eye and the eye of temptation confirms the seriousness of the situation and the readiness for action. The guy in workout clothes notes the beauty of the shadow with a slight smile, thus causing her to have an instant reaction mixed of surprise and slight confusion. The woman, hearing his unexpected words, freezes, her gaze expressing an inner struggle. She takes a step back as if trying to distance herself from his words and regain control of the situation. Her eyes go wide, filled with determination and denial, as if she's about to refute everything that's been said. The innkeeper looked at the young man tensely, realizing that any resistance could lead to disastrous consequences. Soo-hang slowly lowered his hand as if giving her a chance to catch her breath, but the tension in the air did not dissipate. Her status information was displayed on the table in front of him, where her attributes and unique abilities confirmed her power and danger. The guy who activated the ability was taken by surprise when he realized that the player's stats were almost reaching the limit of what was possible. The man's look changes. There is a confidence in him, accompanied by a realization of his power. His hand clenched into a fist, awakening an inner strength and confidence in his ability to withstand it, regardless of the outcome. Thoughts are replaced by strategy. The player assesses her potential as an ally, but admits that the Shadow Lord could become a serious threat if she refuses to cooperate. The Shadow Queen, amazed by his knowledge of her, stiffens in mild confusion. The dark-haired man, with a slight chuckle on his face, notes the girl's resemblance to the shadows. The hero slowly brings his hand to her hair, as if to say something in her ear, while her gaze remains wary and slightly anxious. Go Yanju faintly lowers her eyes as if assessing her situation. The man, with barely concealed menace in his voice, asks her to avoid mistakes, hinting that her future actions could lead to undesirable consequences. The spacious courtyard is flooded with soft sunlight, amidst which the sight of wooden roofs stands out. The young men dressed in simple uniforms look at the gift with genuine interest. One of them reaches out and gingerly takes the weapon, constructed of wood and metal, as if trying on its weight and comfort. The last gift turns out to be a finely shaped sword, its steel gleaming in the light. The group's attention is drawn to the staff, which the girl with the rack is turning in her hands with interest. The red-haired guy holding the spear enthusiastically shows how it fits perfectly in his palm. The dark-haired guy calmly explains with a slight smile that he spent the money previously entrusted to him to buy equipment. Three young warriors, armed with the weapons they received, stand shoulder to shoulder. The inn building, with its solid wooden walls and sturdy doors, looks quiet. Sensei glances at his charges with a confident smile, his facial expression indicating that he knows where they are headed. The leader of the group calmly announces that today their journey lies into a forest that hides darkness and danger. Under a bright sky where clouds slowly floated on the horizon, the caravan of heroes was confirmed and set off. The road, winding through green hills and shady trees, took them farther and farther away. An unfolded map, riddled with markings and notations, indicated their route. Soo-hyun gazed intently at the map, thinking about the path and the obstacles they would have to overcome. Tall trees intertwined with their crowns create a thick, almost impenetrable veil in which sunlight dissolves. The companions, looking around, notice the greenery around them becoming more intense. One of them observes that in this place the night seems especially gloomy, as if the darkness itself were thicker and denser. The man stops and points forward with a raised hand, signaling for everyone to stand by and remain calm despite the growing sense of danger. Human footprints are visible underfoot, and the trampled grass seems a clear sign that someone has recently passed through here. The guy's gaze becomes sharp and focused as his ability activates. The rest of the participants watch carefully, trying not to distract him. Bright lines emphasize details hidden from the ordinary eye, creating a strange and suspenseful atmosphere. The leader of the caravan, concentrating on studying the dented trail on the ground, noted that the grass had been dented very recently. Using his tracking ability, he detected an energy trail, confirming that a caravan of 5 or 6 had moved through the area recently. The group discussed with growing interest how he had managed to master such a unique ability not common to his class. Assessing the situation, the hero concluded that the caravan had probably been here 2 or 3 days ago. A girl with red hair peered into the darkness, her words making the others wonder about the possibility of other people being present. The young man in the red cloak assesses the situation, pondering the tracks leading into the woods and the lack of exit signs. The group discusses the possibility that previous travelers may have left the forest by a different route. The man with dark hair concludes that they have gone deep enough and urges extreme caution. A faint rustling could be heard in the dark green of the forest, as if unseen figures were moving close by. The teacher, without taking his eyes off his surroundings, gives clear orders, dividing up the roles so that everyone is ready for the imminent clash with the approaching monsters. Saul's voice shook with surprise and fear, but she did her best to follow directions, moving to the center. The atmosphere heated up when the leader, without turning around, once again reiterated his instructions with firmness. A barely audible crunch of grass underfoot resounds in the air, causing everyone in the group to freeze. The girl with the brown hair clutching the staff feels her spells begin to obey the call of her intuition. The squad instinctively takes a defensive stance, each member slowly drawing their weapons, adjusting for the upcoming fight. The red-cloaked fighter grips the hilt of his sword tightly, focusing his gaze on the dark horizon line. A red glow surrounded the figure as abilities activated one by one, lines appeared in the air. The young man standing a little apart from the others felt uneasy, as if the silence of the forest hid something more than his eyes could detect. A flash of light cut through the darkness, a bright sound echoed around them, and an attack that ripped through the air headed towards one of the travelers. The young man, reacting first, raised his weapon, fending off the sudden blow, but the tension did not subside as the enemy threat still hovered around. The commander, with a sharpness in his voice, directs them not to dodge, but to fend off the blows. demanding maximum concentration and discipline from everyone to avoid mistakes that could cost them their lives. He turns to Yujun, demanding that she not retreat but boldly block the attack, emphasizing the importance of control and composure in such tense moments. The sharp remarks continue, forcing each member of the group to act coherently, listening to his instructions, which sound like the command of an experienced leader who does not tolerate delay. His voice fills the space with confidence and toughness, spurring them to action, reminding them that the outcome of the entire battle depends on their clear response. The priestess tries to focus, but a sudden sense of danger causes her to look away, her gaze filled with fear and uncertainty for a moment, before she continues to hold the staff, trying to deal with the growing threat around her. The young girl raises her staff, concentrating on activating the magic. But her attention is suddenly disturbed by a swift movement that makes her hand shake involuntarily, and the spell becomes unstable, reflected on her face with confusion. Her eyes widen in horror as the spell spirals out of control, breaking her defenses and leaving her open to attack, her breathing becoming ragged and the realization of her own mistake literally paralyzing. The commander notices her confusion and reacts angrily, mentally blaming her for interrupting her concentration. And his anger is mixed with the tension of a situation requiring immediate intervention. A bright flash of energy is accompanied by a deafening sound, destroying the nearest monsters and enveloping everything around it in a scarlet-purple glow that blinds everyone in the area for a moment. The hero, clutching the hilt of his sword, examines the tattered remains of the huge scorpions, whose poisonous tails still make an ominous hissing sound, poisoning the air. The chief among the group recalls lessons at the academy, mentioning the deadly poison contained in the tails of these monsters, and warns the others to be careful to avoid direct contact. The golden-haired young man, gripped by confusion, hears a remark about his inattention, after which his gaze becomes more focused and he prepares for his next attack. Soo-hyun looks reproachfully at Lee Yu-jun, rebuking her for trying to dodge instead of blocking the blows and protecting the others. His voice sounds cold, but there is an underlying irritation in it. An Sowell, who has taken the support role, is astonished to realize her mistake and tries to justify herself, but the commander is quick to cut off any explanation, ordering her to immediately return to her defensive formation and restore order. Darkness thickens around the heroes, surrounded by dense trees, and strange rustles and sounds warn them that the monsters do not act alone, but seek to use their forces together to attack. The experienced player recognizes to himself that underestimation of the opponent and inattention in building a strategy led to such consequences. His face becomes focused, and tense muscles show readiness for further struggle. The golden-haired lanceman's hair mussed slightly as he desperately tried to explain his actions. But the tense expression on his face only emphasized his inner conflict and confusion. The red-haired girl bit her lip, feeling an agonizing sense of guilt, and her eyes glazed over in a mixture of fear and determination, as if she was trying to find the right words to justify her decision. The mage girl's gaze was full of despair as she thought about the possible consequences of her mistake, her mind scrolling through scraps of thoughts that rang like alarm bells. Torn scorpion shells soaked in poisonous fumes lay in the grass as a silent reminder of the deadly danger barely avoided. In front of them lay the wreckage of the destroyed creatures, from which emanated a faint but ominous purple haze that hinted at mortal danger. The realization of their blunders caused him shock mixed with anger, for their actions jeopardized not only the success of the mission, but the safety of the entire group. They looked at him with downcast eyes, realizing their guilt, and almost chorally uttered an apology that didn't seem to sound sincere enough. The leader held back his emotions with an effort, trying to keep his composure, but in his gaze, he read a mixture of reproach and the weight of forced responsibility. The man, looking into the faces of his companions, tensely explains that his concern for them has been constant since they entrusted him with the role of mentor, but he is frustrated by their inability to realize the ideals he had hoped to see. His every word hits them like a whip, reminding them that their behavior was not only disgraceful, but completely unacceptable to those who dared to call themselves part of his team. His voice gets harsher as he lists their mistakes, blaming it on the broken formation and the sudden stopping of the spell that nearly got them all killed, and adds that it borders on treachery. The man, not hiding his anger, continues to berate them for being distracted by little things and looking around instead of cohesion, creating chaos instead of coordination, which only made an already hard fight more difficult. The leader bitterly admits that their behavior in this battle raises doubts about their training, as if they hadn't even completed their training at the academy, adding that if more opponents were here, they would all be doomed. By directing his gaze at them, the hero explicitly asks if they realize how catastrophic their performance was and emphasizes that their actions could have led to the death of the entire team. All three, shoulders slumped and slumped, only silently admit their guilt, trying not to meet his stern gaze, which continues to burn through them with his judgmental words. The commander finishes his tirade, noting with caustic irony that after all that has happened, he even has a desire to return to a quiet life in his hometown, leaving the chaos of their failed battle behind. The redhead lowers her head, clutching the hilt of her weapon, and struggles to utter an apology, feeling guilty for her mistakes and realizing how much she has disappointed him. The girl in the white cloak, clutching her staff to her chest, timidly looks at him and quietly apologizes, hoping her words will help restore at least partial trust. The golden-haired guy, crumpled and regretful, tries to apologize, realizing that their actions may have cost the entire group too much. His gaze remains focused and cold, but after a moment, he gives a clear order to regroup, deciding to change his approach to prevent past mistakes from happening again. The group of fighters listen intently to explanations that emphasize how important it is for everyone to be in their own place so that their protective triangle formation remains stable and secure. The guy with the dark hair sternly explains that the triangle has vulnerabilities, and only the combined efforts of all team members will avoid the destruction of their defensive formation. The girl in the yellow cloak listens intently to the words, feeling a significant amount of responsibility resting on her shoulders to keep the teamwork balanced. By folding their fingers in the shape of a triangle, the companion clearly shows that even the slightest mistake by one could ruin their entire strategy, and encourages everyone to focus entirely on defending their position. Anhyun, trying to keep his companion's attention, reminds them with conviction that keeping the team building is a priority that cannot be jeopardized under any circumstances. The serious voice of the guy in red sounded a warning for each of them to go beyond simple defense, but to use their senses to anticipate their enemy's attacks and find their weaknesses to avoid unnecessary mistakes. He points out that breaking their unified structure could have disastrous consequences for Saul, who has an important role to play in their strategy, emphasizing everyone's responsibility for the overall outcome. Hyun's last words are filled with sincerity as he admits that he is upfront not only as a leader, but also to personally protect them all, making it clear that his determination is their hope for survival. The other three, noticing the dark-haired guy's actions, look around in bewilderment, not understanding his intentions as he continues to move forward. Stopping surrounded by dense trees, the young man silently surveys the space around him, his intense gaze and slight movement of his hand to the hilt of his sword indicating readiness for action. A red glow fills the space around him as the fighter draws his sword, and the glint of the blade intensifies, cutting through the surrounding darkness as a sign of his determination. The energy flowing from the weapon becomes almost palpable, filling the air with tension as the guy prepares for his next move, fully focused on his target. The swordsman strikes sharply at the massive stone, from the cracks of which a bright light begins to ooze out, as if warning that something unusual lurks within. The sword, enveloped in scarlet energy, easily cut through the stone, and from there the body of the man who had been hiding in the shelter, but no longer showing signs of life, fell with a thud. Realizing that his blow was fatal, the guy freezes, looking at the lifeless body, realizing that the one who was hiding never had time to fight back. A stranger suddenly appears out of the darkness, his face twisted with rage and his movements abrupt and aggressive, as if he cannot accept what he has seen. A man with short hair, mad with anger, yells at the guy in the red coat, accusing him of murder, while the red-haired girl tenses up, her hand ready to grab the weapon. His angry words are full of despair. He doesn't understand how their carefully hidden group was discovered and blames everyone for underestimating the enemy. The stranger with the staff tries to reassure him, coldly noting that the situation is out of control because of their mistake. But there is no fear in his eyes, only determination. The leader of the group turns around, his gaze remaining calm, but the tone in his voice becoming harsher as he reminds the others of the vagrants and tells them to be on standby. The girl in yellow confidently reminds the group of the advantage of numerical advantage and preparation, while urging them to stay focused and remember their primary objective. The young man, with a cold determination in his gaze, points out the need to ignore emotions and treat opponents as dangerous creatures devoid of humanity. The girl with the staff, stunned to realize that the people in front of them were not mindless monsters, but people just like them. A woman with long blue hair, filled with rage, commands her allies to attack without hesitation. A bright light burst out from the magic staff, its golden glow instantly dispelling the darkness, as if tearing the space between the shadows. Rays of light break through the thick foliage of the trees, illuminating the forest, turning dark corners into glowing islands, where everything stands still in anticipation. One of the fighters, squinting against the blinding glare, covers his eyes with his hand, mentally realizing that this technique is not just deception, but part of a clever tactic. Golden sparks shook in the air, and a mixed expression of surprise and dismay appeared on the faces of their enemies. Enemies closely observed the unexpected behavior of their opponents, noting how their focus on their senses replaces their normal vision. The young sorceress, clutching the staff, lowers her gaze slightly, straining to explain that using her senses allows her to perceive her surroundings, even with her eyes closed. The enraged foe rushes forward, his weapon glinting in the light, intent on delivering a crushing blow. The redhead calmly intercepts her enemy's movement, raising her blade, and their weapons collide with a loud sound filling the space. The resounding blows of weapons resound. Steel blades clash with the might of shields, and every swing and block fills the air with the tension of a brutal battle. A fierce battle unfolded between the rivals, each blow like the embodiment of accumulated tension and determination. The opponent's realization of the newcomer's mastery of the sense technique confuses him for a moment. Scarlet blood gushed from the body of the stricken fighter, his silhouette abruptly silenced, cutting off another round of fierce confrontation. His gaze, filled with cold determination, glided across the battlefield, searching for weaknesses in his opponent's actions and instantly assessing the situation around him. A second of his opponent's delay turned out to be a fatal mistake, and Hyun, maneuvering with incredible speed, dodged the furious blow. The heavy weapon, flying at an alarming speed, shattered the air with a crackling sound. The clinking of blades echoed among the trees, and the red-haired girl, clutching the hilt of her weapon, withstood the onslaught. Yujin swiftly tilts her head downwards, dodging the swift kick that almost cleaved her. Her blade ignites in her hand, reflecting purple flashes of light. She delivers a powerful counterpunch aimed straight at her opponent. Tension peaks as her opponent merges into a whirlwind of attacks, their weapons clashing. However, a sudden spurt of blood obscures her view, and the young girl barely keeps her balance as her body begins to fall. Tension builds as the girl with the two blades clenches her teeth resolutely despite her fatigue. Her body moves at lightning speed as if obeying her intuition, and the sword in her hands blazes with bright energy. The blue-haired girl looks back at the battlefield and is horrified to realize that her allies have fallen one by one. Her hands begin to tremble, but she clutches the staff, determined to make the decision to run, while beginning to cast the spell. The hooded girl shouts out a spell, her voice sounding determined and a little desperate. Her blue-haired opponent freezes in bewilderment, suddenly realizing that her movements are becoming slow and stiff. Thoughts begin to rush through the captive girl's mind, disbelief at what has happened overlapping with panic. Tension fills the air, and the magical glow around the caster reaches its peak. The silence around them seems unnaturally loud as they stunned look at the bodies lying motionless, realizing that they are the ones who took their lives. The golden-haired warrior breathed heavily, and there was a flicker of fear in his eyes, mixed with incomprehension of how they had gotten to this point, forcing themselves to become assassins. The girl in white slowly lowered her staff, her hands trembling and one thought pulsing in her head: they had crossed the border. The redhead looks bitterly at the bloody swords, feeling the heavy realization growing inside that even victory leaves behind only emptiness. The young man, fixing his hair, says in a calm and confident tone that perseverance and training can make them stronger. The girl with blue hair lying on the ground realizes their defeat and says that lack of preparation was the reason for their failure. The young man in the red cloak, assessing what happened, observes that underestimating the enemy was crucial to their victory. The weak voice of the opponent who had fallen to the ground begs for mercy, and her trembling arm stretches out in a gesture of helplessness. The wanderer falls to the ground in despair, her gaze full of fear and pleading at the opponents before her. The boot suddenly comes down on her hand, causing her to cry out in pain, and the gesture is the final warning to the captive girl. The unfortunate one hastily assures that she acted not of her own free will, but under threats from her former allies. Soo-hyun calmly utters that their tasks will get easier each time, urging everyone to remain cool and focused. The man with the short hair is a calm but firm reminder that you can't be soft on your enemy. His voice sounds threatening when he adds that anyone who shows leniency will regret it bitterly later. The sword smoothly emerges from its sheath, making a sharp metallic sound as his palm grips the hilt tightly, ready to finish what he started. The next moment, a bright scarlet splash breaks the darkness, leaving a trail of determination on the ground. that leaves no room for doubt about his words. A young man covered in a scarlet cloak bowed his head and disdainfully noticed the commotion. A flicker of doubt flashed in his gaze, but he quickly pulled himself together, straightening up and looking around at his surroundings with an appraising gaze. A tense silence hung between them as the three young men in light-colored clothing stood hesitantly before him, their gazes darting between each other. The bloody footprints on the ground and his scarlet cloak enhanced the atmosphere of relentlessness. He suddenly realized that he may have overreached in his methodicalness and cruelty. The girl with the blades looks at the traces of the battle and remembers how the enemy, having laid down their weapons, begged for mercy. The golden-haired young man breathed heavily, looking back at his companions and fallen enemies. A young girl in a white cloak stands clutching a staff in her hands, silent, her gaze wandering in the void, reflecting the inner conflict between duty and humanity. The man in the red cloak with the bloodstains turns to his companions, his voice sounding firm despite his fatigue. He tries to remind them who their real enemy is. The man's gaze froze in intense concentration as he sensed something ominous approaching. The leader briefly and clearly commanded the people gathered nearby to activate their senses and rally into a defensive formation. The dark green forest ahead seemed vast and silent, but in its silence lurked a threat, making the air grow heavier and heavier. Determination flared in the boy's mind, and the danger around him seemed to intensify this inner heat, reflecting his readiness to face anything. Prolonged and chilling howls came from all directions, diluting the red darkness of the forest. A thought flashed through the commander's mind about the number of enemies who seemed to be. One of the allies turned to the leader, clenching his teeth with excitement, clearly showing that he understood the gravity of the situation. The tense whispering of those who remained followed the resolute action of the group, for they were united by the realization that retreat would lead to imminent doom. The muffled stomping and rushing forward gave away the appearance of swift predators whose powerful paws flashed in the greenish glare of the light. The tense gazes of all three are fixed on what is happening, each preparing for the inevitable clash by keeping close to each other. The realization slips into their thoughts that prolonging this fight will only make things worse, taking away their strength. By giving out clear instructions, the chief warrior assumes the role of a shield, building allies around him. The wolves are rapidly closing the distance, their eyes burning with sinister fire and their paws silently touching the ground, leaving behind a barely visible trail in the thick fog. The caravan instinctively shrinks, each member preparing for a confrontation, the tension between them more palpable than ever. The leader clutched his sword, his gaze focused and cold. He had already made up his mind to act decisively. The moment the enemies come very close, he makes a lightning leap forward, leaving only the scarlet movement of his cloak behind him. Su Heng's rage-filled gaze focused on the surrounding monsters, and his hand instinctively reached for his sword. The bloody whirlwind flared around in a chaotic rhythm, emphasizing the hero's every move. His figure froze for a moment as the cold air burned his skin, the noise of battle still ringing in his ears, mixed with the eerie growls of the remaining monsters. A strong man shrouded in a purple glow stood among the corpses, his cloak fluttering as if reflecting a storm. A grim smile appeared on his face, and a strange combination of determination and obsession flashed in his eyes. The wolves, stained with blood, snarling and showing their fangs, did not retreat like predators, sensing the proximity of their target. The warrior's gaze, full of hatred and cruelty, seemed to tell everyone around him that nothing would stop his rage and desire to destroy his enemies. The beasts roared forward, their movements like a whirlwind ready to crush everything in its path. But he was already ready for the decisive blow. The predators, wounded and maddened with fear, rush in different directions, giving way to the one who has already become the embodiment of terror for them. A man soaked in the blood of his enemies stands with a crooked, almost insane smile, his gaze blazing with something inexplicable. The sound of a voice full of anxiety and despair comes from behind him, breaking his silent self-sufficiency, causing him to turn his head slightly toward the group. Those watching him stand in confusion, their faces reflecting worry and fear for someone who seems to have already crossed the line. He purposely pretends his strength is running low, lowering his head and letting out a heavy sigh to make those around him believe he is vulnerable. An inner voice tells him the need to hide his true power. A glance at the concerned faces of the group awakens his share of guilt, but he realizes that ostentatious weakness is now. His strength begins to wane, and as he tries to keep his balance, he drops to one knee, feeling the mana leave his body. The golden-haired comrade, holding a potion bottle, offers help, and his voice sounds confident. The red-haired companion comes closer, her eyes wide with a mixture of anger and fear. She doesn't believe the explanation and insists that something has happened to him. The young man stands tensely, his face contorted with inner tension, and he urges everyone to calm down. The young healer, stunned by what is happening, realizes with surprise and slight horror that the strange smoke coming from the boy. Yujun persistently tries to get closer to him, but her sudden movement causes the others to panic. The girl in the white cloak apologizes with a slight smile, explaining that she needs to check the magical circulation. He feels the heat that grips him from the inside out, making him grit his teeth and hold up his hands. The girl's frightened eyes catch an anomaly in his magical energy, which seems to have lost its balance and started acting like a deranged force. Upon hearing the explanation that his mana is out of control, his friends freeze in amazement, realizing the gravity of the situation and worrying about his condition. The priestess, remaining calm, states that this is a severe case of mana inversion, explaining that such a phenomenon is extremely dangerous and rare among mages. She goes on to say that mana inversion occurs due to overuse of magical energy. Concluding her explanation, the girl with the care insists that, without immediate treatment from an experienced mage or priest, they risk losing control of the situation. The group huddles around the emaciated hero, and the cloaked girl looks at him anxiously, expressing her despair aloud. The dark-haired guy draws on all his will and asks the others to remain calm, trying to prevent panic. In a tense situation, the heroine's sudden movement, accompanied by strong emotion, betrays her fear and determination not to let the situation worsen. Despite the pain and obvious exhaustion, the guy takes a step forward, asserting his ability to go on. The young man turns away, his voice sounding hoarse but firm. He tries to reassure his companions. His friends look at him with concern, especially An Hyun, who hesitantly remarks that it would be better to go back. The man explains that he is going to suppress the magical instability through meditation, assuring the others. The fighter sinks to the ground, assuming a calm posture, his breathing becoming measured. The guy finally gets his long-awaited opportunity for some quiet time. He clenches his hand tightly into a fist, focusing on his goals and mentally recalling the moments that brought him to his current situation. The hero decides to use this moment of calm to activate the ability and continue searching for traces of the caravan that had previously left obvious footprints in their path. His consciousness is filled with energy as the third eye opens, allowing him to see hidden aspects of reality that were previously inaccessible. Red threads of mana swirled between the trees, filling the air with tension and reflecting its ominous breath. The swaying energy became more and more intense, making the leaves tremble as if in foreboding of impending calamity. Dark streams filled the space around them, mixing with flashes of fire, turning the forest into a mystical and frightening sight. The figures folded into a circle froze in anticipation, scrutinizing the surroundings, while he was immersed in meditation and hidden by a veil of energy. The red-haired girl quietly reflects on how he drained his magic to protect them. His actions, which at first seemed unacceptable, now make sense, for it was his determination that made them survive that brutal ambush. A heavy silence accompanied the realization that without his quick reactions and ability to act decisively, they wouldn't have made it. The redhead is adamant that from now on they must be stronger and stand on their feet confidently to be a worthy support for each other. The young man with the golden hair discreetly analyzes his conflicting emotions as he recalls recent events. The red-haired girl looks down at her trembling hands and ponders how her brother's depleted magic saved them all. The girl's inner monologue is gradually replaced by determination, her face coming alive with the realization that she must learn to be useful to those she cares about. Concentrating, she touches the ground, feeling the flow of magic around her, and channels her energy with effort. A wave of golden light slowly fills the space, turning the familiar forest into a shimmering fantasy. In amazement, the mage girl clutched her staff tighter, watching as patterns began to form around her. Suddenly, the magical traces disappear, as if held against an invisible barrier, leaving a sense of mystery. The young man's gaze grows cold and focused as an obstacle looms ahead. The gazes of the two characters cross, their silence filling the air with a tension that guesses a mixture of understatement and realization of the importance of the current moment. The young man's dark eyes studied the expression on the girl's face intently, as if trying to catch her thoughts or understand the hidden emotions behind the outward calm. The auburn-haired girl holds the staff tighter, not averting her gaze, and her slightly worried face is replaced by an expression of slight surprise. The man maintains his outward composure, but the soft light in his eyes reflects a slight relief. The silence of the forest was broken by a quiet dialogue, in which sounded the alarm for the well-being of the companion, who sat with a wounded and tired look. The tension of the moment was heightened as everyone present began to realize the need to move on, despite the general exhaustion. The red-haired girl, scrutinizing his every movement, noticed the slightest change in his condition. He looked up, trying to reassure her with words of his self-control. but fatigue and a shadow of pain still gave away his true state. Hyun, sensing the tension, squeezes his interlocutor's hand, his confidence permeating every word. Turning back to his companions, he utters a question, and his gaze seeks confirmation or denial of the fact. The group gaze into the night's greenery, trying to realize the hidden threats, their quiet interaction emphasizing the trust that has been formed. Their figures, illuminated by the flickering light, disappear deep into the dense foliage. The caravan commander, looking tensely deep into the dark forest, feels an inexplicable heaviness, as if some force is blocking access to his abilities and making him wonder about the nature of this place. The girl in yellow, trying to make sense of what is happening, notices that a sense of unease is mixed with curiosity. Pondering the words of his companion, the man ponders the existence of an obstacle in their path. Despite the general uncertainty, the squad continues to move forward, focusing on feeling and interacting with their surroundings. The man slowly bends down to pick up something from the ground, causing the others to look puzzled and wary. Taking a small stone in his hand, the leader of the group scrutinizes it as if trying to unravel its hidden meaning or find a use for his next steps. A small stone flew out of his hand with the precision directed by the movement of his effort, rushing forward with unexpected force and speed. A moment later, the stone collides with the invisible barrier with a loud sound, leaving a barely visible mark on its surface. The guy with dark hair, thinking about what happened, explains to the others that the stone disappeared beyond the boundary of the space behind the barrier. He explains that the main purpose of this barrier, to confuse and confound both humans and monsters so that they cannot enter its area unhindered. The caravan leader turns his attention to the girl's find, warmly praising her for being able to discover something so meaningful and useful to their current journey. The young man also notes that they now have the opportunity to save time, suggesting that they line up and hold on to each other to move forward with confidence. The hero explains that behind the barrier is a magical labyrinth designed to confuse and throw off uninvited guests. The man warns his companions that separation from each other in such an environment can lead to irreparable consequences. Everyone agrees with his instructions, showing seriousness and willingness to follow his words. Realizing the complexity of the situation and the difficulties ahead, observing the trails that continue beyond the barrier, he makes the decision to leave his ability activated. A group of players, lined up in a chain, move cautiously forward following the leader. Suddenly, there is a faint bluish glow emitted from the ground on the path. Moving on, the comrades see before them a mysterious forest landscape shrouded in a light mist. After passing through the mystical barrier, the squad discovers new traces of the caravan. Upon entering the mysterious forest, players are surprised to look around, noticing all the trees glowing with a mysterious emerald light. Everyone moves in a tight group, holding on to each other, because there is an extraordinary silence here. You can hear neither the sounds of birds nor the footsteps of animals. As they look around, they realize that this forest seems unnatural. After walking a few steps, one of the group notices the grass underfoot shimmering with a blue light. The forest light remains soft and mysterious as the shadows of the leaves intertwine to hide the path from view. The question of how much further to go remained unanswered, but the tension grew until doubt began to echo in every movement. The feeling of fatigue was becoming more and more noticeable, especially in the young mage girl, whose steps were losing confidence and slowing down. Nervousness filled everyone's thoughts. Doubts about the correctness of the chosen path only grew stronger with each passing second, until the sounds of nature were completely silent. Soo-hyun confidently moves forward, his hand gently pushing back the strange glow left behind by the magic barrier. His gaze becomes attentive and focused as he stops and notices something ahead. The companions, holding their breath, follow him, and gradually realize that they have finally reached the place they were talking about. Quiet footsteps on the soft grass break the silence of the surrounding forest, accompanied by a sense of hidden menace. The heroes are surprised to see a tall structure, surrounded by forest, that seems to have suddenly appeared in the middle of their path. The boys speculate that there may be a dungeon inside, created by an ancient alchemist whose traces may have been preserved in this place. They conclude that before them is an ancient dungeon, connected to an alchemist named Vivian. There is a sense of slight anxiety and surprise, because for beginners, such a find can be a real challenge. The girl with red hair jokes cheerfully, trying to cheer up her companion, but there's a sense of sincerity in her words. A young man standing with his back to the castle calmly explains that despite all the effort and preparation, finding the dungeon was largely down to luck. The girl in the white cloak, with a joyful smile on her face, agrees with the words of her companions, and her energy seems to fill the surrounding space with warmth and light. Meanwhile, the dark-haired young man is deep in thought, remembering how carefully he considered his choice of abilities. The unique ability of his third eye allowed him to see beyond the boundaries of normal perception. The castle was striking in its appearance, as if transported from the distant past, its massive walls and towers inspiring both admiration and anxiety. The stone steps beneath my feet seemed brittle and weathered from time, every movement on them accompanied by the slight crunch of crumbling stone. As the massive doors of the castle slowly opened, cold light poured in, exposing a majestic space full of echoing silence and unseen mysteries. The group froze on the threshold, stunned by the grandeur of the interior where the tall columns. The hall appeared spacious but abandoned, with crumbling tiles underfoot and dusty debris hinting at years of neglect. Each step up the huge staircase echoed upward, heightening the sense of silent majesty and mystery that enveloped the ancient structure. Pointing to one of the side corridors, one of them suggested that the entrance to the hidden dungeons might be somewhere nearby, suggesting that they split up for a closer inspection. Once inside a grand hall with tall stained glass windows, the heroes cautiously survey the space. The walls and columns, decorated with delicate patterns and cracked paint, seem to hide secrets. Seeing the strange footprints on the floor, the young man leans in, remembering the words about the other caravan. Hearing a voice calling them to one corner of the hall, the group gathers together, warily approaching the place where their companion believes the solution to the mystery of the ancient dungeon may lie. The red-haired girl points with a triumphant smile to a secret hatch in the floor that has been discovered. The dark-haired man leaned cautiously towards the hatch, looking closely at it while realizing that they may have found the entrance to something significant. The guy with the spear standing next to him looks questioningly at his companion, as if urging him to take decisive action. The hatch is ajar, gradually exposing a dark opening from which cold air streams out. The three companions, cautiously bending over the edge, peer into the darkness of the dungeon, where thick gloom reigns. The chief of the two offers to go down first to make sure it's safe, but his companions are hesitant. Without hesitation, he rushes down, his cloak fluttering in the air like wings. He lands on the ground. On the surface, his students exchange glances, noting that the descent doesn't seem that deep. An Hyun jumped down first, showing confidence in his movements, but his gaze still lingered on Soo Hyun. Yujin landed carelessly, wincing slightly at the pain in her leg, and her annoyance was immediately replaced by a reproachful look at An Hyun. The hooded girl looked around the dark passageway, wondering how best to get down, but, deciding that the others were sure to catch her, trustingly took a step forward. Without long thinking, the girl clutched the staff in her hands, pushed off the edge, and, without hiding excitement, rushed down, confident in the support of her comrades. A group of explorers explore a circular stone hall, covered in the traces of time, each of them trying to figure out where they've gotten to and what lies ahead. There is a strange, sharp sound in the silence, making everyone wary, and the tension in the air increases. The girl in the white outfit pressed her lips together unhappily, expressing disappointment that no one put their hands up for support. Their amazement was replaced by a tense silence, as silhouettes appeared in the far corner of the hall, barely illuminated by the dim light. The man froze, feeling an icy fear as his gaze locked on something in the depths of the room. The girl with the carriage rose slowly, her face frozen in a mixture of surprise and slight panic as her comrade's words forced her to move slowly towards the light. Saul squinted, not sure why the tension around her was building, but her instinct told her there was something behind her, something that couldn't be ignored. The golden light of her staff softly illuminated the room, picking out dead silhouettes from the darkness that instantly filled the air with anxiety and fear. The girl who had fallen in the dungeon leaned closer, noticing the broken limbs and blackened flesh. On the floor lay bodies covered in thick stains of dried blood, their contorted postures and torn-out parts, a reminder of the brutal struggle that had once taken place here. One of the corpses was crushed against a massive beam, his arm reaching upward as if in an attempt to grab onto something that might have saved him in his last moments of life. The shadows around them illuminated faces clutched in agony, some of them seemingly frozen and screaming, their glassy eyes staring into the void where there had once been hope. The young priestess looks around in disbelief, feeling panic gradually overwhelm her, her gaze stopping on something horrible that awakens a primal fear. The light of her staff picks out bloody footprints and mangled remains from the darkness, and horrible images of the past fill the mind. Clutching her head, the frightened little girl lets out a suppressed cry, which is interrupted when one of her companions tries to calm her by holding her by the shoulder. A dark-haired man stands nearby, bending down to get a better look at one of the bodies. Noticing the broken bow and bloody arrow in the dead man's hands, as they gaze into the grim picture, the young men begin to realize that something far more terrible than they could have imagined may have happened here. The guy in the red cloak pondered the possibility that the caravan continued on without his guide. Their steps slowed as they stood in the middle of the underground landscape where the atmosphere seemed heavy. The leader's stern gaze and cold words reminded the others that there were many situations in their past where they had to kill. The sharp remark made them remember the joy and anticipation with which they had found this entrance. They look at the torn body lying on the stone floor, realizing that danger could be waiting around every corner here. The caravan leader reminds us of how much effort it took to get here. The red-haired girl admits her doubts and indecision, but her words betray a struggle between fear and unwillingness to back down in the face of a challenge. The hooded girl is silent, but her tense gaze and barely audible shudder of breath give away the growing. The russet-haired guy hesitated for a moment, as if pondering how best to proceed without revealing his true thoughts. The chief of the group, clad in a scarlet cloak, firmly outlined the order of operations, indicating the need to stay in formation and utilize their skills to avoid the tragic fate of previous victims. The group, holding a glowing staff, moved cautiously forward down the corridor, lighting each step and trying not to miss a single detail in the surrounding darkness. When they reached the massive door, they stopped, sensing something amiss, and an invisible tension hung in the air, heightening the unsettling sense of the unknown. Everywhere you can see signs of the recent fight. Blood fills the ground, but no bodies remain. Only a grim emptiness testifies to the former monsters. An inspection of the area reveals that the traps have been triggered, and it seems that the companions of the man killed earlier have already been here, completing their mission. With a restrained movement, the hero orders to stop. His gaze is wary, and his facial expression suggests tension, as if something sinister lurks ahead. A premonition of danger causes him to warn the others to follow cautiously, taking the initiative to check the path first so as not to make mistakes. Footsteps broke the silence as some sort of shadow showed up ahead, making one of the heroes wary. Soo-hyun tensed up when he heard a faint human voice, prompting him to command the others to accelerate towards the source of the sound. They raced down the narrow corridor, struggling to reach a possible survivor who could shed some light on what had happened. The young man discreetly noted that, despite the many dead, it seemed that someone still survived, which gave a chance to learn important details. The body of a stranger lying on the ground, covered in bloody wounds, and light streaming in from somewhere above. The dark-haired guy approaches the wounded man, his eyes warily surveying the surroundings. A young man notices that a stranger is using magic to hold on to his life. The rest of the group, hearing the exclamation, swiftly approach, their faces expressing alarm. A mutilated man lay on the floor, with only his upper body and mangled hands remaining. The young man in the red cloak frowned at the survivor, realizing that he was teetering on the brink of life and death, and deciding whether to waste precious resources on him. The red-haired girl vehemently demanded the immediate rescue of the injured man, convincing him that the showdown could be left for later. The weak voice of the pain-distorted stranger made everyone freeze, as if the last forces of his essence were striving to deliver something important. The man takes the potion provided by his companion, but his mind is plagued by doubts. The hero ponders whether to save a man who may not survive. Crouching next to the wounded man, he orders his mouth open, preparing to pour in the elixir, but realizes that the time for rescue may be lost. Holding his breath, the guy in red watches the wounded man's agonizing attempts to swallow the potion. The wounded man lying on the ground was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with the realization of his plight. The realization that he is trapped is hard to come by for the man, whose attempts to explain his situation seem feeble and curt. His interlocutor was watching him intently, trying to understand what made this man, realizing his doom, run away and fight to the last. Finally, the exhausted, wounded man loses his strength and closes his eyes, his breathing becoming barely audible, leaving those around him in silent suspense. The young man's arm, shaking with fatigue, struggles to rise up, leaving behind bloodstains that are illuminated by the dim light around him. He struggles to utter words, through the pain and blood-uttering scraps, mentioning betrayal and disappearance as if blaming someone for what happened. Looking at him, the other guy involuntarily tenses up, noticing how the dying man, with his last strength, begs for help from his friends. The bleeding young man's head drops helplessly and his eyes reflect sorrow, turning to emptiness before closing. The silence around them grows heavy as the group tensely stands near the body, realizing that the blood on the floor is only part of the grim picture. The cloth hid the mutilated body, leaving only dark bloodstains, a reminder of the horror he had experienced and the pain he had faced. The leader's thoughts are filled with an unsettling whirlwind of speculation about betrayal, escape, and possible entrapment, each of which heightens his suspicions and forces him to focus on the details. He ponders that the dungeon master could have used the trap as a way to lure them into a desperate situation. The girl fighter throws a barb at her companion with irritation, marveling at his ignorance of the essence of dungeons. The swordsman concentrates on explaining what's going on, carefully putting the pieces of the puzzle together, mentioning betrayal. The dead man's body is hidden under a cloth, with traces of blood on it, creating a grim focus on the tragedy that happened to him and his comrades. The group of young men freeze as they listen to their comrades' words about the dead man's possible connection to the caravan. Guy suggests that entering uncharted dungeons without a guide could be deadly. The covered body left at the entrance suggests that the deceased tried to get out on his own, but his attempt ended tragically. Following the logic, the other members of the group could have fallen victim to numerous traps or fallen into the hands of an unknown dungeon master. Speculation about the fate of the kidnapped men fills the group with anxiety, but the commander coldly suggests that they may have been part of sinister experiments. Confusion grips the girl with her tail on her head as she is shaken by the idea that the dungeon master is capable of using the players as lab rats. Her comrade calmly answers her startled question, pointing out that such horrors are not at all uncommon on the Hell Trail. A blurry silhouette of a monster suddenly appears in front of her face, leaping overhead at an incredible speed, its clawed paws rushing towards its prey. She glances up, instantly assessing the direction of the threat, her body tensing and the blade in her hand ready to strike. A light stream of magical energy bursts from the priestess's hands, surrounding the enemy and sealing their movements, creating a barrier that no monster can break through. Under the spell of the glowing staff, the huge wolf slows down and finds itself surrounded by brightly colored symbols. The girl raises her staff and a stream of light bursts out of it, blinding and disarming the wolves. A beam of light shoots off the staff and incinerates the enemies in a blinding flash, their figures disappearing in the glow. The spearman cleaved his opponent, forcefully colliding with the massive body, making the tension of the battle peak for a moment. The ground around was cracked and covered with the marks of battle, and the remains of the enemies were turning into smoking piles of ash, testament to the power of the abilities used. The Blade Girl clenched her fist and proudly pointed at the results of her battle, claiming that her skills and attack radius far surpassed her companions. The battle leader, in turn, chuckled slightly and pointed out that their successes were no cause for complacency, but acknowledged that they had indeed done decently this time. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stone corridor, leaving a slight echo in the cold air, and a short laugh filled the silence with unnatural unease. The discussion of loot degenerates into an assessment of the latest adventure, mentioning rangers and minor trophies, while the goblin chest proved far more valuable. Remembering the leader's warning forces them to remain vigilant, scrutinizing the narrow passage, every detail of which seems like a potential trap. The assumption about the fate of the caravan's captives gives rise to new fears, although the attempt to lighten the atmosphere with a light joke turns out to be not quite successful. The dark-haired young man scrutinizes the tracks left by the caravan, pondering if the monsters were placed in their path on purpose to create an obstacle. Next to him, a red-haired girl looks up in amazement, unable to believe that they were this close to unraveling the mysteries of this place. The group comes across a fork in a dark corridor where the stone walls outline 4 possible paths, hiding unknowns and dangers. All members of the team warily survey their surroundings, trying to determine where they should go next, realizing that every choice could be crucial. The man feels his ability being activated, and the third eye, which allows him to see hidden paths, begins to guide his thoughts and decisions. He confidently concludes that the second passage is the safest and most suitable for their onward progress. The red-haired companion, noticing his musings, asks a question with a slight chuckle, hinting at a possible indecision in his choice of direction. Suddenly, her face lights up with an expression of inspiration, and she happily declares that she has an interesting idea that can help her find the right path. He watches the people around him warily, trying to figure out what his companion might be up to, and looking decidedly skeptical. The young girl brushes off his doubts, showing confidence in her plan and continuing to convince him to trust her. She makes an attempt to cheer up her comrade, pointing out that her suggestion has a hidden meaning that he just hasn't had time to grasp. With a smile and slight playfulness, the girl with fiery red hair offers to test her hunch, confident that the result will live up to her expectations. The guy she turned to is wary of what's going on around him, his gaze betraying mixed feelings of doubt and tension. The girl in yellow, with a touch of confidence, reminds him of previous events, mentioning how he himself had said earlier that Seol had developed intuition. The redhead, eyes wide, asks the question with genuine sincerity, confirming his confidence in what he said earlier. Her partner responds confidently and reservedly, but behind that calmness reads wariness. Lee Yujun smilingly suggests his companion to scrutinize both directions, to choose the safest path, showing naive confidence in his plan. Saul looks around anxiously while the others exchange remarks about her intuition, trying to figure out if she should really take the choice. The mage girl hesitantly nods and accepts the advice, then begins to look around the corridors intently, hoping her choice is the right one. The others watch the proceedings in silence, holding back their comments and relying on the abilities of their young companion, who continues to ponder while holding her staff. A dark and gloomy corridor with a faint blue glow evokes an unsettling foreboding, filling the space with the rumbling echo of footsteps. The lightning passage ahead gradually becomes blindingly bright, giving the impression that something important and dangerous lurks behind it. Her eyes widen as she notices a flicker of movement, and the tension in the air becomes almost palpable. The red-haired woman reacts to her startled cry with a slight chuckle, suggesting she skip this passage and continue exploring the others. The girl, pointing to herself, tries to explain that she is not confident in her abilities, but gets the answer that she is the only one capable of handling the task. Confusion is slowly replaced by a realization of responsibility as the gaze of one of the companions gently nudges her to make a decision. The man in the red cloak, smiling slightly, shows that he has faith in her ability to make the right decision despite her doubts. Gaining courage, the cutie quietly agrees to try, realizing that the future path of the entire group depends on her choice. A hooded girl cautiously approaches the second path, holding a staff and gazing intensely into the space in front of her. The third corridor seems even more unsettling to her, as if a coldness is wafting from its depths. Her face contorts in fear at the sight of the fourth corridor when a sudden movement causes her to jump back. Her decision to settle on the second option is reinforced by the group's shared doubts. Looking at the figure in front of him, he realizes that the intuition of the girl in white, even in the most difficult situations, is at its best. He mentally assesses the girl's potential, realizing that her abilities far exceed his expectations. Turning around, he notices the rest of the team starting to gather while remaining alert at the same time. In a dark hallway in the distance from the group, a huge spider hangs motionless on its web, its bright eyes glinting in the dim light, as if it were studying their every move. The creature's glowing eyes became visible in the depths of the tunnel, emitting a cold red light that created an ominous atmosphere around it. Thinking about how far they had come caused anxiety in the hero's mind. Suddenly, he caught the presence of a single living form, but its nature was so foreign. A voice full of desperation and terror broke through the silence of the tunnels, causing everyone to stop and look in the direction the call for help seemed to be coming from. From the dark passage comes a loud scream filled with a plea for help, punctuated by a harsh and frightening sound like someone fighting for their life. The red-haired girl's voice breaks out with anxious surprise, and her companion assumes someone is trapped. The golden-haired man addresses the leader, insisting that the scream belongs to one of the caravan's victims, and urges him not to delay in getting to help. The man quickly unsheathes his sword, emitting a faint reddish light, and orders everyone to take a step back, showing that he is ready for any surprises ahead. A flash of bright red light illuminates the space, reflecting in the eyes of everyone present. A thin line of tension stretches between the figure holding the weapon and the others. A focused gaze full of determination stared forward, as if the wielder of the power was ready to engage in battle with an unseen foe. The mesmerizing movement of the cloak, illuminated by an electric glow. With a powerful swing of his weapon, the fighter releases a devastating stream of energy that rushes forward with a deafening sound. A bright flash of energy rapidly rips through the space ahead, leaving a trail of destructive force that is frightening in its scale. A young man with dark hair turns around sharply at the sudden sound behind him, clearly wary of the incomprehensible threat. One of the companions recalls a creepy monster he'd heard of before, a mutant named Ramik, able to imitate voices but unable to fully replicate appearances. The red-haired girl explains to the others that their stalker may not be able to fully mimic the appearance of their victims, but copies their voices perfectly, tricking their instincts. The monster, though lacking significant physical abilities, makes up for it with an unusual ability to change shape. The girl recalls numerous instances where this creature skillfully played on the feelings of its victims. Soo-hyun, analyzing the situation, realizes that the knowledge gained at the academy is not enough to deeply understand the nature of these creatures. He concludes that the voice coming from the dark tunnel most likely belongs to the creature. The young man is concentrating his thoughts as he watches the events unfold. The golden-haired boy thoughtfully notes the strangeness of what is happening, assuming that this creature has the ability to mimic voices. His attention shifts abruptly to the action, his hands gripping the weapon confidently. The yellow-clad girl turns around in response to his movement, and their gazes meet, filled with both anxiety and determination. The red-haired girl clearly didn't expect to be attacked by anyone. The golden-haired guy, watching intently, trying to find an explanation for his strange behavior, the tension in his gaze increasing. The light illuminates the dark space, its source appearing unnaturally bright, which for a moment blinds those standing closer to the center. Everyone in the group stands at the ready, their attention focused on what may follow. The fear of the unknown overwhelms them, but no one dares to back down. The man in the red cloak stares intently at the guilty man, his voice sounding cold and demanding as he questions what the man has just done. The young man begins to justify himself, saying that he thought his companion was acting strangely and decided to check on her. The dark-haired man, barely containing his irritation, interjects, clarifying what kind of joke it was. The tense atmosphere intensifies when he notices that attacking allies in a confined space, even as a joke, is inappropriate. A quiet but commanding voice reminded him that this world had long since ceased to be a game, and reality demanded constant focus and responsibility for one's actions. Bowing his head, the guy with the russet hair uttered as a short apology, in which there was a note of sincere remorse for his frivolous act. In a reserved tone, the man made it clear that he was willing to turn a blind eye to the incident, but only because of his request, and would not allow such incidents to happen again in the future. In front of them was the body of a Ramek and two statues, which he called a trap, ordering it to be destroyed before it was activated and demanding an answer. A dim light diffusely illuminates the winding tunnel, in which the muffled response of assent is heard, confirming understanding of what has been said. The vast cave in front of the heroes looks intimidating. Imposing stalactites descend from the ceiling. Mysterious eggs are scattered around, emitting a dim green glow. One of the caravan members, holding his weapon at the ready, slowly looks around while the others remain alert, tensely assessing the space. Shadows appear against the gloomy walls and weaves of cobwebs, reinforcing the sense of danger and lurking menace. One of the groups suggests that the creature may be lurking somewhere deep in these parts, as it probably lives in the heart of this strange cave, obeying some unknown instinct. Yujun suddenly notices a strange odor, covering her nose with her hand, and draws the others' attention to the fact that there is something up ahead that makes her vaguely uneasy. They go deeper into the cave, illuminated by a greenish light, and notice huge, strange eggs. The heroes scrutinize the dark passage ahead, and one of them notices that the tracks of the other members of the caravan are disappearing. The brother beside his sister asks in bewilderment what has happened, but his very gaze slides down to where something disturbing is trying to break through his understanding. Attention is drawn to the strange movement at his feet, as a green creature that looks like a strange lump of slime appears out of nowhere. The devastated cry from the girl's mouth reflects her fear and confusion in the face of the unknown. The surprised silence is suddenly broken, making everyone wary and raise their heads and look up. The young man silently surveys the space, noting how slime intertwined with cobwebs filled the walls and ceiling, creating the feeling of a sticky trap. A flickering greenish glow enhances the ominous atmosphere, and the fibers of the web stretch out to the sides as if hiding something important in its depths. The surrounding area becomes more and more threatening, and Hyun realizes that he should have engaged his sense of area perception beforehand. A sudden movement deep within the slime net makes him wary, and an inner voice tells him that the threat is too close. The green slime, soaked in a network of fine threads, wrapped around the girl, pulling her deeper and deeper, robbing her of the ability to resist as her arms hung powerlessly. The thick mass resembling living tissue makes strange noises. The man's gaze becomes intense, his eyes flashing scarlet, heralding the activation of an ability to study an unknown threat. An information window appears in front of him, detailing the girl's condition and parameters. Thin strands of slime mixed with cobwebs coiled around the red-haired girl's body. Amidst the soft glow of droplets dripping down the walls, transparent ball-shaped shells swayed slightly, reflecting the greenish light. The characters standing nearby are tensely scrutinizing their surroundings, their gazes fixed on the unusual substance. Saul looks closely at the glowing orb and asks incredulously if it is ordinary marble, trying to understand the nature of the strange object. The greenish orbs on the floor begin to move, as if something inside them is coming to life, giving the whole room a sense of menace and impending danger. One of the balls bursts with a wet sound, releasing a long and sharply angled limb covered in slime and fine hairs. The heroes realize they have spider eggs in front of them, and the realization that they are about to face a brood of predators puts them in a tense state. Huge spiders with shiny green shells and intimidating claws begin to emerge from the eggs, and their menacing movement leaves little time for thought. An unsettling atmosphere thickens over the players, with numerous spiders visible in the thick darkness. The red-haired girl turns to her companion and notices that all these creatures are emerging from the body of the suspended man. The golden-haired warrior turns to his comrade in the red cloak, preparing for the upcoming battle. The girl's suspended body looks haggard, her mutilated flesh as if it has become an incubator for eggs from which parasites emerge, adding to the overall sense of doom. The girl with the tail tensely looks around the space, emitting a green glow, trying to comprehend the words about the ancient alchemist and the dangers of his trap. Her gaze turns fierce, her lips pressed together, and she barely holds back a scream as she remembers the injustice. The rest of the group look at her with a degree of caution, but remain vigilant. In the distance, you can see the remains of giant spiders covered in slime and green spots. The young man explains that he coped with the attack due to his increased resilience. He shows off his damaged cloak, proving that the blow he took left no marks on his body. The priestess advises him not to waste any more magical energy, offering to give the find to her for future use. His comrade, noticing his friend's condition, decides to clarify his well-being as he prepares to discuss a future plan of action for the group. The golden-haired man frowned his forehead and asked the others what to do with the girl, his voice reflecting doubt and worry. The group's gazes were drawn upward, to where the figure of the girl hung in the center of the ominous web. An Hyun looked up and said with determination in his voice that he wanted to save her. His words made the others look at him with sudden understanding and a shadow of doubt. His determination and firm expression left no doubt of his intentions, and the tension in the group was building. Soo-hyun reflects that he doesn't want to disappoint his companion, but his lying skills aren't good enough to hide the doubt lurking in his gaze. The man offers to take the tormented girl with him, but realizes that her body has been altered too much and could be a danger to anyone nearby. The girl's appearance has become unnaturally monstrous, and even if she can be saved, the question remains as to whether she will be willing to live a life forever devoid of human form. Everyone in the group stares at each other in silence as the tension rises, and the question of who will take responsibility for all possible consequences hangs in the air. A voice echoed in the semi-darkness, filling the silence with sarcastic notes that seemed to be deliberately trying to shake everyone's confidence. Anxiety grew as the unseen interlocutor took his time to show himself. The words about the number of men and women sounded strangely mocking, as if the hidden observer was deliberately playing on the group's nerves. Annoyed by this strange greeting, Yoo-jun raised her dagger, her posture expressing her readiness to attack. Muffled laughter echoed in the darkness, making the air vibrate as something unseen slowly approached, filling the space with a sense of danger. The players cautiously clutched their weapons, wary of the sounds that grew louder and louder, as if something huge was coming to life in the shadows. An unknown voice greeted them mockingly, calling them toys, and the tension in the group increased as the outline of a figure in the back of the hall became visible. The light from the faint greenish glow revealed a mysterious enemy that had claimed dominance in this place. An eerie image of Vivian appears before the hero, encased in a strange green plexus, her smile reeking of madness. The young healer is horrified to realize that this monster is the one behind the horrors that have occurred. The Spider-Woman explains with contorted joy that not only was she holding not only someone else's magic, but the girl's very life. The monster's tale of hunters and mages meeting her relentless fury sounds like a twisted game. The woman frantically parries the accusation, citing a defense of the group's actions, blaming them for the destruction and loss of her children. Shattered shells of green cocoons, like echoes of a lost life, lie around, and her grief-filled voice shakes with rage and pain. A dark-haired man with an impenetrable expression asks her bluntly if she realizes the full responsibility for what is happening. The creature's eyes flash a bright scarlet light, and she warns with menace in her voice that each of them will have to answer for their actions. Suddenly, thin but incredibly strong strands of webbing burst out of the darkness and wrap around those around them with frightening precision, blocking their movements. The airspace is filled with the sound of taut web threads that seem to have a life of their own. The spider's web swiftly takes hold of the player's arms and body, constricting every movement and turning attempts at resistance into futile jerks full of despair. Tension builds as the spider traps finally immobilize everyone, and the predatory threat grows closer, ready to strike. The girl desperately cries out for help, her voice tinged with fear, while the web's tethers hold her tightly. The young man looks back, realizing that it was only a moment of his inattention that allowed the web to ensnare his comrades. The creature laughs as it revels in its power and asserts the superiority of its magic, reveling in the moment of triumph over helpless opponents. The man assesses the situation, realizing that conventional methods are powerless against the magic trap, and decides to resort to magic. The young girl, wrapped in sticky and dense threads, tries in vain to break free, but her voice sounds more and more desperate. calling for the person closest to her for help. The leader, realizing the danger, realizes with irritation that his second distraction has led to this situation, and his gaze is pierced with determination despite the limitations of movement. The creature's cold laughter echoes, her words full of arrogance. She enjoys watching the helplessness of her captives, emphasizing the superiority of her power. Realizing that physical force is useless in this situation, he decides to use magic, realizing all the possible risks and consequences of his choice. The hero ponders that it might be better to let the enemy take him to the lab to then find her hideout and end this once and for all, while a hard expression appears in his eyes. A woman entangled in a web soothes the captives with promises that their eyes, ears, and mouths will be closed, but she will try to keep them alive so she can use them for her experiments. The cunning entity continues to play with words, saying they can keep their sense of smell to enjoy the flavor of her lab, smirking merrily at the same time. She concludes her speech with a triumphant laugh, declaring that it is time for action, emphasizing her confidence in her victory and capture of the captives. Wrapped in cocoons, the travelers are now neither seen nor heard, and this gives her complete freedom of action, leaving no opportunity to reveal her plans. The smile on her face grew wider and wider, and there was a note of schadenfreude in her voice, emphasizing her enjoyment of the moment of total power. An unexpected sound caught the spider girl's attention, causing her to turn around and tense up, as if sensing a threat that had previously eluded her control. A bright fire flared up, enveloping one of the cocoons, and the torturer's laughter broke off, replaced by a surprised and annoyed exclamation. In a room filled with a bright glow, the invocation ended, leaving only the presence of an angel and a man, surrounded by an almost holy atmosphere, full of tranquility and weightlessness. A young man watches the information on the screens, annoyed by the difficulty of choosing from the many options. His gaze, full of cold calm and hidden determination, is directed into the void, as if he is immersed in thinking about what is to be done. The figure of an angel appears before him, surrounded by a radiant halo, whose presence fills the space with awe-inspiring silence and a sense of supreme power. The hall with the radiant girl is filled with light, and it seems that even the walls are imbued with this divine energy. It carefully analyzes the available settings, comparing player and sword specialist parameters to arrive at the most informed and optimal solution. The hero keeps a calm expression on his face, although his thoughts are full of doubts and assumptions. He cannot understand or pretends not to understand where this analysis is leading. The angel girl highlights the uniqueness of the hero's abilities with a soft but confident tone, comparing his level of training to that of the other players, which makes her suspicious. As he carefully assesses his opponent with his gaze, he continues to ponder how far her logic goes. Seraphima, radiant in his greatness, quietly acknowledges his uniqueness, but doesn't hold back the rebuke, hinting that he overestimates his abilities after all. Standing motionless, the man silently assesses her words, ready to either refute her assumptions or confirm them with his enigmatic smile. Focusing on what's going on, the girl with wings notes that his efficiency and knowledge is beyond ordinary. The player calmly explains that his decisions are based on the experience of other players with whom he was previously familiar. Seraphima points out that her actions are not intended to violate his privileges, but rather are motivated by a desire to anticipate his plans. The man expresses his displeasure at her attempts to interfere with his choices, making it clear that his plans require absolute freedom of action and complete control over the situation. In his reflections, he emphasizes the importance of the forthcoming body modification, considering it crucial to the realization of his plan. An experienced man says he wants to choose a simple tattoo for himself, instead of complex or flashy elements, emphasizing the confidence in his decision. He calmly states his choice, clearly stating its name and adding that he prefers to place it on his heart, highlighting the symbolism of his decision. Her face reflects a momentary reaction to his statement, where a slight thoughtfulness can be seen as she ponders his request, confirming the player's choice. The winged creature specifies that this decision is unique to it, emphasizing that the seal it chooses will not only improve mana flow, but also stabilize it, preventing potential problems. The angel's hands moved gracefully, activating the process of change, and the formula named Seal of the ancient shaman began to materialize. The player's face reflected slight confusion as he felt a strange warmth begin to encompass his body. A bright magical ring appeared around him, with energy swirling in the center, connecting his essence with his new power. The boy's heart seemed to freeze for a moment, engulfed by the pulsing energy that pulsed through him from within, anchoring the ancient seal at the very center of his essence. His hand fills with a soft golden light that slowly fades away, leaving behind a feeling of warmth and a slight tingling sensation. The young man oeuvres as the mana, suddenly increased, instantly stabilizes due to the strength of the mark received. His gaze becomes serious and focused as he turns to Seraphima. The lady with the wings watches him with unwavering calm, her soft gaze conveying confidence in his decisions and willingness to continue. His choice of the latter privilege elicits a silent appraisal from his interlocutor, but his words about Huajung Fire definitively shape her understanding of his strategy. The calm stance and focused gaze hint at readiness for any further development. The young man inwardly wondered, realizing that her pause could either be due to a realization of his intent. Her words, reserved and unemotional, indicate her respect for his choice. The golden glow around Seraphima intensifies as she turns to the hero and asks a question about the knowledge of the ancient flame, and her hands emphasize the significance of the question. The hero maintains his composure, his gaze becomes sharper, and he responds, showing his realization that this flame is capable of destroying anything in its path. Winged goes on to explain that its middle name is the endlessly burning flame, and it is known as the most dangerous fire in existence, emphasized by its bright and unquenchable light. The green creature becomes enraged and screams that her web is destroyed, while bright tongues of fire erupted around her, and continues to consume her braids, burning everything to the ground. Ribbons of bright flames coiled around as if to engulf the space and fill it with heat, destroying everything they touched with unrelenting force. The man reflects on the superiority of this fire over all known human sources of energy, emphasizing its unique power. The destructive nature of fire is so powerful that even the deities associated with the flames of the end feel fear of this absolute display of power. The threads of the web, enveloped in a golden glow, reflect the purity and power of this destructive phenomenon that is beyond the control of even the strongest of beings. Bright fire encompasses the figure, emphasizing his confidence and determination, and the blazing flames around him seem to emphasize the power that he intends to summon. His gaze fills with unwavering fury as he realizes the power of the fire he's about to use, and that power can only be compared to his inner fortitude. The girl with the white hair, with a touch of doubt in her eyes, assesses the chances of success, reminds you of the risk. His words sound calm, but behind them lies an unyielding desire to achieve his goal, regardless of the risks and doubts of others. The man in the suit wondered why Huajong Fire had suddenly obtained the EX rank, since it wasn't considered that powerful before. Su-hyun recalls that in the initial stage, this fire only existed in the Hell Trail. Determined to follow through, he confidently declares his desire for destructive power despite all obstacles. The angel girl closes her eyes silently, immersed in thought and evaluating the choices made before her, waiting for the moment to give her consent or instructions. The hot flames encased in the glistening sphere seemed to call out to take it, while simultaneously carrying a warning that its power was beyond reasonable control. The man's eyes intently follow the movement of the fireball that slowly floats in front of him, filling the space with an unsettling silence. His voice, filled with determination and an echo of doubt, comes off his lips as he realizes that this moment will be a pivotal moment in his journey. Dazzling flames burst forth, engulfing everything around him, and a sense of triumph over his thoughts at the realization that Hwajon's might was finally his undeniable strength. Soo-hyun's gaze fills with fear and bewilderment as he feels a sudden piercing pain, as if it was a foreshadowing that the power of fire was already beyond his control. Flames engulfed his body, scalding and indomitable, making every nerve scream with agonizing tension as he instinctively tried to stay on his feet. His knees buckle and the guy with dark hair falls heavily, as if his soul is being torn apart by an unbearable energy. The fire tears at his essence, pulverizing his body, and leaving him feeling like it's more than just pain. It's an absolute test of will and spirit. His thoughts, as if penetrating to the very center of the chaos, focused on one goal: to curb the power of the fire spirit despite the risk of total destruction. Realizing that only control of the elements will allow him to survive, the player refuses to suppress the force, choosing to unite with it for the sake of overall success. Turning to the fiery companion, the guy embraces his rage, recognizing its necessity, and offering not only to use the power, but to make it part of his path. The internal conflict between a sense of responsibility and doubt dissolves into acceptance when he surrenders control. The blazing figure, embraced by bright tongues of fire, slowly straightens up as if accepting a challenge. The young man feels a wave of heat surge through his chest, as if an explosion of restrained energy has burst forth. Through strained breathing and throbbing pain, he gritted his teeth, challenging himself. A flash of fire engulfs his body, turning his movements into a whirlwind of red-hot energy. Streams of energy awakened in his body, bright flashes tearing up the energy channels. An unknown substance enveloped from within like a flame, burning through everything, leaving a feeling of boundless power and unbearable pain. Angel watches motionlessly, her calm gaze unchanged. The last scream that bursts from his lips is accompanied by a wave of unbearable hurt. The burning light finally fills the space around, as if subjugating the hero's body, and from somewhere inside there is a voice calling to finish what has been started. The face, contorted with pain and despair, looks almost inhuman to the point of being eerily broken. The pain that had gripped his limbs seemed to recede, moving to his legs, which now became the next target of the furious energy, moving relentlessly. The figure of the hero, floating in space, seems absolutely subordinate to the bright stream, which seems to dictate its terms and does not tolerate weakness. The silence is suddenly replaced by a sudden burst of light as a voice warns and suggests we stop. Uncertainty resounds in his thoughts once again as he tries to figure out if this agonizing process is worth continuing. Feeling his entire being blazing with an unbearable heat, he tries to gather his will into a fist. The guy's body seemed to become a vessel for invisible fire, a bright light bursting from every cell of his body. The hot blast from within peaks. Blood rushes to his face and begins to ooze from his nose, as if his very body could no longer take the strain. Blood streamed down his face, covering his eyes and mixing with the chaotic breathing that rumbled from deep within his chest. Every breath is labored, and a faint gleam of rage, damped by pain, peeks through her caked lashes. His hand involuntarily clenched, as if seeking to grasp an invisible thread that could pull him out of this state. But his strength was leaving him with every passing second. The dizziness gives way to a vague clarity, and the renewed player raises his head to look ahead. The update flashes before your eyes, notifying you that the user's information has been updated. The moment realization returns, my fingers instinctively touch my chest, feeling a slight tingling sensation. Information stating that the assimilation and destruction of impurities had been completed. Gradually returning to reality, the fighter realizes that the streams of magic have become much faster. His body trembles under the weight of pain and shock, responding with every muscle to the system's warning, confirming the inevitable effects of overstretching. Lines of characterizations flashed before his eyes, recording the changes that would be permanently imprinted on his body. The anger and despair of the enemy burst out in a stream of green energy, filling the space around them like a last-ditch effort to change the outcome of fate. The cold grin on the creature's face is replaced by a grim anger, as her bright red eyes emit an eerie light. Confusion flickers in her gaze as she notices her opponent gaining strength. He rises through the thick heat and flames, his confidence and unwavering gaze seeming even more intimidating. His figure emerges from the glowing light, something in his every detail that makes her question her invulnerability, while his confident gait shows his absolute dominance over the situation. The hero discreetly watches the greenish venom trickle down her web, not feeling an ounce of doubt in his defense, for the fire burning around him. Her laughter sounds shrill, brimming with anger and despair as her attacks prove powerless against his impenetrable magical defenses. The Spider-Woman tries to hide her weakness behind a mocking look. Her opponent, with genuine contempt in her voice, turns her words against herself. Bright flames encompass the figure of a man who calmly raises his head, savoring the power. The shining sword pierces through space, cutting through the raging flames and leaving behind a dazzling streak of light. The spider's face changes from confidence to stunned as it notices its body beginning to decompose, poisonous limbs dripping thick green slime. The monster girl's gaze fills with horror and disbelief as the green paws that once loomed menacingly separate from her body, falling to the ground. The severed limbs fall to the ground with a thud, and the acrid green slime begins to spread. The fire raging around the dark-haired man is reflected in the cold eyes. The monster's disfigured body trembles with rage and pain, streams of green liquid flowing from her wounds as she shrieks curses at him without hiding her hatred. With the last remnants of the woman's strength, the monster soars into the air, letting out a piercing scream. The flames enveloping the sword flare even brighter as the man strikes, cutting off another attack of spider legs. The webs of the web are torn as his confident footsteps tear the mask of fearlessness from the dungeon mistress. With horror in her eyes, the Spider-Woman notices her attacks becoming futile, and the confusion in her gaze betrays her fear. Watching her reactions coldly, he observes that her strength is only an illusion, her monotonous attacks predictable. The smirk on his face grows colder as he says her name wryly, as if mocking her claims to ancient wisdom and superiority. A vicious wheeze escapes her mouth, mixed with unnatural sounds, until her gaze is revealed to her own weakness. A bright green-colored liquid drips down the monster's body, as if to symbolize loss and decay, leaving behind a trail of her defeat. The enemy watches silently as the remnants slowly lose their form, recalling the spectacle of a shattered pride that will forever be etched in his memory. The man noticed with a slight chuckle that her strength had already run out, asking questions that felt more like mockery than interest. The girl, breathing heavily, realized that this man's magic was beyond her expectations, forcing her to search for the cause of her weakness. Her eyes went wide with a mixture of fear and anger as she began to realize that not even her rage could break that confidence. Paws jerked sharply, trying to intercept his movement, but the energy of those attempts quickly faded into futile attacks. The giant spider, emitting a screech, backs away abruptly, its movement becoming uncertain due to its damaged limbs. The creature is gripped by panic, its thoughts muddled in fear of an enemy whose power seems unfathomably superior to all. The dark-haired man cuts the distance with ease, his movements precise and quick. The web fails to withstand the pressure, tearing under the weight of the creature, which finds itself completely immobilized. The creature with spidery limbs lies on the ground, trying her best to get up, but her movements seem increasingly slow. The player holding the sword looks down at the defeated one, pondering how many similar creatures he has seen in his life. The man watches her agony without taking his eyes off her, pondering how often he'd met someone like this. Underneath the dying monster lies that girl with red hair, helplessly collapsed. With a graceful movement of his blade, he fended off another lunge from the massive limb. The monster, realizing its powerlessness, mentally searched for ways to retreat, trying to find a way to slip out of this deadly battle. The mutated girl's body suddenly gave a sign of life, her faint movement causing the surrounding scene to take on new shades of tension. The monster's malevolent gaze sought to take advantage of the fact that her opponent was also human like her victim, picking up on his vulnerability. The man with the sword calmly continued to approach, his equanimity rendering the mutant's threats meaningless, as if her words had no weight. In fear and desperation, the woman clutched her captive even tighter, her voice trembling and the threat seeming like a last-ditch attempt to maintain control of the situation. His gaze was cold and focused. He ignored any of her advances, and the light blow only strengthened his resolve. The red-haired girl remained immovable, her gaze blank and lifeless, as if she had no strength or hope left in her. The young man's gaze remains calm and firm, but in the depths of his eyes there is a regret invisible to an outsider's reproach, as if every action carries an invisible weight for him. The red-haired captive, despite her fatigue and despair, can't hide the overwhelming sense of shame. There was a tone filled with venomous mockery and madness in the voice of the mutated entity that held the girl. The hero, hesitating slightly, slowly puts down his sword as if preparing to give in, but his expression remains steadfastly impenetrable. The man's gaze becomes colder and more focused, as if he is assessing every detail of the situation without losing sight of his opponent. A sinister chuckle erupts from the mutated creature, who tries to maintain his arrogance. The red-haired girl who was hanging motionless was struggling to breathe, but the sudden attack of weakness made her body shake even more. The man's inner musings reveal the guy's ruthless attitude towards what is going on. The red-haired girl hanging in the cocoon lowered her head as if her strength had completely left her, and her body was barely holding back a shiver. His hand tensed in anticipation of action to reach for his victim. The slight movement of his fingers was like a portent of a hidden threat. The white-haired creature froze, sensing something amiss, and a sharp fear echoed in the monster's voice. Panic was read in the monster's widened eyes as its gaze locked on a movement it couldn't prevent. In one lightning-fast movement, he breaks the hostage's neck without hesitation, ending her suffering in an instant, as if cutting off the last thread of her torment. The mutated figure freezes in shock, its eyes widening with horror and incomprehension as the red-headed body hangs listlessly in the weakened ways. The sound of his confident stride echoed in the silence, as if hitting the walls of oppressive despair that gradually filled the space around him. Her gaze, full of panic, swings around, but no way out is in sight. The man's hand rests confidently on his opponent's head as if cementing his superiority over him, and at that moment her scream breaks the silence, reflecting impotent rage and despair. His calm seems unwavering as he points out the absurdity of the mutated girl's actions. The hero's words, filled with cynical indifference, penetrate her mind. The guy's cold smile accompanies cruel remarks about how useless a hostage would be to him. His cold gaze settled on his enemy, causing him to shake nervously under the weight of tension and fear. The fire in his hand blazed brighter, as if emphasizing his superiority over his opponent. The Spider-Woman's mind desperately searched for a way to escape, but fear stiffened her movements, and the stranger's words became a reflection of her own inner despair. The strength he felt gave him a clear sense of his power, and this sense of superiority made him act even more confidently, ignoring weak attempts at resistance. The creature, gripped by despair, begged for rescue, its trembling voice evoking a sense of hopelessness and complete lack of strength to resist. The hero standing over the defeated monster kept his cool, his calm but mocking words, making it clear that he saw nothing worthy of fear in his opponent. The monster's pleading gaze reflected the fear of the inevitable, for even the remnants of his pride could not hide the brokenness and the realization of his own insignificance. The monster spider, realizing his powerlessness, began to beg, promising to let the captives go and live alone. The man, holding back his strength, considered his opponent's words, but his disbelief and cold stare made it clear that such promises could not convince him. The words about continuing the battle sounded with a sneer, but the true intent was hidden behind a mask of calm. In the monster's offer to give up something of value to end the fight, there was a last hope lurking, but its failure was becoming evident with every step the enemy took. The boy deftly lowers himself to the ground, a sense of relief in his actions and anticipation of the Spider-Woman's further explanation. A green building with tall spires and a mysterious glow, surrounded by unfathomable space. The creature panics and offers the man everything she has and vows not to touch his companions. The narrow space, illuminated by a mysterious green light, seems both inviting and dangerous. A man enters a large room with a massive spider-like figure standing out in the center. As he looks around at the ancient columns and massive shelves of books, he notices that the furnishings, despite the grandeur, the lad's thoughts are interrupted by a strange feeling that the castle's exterior remodeling might have affected the interior atmosphere. His attention is drawn to the cocoons scattered along the walls, which appear to belong to the previous group. She happily points to the place where she has collected everything that could be of use to him. The man looks at her smile, marveling at the naivety with which she so generously hands over her goodness, as if trusting the first person she meets. He speculates that the ancient alchemist's mental faculties may have degraded significantly over time. The question flashes through my mind as to whether this kind of transformation, which strips away the remnants of common sense, happens to everyone who turns into a monster. The green-haired figure excitedly lays out bags of goodies, declaring that it can all be useful and valuable to people. The man is wary of the treasure, his thoughts occupied with disbelief at such sudden generosity and her true intentions. She excitedly tells me that back in the day, as a human being, she loved shiny things. His gaze becomes thoughtful. He ponders how such an illustrious individual could have turned into such a naive and carefree creature. The man thoughtfully considers the glowing crystal in his palm, assessing its value. He gets thoughts of how the highest grade stones are often used in magical rituals, and that mages no doubt realize their true value. The idea that even for Han Buell receiving support from her clan, such stones might be useful slipped into her mind. Watching the creature's strange delight, he ponders why simple things, such as these stones, can bring joy to someone who seemed to have long since lost touch with human nature. The hero examines the sack, noticing the gold coins in it, which glisten in the light, emphasizing their value. The woman in a panic tries to justify herself by listing the exact number of coins, as if she wants to convince her interlocutor of her honesty. The man with the sword indifferently explains that collecting coins gives him no pleasure. She tries to remedy the situation by showing off another bag with mysterious contents. The guy with dark hair, frowning slightly, unravels the drawstring on his sack, feeling impatient. Inside reveals a mound of assorted bottles, their glass surfaces shimmering in the light. The alchemist, not hiding his pride, begins to describe the contents, mentioning that home-brewed potions are rare and valuable. The young man, having no trouble determining their purpose, and noting that some of them could restore mana, neutralize poison. The swordsman carefully examines the vial of red liquid, pondering the fact that the poison must necessarily be accompanied by a neutralizer. Guy, activating his third eye, focuses on examining the bubbles, and is surprised that one of them is capable of causing an explosion. The woman asks curiously if he is an alchemist or a mage, to which the man replies discreetly that he does not fall into either category. As he answers her questions, he notices a bag of stones and potions, realizing that it's not just treasure, but something much more significant. The dark-haired man watchfully unties the rope encompassing the box to find out what lurks inside. Opening the box, the player notices a book lying on a soft cloth, its antique appearance with gold embossing causing mild surprise. At this point, his gaze becomes more attentive, as if he's trying to read what's written inside. Finally, a notice appears in front of him informing him that the book offers a chance to learn a rare craft. He looks at the box with interest, pulls out an ancient book, and notices an elegant ornament on it that hints at its magical origin. His gaze lingers on the description on the pages that talk about being able to create chimeras and summon beings from other dimensions. Taking the book in his hands, the young man is amazed at how a rare artifact he had only heard of before turns up in his possession so unexpectedly and easily. Glancing at the cover, he realizes that the book is far more valuable than any potions and stones. Convinced of the book's importance, the guy notes that it should be used with extreme caution. With a slight smile on his face, he decides that this book should definitely become part of his collection. The mistress of the dungeon vividly shares her experience using this book, calling it the source of all alchemical wisdom. Her interlocutor looks at her questioningly, taking her time to draw conclusions. The dark-haired young man's gaze lingers on the book, which was an unexpectedly valuable find. Catching the moment, the fighter slowly raises her eyes as if assessing her expectations, but inwardly maintains her restraint, showing no hint of satisfaction or disappointment. Her face lights up with a strange enthusiasm, and she begins to overexpress her joy. The player pauses for a moment before mouthing a few words, hinting at her overzealousness with a slight sneer. The serious-minded hero, full of equanimity, conveyed confidence as he, holding the book in his hands, pronounced with a slight chuckle that she had underestimated the most important thing. Her face, which instantly changed expression from surprise to tension, reflected her inner fear as she tried to figure out exactly what he meant. With his calm and precise hand movement, the man pointed to a stone embedded in her body that seemed to burn her with his gaze. The tense silence between them was filled with hidden meaning, and her eyes, filled with anxiety, spoke more than words. The white-haired woman froze in confusion, her gaze darting across the man's face as if trying to find answers. The Spider-Woman shifted her gaze to his hand, confidently pointed in her direction, as if he was ready to reveal something hidden. Trying to pull herself together, the woman asked a question that had been brewing for a long time, but her voice betrayed excitement despite her attempt to appear calm. The man raised an eyebrow with a barely perceptible chuckle and, ignoring her alarm, spoke a single word. The beast looked at him suspiciously, trying to see if there was more than casual curiosity behind his words. The man's insistent voice kept claiming that there was something special inside her, and it gave her a real shock. The young man calmly reminded her of her human origins, pointing out that her transformation into a spider might have left a mark in the form of a magical artifact. A realization mixed with slight fear appeared in the monster's eyes, but she still tried to hide her emotions behind a nervous smile. Vivian, looking at her interlocutor, realizes that he is talking specifically about her core, which served as the catalyst for the transformation. The man confirms her guess with a slight chuckle, noticing that she's finally getting the meaning of his words. The Spider-Girl's magical core, which was once the source of her power, not only transformed her body, but also became the central axis. He explains without undue haste that over the time the core has existed, its magical potential has been greatly enhanced. Soo-hyun discreetly but firmly repeats her order, offering a deal that will be her last chance to save herself. The girl with the spider body reacts violently to his suggestion, resenting his reckless demand. Swordsman nonchalantly points out the obviousness of her situation, stating that she has no choice but to comply. The dungeon mistress, torn by fear and powerlessness, continues to argue. The creature screams angrily, demanding an explanation as to how she can be saved if the core, which is her essence, is taken away. The guy in the combat outfit stares at her without the slightest hesitation, his calmness contrasting with her panicked tone. In a fit of desperation, the woman declares that she would rather die than give up a part of herself, willing to accept any punishment. The young man, not bothering to explain himself at length, coldly points out her only choice. The monster's gaze trembles and the look is full of despair, as she realizes that she cannot fulfill his demand and save her life. The hero coldly cuts off the conversation, making it clear that her attempts to find a compromise are pointless, finally depriving her of the strength to resist. Tears stream down her face, but instead of consolation, the Spider-Woman hears a sneer about talkativeness and a promise to resolve the issue in a matter of moments. His calm posture and mocking smile emphasize his determination to finish everything without pity or hesitation. Vivian's cry of pain and despair breaks the tense silence as she realizes that her refusal will only bring death. The young man looks at her without an ounce of regret, his voice sounding cold and ruthless, like the point of a blade, as he once again demands the core be handed over, hinting at his willingness to act. The Spider-Woman, trembling with panic, realizes there is no more choice, and bowing in her powerlessness, agrees to submit, cursing his insensitivity. Her arms slowly rise up to her chest, and with each passing moment you can see the internal struggle, as if she's tearing apart something much bigger than just her body. Heavy breathing and drops of sweat merge with her quiet sobs, as despair turns to physical weakness. The dark-haired man's eyes remain cold and impassive, as if frozen in an eternal void. The magical stone covered in green liquid hit the floor with a sound, emitting a sickly glow. She tries to keep her balance, but weakness and loss of strength cause her gaze to become blank and faded. The haggard creature slowly turns her head away, her hair streaming in the air like a last vestige of despair. The huge monster's body slumped weakly on the cold stone floor, as if all the life energy had left it along with its core. The core, surrounded by a greenish liquid like a living entity, continues to emit a light that seems alien yet tantalizing with its mysterious power. The man drops to one knee and stares at the core with cold interest, as if he has finally found the value for which he was willing to destroy everything around him. A woman with white hair, with a weakness in her voice, warns him that the poison hidden in the core is capable of killing anyone who dares to touch it with their hands. A thought flashes through his mind at the strange concern shown by the creature, but his focus instantly returns to the task at hand as he decides to test his hunches. The sword guy's fingers gingerly encircle the core, feeling the resistance of the sticky liquid. The man struggles to stay on his feet, feeling the poison begin to seep under his skin. The man looks at the core, realizing its toxicity, and preparing to engage his power to destroy the poison that has entered his body. Concentrating all the energy, he activates the purification process, and the core begins to burn with flames, alternately shimmering with bright blue and orange hues. The flame engulfs the core, transforming its structure, and soon the core glows with a pure blue radiance, completely cleansed of toxic influence. The dark-haired guy holds up the purified core, observing its new state with confidence. The young man, carelessly straightening up, utters with a slight chuckle that everything that happened was just a joke. With a slight squint, he activates his ability, feeling the hidden details of reality slowly begin to reveal themselves to him. The man concentrates on reading the description of the core, which reveals it to be an artifact that stores magical power and is only suitable for experienced mages. With a sly smile, the hero recalls his promise, showing his willingness to save his opponent. Realizing the limited use of the artifact, he mentally notes its usefulness only for healing, which causes mild disappointment. The creature tiredly says that without the core, her life is already meaningless, and warns of the imminent arrival of the inspection squad. He discreetly agrees with her words, realizing the inevitability of her fate, but maintains a cold composure. The monster's huge body shuddered in pain, its limbs twitching in different directions, letting out jagged sounds as if something inside it was changing or breaking. With each passing second, the monster loses its former form, its body beginning to bubble and twist. The woman's face contorted with horror and anguish, his huge eyes flashed with a fierce light. He watches this transformation carefully, his gaze becoming intense and focused. He stares intently at the subtle change in front of him, saying the name in surprise. Her withered hands rise slowly as if trying to grasp at something invisible, and her voice sounds wistful and faintly reproachful. The mutilated human body sank heavily to the floor, green liquid spreading over the stones. The girl's face twisted with rage and helplessness, her thoughts filled with hatred and bitterness towards the one who had caused her end. The man folds his arms across his chest and asks his interlocutor, ironically, if her current appearance is really human. Tilting his head to the side, he notices with mild surprise that he hadn't expected to see her back in her human form, and she's hugging her shoulders as if trying to keep warm. The man's heavy footsteps echoed across the stone floor as his every thought became firmer and firmer. Quickly being very close by, he abruptly grabs the newfound girl by the shoulder, to which she exhales in frightened confusion. He squeezes her shoulder lightly as if assessing her fragility, and her face reflects the obvious pain she can't hide even in this moment. The white-haired girl's shrill cry sounds like a mixture of pain and despair, and his gaze clings to the slowly crumbling bits of skin left on his arm. He lifts his hand slightly, peering at his own fingers, stained with the remnants of her decaying flesh. Vivian's body slides down exhaustedly. She no longer tries to break free, realizing that any movement will only aggravate her condition. A man with dark hair looks at the woman and speaks of her condition, noting that she is now nothing more than a living corpse, and asks a question about her past. She turns away abruptly, dismissing his curiosity and stating that she sees no need for an explanation. The guy, nodding slightly, coldly agrees with her words, his gaze becoming detached. He turns back to his business, pretending to have lost interest in the conversation, but reserving the option to continue if she dares to speak first. Soo Hyun confidently states that there's no point in listening to unnecessary explanations, adding that he's taken everything he needs and is going to leave. The pale girl, frightened by his words, desperately tries to stop him, begging him to listen to her and not to leave until she says what she thinks is important. The hero turns around and reminds her with cold calmness that she herself said it was none of his business. The unhappy woman in a rage reproaches him for his indifference, declaring with defiance that he must be interested in her story. The poor girl froze in surprise as her voice became hoarse and trembling, her body giving in to despair. The cold man, showing no reaction to her attempts, calmly held the bag. His calm and cold gaze stopped on her, conveying the simple but undeniable thought that to him she remained only a temporary part of his journey. Her voice trembled with pain and despair, her words full of bitterness and reproach, torn between attempts to prove importance. The girl with blonde hair breaks down into a scream, unleashing all the anger and despair she has accumulated. Vivian admits that she can hardly survive even a few days in this condition. Tears roll down the mistress's face, and choking with emotion, she cries out that she gave up everything for a chance to stay alive. The player watches her desperate attempt to cling to life, amazed that even in such a pathetic state, she still wants to survive. The man realizes that her body is ruined and her strength is depleted, a fact that eats away at her hope of recovery, making her voice sound increasingly desperate. He, remaining calm, analyzes the current situation and sees it not only as a tragedy but also as a chance for salvation, pondering the methods that could cure it. Hearing his words, a spark of hope flashes in the broken girl's eyes, and without wasting a moment, she scrambles to try to figure out what exactly can help bring her back to her old life. His actions come as a surprise, and as she watches his approach, the woman freezes for a moment, amazed by his determination and hidden intentions. The girl in tattered clothes sat on her knees in front of him, while her own words about the equivalence of the path forward and backward resounded in her head, as if this was some kind of lesson she must understand based on her knowledge of alchemy. Beneath the green light, dark, tree root-like weaves became discernible, going deep into something immense, as if it were a portal or the source of an alien force that held the entire world in a subtle dependence. In the deafening silence through the fibers of this mysterious structure, the lying figure of a dead man covered by a dense cloth was revealed. His voice became icy and stern as he pointed out the transformation and murders that had happened to her, emphasizing that fate had apparently played a cruel trick on her. The girl remembers Soo-hyun with gratitude, explaining to the guys how his actions helped her get her core back and become herself again. The young man expresses puzzlement as to why she, having retained her memories, even in the guise of a spider, did not attempt to seek help. She explains that her monster appearance prevented her from going outside, as she would have been attacked before she could explain the situation. The shabby-looking girl is pained to note that if she wasn't driven, she would never harm others. Vivian bitterly admits that her existence in the body of a spider has led to a multitude of crimes that she has not willingly committed. Concern appears on Saul's face as she notices the strange changes in Vivian's body, indicating that her skin is starting to peel off. The devastated girl, realizing her own condition, admits that her body is beginning to deteriorate, and with each word in her voice sounds hidden anxiety. She lowers her gaze, contemplating her fate, realizing that her situation is becoming increasingly critical and requires an immediate solution. The girl's weakened body gradually loses its integrity, and she recognizes that getting rid of the magical core. At her attempt to offer a magic spell as a solution, she only smiles bitterly, explaining that no spell can stop the process of her death anymore. The leader confidently tells the others that they are uniting with Vivian for the time being, clearly taking responsibility for her fate. At that moment, he mentally recalls the elixir he had acquired, the only remedy. The commander decides that using the elixir to restore Vivian's strength is justified, as her rare class abilities can greatly accelerate the group's objectives. He admits that at first, he planned to keep the elixir for his companions. But now, seeing Vivian's remorse and her determination to redeem herself, he has changed his mind and is ready to help her. The man emphasizes that Vivian sacrificed everything for the band and believes everyone has a responsibility to do the same. The hero firmly declares that if there is no other choice, he takes responsibility for this decision, hoping that the others will agree with his choice. Soo-hyun emphasizes that without the solution, the girl could not have survived, evoking a mixture of gratitude and despair. The group looks at the two bound players from the previous caravan, discussing what to do with them while realizing that their condition is far from hopeless. Someone notices that the affected players are not dead, but paralyzed by the poison, which leaves a chance for them to be rescued if you act quickly. The girl with white hair, gathering her last strength, suggests that the group follow him, claiming to know a shortcut to a place where help can be found. The girl with red hair blames others for what happened, reminding them of the reasons for their situation. Participants decide to split into groups to accomplish different tasks. The dark-haired man activates the ability to assess the condition of the people found. A dark, distorted image unfolded before his eyes, as if something was preventing him from activating the ability. Saul stares intently at the commander, noticing something odd about his behavior, and there is a sense of confusion mixed with anxiety in her gaze. He covers his face with his hand, trying to hide a sudden bout of weakness as the cluttered thoughts in his head are replaced by mounting tension. The young man feels a sudden onset of weakness, as if something inside his body is out of control. His eyes flash with an ominous red light, as if indicating the inclusion of a mysterious ability. A man's weakness becomes noticeable to others when he loses his balance for a moment. The angel inside the hero's mind warns of the high danger of using hidden abilities. Activated latent abilities are suddenly unleashed, confirming their power, but accompanied by the anxiety of the rest of the group. The boy struggles to come back to reality, realizing that arcane skills were his only salvation, but mentally chides himself for his weakness and the possible threat he could have posed to his comrades. He turns to the rescued woman, trying to hide the concern behind his restraint. A majestic castle with tall towers rises against the golden sunset. In the distance is a view of Mule, where cozy houses and mills peacefully coexist with winding lanes, filled with the barely noticeable bustle of residents. The narrow streets of the city gradually come alive with the figures of passers-by hurrying about their business. The characters walk slowly through the streets of the village, their attention drawn to the lively scenes of everyday life. Yu-jun celebrates the success of the first reconnaissance mission with a mischievous smile, adding that everyone did their best. The commander hands the companions the man they carried out of the cave. He asks the others to head to the tavern, assuring them that he will take care of the restrooms. A guy with dark hair hands a small bag of money to a companion. He explains to the others the need for exploration, noting that the process will take a long time. After pointing out the lack of communication with the rest of the group, the leader urges everyone to take care of themselves. The girl in the white cloak looks after the departing Soo-hyun, seeing him off with words of hope for his imminent return and remaining on the doorstep of the inn. The white-haired girl looks at her companion, her gaze full of thoughtfulness and slight irritation. The dark-haired guy turns around at her words with an expression of slight bewilderment, inwardly surprised. In the girl's imagination, the images of the companions take the form of defenseless chicks sitting cozily in a nest. She notes that, despite his irritation, he continues to care for them, keeping his irritation at bay and protecting them like a caring bird protects his babies. The man calmly explains that his soft attitude towards his mates is just a reflection of his true nature, seeing no point in pretending to be anything different in their relationship. The girl in tattered clothes suddenly feels the touch of his hand on her head, which causes her confusion, but her look betrays slight embarrassment and genuine surprise. She tries to figure out the true meaning of his words and recalls his recent actions, which makes her question his motives and sincerity. The guy turns around to the portal and says he's leaving for a bit, while urging her to stay put, which gives her mixed feelings. The girl glances at the man walking away into the glowing portal and tries to stop him, but he's already gone, leaving her alone and confused. Left alone in the middle of an unfamiliar village, the sickly-looking girl wraps her arms around herself, feeling the cold and the many stares. Passers-by in the village talk over her strange and unkempt appearance, noticing that her condition seems unusual and perplexes them. Some, though interested, are afraid to approach for fear of contracting something from her ragged and haggard appearance. A man in a brown uniform exits the building, carrying a small vessel, and notices the girl waiting for him with obvious displeasure. In a calm tone, he explains that not much time has passed and, handing over the vessel, the frazzled girl takes the vessel with surprise and examines it, expressing a hunch that it might be a healing potion. Her comrade only smiles slightly as he watches her reaction, as if anticipating her thoughts and knowing that his plan is already starting to take shape. The man lifts the vial of elixir with a slight chuckle, confidently stating that it is a unique item. The lady, stunned by his words, froze, scrutinizing the vial in his hand. The man standing next to her remains calm, but his short reply generates an air of slight irony, especially in the face of her emotional response. The girl with white hair, finally finding the words, voiced her doubts, noting how such a rare elixir could be in the hands of a young man. The savior squinted his eyes slightly and looked intently at her outstretched hand, as if pondering whether to hand over the elixir. Watching the golden liquid overflow into a small glass, the girl frowned faintly. He discreetly offered to try just a little bit, clearly showing calmness and confidence that he was right. The poor thing gingerly took the cup with both hands, still looking incredulously at the glowing drink. After drinking the offered potion, the woman feels a strange warmth in her body, which gradually spills over all her limbs. The young man watches her reaction carefully, noticing how her face loses its usual expression for a moment and is replaced by surprise. The magical effect activates, and a flash appears in her eyes for a brief moment, signaling the discovery of a new ability. Her body, hair, and skin suddenly change, transforming under the potion's power, her appearance becoming more expressive. The hero scrutinizes the information provided by the third eye and notes the rarity and uncommonness of the character's abilities. In comparing characteristics, he notices that his stats are far superior to hers, but marvels at how the elixir was able to partially restore her magical abilities. His thoughts linger on the level of magic beyond standard thresholds, piquing his interest in the girl's possible hidden features. Seeing a skill related to controlling a legion of magical creatures, the guy is surprised and tries to figure out what kind of power she might have had before. The uniformed man turned to the girl, holding back her attempts to snatch the potion from his hands, while she desperately tried to convince him to give her the item, almost panicking. Her hands trembled as the hungry one threw herself at him, shouting words filled with insistence and fear. Raising his head, the hero calmly and firmly said that he could not allow her to use the potion at will. His companion clutched at his clothes, begging for him to hand her the elixir. Her eyes flashed with pleading, and with a trembling voice recalling the dungeon, she begged him to fulfill the arrangement. She dropped abruptly to her knees, folding her arms in a desperate plea, her voice growing louder as if trying to break through the wall of his equanimity. The young man stood still for a moment, watching her despair, but, remaining steadfast, firmly reminded her that only the fulfillment of her promise would give her a chance at what she so desired. There was determination in Vivian's voice, as she assured him that she was willing to do anything to save him, her words sounding like a last chance to hold on to life. The girl with brown hair looked at him with pleading in her eyes, feeling her desperation becoming more and more apparent. Her words and gestures were drenched in desire. She was literally stretching her arms out to him, ready to do anything. The gaze of the man with the dark eyes remained impenetrable, but the thought that she was most vulnerable at the moment. She seemed to have lost all control of herself. Her mind was foggy, and the only thing that mattered to her was getting the elixir at any cost. The man with a slight smirk, holding the elixir in his hand, offers to make a deal, as if simplifying the terms. The gray-haired father greets the guests in a quiet and calm tone, noting that this is an unusual arrival point for them, though the joy of their visit clearly sparks in his voice. Folding his arms in a prayerful gesture, he offers his help with a friendly smile. The uniformed man, smiling calmly, explains that they have come to make a contract, emphasizing the need to report the results of the reconnaissance. The priest gazes at the traveler with visible interest upon hearing the offer of a contract, as if trying to figure out who he's dealing with. Words about the temple being one of the rare places of influence for the inhabitants of Hell's Path fly through the man's mind. The hero turns around, his gaze intense and attentive, as if he's trying to figure out who else might be players in this place. Hurried footsteps can be heard down the corridor, muffled by robes, voices speaking of urgency and the need to get ahead of someone. The heroes are greeted by new figures, nodding hello and introducing themselves as the people in charge of contracts and reports. One of the arrivals explains his role, inviting guests to follow him for further discussion. Reflections on the weakness of the local reporting system run through the mind of one of the players, who notices that the whole organization here seems too clunky and backward. Passing through a massive door, the travelers find themselves in a new room. The young man looks around discreetly at his interlocutors, waiting for a pause for a response. A temple representative calmly explains that this type of contract allows for simplicity in execution and requires minimal formalities. After a short confirmation, a document with the required items is brought to them, neatly organized and ready to be filled out. The final request for signatures is accompanied by affirmative nods from participants, and the checkout process seems to be a formality by now. The young man finishes signing the document with a cold expression, scrutinizing his every move, leaving clear pen strokes on the paper. The girl with brown hair, with trembling hands accepting the offered quill, feels both trepidation and indecision. Her gusty movement disturbs the delicate balance, and suddenly she snatches the document sharply, filling the room with the sound of parchment breaking. The two people standing nearby watch her hasty actions with surprise and slight alarm, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. The man with dark eyes, having finished filling out the contract, silently holds it out to the clerk, and she takes the document with obvious wariness, her gaze sliding over the paper. The frazzled girl stands nearby, visibly nervous, her hands trembling slightly, but she tries to look confident. The attendant carefully rereads the lines, her face expressing increasing surprise as she gets to the key points. There is a flicker of judgment in her eyes, but she remains calm, shifting her gaze to the people in front of her, trying to comprehend what is happening. The woman from the church looks at the document with bewilderment, feeling mixed emotions about the content and the suspiciousness of the terms. Soo-hyun confidently confirms his intention to enter into a contract, expecting that such an agreement will provide him with the necessary advantages in their difficult situation. When asked for her opinion, the lady hastily replies that she is satisfied with all the conditions, although a slight confusion can be heard in her voice, betraying her inner uncertainty. The attendants, clearly tired of the long explanations, offer with a strained smile to complete the process as soon as possible, making no secret of their desire to be free of this task as soon as possible. The clerk notes with a chuckle that the document has been checked and is ready, but reminds them that signature confirmation is required by the participant to finalize the agreement. On the table lies a document surrounded by a golden glow that emphasizes the significance of what is happening and makes everyone watch the magical process. The paper begins to shimmer and its light intensifies, creating a tension as if the space around it is submitting to a ritual. The girl looks surprised at what is happening, wondering if it is possible to perform the ritual so quickly. But the protagonist only replies with a confident look. One of the temple employees offers to send the contract for inspection, noting that some clauses in it may be questionable, but his partner assures him that this is unnecessary since the contents have already been reviewed. The man in black maintains a calm expression as the minister emphasizes how valuable the agreement is, emphasizing its financial and strategic importance. The treaty master ponders, with a slight chuckle, how he can use his new ally, his subtle calculations seeming to cast a shadow on the atmosphere of what's going on. The girl with long hair flinches and looks at the man in surprise, her reaction reflecting the slight bewilderment and confusion caused by the unexpected turn of events. The glowing sheet of parchment raised upwards attracts attention with its magical aura, reinforcing the impression of the significance of the agreement made. The smiling temple attendant explains the process, emphasizing that once the required amount is paid, the contract will take effect and its terms will be considered finalized. The document is carefully placed in a specially designed luminous urn, where it begins to emit a strange glow, confirming the legality and transparency of the entire procedure. The reading on a nearby scale changes, indicating that a portion of the required fee has already been accounted for, and the system itself is operating error-free and accurately. The glowing sheet in the clergyman's hand stands out in the background, and the surrounding glow inspires respect for the moment. The young minister's smile and his calm voice explain the procedure, assuring that the calculations will determine the amount for the temple, after which the contract will be finalized. The document is placed on a scale accompanied by a magical light, and the words about the honesty of the procedure only add credibility to this stage of the ritual. The sound of moving scales attracts attention, and the amount fixed makes the girl wonder if she can pay all at once or in installments. The man calmly explains that the contract imposes many restrictions, taking away the resident's control over certain aspects. But he understands this perfectly and agrees to the terms. The minister confirms his point with a slight smile, emphasizing that the framework of the contract reinforces mutual obligations, making them inviolable. The bright light envelops the girl, and the magical chains symbolize the power of the contract, which affects not only her actions, but also her mind. The attendants clarify the amount, congratulate her on completing the transaction, and wish her success, officially confirming her entry into her new commitment. The man accepts the handed item with a slight smile, his calmness seeming to emphasize the completion of a meaningful transaction that now casts a shadow over the recent tension. The dusk of the nighttime city sinks into silence, illuminated by the flickering light of the windows, while a voice somewhere in the background demands that the transmission of an important item be expedited. A hand shrouded in the fabric of a glove reaches for a small vial, handed over in silent agreement. The girl clenched the received vial in her palms and took a deep sip, making her features relax for a moment. Clutching the bottle in her hands, the long-haired girl greedily drank the potion, feeling the thick liquid burn her throat and fill her body with warmth, gradually dispelling the weakness. A hot wave of electricity coursed through her body, making the shivering disappear, replaced by a vigor as if a new energy had awakened inside her. The man standing next to her watches her condition carefully, as if assessing the effects of the potion, but doesn't say a word. The bright glow emanating from her hands grew more and more intense, as if the potion had activated hidden powers, overflowing her body with life-giving power. A golden light encompassed her body, streaming from within and creating a sense of complete harmony, as if nature itself was striving to restore the lost balance. The elixir begins to take effect instantly, transforming her tired and weakened state into an energy that fills her every breath with lightness and strength. The young girl feels the energy reviving her forgotten powers as if the memories of that lost power are reawakening within her. The lightness she feels reminds her of long-forgotten moments, as if she is coming back from the darkness into life again. The girl with blue eyes, swept by a wave of unexpected emotion, stares intently at her hands, feeling the returned strength. She addresses the man by name, as if trying to find confirmation of her feelings in his reaction. Repeating his name over and over, the glowing girl seemed to be trying to realize what was happening. Unable to withstand the influx of feelings, she rushes to him and hugs him tightly, finding comfort and support in his presence. Vivian snuggles up to the man, with a tremor in her voice, sincerely thanking him for the opportunity to feel human again. As if her fears had dissolved, the guy calmly reminds her of the contract, making it clear that their bond is still binding. But there's a slight confusion in his voice. Realizing the significance of what has happened, the long-haired girl promises to listen to him, admitting that she didn't believe it was possible to regain her human form. The hero notices her sincerity and tenderness, smiling involuntarily at how cute this unexpected impulse seems. The girl addresses the man by name, clearly wanting to clarify if she is still on his team. With a slight shadow of concern, the companion clarifies that she saw mention of it in the contract. The dark-haired guy, slightly annoyed, urges her not to beat around the bush and to express her concerns right away so that the problem can be resolved more quickly. The heroine, after a bit of thought, admits that she may just be imagining it, but she gets the impression that his companions don't like her, which makes her uncomfortable. She tried to hide the awkwardness of noticing that his words made her wonder about her own actions. And as she looked away, she strained to realize the rightness of what he had said. With a slight smile, the savior assured her that her efforts would definitely bring results, because there are no bad people around him. Her gratitude sounded a little stilted but sincere. She realized how much she owed him and still mustered up the courage to ask for one more small thing. Slightly embarrassed, her interlocutor spoke quietly about needing clothes, feeling how ridiculous her request sounded, but couldn't help but pay attention to her current appearance. The warm light from the tavern's windows makes it a cozy island amidst the dark night city, and the aroma of the food invites you to dine. The people around the table look at each other, discussing the girl who has entered with their leader, and do not hide their curiosity. When they call her Vivian, faces freeze in surprise, and it seems as if the name doesn't match their expectations. Remembering her former appearance, the players can't believe that the same person is in front of them, completely transformed. The characters discuss what happened, and the girl thanks for her help, mentioning that Soo Hyun gave her an elixir, after which they went to the temple to finally solve her problem. The partner is surprised to learn that the temple has such abilities and clarifies if intelligence reports have been passed on. It turns out that during the healing, an arrangement was made whereby the girl formerly a spider is now no longer an enemy. The team members receive a contract listing their partner's obligations and realize that she is now not only their comrade, but also an important assistant in the tasks ahead. The hero remarked that the discussion should end as there were too many bystanders around, but reminded that the new ally had important magical abilities. He calmly explained that it wasn't easy to accept a former enemy on the team, but asked her not to jump to conclusions and give it a chance. The blue-eyed girl, noticing the incredulous looks, lowered her head and tried to hide her feelings at the table, feeling uncomfortable. The commander suggested that the team support her so she could get used to her new life and become a full member of the group. The red-haired girl studies the contract, concentrating on the terms and trying to make sense of them. The leader assures that he will keep order and support his allies, his calmness lightening the atmosphere a bit. Those present note that the rescued are still unconscious, but are showing signs of life, which is encouraging. Thinking about the magical skills of the new team members brings cautious optimism and confidence in their usefulness. A man's body lies motionless on the cold ground, and nearby a girl with long hair hangs lifelessly from a metal structure. Vivian lowered her eyes and quietly explains to Soo Hyun the reason for her actions, her voice sounding unsure and her hands trembling slightly. The table discusses a contingency plan in case the two victims don't regain consciousness by morning. The silence of the night is replaced by a bright morning that lights up the house, symbolizing the beginning of a new day, where decisions are yet to be made. The girl in the inn reflects on the Golden Lion clan with a wistful gaze, noting their persistence in moving towards their cherished goal. She realizes that sooner or later these people will get their way, but her glance at the empty hall of the inn room makes her think of those left behind. With a kind of surprise mixed with slight fatigue, she inwardly notes how much the atmosphere around her has changed. When asked about the changes that have occurred in recent days, Soo Hyun calmly replies that many players have chosen to follow the clan. The woman behind the counter, with a slight smile, turns her attention to the customers, emphasizing that they are the only guests in the inn. She wonders which of the new guests they brought yesterday, noticing that all three look like mages, and wonders how they could have gotten such talented allies. The innkeeper, smiling mischievously, notes that their leader's skills are top-notch. The man with dark hair, noticing the hint of team affiliation in the words, asks with slight surprise if it sounded accidental. The hero was distracted from his meal when he heard soft footsteps coming from somewhere nearby, and turning his head in the direction of the sound, he tried to catch their source. Focusing on the sounds, he noted that their rhythm was too quiet to belong to anyone in his group. The sound of footsteps became more and more distinct as the stranger began to descend the stairs, each step echoing quietly in the room. The young man tensed, watching the approaching figure while his thoughts wavered between anticipation and relief. The guy notices movement, barely perceptible on the stairs, and freezes, sensing someone's awakening. The sounds of footsteps seem foreign and unfamiliar to him, and he continues to eat, trying to hide his wariness. His gaze is drawn to a figure appearing on the stairs, where light-colored clothing and fluid movements create a fragile contrast. Their gazes meet, and the dark-haired man carefully assesses the one who has appeared, trying to figure out his purpose. His calm gaze is directed at his new interlocutor with a sense of sincerity in his words. The girl, making no secret of her gratitude, speaks of salvation, adding that she spent 2 years in that place. Her mannerisms, despite the ordinariness of her words, attract attention with their sophistication. Mentally analyzing what he heard, he fixes the details, noticing the simplicity of her behavior, but at the same time wondering about the lady's future plans and possible actions. A deep gaze focused on activating the ability instantly awakens his intuition and allows him to sense the hidden power around him. A status bar opens up in front of your eyes, showing details about the mage girl, including her title, characteristics, and unique skills. Realizing that even with 2 years on the path, her parameters are quite impressive, he realizes that she is quite capable of handling the challenges of this world. An easy smile and quiet confidence accompany his introduction as a swordsman. The girl with blue hair looked at her interlocutor carefully, surprised that he had mentioned year 0. The man explained that he was not acting alone, but accompanied by his team, who had arrived here recently and expected it to take longer to recover. His offer of food was gratefully received, and the woman nearby smilingly supported the idea. The lady's gaze became detached, and looking at the plate in front of her, she sank into her thoughts, as if trying to make sense of something important. The heroine, worried about her comrades, cautiously asks a question, trying to understand what has happened to them, and receives a confident but succinct answer. Guy ponders that discussing such topics over a meal might be inappropriate, so he suggests that we postpone the conversation until after the meal. Her slender fingers hesitantly lowered the spoon into the hot plate, creating a quiet sound that echoed around the room. The quiet girl bites her lips slightly, working up the courage to ask another question, feeling the excitement building up inside. The poor girl realizes everything, barely holding back tears, covers her mouth with her hands. The shock of what she has heard prevents her from accepting the reality of what is happening. The young man, looking at her sympathetically, says quietly that for the moment, one of her comrades is still alive. She lowers her gaze, breathing a sigh of relief, and thanks for the news of the surviving comrade who was saved. Shifting her gaze to the plate in front of her, the girl with the carriage declares emphatically that she is ready to hear the whole truth. Her companion stiffens, her eyes wide with surprise, and for a moment she seems unable to believe what she has heard. The innkeeper, standing off to the side, covers her mouth with her hand, listening intently to their conversation. Clearly shocked by what she has just heard, Soo-hyun calmly and coherently recounts everything that happened in the dungeon, describing their journey, the dangers, and how they ended up in such a dire situation. Concluding his story, he adds that in the depths of the dungeon, they discovered another girl whose fate seems to have become part of their shared history. His words, full of regret and guilt, echoed in her mind, as if confirming the worst assumptions she was afraid to accept. Her hands trembled, clenching her fingers to the point of pain as despair and disbelief intertwined in her gaze, fixed on the table in front of her. The young man described how the changes that occurred to the girl's body rendered her helpless. With a heavy heart, he admitted that he had taken the moment to put her out of her misery when the monster boss's distraction had given him the opportunity. The girl sitting opposite was shocked by what she heard, her hands trembling, and she could hardly contain her growing excitement. The man thought for a moment, realizing the complexity of his words, but knew there was no point in hiding the truth any further. She clenched her hands as if trying to keep her anxiety at bay, her eyes reflecting doubt and despair. His voice was restrained, but there was sincerity in every word as he tried to explain that her sister was in such a terrible state. His voice sounded firm as he admitted that despite his doubts, he had done what his heart told him to do. Shocked by what she had heard, she could barely contain the tremor in her voice, recognizing that it might have been unbearable for her sister to go on living through such humiliation. In her sister's words, there was the bitter truth that for Lee Ji-young, pride had always come before any adversity, and depriving her of this meaning of life would be an even greater blow. Her face contorted in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as she, finally broken, could no longer hide her grief. The girl, trying to pull herself together, apologizes for her weakness, but the interlocutor only assures her that everything is fine, thus supporting her and instilling a sense of calm. She, having recovered from the experience, asks about the fate of the monster, anxiously and tensely waiting for an answer, for it still keeps her in suspense. The man, observing her composure and inner strength, reflects on how impressively she can control her emotions. They are met in the street by a grateful man who thanks them with admiration and sincere appreciation for their rescue and for the return of their comrades' belongings. The leader silently considers the data on the player's abilities, analyzing his level of magic and coming to the conclusion that he has a truly worthy mage in front of him, capable of becoming a valuable ally. Soo-hyun, calmly looking at the survivors, suggests that they join his group, confidently noting that their strength and experience will help them deal with the trials that still lie ahead. Members of the caravan line up around them, showing a mixture of respect and gratitude, their postures filled with genuine relief after the whole experience. A girl with blue hair holds before him the handed-down belongings of the dead, his movements and gaze full of awe and respect for the memory of those they have lost. Jung Ha-en tensely lowered her gaze, trying to find the right words, her thoughts filled with contradictions and pain for what she had done. She talks about realizing how serious mistakes were made, and admits that she is not alone in being responsible for what happened, but the guilt still won't let her go. Magician Girl says she realizes how the curse turned Vivian into a monster, stripping her of her humanity, but that doesn't remove the guilt for what she did. Her sister looks at the girl with long hair, her voice sounding strained but firm as she admits that she can't forgive those who robbed her of her partners and sister. The girl, clutching the bundle in her hands, sincerely expresses her gratitude to her rescuer and the rest of the group for their help and rescue, recognizing that she is having a hard time getting rid of her bias, despite her best efforts. The caravan leader discreetly informs us that the group plans to linger at this guest house to recuperate. Shin Sun-young and his companion begin to slowly back away, their figures gradually dissolving amongst the surrounding scenery. Yoo-jun, watching what's going on, notices that she wouldn't be able to keep her composure if she were the player's girlfriend. The older brother expresses his doubts about how he would cope if he lost his sister. The dark-haired man, observing the situation, ponders the girl's moral fortitude and how quickly rumors of her actions would have spread among the people. His thoughts dive into comparing her fortitude to his, remembering his own losses in the past. The redhead and his companions discuss their well-being, noting the fatigue that has given way to a new vigor, and continuing to seek reassurance about their next steps. The commander, turning to his companions, suggests that they return to training, now that they have had some time to rest. The player explains his goal to use Vivian's vast knowledge to explore a new dungeon, emphasizing the importance of thorough preparation before the next step. He assured that by working together, they would be able to maximize the opportunities ahead. Memories of a past dungeon found near Mule fill him with determination, for the abandoned laboratory may still hold rare, magical artifacts. Soo-hyun explains that after the first exploration, everyone was able to see their weaknesses that need to be worked on. After the group members agree with what he says, he states that the next step is to practice. The Shadow Queen, observing what is happening, begins to ponder the leader of the group. Inspired by his words, the group enthusiastically embarks on the training session, showing determination and readiness for the challenges ahead. In the library, shrouded in a soft golden glow, a man concentrating on studying a book, delving into the depths of ancient knowledge that could be the key to their future adventures. The two girls standing in the middle of the forest corner are immersed in the process of exchanging magical techniques, their gestures smoothly repeating the patterns of glowing spells. On the training ground, the two men merge in the rhythm of battle, their movements swift and precise. In the warm light of the desk lamps, the man is deep in work on old records. His attention is focused on the pages of books. The days fly by unnoticed. A few days passed, and the quiet village was once again enveloped in its usual routine, while the band of heroes finalized the last preparations for their new quest. The young mage girls were happily examining their new staffs, testing them for ease and comfort, while the others watched their enthusiasm with interest. The combat equipment had been upgraded, and its lightness, due to magical enhancements, surprised even the most skeptical members of the group. With the training completed, the team leader confidently declared himself ready to explore the mysterious laboratory. The girl with the fiery hair suggests that the man show emotion and even cry, but he only looks at her with bewilderment. She laughs, comparing him to a parent who is proud of his children's success, to which her companion supports the joke with a smile. The mentor's sudden call makes them quiet, his calm voice letting them know that they have made progress, but there is still a lot of work ahead of them. His gaze is full of austerity, but behind it lies a contentment that inspires the rest of us to make new efforts and strive to be better. Kim Soo-hyun watches as the team enthusiastically picks up their weapons and prepares for the upcoming test, analyzing their mindset and how prepared they are for the actual fight. After activating his magic ability, Lee Yoo-jun uses a deft maneuver to paralyze his opponent, showing confidence and good coordination with his partner. From afar, the hero, carefully assessing the group's movements, reflects on how effectively they work as a team, noting the need to test them under even more challenging conditions. Turning to the girl alchemist, he briefly and focusedly points to the next stage of training, preparing for the test that will reveal their weaknesses. The girl recoiled in surprise upon hearing the unexpected offer to show off her alchemist skills and create a chimera. Transparent magical lines began to form into an intricate figure, flashing with bright light. The staff with the scarlet stone in her hands pulsed with energy, each jolt of light increasing the tension. Completing the alchemical ritual, she created a bright magical seal, her words echoing around her. After being warned to stand down, the group members look in confusion at the source of the strange sounds. A huge spider-like creature emerges from the shadows on the battlefield, with a mage perched on its back with a confident look. The giant spider, moving with incredible speed, begins to mercilessly attack enemies, scattering them in the sides. The other observers are amazed at the art of controlling this magical creature, realizing that it is more than just a tool. Vivian, straining all her strength, demonstrates incredible magical power, surprising even those accustomed to her unique abilities. The setting sky fills the space with a golden glow, and the tired bodies of the characters seem to absorb every second of rest from a hard day's work. A woman with a warm smile brings trays of hot food into the room, creating an atmosphere of comfort and peace. A variety of dishes with bright colors and appetite-awakening flavors fill the table. Soo-hyun, hearing the sudden mention of his name, turned around to the speaker, trying to understand the gist of what was being said. The woman, turning to the leader, leaned closer and whispered that there were two strangers here during the day, genuinely interested in his presence. Hearing of the mage's visit, the lad thought for a moment, recalling them to his memory. Nodding calmly in response, he took note of the information he had received, realizing that his time to return to the evening meeting would be key to continuing the discussion. A slight questioning tone is followed by a calm gesture as the man turns to the innkeeper, trying to clarify what exactly she had informed his companions. The purple-haired girl, confidently minding her own business, calmly replies that she only gave the details of a recent visit to those they had rescued. The relaxed atmosphere is gradually replaced by a slight tension when one of the young participants tries to clarify whether the people mentioned will return. The last line from the girl with the brown hair suddenly changes the mood of the group when she irritably points out that they still haven't figured it out. The hero silently ponders the two mages, assessing their capabilities and influence on the upcoming events, mentally analyzing their potential. The red-haired girl suddenly perks up, addressing her companions with an emotional but brief rejoinder. The leader, taking a pause before replying, admits that he had indeed been waiting for the mages, his intonation remaining calm. The conversation around the table descends into a discussion of whether the mages can accept their offer, with everyone voicing an opinion. The red-haired girl looked up at her interlocutor and noted with obvious excitement the need for a mage in their group. Vivian, who was fully focused on her plate of food, suddenly attracted attention with her careless manner of eating directly from the common utensil. Seeing the slight rebuke from the others, she was embarrassed, but immediately received encouragement and a suggestion that she not be distracted by the remarks. Recalling the recent demonstration of the alchemist girl's magical abilities, someone in the group thoughtfully mentioned the teachers from the academy. As Yujun ponders this, he tries to assess the strength level of his opponents, mentally comparing their reputations to Vivian's. Internally analyzing the current makeup of the team, the leader reflects on the balance of their skills and strategy. Answering the question, the man discreetly explains that his decision was motivated by more than just the need to reinforce the caravan. Staying focused, he affirms his intention by emphasizing that his eyes are on the future. The commander admits that he was going to reveal this later, but decides to reveal his plan now. The first criterion is that the clan should have strong players with outstanding abilities and high performance in their field. The second condition becomes the independence of the participants, who do not belong to cities or other clans, which allows them to maintain complete freedom of action. His idea is based on creating a unique structure where only the best would come together. Most clans focus on quests related to their city or structure. The doubts are that small and established clans may refuse to follow a new leader, and the skills of potential members are not always predictable. To increase reputation, heroes emphasize training and reconnaissance missions, as successes in missions help strengthen their position. After completing their current assignment in the lab, they plan to begin the official formation of the clan. The protagonist ponders that the uniqueness of the members of his future clan will be a key element of success. Sis expresses interest in why he chose a path at the academy that leads to the creation of an independent mercenary clan. She was concerned about the possible consequences of the lack of privileges that users associated with cities have. Guy assures that many of these privileges do not play a significant role, and emphasizes that his plan is carefully thought out and focused on real prospects. The map shows the location of towns with flags. But for free mercenaries, these boundaries lose importance, as they are not required to gather in emergencies. Players who are not tied to cities are exempt from the duties and rules mandatory for the rest of us, though they lose some formal advantages in doing so. For example, registered residents can avoid certain fees when purchasing a guild home. Free mercenaries can gather groups of allies for large expeditions. Users who encounter serious injuries while performing tasks can expect support, including treatment and rehabilitation. For those who are just beginning to venture into a new world and face its rigors, the opportunities provided seem extremely valuable. It is important to consider the upcoming expedition to the Iron Mountains, organized by the Golden Lion. The freedom to remain independent of cities or factions becomes a particularly valuable quality in difficult times. Hyun was thanked for his actions that allowed the group to complete their exploration of the dungeon. The girl with the ponytail notes that she has always supported his side, adding with a slight smile that their desire to follow him will not change. A blue-haired girl walks up to them and intervenes in the conversation, noting that they have plenty of time to think. She apologizes for interrupting their conversation. Meanwhile, the innkeeper greets the entrance. The young man with dark hair looked around and noticed something unexpected that caught his attention for a moment and made him frown slightly. One of those who entered the room, jokingly noting that their visit could have been more successful, laughed, trying to lighten the mood. Everyone gathered around a large table, discussed their fitness and condition. The red-haired guy, slightly embarrassed by the attention, tried to explain something to his interlocutor, clearly feeling uncomfortable under the stares of the others. The survivor lowers her gaze and discreetly admits that the loss of her younger sister still haunts her. There is silence at the table for a few moments, and everyone present exchanges glances. She goes on to say that after they said goodbye, she went to the house where her sister once lived, and upon realizing that she was no longer there, she couldn't stop her tears for a long time. The girl, with a slight sadness on her face, adds that she cried not only that day, but also the next day, and then for several days in a row. A dark-haired guy, sitting at a communal table in the inn, furtively watches the girl. He involuntarily wonders how she manages to maintain such composure, remembering his own failures and trying to deal with her inner turmoil. Images of that terrible night, when he lost his loved ones, and only after long days and nights of pain and despair was he able to come to his senses at least a little. His thoughts take him back to the moment when an angel, appearing to him in his hour of despair, made him realize that his journey was just beginning. Soo-hyun, sitting at the wooden table, watched the blue-haired girl carefully, trying to understand how she managed to remain unperturbed after all her experiences. The girl with heavenly hair firmly stated that she would not apologize for destroying those who served the woman in the green cloak. Her voice remained calm as she reminded her that now back in human form, the woman must show respect and awareness. There was a determination in her words that demanded the woman in green do what a human would do, not a monster. There's an oppressive silence at the table, and everyone seated tensely waits for the girl with the long hair to finally decide to say something. Seeing her gather her wits, her voice sounds shaky as she begins to speak, expressing regret and trying to justify her actions. But there's a weight of guilt in every word. Suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion, she bangs her head forcefully against the table, almost shouting her apology so that it sounds both desperate and sincere. The girl with short hair looks at her with slight surprise, but her calm reply fills the atmosphere with sympathy, and in her words there is a desire to understand and let go. The brown-haired girl struggles to continue her apology, her voice growing quieter and slower. She admits that her remorse will never bring back the people she's lost, but asks you to believe that her apology comes from the heart. Her hands are shaking, and she avoids meeting the eyes of those around her. The girl with short hair raises her eyes to the speaker, sighs deeply, and looks thoughtfully in front of her, frowning slightly. The victim observes her actions thoughtfully, assessing whether her emotions and behavior are consistent with true remorse. The man with brown hair calmly apologizes for what happened, trying to show respect and understanding of the other team members' feelings. The survivor casts a thoughtful glance at her interlocutor, her expression changing to one of slight confusion and hidden relief. Everyone at the table is silent, as if pondering what they have heard, and the red-haired girl sighs heavily, trying to hide her confusion. The honey-haired man tells how he accidentally learned about the alchemist's dungeon and shared it with his sisters, regretting the consequences of his choices. The blue-haired girl, looking intently before her, quietly ponders her words, realizing the weight of responsibility that lay upon their group. The young man with red hair lowered his gaze, writhing his hands tensely, shivering faintly. The voice of one of the group, slowly and confidently laying out the harsh realities of their world, clarifies that salvation in this hellish path is rarely about mercy. The gazes of the assembled audience freeze on the narrator, and the brief flashes of incomprehension in their expressions are replaced by the realization of a harsh truth. The young man with golden hair expresses his gratitude sincerely, noting that in their world of violence and chaos, the team's help has been a real favor to them. He emphasizes that the rescue and return of the gear exceeded their expectations, as such acts are almost unheard of here. The calm guy calmly admits that their actions may have seemed overly ostentatious to some, though there is a genuine sincerity in his gaze. He, rising and stepping forward, informs them that their visit is not only to thank them, but also to make a request, the importance of which may be guessed from his tone. Soo-hyun, immersed in his thoughts, looks away, fatigue and determination evident in his gaze, as if he's digesting the words that are important to him. The man suddenly kneels down, his voice loud and sincere, expressing a strong desire to convey his request to those gathered. The others look at him with obvious surprise, someone clearly confused, but he continues, not holding out hope for an answer that could change everything. The silence is broken by a surprised exclamation filled with a mixture of shock and bewilderment, the expression on the speaker's face reflecting the surprise of what is happening. Shin Sun-young, after hesitating for a bit, still stood up as he continued to explain that his research on ancient alchemy started by accident. He recalls how uncertainty gripped him after completing the initiation rites, but turning the pages of ancient writings. His voice becomes calm as he admits that among the denizens of the Hell Path, alchemy was considered something marginal and disrespected. Regretfully, he adds that despite saving his life with Soo-hyun and his comrades, the desire to return to that dungeon never leaves him. The young man looked up at the girl, declaring with deep excitement that now he had no further need to search. There was a sincerity and desperation in his words that had accumulated over months of doubt, when every step seemed wrong and the future murky. Kneeling down, he passionately begged her to let him become her apprentice, seeing it as the only path to the light he had sought for so long. The others at the table watched this moment in silence, amazed at his determination and how much this confession meant to him. The girl with blue hair sighs heavily, putting a hand to her face as if trying to realize the absurdity of what is happening and find the right words. The opponent stands dumbfounded by his interlocutor's action, his gaze filled with slight confusion, as if he did not expect such seriousness and pressure in the request. Maintaining his restraint, he asks Shin Sang-young to get off his knees and calm down. Explaining carefully, the man points out Vivian's important role in their team's current plans. The bronze-haired man, with a slight smile on his face, assures those present that he fully understands their surprise. The group goes outside under the night sky where, under the soft light of the moon, a man notices that he doesn't know all their capabilities. He is reticent to say that his power lies in the development of a unique skill that he has amplified to a level that can astound. Realizing the gravity of his request, he decides to open up to them to prove the seriousness of his intentions. Soo-hyun scrutinizes the indicators that opened before him after activating the third eye, and notices that the young man's abilities seem quite ordinary. The hero's attention is focused on describing hidden skills, among which are deciphering an ancient language and alchemy. Hearing the guy's question about the magic square, the friends look around, clearly trying to remember anything about such a term. One suggests that the magic square may be something like a Sudoku game. The honey-haired man begins to explain the essence of the magic square, showing a table of numbers in which each row and column has the same sum. Believing the description to be insufficient for a full understanding, he offers to show his ability Magic Square of Balance. Spreading his hands, he opens his palms, from which burst forth two energies, orange and blue, embodying the balance of opposites and their harmony. Soo-hyun, gazing intently at this spectacle, feels respect and admiration awaken in him as he realizes how exceptional this ability is. The flow of energy in the mage's hands suddenly intensifies, uniting the two opposing elements into a single whole. The girls are amazed at what is happening, their faces expressing surprise and disbelief that the joining of such incompatible forces is possible. In the palm of his hand, complex processes begin to occur that defy simple understanding. The wizard concentrates the energy in the center of his hands, creating a bright glow that reflects his complete control of the power. Soo-hyun watches with slight confusion, his thoughts clinging to the incredible action as he tries to comprehend what he's seen. The blue-haired girl with unusual powers remains calm, though her gaze reads a slight brooding and hidden strength. A tense silence hangs around her as she carefully observes the actions of those around her without giving away her inner thoughts. His partner's palms complete the formation of the spell, creating a sparkling magical pattern that exudes power. The partner completes the activation of the ability, saying that this magic spell is his unique feature. He calmly explains that this is his ability, while a soft, shimmering glow appears behind him, emphasizing the power and uniqueness of what he said. The shining symbol in his hands grows brighter, filling the space with a sense of powerful energy, aligned in strict balance. He recalls how, as a researcher, he used to study the nature of magic squares with fascination, seeing them as a source of hidden possibilities and power. The hero tells us that the logic of the magic square can be useful even in real life, although not everyone knows or understands it. A slightly embarrassed man with brown hair explains that his choice of a magical path had a lot to do with his past profession as a researcher. The young man emphasizes that despite his abilities, his unique approach to magic has often caused misunderstanding. Reflecting on his hidden skills, he recalls how his desire to study alchemy was met with resistance. The mage ponders how his skills could enhance abilities in another profession, allowing him to achieve greater efficiency. A guy with red hair realizes that his innate talents have helped him survive in this world, causing both pride and regret for his chosen path. With a slight irony, he admits that his actions may seem ridiculous, but the pursuit of ideals and curiosity are more important to him. Speaking of alchemy, the enthusiast admits that research has stalled despite his best efforts and is now looking for new avenues. The mage explains that without the ancient knowledge of alchemy, he cannot hold on to this world and will lose his chance to return to reality. Recognizing their capabilities, the talented person asks to be accepted into the group, offering their knowledge and dedication. The young man points to the magic square of balance as proof of his unique abilities and potential. Despite his superiority in traditional magic, he abandoned all clans to maintain his independence. Shinsan reflected that his time spent in Hell Trail had allowed him to gain more than just experience. There is uncertainty in his voice, as he talks about the need for the support he hopes to occasionally receive from Vivian as he learns. With apparent sincerity, he expresses his willingness to work for a common goal, emphasizing that his contribution will not be burdensome, but only beneficial. At the same time, others ponder how much value an alchemist girl has if a young man is so insistent on working with her. The leader of the group ponders that the proposed terms are almost perfect, as having Vivian by their side would provide their team with more than just a useful ally. Looking at the displayed information, he notes that the new team member's lack of fully developed latent abilities could be his weakness. The idea of using a rare manuscript meant for high-level alchemists to unlock hidden abilities and strengthen the skills of a new ally comes to mind. Vivian points out with a slight note of sarcasm that her opinion, unexpectedly sought after, is unlikely to change anything. Soo-hyun continues to ponder, noting to himself how absurd the whole situation with the contract and interaction with Vivian seems. His pensive gaze betrays an internal analysis where he assesses how strange things seem to be. Despite the unusual nature of his current circumstances, he decides that his combination of abilities. His thoughts return to the known rumors of the difficulty of transitioning between levels, where abilities rarely develop beyond that. As if weighing the pros and cons, the team leader decides to only observe the new ally for now. He notes that even one magical square of balance is enough to make Shin Sang-young a valuable member of their group, and that already outweighs any doubts. Confirming his decision, the dark-haired commander signaled that he was ready to accept him into the team. A slight grin flashes across the ex-military man's face as he mentally concludes that their group is now stronger. Activating the ability, the dark-haired leader assesses his new ally's skills with a focused gaze, analyzing their potential and possible future application. The pleasant light of the morning sky illuminates the village, awakening its inhabitants to a new day and adding an air of tranquility to the usual bustle. Inside the house, a warm exchange of greetings is heard, and The two men exchanged brief glances, showing respect and ease of communication. When asked about the training, the red-haired boy nods slightly, confirming his plans. And there is a slight note of confidence and readiness for action in his reply. The man in uniform remarks with a slight smile that it is not necessary to call him leader, adding that he is embarrassed to hear it every time. But the interlocutor jokingly replies that a leader will always remain a leader. The conversation turns to training, and the ally wonders if it's going well, mentioning that lately he feels as if the apprentice hasn't been sleeping well. Sang-hyun replies that there is too much to do, including studying, and although there is no time to rest, he is pleased that he has noticed significant progress. As they wrap up, the leader reminds them of the importance of taking care of their health with a high workload and informs them that their group will be leaving the city tomorrow. A young man with dark hair walking down the stairs, trying to concentrate on his thoughts. He notices a girl with silver hair downstairs who greets him with a soft smile. Responding with a short and reserved greeting, he steps closer, his gaze lingering briefly on the bright interior of the room, filled with morning light. The girl tilts her head slightly and continues to look at him with mild interest, her calm energy seeming peaceful. Soo-hyun told the interviewer that he had already given the information to Shin Sang-young, mentioning that the group would be leaving Mayol tomorrow morning. The girl with blue hair clarified that their plans included exploration, clearly wondering how that would affect the team's current intentions. When she heard thanks for her help, she noted that her efforts had helped others realize what needed to be worked on and improved the overall mood of the group. Reflecting on the battles to come, she added confidently that dungeon attacks would now be easier, deciding that meditation was not required for now. The girl with blue hair is surprised to appreciate how little data it took to locate the dungeons. The young man with the dark hair calmly confirms that he has indeed been doing all of this on his own, though he realizes that the method he has chosen does not seem the most sensible. She marvels at his ability to tackle such tasks alone and believes that not everyone is capable of turning such ideas into reality. The girl with red hair turns to her friend, trying to figure out if their ally's work is really that impressive. The silver-haired girl listens attentively to the red-headed interlocutor. The red-haired girl continues enthusiastically, her energetic words and lively gestures bringing a slight smile to the listening audience. Over the conversation, the heroine's attention slides to the ancient books that stand on the shelf, their appearance reminding her of recent endeavors and secrets revealed. A woman with purple hair sees the characters off with a friendly wish of good luck, her confident voice filling the parting moment with warmth and lightness. The northern edge of the small town appeared before the group's eyes, its serenity contrasting with the drudgery that awaited them ahead. The red-haired girl shared her concerns, remembering the joint monster hunt with the others. The leader's gaze grew tense for a moment as he considered the fact that the process of getting used to their tactics might take longer than he had bargained for. The silver-haired girl looked back at her companion, nodding demurely as if considering her words, and spoke softly, confident of a favorable outcome. A light breeze moved the leaves in the rays of the morning sun, while the white-haired girl, listening to her red-headed companion, pondered her experiences and smiled sincerely at her touching sincerity. Soo-hyun, watching the girls from the sidelines, felt slightly embarrassed by their friendly casualness. Yoo-jun, feeling confident in her words, looked at her friend, counting on her support. The space around them was flooded with warm light, reflected in the green of the trees. Soo-hyun pulled the girl away from her occupation, drawing her into the conversation, and his serious gaze made it clear that the question was about something important, despite her bewilderment. She reluctantly agreed to join the conversation, leaving a disgruntled comment about being interrupted when she was busy. The young man apologized for the intrusion, explaining that he wanted to discuss an event from the past related to her unique transformation. In response to his question about the lab north of Mule, her expression became thoughtful and she began to pick up the words. The girl in green, nervously averting her gaze, agrees, but her uncertain tone and strange smile betray hidden doubts. The man with dark hair clarifies if she knows the exact location, and though her answer sounds confident, his internal reflections confirm that the direction is correct. But the problem lies in the fact that they still don't know the exact coordinates. The solution comes quickly. He remembers his ability to use an ability that allows him to see what is hidden from normal sight. Soo-hyun ponders how his sudden discovery of a second dungeon might be perceived by those around him. He concludes that such suspicions may affect John Hyeon's decision to join their group. A light touch on his shoulder brings him back to reality, and he turns around, meeting the warm gaze of his companion, who calls his name softly. The girl with the brown hair assures him with a soft smile that all is well, filling the moment with warmth and reminding him of the importance of their mutual support. Soo-hyun pondered how much what was happening seemed suspicious, especially when a player with zero experience suddenly displayed unusual abilities. Looking at the desert, he realized that the chosen path was clearly different from the previous ones, as if the ancient dungeon was hiding completely different secrets. Moving forward, the boy kept in mind the possible dangers, trying to remain alert and not to overlook the details of the surroundings. The mysterious sparks in the sand reminded him that every little thing here could be both a clue and a hidden threat. Suhyun's gaze became somber and focused as his thoughts instantly turned to the organization of the group, demanding immediate formation and readiness to attack. On command, everyone began to stand up and take up positions, while the deafening sounds of the ground shaking grew louder and louder. The ground beneath his feet shook violently, showering rocks and dust that for a moment gave the impression of an earthquake. A huge claw that belonged to a giant digger, a monster that no one expected to encounter in this place, suddenly erupted from the ground. The monster bursts out of the ground, scattering rocks and dust in all directions, its ugly body topped with tentacles. The swordsman focuses on his opponent, recognizing that he has appeared sooner than he expected. The young girl magician uses her power, unleashing a powerful stream of water that rushes forward. Waves of water crash down on the monster, eroding the ground around it and temporarily suppressing its movements. A reddish glow suddenly illuminates the space, causing the hero to turn around, sensing an unusual presence behind him. The girl with blue hair confidently directs the magical flows, her hands moving gracefully, creating brightly colored water swirls around her. The spell she activated demonstrates an amazing level of skill. The water currents begin to form a deadly power. Lenmol, protected by solid armor, becomes a serious threat to the group, forcing them to work together. The man in the dark robe calmly explains that in order to fight the Lenmol, you must saturate the weapon with magical energy. Continuing his explanation, he notes that there is a more economical way to defeat the monster. The group observes the movements of the land moles as they swarm the ground, demonstrating their large numbers. Sang-in and his companion preparing a powerful spell, while her ally, charging magical power, prepares for a joint attack by combining their abilities. The hero evaluates the prowess of his allies, noting their speed of reaction and high skill level that exceeded his expectations. The girl with brown hair responds quickly to the instructions, showing her willingness to use protective magic. The energy of the spell begins to form, and the sorceress expresses surprise at her comrade's unexpected strategy. The atmosphere heats up when the group of heroes realizes the approach of new adversaries, and the leader, taking the initiative, admits aloud the need to join forces. The girl's face lights up with a manic smile, madness sparkling in her eyes as she exclaims. With a graceful motion, she activates a giant spider, dazzling purple, which rushes forward furiously. The blinding light of magic flashes, revealing a gruesome scene. The mutilated bodies of monsters wrapped in cobwebs. Mysterious symbols begin to pulse light in the air, heralding the coming of an even more destructive force. Seeing the flash of magic, the copper-haired guy concentrates the energy, creating a sleek magical net around him. The girl clutching the staff tightly accepts her mentor's words with a slight hesitation, her eyes filled with determination. A moment later, the mage creates a circle of sparkling energy that flashes with bright lightning. The monster trapped by the chain lightning shuddered from the powerful discharge, its body twitching in convulsions. Streams of blinding light and flashes of magical energy literally tear apart space, raining down on the giant creatures. With one hand, the mage holds up a shining symbol that emits a dazzling light, his gaze full of concentration. The protagonist watches in a daze, his thoughts filled with wonder and anxiety. A glowing sphere arising in the palm of the mage's hand begins to emit a strange tension. A web of magical discharges entangles the monsters, plunging them into a frenzied state, making harsh sounds. The man in the yellow garb urges his ally to take immediate action. The girl with golden hair hesitated, pondering the implications of using protective charms on enemies. The man with the blazing gaze assures the others of his plan, asking only that they trust him and work together. The girl's determination, despite her doubts, fills her eyes with a bright light, and her voice resounds with sincere determination. The staff in her hands begins to glow, filling with a golden radiance, as if gathering all the energy of the surrounding space. A bright golden dome encompassed the space around it, and magical energy seemed to pulsate in the air. The blue-haired figure's gaze becomes piercingly sharp, and a short word full of power and confidence. The light from the bright blue spell fills the space, reflecting on the water where the magic seems to be an endless source of power. The girl pressed her lips together, a look full of concentration while a thin drop of sweat ran down her cheek, and her hand confidently held the staff. The two companions watched with surprise and slight fear. The dark-haired swordsman looked forward with a slight chuckle and a note of surprise. realizing that something more than he could have expected was playing out before him. Glowing lines of magic penetrate the monsters, restraining them from the inside and forcing them to spew the last remnants of energy outward. The young sorceress lowers her gaze, realizing that their defenses have temporarily given an advantage. But inside her, a sense of responsibility for everyone grows stronger. Tension builds as the mage surveys the battlefield, his gaze lingering on the immobilized bodies of the monsters. Despite the temporary success, the sense of menace does not leave the young warrior, who watches in silence as the remaining enemies move. Glowing lines of magic penetrate the monsters, restraining them from the inside and forcing them to spew the last remnants of energy outward. The faces of the two observers express confusion and tension, their gazes staring ahead. The young sorceress lowers her gaze, realizing that their defenses have temporarily given an advantage. Despite the temporary success, the sense of menace does not leave the young warrior, who watches in silence as the remaining enemies move. An Hyun and the red-haired girl stand side by side, their attention drawn to the words of the protagonist, who urges them to take action. A young man with dark hair, confidently observing those around him, reminds them that the mages have done their part. Yujun turns to her companion, her gaze full of determination, and the tension in her posture reveals her readiness to rush into battle at any moment. The girl rushes forward with determination in her eyes, her companion following her. The white-clothed girl holding a staff in her hand turns around with a slight smile, as if enjoying the recent demonstration of her skills. Her inner thoughts are intertwined with genuine smugness, and the slight glow around her emphasizes a sense of pride in her abilities. A man in a black uniform with scarlet elements observes the scene with a slight smile, his gaze remaining calm. The hand that confidently clutched the hilt of the sword instantly activated, and the swift movement was accompanied by a sound expressing the power of the attack. The silhouette of a shadow is suddenly at her side, making the girl flinch and recoil as if from the realization that the threat is about to touch her. Fear flickers in her eyes, but the light of magic enveloping the space gradually brings back confidence, strengthening her resolve to keep fighting. The bright blade crashes into the ground with a loud sound, and scarlet flashes erupted from it, as if symbolizing the completion of a powerful attack. She breathes heavily, realizing that the threat has passed, and her frightened gaze regains its calm and focus. The blue-haired girl froze, her gaze darting to the sword thrust into the ground, and the air around her seemed to grow thick with tension and uncertainty. The blood seeping from the wounded earth seemed to enliven the grim picture, leaving the feeling that the man knew several steps ahead of the enemy's actions. She tried to manage her excitement by expressing gratitude, but her quiet voice gave away the slight confusion and the heavy burden of the experience. The one standing next to her only nodded in response to her words, but his gaze told her that their journey was far from over. A young man with dark hair, looking calmly at his companion, responds to her thanks. The sky above the field is covered with thick clouds, which are only slightly illuminated by the dim light of the stars. The girl with fiery red hair, clutching her weapon irritably, complains about the enemies who won't let her rest. Her companion, leaning on his weapon, confirms her hunch that the night attack is revenge for their morning victory. Their camp, wrapped in the shadows of night, was bathed in a faint light that emphasized the traces of the past battle, making one think of the ordeal they had endured. The enchantress, looking at those who had shown courage and fortitude, noted admiringly how unexpectedly united they had been in dealing with the sudden attack. Li Yujun and her companion looked over with cheerful smiles, as if their gazes read tacit agreement and confidence in their commander. Their words about Soo-hyun being their mentor sounded childishly humorous, but expressed sincere appreciation for his experience and leadership. The white-clad girl looks around doubtfully, realizing that staying here with the bodies of defeated creatures is not a good idea. Her gaze is directed toward the horizon, where she points her staff, pondering if the silence of this strange place can be trusted. Sis stares intently into the distance, as if trying to catch movement or some sign of life. She suddenly freezes, her face expressing slight confusion as if she has caught something unnoticed by the others. It had been 3 days since the group had left Mule, leaving behind memories of recent events. The hero ponders with a wistful look, wondering how long ago they arrived at their destination. The dark-haired character's gaze changes when he activates the third eye ability. In the distance, the landscape spread out before him, where the mysterious purpose of their journey lurks. But no barrier or hint of the hidden is yet to be discovered. The red-haired girl stares in surprise at the man who stepped away from the group without waiting for her question, and her thoughts are filled with slight trepidation. The young healer, clutching her staff in her hands, watches her friend's brave attempt to catch up with the one who has gone ahead. The red-headed partner's green cape flashes against the rocky landscape as she climbs resolutely upward. The red-haired partner stops abruptly in front of her companion, leaning closer. Yujun tensely looked at her friend and reminded her that it was extremely dangerous to leave alone, because no one knew when another monster attack might happen, and Sol was embarrassed under her companion's gaze, hastily assuring her that she had no intention of leaving alone at all, but was merely contemplating her choice of path. The voice of the girl with blue hair sounded calm and soft to calm the tension between the companions, explaining that there was only concern behind the redhead's worry. Soo-hyun, trusting the younger one's intuition, suggested following the direction she pointed out, deciding to rely on her extraordinary instinct to find the right path. The red-haired girl reminds her companions, with noticeable irritation, of the importance of sticking together, recognizing the risks that may await alone on this dangerous path. The young priestess, excused and clearly confused, tries to explain her thoughts, worried that her words may have been misunderstood. The comrades comfort the girl, trying to soften her confusion, and gradually the atmosphere between them becomes friendly again. The man in the cloak suggests continuing the journey, trusting assumptions and intuition, trying to bring the group together to make a common decision. The girl shines with a serene smile, genuinely happy with what surrounds her, as if for these 2 hours, all her worries and doubts have dissolved in the warmth of this moment. They finally reach a patch of green vegetation, and the traveler in the red cloak casts a questioning glance while the companion beside him hums merrily, staff in hand. The young sorceress stops in surprise, listening intently to the subtle sounds around her. Their group, continuing on their way, stepping onto the soft grass shimmering beneath the green canopy of the forest, and light laughter could be heard behind them. The young healer enthusiastically points her staff toward the path, as if she is certain that the cherished place is finally near. The three companions look at her with mild bewilderment, one of them hesitantly asking a question and the others as if trying to understand. Their path winds through a dense green forest, with a mysterious silence that makes everyone wonder about the correctness of their chosen direction. The main one of the group looks around with slight tension, peering into the thicket of trees where not a single trace of human presence can be seen. Sol, slightly embarrassed by the direct question, confidently states her case, but a slight uncertainty still slips into her gaze. The other members of the group, having no better option, decide to follow her, relying on her intuition and trusting her past successes. The forest grows thicker and thicker, the light shining through the foliage in thin streaks, giving the group the feeling of delving into something uncharted and yet alarming at the same time. The chief of the companions, walking behind the others, remains calm, but his gaze occasionally glides over the surrounding forest. A dark silhouette of a man scrutinizes the path ahead, using his unique ability to search for possible dangers. A girl walking nearby notices unnatural footprints in the environment, her clairvoyance indicating the possible presence of a man-made dungeon. The rest of the group watches her movements with curiosity, while their leader ponders her enigma and possible motives she chooses to hide. The girl's imperceptible steps lead her deeper and deeper into the forest, where every detail becomes part of a picture that hides something more than just an old, abandoned path. The girl with brown hair smiles with anticipation, while the others warily follow her, maintaining a silent disbelief. Amidst the dense greenery, the outline of an ancient building, hidden by nature and covered with curly plants, slowly emerges. The stone walls with high windows and graceful arches are wrapped in vines, as if nature is trying to devour this architectural relic. Two members of the group stop at the edge of the forest, carefully observing the mysterious structure surrounded by a mysterious atmosphere. The girl is pleased to notice that her intuition has once again worked, and turning to her companion, she warmly expresses her confidence in his support. Her smile grows even brighter as she praises herself for her success and enthusiastically calls the others to come closer, confidently leading them towards their goal. The group leisurely approaches an abandoned building covered in greenery, looking at its majestic details. One of the group, surprised by such a find, does not hide his admiration, noting that their companion has incredible insight and talent for finding unusual places. A dark corridor opened behind a massive door, and taking a step inside, he quickly surveyed the space. The sound of footsteps echoed through the walls, creating a sense of ominous silence that was enhanced by the cracks in the floor and the marks of time. The rest of the party froze for a moment, peering at the dark silhouettes ahead and trying to realize. Light streamed in through cracks and shattered windows, creating a ghostly effect, and the feeling that this place had long been home to something. Soo-hyun gently pushed the massive door, letting it slowly open, looking around the dimly lit corridor. His footsteps echoed across the cracked floor, causing the others to linger behind him for a moment. The faces of the companions reflected a mixture of surprise and tension as they examined the dark walls and faded light. There was a faint, barely audible voice from the back of the building that seemed to penetrate directly into consciousness. A quiet, lingering sound echoed down the hallway, causing everyone to freeze involuntarily, staring into the darkness and listening intensely to its nature. The orange-haired girl frowns, trying to figure out if this is related to a past incident with the Ramik. But the surrounding emptiness and lack of obvious traps doesn't support her words. The deep corridor, lit by the dim light of old magic lamps, seems endless, and the cold silence adds a sense of menace and inexplicable discomfort. In the distance, something flickers with a strange light and makes the sound of crying breaking through the darkness. In the gloomy semi-darkness before them, a muffled wail was suddenly heard, as if someone's voice was breaking with fear and pain, penetrating straight into their souls. Stepping closer to the source of the sound, they were met with the sight of a half-flooded corridor, where the crackling of walls and shadows heightened the sense of looming menace. The realization that the voice was addressed to them caused tension in the group, but the eldest of them kept his composure, preparing for any surprise. With each step, he felt a strange vibration in the air, filled with a dark energy that seemed to live its own separate life. The man keeps his emotions in check despite the clear threat, and his gaze reads a mixture of wariness and determination. The girl's face expresses deep fear and anxiety, her hands reaching for her companion as if she were trying to stop him from taking a step into a dangerous place. A quiet whisper filled with despair comes from the depths of the dark corridor, causing everyone to freeze in place. Despite the insistent warning, the inner urge to learn the truth and deal with the threat overpowers. His calm voice tried to divert the girl's attention, but her overwhelming trembling clearly conveyed the fear she was struggling to suppress. The warmth from the tight embrace was slightly soothing, but the tension in her fingers betrayed more than just excitement. The young man's deep gaze slid down her arms, and he noticed how her intuition seemed to be transmitting to him the signal of danger that came from the darkness ahead. A shrill whisper from afar suddenly filled the corridor with unspeakable terror, and a dark shadow appeared ahead. The man gently placed his hand on the girl's head, eager to convey a sense of security to her, despite the unsettling situation around him. A flash of faint magical glow enveloped them, spreading a pleasant warmth through the room. A spark of relief flashed in her gaze, but her body still remained tense, betraying an internal struggle between trust and fear of the unknown. The pervasive sense of magic gave the illusion of reliability, but inside she knew it was only a short-lived comfort. Magicians immersed in the flow of their thoughts realize that their sensitivity to the aura and mind makes them vulnerable. Their gazes turn to the dark silhouette at the end of the corridor, from which emanates a strong aura of unconscious fear and tension. The leader of the group turns to the others and decisively states the need to move forward, trying to maintain calm and confidence in his words. The two girls standing behind express a mixture of fear and nervousness, their tense faces and trembling voices reflecting an inner anxiety before the unknown. The characters stride confidently across the gray floor, their footsteps sounding loud in the droning silence, creating a strange sense of unease. The blonde hair of one of the companions ripples slightly in time with his movements, and he turns around as if trying to catch a glimpse of something unseen. The girl with blue hair stares carefully ahead, walking beside her comrade, her gaze restless and her inner anxiety increasing with each step. From the depths of the corridor, a faint cry begins to sound, and a misty silhouette gradually looms in front of my eyes. A low, unsettling sound comes from somewhere, as if the whispering walls themselves were warning of something ominous, and the cloaked figure takes a step forward. The girl with short golden hair stops, feeling a strange, inexplicable feeling run through her entire body. The red-haired companion cautiously looks forward, an expression of mingled anxiety and curiosity appearing on her face. The black-haired youth reaches for the hilt of his sword with a firm hand, his determined gaze fixed on the dark figure ahead. The dusky corridor seems endless, and the ragged figure moving farther and farther away blends into the darkness. The group stops, feeling an inexplicable tension in the air, each member looking at the dark silhouette ahead, trying to figure out who or what it might be. The chief of them stares intently at the receding figure, his thoughts full of suspicion and readiness for any development, and his hand instinctively reaches for his weapon. The stranger sits down on the cracked floor with a slackened posture, his voice barely audible, but a question that penetrates to the very soul. In the dark corridor, a figure that seemed almost ghostly moves slowly forward, as if darkness itself enveloped its silhouette. Stopping, the creature turned its head, but so that its face was not visible, its faint voice echoed through the narrow walls. The cloaked man's gaze remained firm, despite the uncertainty of the situation, but his companions became palpably nervous. Without waiting for a concrete answer, the leader of the group stepped forward, trying to extinguish the growing fear of the others with his calmness. The flickering light of the dungeon barely touches the tangled strands of a figure who slowly steps forward, leaving behind a sense of unease and incomprehensible tension. Her fragile silhouette suddenly freezes, and the sound of the floor cracking adds even more tension, as if reality itself is trying to give a warning. The air around him begins to shake, and the figure's visibility becomes distorted, its outline seeming to be lost in a vague haze of illusion. Finally, her voice, muffled and detached, breaks the silence, asking a question that sounds both like a challenge and a plea for help. The features of a distorted face with long white hair emerge sharply from the darkness. The image freezes abruptly as if time has stopped around him, and his head begins to slowly turn, leaving his body motionless. My neck makes a crunching sound, as if the bones are cracking under invisible pressure, and my head turns back. Fear is instantly reflected in the eyes of the girls, one of whom involuntarily cries out, covering her mouth with her hand. The creature's smile was like a ghastly grin, its distorted features even more frightening, and its muffled laughter made her shiver. The girl with long hair, trying to cope with her growing fear, is perplexed to notice that the creature doesn't look so frightening. The young man with the spear gazes tensely at the figure, noticing that it is not just a dead man, but something much more dangerous. There was a crunch of stone beneath the creature's bare feet, and its sudden movement forward made everyone freeze in suspense. Soo Hyun freezes, feeling the tension building up, while the entity slowly raises her hand, her fractured fingers straining to reach toward the light. The bluish glow of the stone grows brighter, reflecting in the shimmering drops of dust, filling the gloomy hall with a fluttering radiance. The creature twitches violently, its movements becoming abrupt and unnatural as the magic of light encompasses it. The confrontation reaches a climax when the figure, still warping and wavering, takes a step forward. The slouching figure froze in an unnatural pose, and his head tilted slightly downward, creating a sensation. The rotting creature opened its mouth abruptly, exposing a deformed oral cavity. A sudden thump, like a cut in the air, echoes in the darkness as a powerful jolt sends the dead body forward, threatening its presence. The creature's face contorted with strain, eyes popping out of their orbits for a moment, as it let out a hoarse scream that sounded like it was tearing from the depths of sound. The red glow merges with the darkness, making the creature's figure seem even more menacingly grim. The red-haired girl's direct gaze becomes rigid, and she slightly tenses the hand holding her weapon tightly, as if preparing to strike at any moment. Soo Hyun, tilting his head slightly, responds with restraint and calmness, making it clear that his condition has improved since the sudden appearance of the light. The one holding the spear takes a frightened step back, trying to justify himself, his trembling and awkwardness visible to the naked eye. At first glance, it appeared that the hand in the gauntleted glove was lowered slackly, but by the drops of dark liquid dripping from his fingers. Turning his gaze to the source of the sound, the man's face expressed bewilderment, which was replaced by concentration. Lifting his bloody hand slightly, he leisurely commented on her condition, as if trying to explain what was happening to both himself and the others. The throw of the bloody object was unexpectedly accurate, and a moment later, it landed right at the feet of the creature lying on the floor. The white-haired figure jerked from the impact, lying on the cold ground and its eyes glazed in immobility. The protagonist, standing nearby, cast a grim look at the creature, as if assessing his victim. He unceremoniously squeezed his hand on the creature's hair, lifting the head of his defeated prey, who now seemed completely harmless and pathetic. His voice, cold and confident, sounded like mockery as he realized that this creature dared to threaten and frighten his companions. The protagonist lifted the white-haired creature by its hair, its lifeless body dangling in a dark hole gaping in place of its jaw. The young man, calmly reflecting on what happened, examines the monster with slight irritation. He lowers his hand, clutching in it a thin strand of long white hair of a creature that still looks menacing despite its defeat. His gaze remains focused, and his thoughts are filled with a plan on how to use this strange specimen. Several people stood in front of Soo Hyun. One of the girls turned to him with a question, hoping that he could explain the origin of this strange creature. The girl with dark hair frowned thoughtfully and mentioned the lab, her confidence in her knowledge of alchemy hinting at a possible connection between this creature and the old experiments. The disfigured creature lay on the ground, its mangled body a reminder of the experiments. Soo Hyun listened carefully to her musings, noting that such experiments were rare nowadays. The leader listens intently to the girl in front of him while her neighbors silently watch. She recalls a story she once heard about a group of scientists who conceived of creating a new human race within the walls of a research lab. His foot flies upward sharply, coming down with force on the mangled body, causing it to twist in agony and the remains of the creature to scatter from the impact. In the fleeting silence after the impact, he realizes all the scraps of information he's managed to get. Soo-hyun suggests that the group proceed with caution, prepare for the unexpected, and preserve escape routes by paying attention to exploring their surroundings. The girl with blue hair is slightly confused as she asks a clarifying question, trying to hide her excitement behind a focused look. Guy reminds us of the importance of maintaining magical energy, noting that the old light sources have already completely failed. The mage agrees to the task, adding that her knowledge is enough to fulfill the role, despite having to give up complex spells. The creature's tearing scream fills the room like an echo of pain that echoes in every corner as the bright light plows through the air. The young man, turning his gaze on his enemies, focuses on finishing what he started. A grim picture opens before the eyes of those who see the scattered bodies, the number of which does not seem to be diminishing. The voices of the team intertwine with the noise of magic and the sounds of battle as they struggle to resist the wave of creatures. The girl with blue hair focused the energy of her spell, a water stream forming around her. In the hands of a girl with dark hair, a magical staff surrounded by a purple glow flashes brightly. A thud and a flash of blood fills the air as a powerful burst of force shatters one of the monsters, leaving behind a chaotic scarlet trail. The sword swept through the body of another enemy with incredible speed, splitting it in two and clearing the space for a new attack. The red sword swiftly chops the monster, causing its body to fall apart, but the protagonist is not impressed. A few more steps forward across the bloody floor, and the heavy strike of the red blade delivers another lightning-fast series of blows. In the long line of disintegrating figures and bloody flashes from the attacks, his feeling that this whole battle was not the least bit satisfying only intensified. Soo-hyun, observing the number of enemies and their monotonous attacks, realizes that even this dangerous mission is not up to his expectations. Soo-hyun deftly dodges another attack. His movements remain smooth and confident. He notices that the enemies are beginning to weaken. One swing of the blade is enough to clear the way, and his expression remains cold. The player keeps a close eye on the enemies, assessing their actions and wondering why they have started to gradually retreat. Among the shadows, you can distinguish the figures of the opponents, who, although they look intimidating, no longer dare to come closer. The dark-haired man clutched the hilt of his sword and stared at the bodies of his enemies, pondering the sudden change in their behavior. A light sweat ran down his temple as he realized he had momentarily blacked out from what was happening. The girl confidently held her blades and proudly noted that the monsters retreated in terror before Vivian's servant, whom she had successfully summoned. The appearance of a huge monster with a ghastly appearance, surrounded by a purple glow, for it was the screaming martyr himself. He watched as the creatures that had surrounded them began to slowly back away, as if obeying an invisible order. The woman in the green robe approached him, holding herself confidently, but her gaze was focused, as if she was preparing the next step in the battle. With staff in hand, she paused for a moment, considering her opponents thoughtfully, and then, with a slight smirk, she offered to destroy them without waiting for further instructions. Her confidence left no doubt, and he only nodded, preparing for the next phase of the fight, keeping his eyes on the retreating enemy. The hero realizes that their powers could have instantly solved the problem, but consciously chooses to give others a chance to prove themselves and develop skills. The girl gets annoyed at the complexity of the request, but quickly comes to her senses and agrees to support the common goal. The thought that they could have lasted longer is replaced by the realization that the magical creature cannot be brought back without using it. The girl with long hair contentedly makes a decision and orders the creature to finish the battle by destroying all enemies. The girl with the magic staff, confidently ordering the destruction of all enemies, filled the atmosphere with a bright purple glow. The magical creature created by her spell rushed to attack the crowd of enemies, mercilessly massacring each of them. The man and his blue-haired companion cautiously opened the door and entered a room where light barely penetrated. The woman was perplexed to notice how such strange creatures could come from this place. In a small room surrounded by the cold light of a blue fire, the group decides to make a stop. Walking into the next room, the two men look around curiously for clues or valuable finds. One of them admits that he only found a few gold coins, showing the notebook he found. The three companions looked back at the result of their search, realizing that their find was far from expected. One of them, trying to maintain the general mood, remarked with a smile that they had already managed to find something valuable. Calmly holding out the notebook he had found to his companion, the leader noted that he would rest for now. The young man accepted the find with apparent enthusiasm, assuring that he could make sense of the records. The character with the book scrutinizes the notes he finds, trying to pick up on the hints or clues hidden in them. A girl with short blue hair sits on one of the benches, discussing with her partner what to do next. On the opposite side, a red-haired young man crosses his arms, contemplating a plan of action and assessing the usefulness of the loot. After carefully analyzing the artifact he finds, he hands it to the leader, noting that the records may contain useful information about the upcoming trials. A researcher perusing the book notes that it looks more like a personal diary than a useful artifact. He mentions that no special or valuable information about the laboratory or important information could be found in the records. One of the recorded episodes describes the room owner's daily activities with a spear, which leads the researcher to think. This find piques the group leader's unexpected interest, as it may be related to a clue to a unique class. The laboratory mentioned in the diary did serve as a place for experiments, and its building is divided into 3 floors. It is highly likely that those who attacked earlier are the experimental subjects described in the records found. In order to avoid unnecessary risks, it is decided to first completely sweep the first floor before moving higher. Judging by the scale of the floors, it will take a lot of time to clear them, and even more dangerous enemies may be lurking on the next levels. Tired and worried, the heroes reflect that it will take longer than they bargained for to successfully complete the task. One of the participants suggests a compromise. After clearing the first level, return to the city to recuperate. However, the proposal would meet with objection as the constant movement between the city and the dungeon would require a significant time investment. As they discussed, they realized that their success in discovering the dungeon and completing the task was possible due to a lucky coincidence. The heroes come to the conclusion that it's better to stay in the lab and complete the sweep completely, even if it takes longer than expected. The leader notices that the 2 of them and Vivian would have done it faster, but realizes the importance of the whole group working together for success. The others agree, noting that their skills are enough to handle any surprises in this place. The girl with the long hair confidently assures the others that with her support, the sweep will go easily and quickly, giving the team optimism. The characters are puzzled as they survey the empty space where the bodies used to lie, each pondering possible reasons for their disappearance. One of the companions feels there are 3 possible directions for further exploration. The decision is made to start exploring from the western corridor. The team concentrates and cautiously heads forward. The lead players reason that not having a pathfinder with scouting skills makes their task more difficult. Soo-hyun turns to the girl with blue hair, feeling her interested gaze, and nods slowly, waiting for her words. She asks with slight hesitation if he was really a first-year participant, adding a note of covert respect and caution to her voice. The hero, without averting his gaze, answers briefly, confirming her hunch and leaving a small hint of hidden history behind his answer. The girl lingers her gaze on him as if trying to understand something more, but instead of words, she remains in thoughtful silence. A girl with blue hair, full of curiosity, asks Soo-hyun about his recent fight, recalling the action. She notes that she has seen him handle enemies and protect allies at the same time, and she wonders how he was able to achieve such a result. Soo-hyun wonders at her attentiveness, compares her to Hanbel, and decides that such actions can build trust in their clan. The hero explains that he didn't have to apply anything complicated, as he always uses various tricks and stratagems in battles. Appa emphasizes that the main advantage of the deceased was their numerical superiority. Using coordinated actions and competent distribution of forces in battle, the hero explains that it was possible to suppress the advantage of enemies. Concluding his reasoning, the man notes that in such situations it is right to focus on defense. The magician girl ponders confusedly and expresses doubt about the ease of the task, acknowledging her lack of understanding, but notices that she is not alone in their predicament. The man recalls training with a sword, noting that the experience had little to do with their confrontations. He points out that after planning, all he has to do is follow the tactics, adding that the knowledge from the academy has given him the right training for complex tasks. The girl with blue hair, listening to him, concludes with admiration that his approach is indeed ingenious, marveling at his skill. The blue-haired girl, slightly confused, silently comprehends what she has heard, her gaze becoming more thoughtful. The protagonist, who remains calm, makes his point clearly and confidently, showing that his actions are based on a desire to survive. In response to his words, her interlocutor feels a slight sadness, reflecting on how strange such revelations sound from someone who taught herself to appreciate her own efforts. A brief silence is established between them, which only emphasizes the depth of their thoughts. Sang-en, with a slight smile, praises their leader's abilities, noting his outstanding talents, but immediately adds that there are others on the team worthy of attention. Realizing that his words have caught the attention of the others, he embarrassedly corrects himself, trying to put emphasis on the current task at hand. Suddenly realizing how inappropriate his praise sounded at a time when the entire team is focused on danger, Sang apologizes. Still a bit confused, he looks at the girl sincerely, adding that it's important for him to just be there and do his best for the success of their mission. The girl with blue hair, surprised by what she sees, asks if her partner's prowess is due to any special skills or training. He calmly replies that everything said was out of pure interest, assuring that there can be no offense in his words. The red haired girl excitedly tells them that their leader was the best in all disciplines of the academy, emphasizing his uniqueness. The partner reacts restrainedly to the words, remaining focused and calm. But there is another misunderstanding of the student's actions at heart. Sanyung tries to hide his embarrassment at hearing the praise for him, but his slightly tense face betrays his inner awkwardness. The mention of the Golden Lion clan amazes the listeners, because it is known that this clan is extremely selective and almost never accepts newcomers. When asked why he turned down such an offer, Sang-yung replies that he prefers to make his own future. The atmosphere becomes lighter when the others recognize that his independence and determination are indeed admirable. Guy clarifies that only their leader and another of their former allies received an invitation from the Golden Lion. The protagonist tries to get a word in edgewise to get the conversation moving, but his companions don't relent, continuing to talk about the importance of their team and the role of the leader in their lives. Young adds that Hyun's rejection of the Golden Lion's tempting offer only emphasizes his loyalty to his comrades. The sense of duty and guilt to the leader does not let them go, because each of them realizes the cost of their joint successes. Yujun faintly tensed up when she caught the change in the girl's tone and turned to her and froze with anticipation, as if she had a premonition of something important. The blue-haired woman lowered her gaze and spoke quietly but confidently, leaving behind a note of restrained assurance that all actions were correct. She continued thoughtfully, musing about the Golden Lion clan, her voice as if she was hiding more than she was letting on. A barely perceptible silence surrounded them, and everyone stood in a thoughtful semicircle, listening to the flickering tension in the girl's words. The girl turns to her partner with concern in her eyes, trying to hide her excitement, but her movements betray a slight uncertainty. The voice is quiet but firm, reflecting an inner struggle and a desire to justify a choice made that perhaps remains misunderstood by others. Her face brightened for a moment, regaining focus as she ponders the consequences of declining the invitation. The group stands in silence, immersed in intense thoughts, as the atmosphere around them is filled with a sense of the importance of the moment. The girl with blue hair, her gaze focused, stops the bickering between the companions, her voice sounding calm but firm, urging the others to act faster. The black-haired team leader quickly assesses the space around him, realizing that the building is large. The ominous silence is broken by muffled sounds behind the massive door ahead, and everyone's attention drifts to it. A girl in a green cloak with a slight confusion in her eyes points to the door, her voice quiet but with a sense of uncertainty in it. A massive gate, stained with dark dried blood, towers in front of the group, its menacing appearance causing tension. The black-haired leader, scrutinizing the ancient casements, realizes that they look too suspicious. The heavy air around me is filled with a foreboding feeling that seems almost tangible, as if something alive is waiting outside the door. A somber whisper in everyone's mind seems to confirm their fears, and the group begins to realize that this place hides something unknown. A tall young man with brown hair, looking worriedly at the massive doors, quietly voices his doubts. The black-haired leader, remaining calm, confidently reiterates the need to explore the place. The group, gathering closer, listens intently to his words, their gazes directed toward the dark gate. The girl with the short brown hair clutches her weapon tighter, determinedly noting that there is no point in going back. The girl in the green cloak, looking around her companions in a collected manner, reminds them of the importance of remaining calm when the gate will be opened. The leader, reflecting carefully on his motives, admits in thought that greed and the desire to find something of value push him forward. The group, standing in front of a massive gate, discusses the possibility of finding traces of a past inhabitant of the area. The blade in the leader's hand glistens in the light. He grips the hilt tightly, realizing that the next step is inevitable and involves an acceptance of fate. The black-haired leader recalls his fall in a past life, mentally recognizing that once at rock bottom, one can endlessly sink even lower. His thoughts reflect the idea that falling and rising are two sides of the same coin. Light breaks through his musings, illuminating the space around him, and he decides to move forward despite his fears and doubts. The girl with brown hair, clutching a staff, confidently gives orders to the mages to be ready to cast spells. The young man with brown hair tensely raises his hands, preparing to defend himself, while the girl with blue hair looks on with cold-blooded confidence. The red-haired girl and her spear-wielding companion move forward cautiously, their coordinated actions reflecting a determination to tackle any obstacle. The group takes up positions in front of the gate, tensely assigning roles, their concentration emphasizing their readiness for the unknown. The leader clutches the mechanism tightly and, turning it with effort, slowly opens the door, behind which hides the unknown. The door, covered in gloom and cracks, slowly begins to move, giving out a deafening scraping sound, as if awakening something long forgotten and dangerous. There are mechanical sounds in the air, as if ancient gears that have been motionless for years are set in motion again, giving birth to a sense of unease. The massive structure opens, throwing outward a stream of heavy air, soaked with stench and traces of decomposition. A step forward is accompanied by a lingering darkness that hides the true extent of the threat, and the scent becomes so intense. A loud roar suddenly came from behind an open door, from which a massive figure flew out. The young man's gaze was focused and cool as he analyzed his opponent's actions, while tension hovered in the air. In another corner of the world, amidst the streets of the great city of Barbara, a majestic panorama unfolded. The splendor of the huge castle with its golden towers emphasized the power and influence of its inhabitants. The snow-white interior of the room seems unusually austere and cold, despite the luxurious details. The conversation between the two ladies in the corridor takes on a casual tone. Their slight irony seems to hide an underlying tension, and the sound of footsteps on the parquet adds a bit of fuss to the moment. The mention of the clan's expenses evokes mixed emotions, where envy and admiration mix in a single rush. The reminder of the main figure's status is reinforced by sharp intonations, and unspoken discontent is hidden behind outward politeness. In the exquisite room, someone raises a question, trying to clear up a recent rumor, and the conversation takes on a businesslike tone with a patina of anticipation. The interlocutors, strolling down the corridor, discuss the internal affairs of the organization with a dose of irony and light criticism of decisions. The topic of discussion becomes the redistribution of resources, where there are hints of the apparent privileges of one of the group members. The remark about a level playing field emphasizes the tension in the team, but the words seem like an attempt to hide inner irritation. The girl quietly expresses annoyance, noting how the other's arrogance will become even more unbearable after the news, and gets a silent agreement from her interlocutor. Silence fills the room for a moment as the receding silhouette leaves behind the faint sound of footsteps, and Han Buell's hand clenches into a fist. Barely visible light emphasizes her austere silhouette, highlighting the fragility of her facial features and the firmness of her forward-looking gaze. In her eyes, you can read not only pride, but also hidden disappointment mixed with a sense of duty, which she carries with a cold calmness. A girl with long blue hair standing by the doorway looks down, immersed in her thoughts while her restrained gaze hides a deep inner struggle. She takes a cautious step to the side, surveying the empty but exquisite surroundings, as if trying to decide if she's ready to enter this room. Her gaze slides down to where her hand firmly clutches a clear stone, shimmering with a cool blue light reflecting on the dark patterns of the carpet. The stone in her hand, shining with a faint light, seems to symbolize a decision she has not yet had time to make, but which is already pressing with its weight. The girl closes her eyes with cold determination, as if trying to hide the emotions that are bubbling up inside. She glances around the spacious hallway with its grand chandeliers and antique furniture, her footsteps echoing. The cold gleam of her eyes lingers on the floor, where a fallen crystal shimmers that seems almost alive. As she bends down to pick up the gem, an elusive shadow of doubt flickers in her gaze. The blue-haired girl's inner thoughts were confused, but the distinct mention of one name made painful associations in her mind. She lowered her gaze to the glittering stone lying on the floor, unconsciously clutching her hands in front of her. A cry full of alarm and panic broke the silence, accompanied by a sudden jerk that literally knocked one of those present off his feet. A blinding light flashed with incredible power, filling everything around it with an energy capable of tearing apart any obstacle. Grinning his teeth, the huge figure with unnaturally burning eyes clutched tightly at the chain that reached for his chest with a bright glow. A deep, low growl burst from his throat, red eyes glittering with hatred, and his fingers tightly gripping the magical bond that restrained him. The chain tightens with such force that the sounds of straining metal echoed, and its magical glow became even brighter. The huge body shakes with rage, and with a roar that seems to tear through space. The monster's face disappears behind the blinding light of the magical chain it is vainly trying to break. The monster's red eyes are full of hatred, but the light continues to eat away at his gaze, erasing the last vestiges of resistance. The creature's hands clench convulsively, fingers slipping on the chain, but the magical artifact only increases the pressure, turning its movements into agony. The giant lets out a piercing scream, its body shuddering, and the sound of the chain overlapping the roar, marking its complete destruction. The giant collapsed to the stone floor, a deafening rumble echoing through the hall, making the walls shake and echoing. Letting out a piercing shriek, the creature clutched its head, its awkward movements betraying the pain and confusion that replaced the rage in its scarlet eyes. One of the observers realized the reason for the failure of the magic, explaining that the resistance of the giant's blood had weakened the effect of the spell. At the leader's signal, the mages retreated, leaving room for those who moved forward, preparing to confront the awakened enemy. Soo-hyun cautiously looks around the lab. His attention is caught by a massive figure whose features resemble a mixture of human and monster. A huge creature with stone skin and long hair crouched down and let out a low growl, as if realizing the presence of someone. The malevolent gaze of a creature with blazing red eyes pierces the silence, awakening in the hero's mind images of past battles with similar creatures. Thoughts of a possible alliance with this monster make him despise it, as memories of the ruthless experiments conducted in such places fuel his determination to prevent a repeat of the past. The creature's burning eyes poured more scarlet light, reflecting only determination to strike the next blow from which there would be no escape. The two allies behind instinctively tensed, trying not to betray their excitement, their breathing slowing and their hands gripping their weapons tighter. The giant darted forward, rapidly closing the distance, his every step echoing in the walls like the thunder of an approaching storm. The young warrior toppled backwards from the collision, only catching a glimpse of his attacker's silhouette. The hero's gaze is full of challenge and confidence in his voice, as he prepares for battle, gripping the hilt of his weapon tightly, as if anticipating the outcome. A bright flash illuminates the surrounding space as the blade moves at an incredible speed. The strike is lightning fast, power and precision merging in a single motion that shatters any obstacle. The blade enters his opponent's massive arm with a crackle, and the tension is felt in every muscle. The hero's gaze reflects confidence, and a subtle chuckle hints that he's ready for another challenge. The blade in his hands glistens in the light of magical flashes, as if to expose his strength and determination to repel any threat, surpassing any expectations of his allies. A sharp lunge forward is accompanied by a burst of force, the blade slicing through the air with a loud sound, the girl warriors not having time to follow what is happening. The impact collides with an insurmountable obstacle, creating resonance, and all of its force seemingly bounces off the powerful barrier. The huge giant brings his massive arm down towards his opponent, but a sharp and precise lunge with the hero's weapon is one step ahead. Soo-hyun instantly moves away, leaving behind only a thin line of light, as if mocking his opponent's helpless attempts. A mixture of surprise and tension appears on the faces of the observers as they realize. The monster's sudden jerk raises a cloud of dust, and it seems ready to destroy everything in its path at any moment. The golden-haired fighter, holding back his emotions, resolutely rushes into the fight, raising his halberd high. With the swing of the heavy weapon, the space around him seemed to fill with tension, making it seem as if time itself had slowed down. The golden-haired man, clearly underestimating the difficulty of his opponent, decides to attack head-on, swiftly raising his halberd to strike, but his actions seem rash. Instead of coming in from the rear, as tactics demanded, he rushes in, endangering not only himself, but the entire group. The fighter's body, having lost its balance from the powerful impact, slams sharply against the stone slabs of the floor, shaking everything around with a loud sound. The corners of the monster's lips lift in a sly smile as he notices the clumsy actions of his opponents. As if enjoying their weakness, a blob of scarlet energy formed around his clenched fist, filling the air with tension and heralding another devastating blow. In the next second, a magical pulse bursts from his hand, tearing through space and heading towards the unprotected enemies. The blade of the sword that had absorbed the magical energy shimmered in reddish highlights, as if obeying the will of its owner, his hand gripping the hilt firmly. The giant's heavy breathing echoed in the silence, his face twisted with anger, but a shadow of confusion in his eyes. The swordsman's gaze becomes cold and calculating. He senses that the fight is coming to an end and prepares for the next move. The airborne vibration intensifies as a mysterious figure in a green dress with a staff in her hand utters ancient words, filling the space with power. The magic circle glowed with a soft purple radiance, smoothly filling the air with a slight hum, and invisible pressure surrounding everyone around. A giant with gray skin and a massive body stands idly next to a guy in a scarlet cloak, as if waiting for new instructions. In the space around the alchemist, the darkness swirls as if coming to life, smoothly enveloping the figures, creating a sense of something impending. The figure of a chimera summoned by the girl alchemist begins to form inside the magic circle, its outline looking menacing and threatening. Soo-hyun looked at his interlocutor calmly and confidently as he pondered her proposal, but his smile hid his own calculations. The girl with long hair raised her head proudly, declaring the power of her creations, which she considers a head above any opponent's. She, with a slight challenge in her gaze, prepared to show the true power of her creatures, and her confidence was evident in every movement. The protagonist, with a slight shadow of irony in his eyes, smiled slightly, clearly enjoying the anticipation of further battles. The girl in the green cloak orders the captive to sharpen the creature's hands with cold certainty, emphasizing her absolute power. The captive's magical eye begins to glow with an ominous red light, filling the surrounding space with an atmosphere of menace and tension. Heavy chains clanked taut as if alive, and magical energy vibrated around the creature's body, filling the air with a hum. The creature unleashed an angry roar, filled with rage and despair. But even his strength began to gradually submit to the inexorable will. An-hyun, feeling guilty for his actions, tensely glares at his partner, preparing to correct his mistake and show determination. Soo-hyun calmly gives instructions while thinking of an attack strategy to immobilize the giant and give his ally a chance for a decisive strike. The young warrior realizes that his mentor is giving him an opportunity to redeem himself, and the inner dialogue only strengthens his resolve. Clenching his teeth, he gathers all his will, accepting what has been said, and prepares to execute the plan with the utmost precision and force. The golden-haired youth clutched his weapon tightly, filling it with magical energy, preparing for a decisive strike against the enemy. His gaze becomes determined, full of confidence, and an inner vow not to repeat the mistakes of the past that still plague him. He rushes forward with a shout, as if trying to spew out all his determination in that movement, concentrating mana into the blade. An inner voice urges him to act precisely and without delay, for the outcome of the battle and the fate of his allies depend on his blow. A flash of blinding light cut through the darkness, leaving behind a bright trail of destruction, as if a red-hot blade had passed through flesh. The remaining parts of the creature vaporize into the air, leaving black trails and thin streaks of smoke, as if to remind you of its end. The figures standing nearby exchange glances, the tension gradually being replaced by relief as everything subsides. The girl with the long hair nods as if to confirm her efforts, her voice sounding confident and her words filled with satisfaction at the work she has done. Yoo-jun, annoyed by the empty finds, exclaims about the unfairness of the rewards, clutching her equipment in her hands, full of frustration and anger. The blue-haired girl mentions the coins she found in an attempt to reassure, but her calm voice collides with the disgruntled look of her red-haired partner. Soo-hyun internally assesses the energy cost of clearing the rooms, pondering the futility of the effort and preparing for the next step. A new ally, pointing to something up ahead, interrupts the tense conversations, instilling hope and drawing everyone's attention to the mysterious object. A dark wooden door at the west end of the first floor stands out for its unusual size, making those present wonder about its purpose. To some, it seems that behind it may lie an ordinary warehouse, but cautious hints of recent dangers raise doubts about the validity of such assumptions. Mentions of past attacks by the reanimated dead heighten the tension in the group, while a glance at the lock keeps his hand on the hilt. The watcher's gray eyes scrutinize the situation, his calmness and discernment making it clear that it's too soon to relax. Participants step back, forming a defensive stance as tension rises, and everyone prepares for a possible attack. The heavy doors slowly open, creaking on their hinges, and the darkness inside gradually absorbs the faint light of the corridor. Only outlines can be seen from the depths of the dark room, but no sound or movement, as if the place has long been abandoned. The mage girl with short blue hair activates her spell, and a bright light fills the space, dispelling the thick haze. Surprise grips the blue-haired girl when she notices something unusual up ahead, but her partner's calm gaze doesn't portend any threat. The group stops in utter amazement as they contemplate the strange discovery, their gazes full of bewilderment and admiration. An armory opens before them, filled with a variety of weapons and shields, hiding the smell of old metal and mystery. Attention is drawn to the massive drawers against the wall, as if guarding their secrets, raising questions about what lurks inside. Noticing the light reflecting off the gold coins lying on the floor, the heroes instantly tense up, anticipating that this is only the beginning of their find. Pondering the purpose of the vault, one of the group suggested that the weapons here were prepared for special situations, probably long abandoned. with a blue-haired mage analyzing the magical aura of surrounding objects. They discuss the possibility of finding a unique artifact. Inspecting the vault, the group divides up duties, some examining the gold finds, others sorting through usable weapons while remaining wary. The heroes feel lucky for the first time in a long time as they explore a warehouse filled with useful finds and weapons that can strengthen their team. The leader keeps emotions in check by suggesting a division of duties, while trying not to miss a single detail among the items around them. One of the companions decides to volunteer to take on the role of a watchman to keep the others safe while they explore. The leader gratefully notes the initiative, promising to thank the man later, continuing to keep a close eye on the team's findings. The red-haired girl looks around her surroundings questioningly, pondering how old and fragile things have been preserved in this place. The girl with the rack suddenly notices something on the floor and picks up the find with undisguised surprise, drawing the others' attention to the strange object. A glowing stream of energy emanating from her magical staff gradually enveloped the bracelet, restoring the lost elegance of its forms. Surrounded by interested stares, she focuses on her task, her power filling the room with a soft glow. Reflecting on the weapons around her, as she completes the recovery process, she confidently declares completion, handing over the artifact for further study, drawing slight admiration from those around her. Jong-ha-un, having completed the spell, looks at the recovered artifact with a concentrated gaze as it begins to emit a soft light. Her magic exposes the hidden properties of the bracelet, causing her surprise as the material it is made of turns out to be far more valuable than she realized. Handing over the bracelet with slight uncertainty, she shares her guess about the rare composition, causing the others to wonder about its possible value. The young mage cheerfully supports the discovery, praising the find and noting that mithril, one of the rarest and most valuable materials, which adds to the significance of the find. Explaining the features of mithril, the blue-haired girl mentions its amazing properties, including its lightness and high strength, comparing it to iron. Her musings continue, and she notes that the material aids in the efficient use of mana, but it is not suitable for creating weapons. The red-haired girl wonders with surprise at the value of the found object, her eyes sparkling at the sudden thought. Shifting his attention, the mage clarifies that it is pointless to estimate the value of the bracelet, as there are no similar artifacts on the market. The bracelet, surrounded by dim light, appeared to have a small amount of mithril content, which enhanced its ability to utilize mana efficiently. Soo Hyun's expressive red eyes were watching the bracelet intently, confirming his assumptions about the uniqueness of the item he had found. The red-haired girl looked at An Hyun with surprise, realizing that he was the one best to entrust this rare find to. The group unanimously decided to give the bracelet to the young man with the least magical potential to enhance his ability to control mana. Hyun hesitantly accepts the bracelet, trying to pass it on to someone else, but gets a confident reminder of his role in the group. Yoojun insists with a smile that the bracelet stays with Hyun, using friendly arguments to back up his point. The young man with blonde hair, realizing the responsibility, reluctantly puts on the bracelet, at which point a faint surge of magical energy can be felt around him. The rest of the participants watch with interest, waiting to see the result and test how the bracelet affects its new owner. A young man with dark hair, looking at the bracelet on his arm, notices a built-in feature that can automatically adjust to the wearer's size, and appreciates this as an added benefit of the find. The golden-haired lad feels a sudden surge of strength, noticing that the flow of mana in his body has accelerated, and ponders the possibilities of finding an equally valuable artifact. A treasure trove of gold coins and gems opens before them, dazzling in their brilliance, forcing them to consider how best to allocate such a rich resource. Looking at the treasure, the lad calculates its value, realizing that the rubies he has found will save him from having to use the jewels provided by others. The space is filled with a blue glow emanating from the mysterious mechanism around which the heroes are gathered, scrutinizing its details. The man in the red coat calmly suggests that one of the participants come closer and assess the find, expressing confidence in the safety of the site. The girl with blue hair pulls her strands back slightly as if trying to focus, while her gaze remains confident and collected. There's a joyful animation on the faces of the characters standing in a semicircle. Their expectations have been met, and they eagerly discuss the next steps. The heroine with short blue hair speaks with a slight smile, noting that the presence of a real goddess of luck might explain their incredible findings. The group discusses the treasures they found, including a bracelet, weapons, and other ancient items that were a real discovery. One of the artifacts found, a thin blade, stands out for its magical power that can greatly increase the speed of attacks. The character in the red cape reflects on the importance of their efforts and recognizes that all the work done has met the group's expectations. The blue-haired girl examines the blade, noting that its graceful shape is more suited for decoration or ceremony than combat. The young red-headed partner is perplexed, questioning the practical uses of a blade that looks more like an antique. The girl explains that despite its limited combat value, the item still has a unique magical aura, making it special. The redhead vigorously agrees, confidently stating that such a find is definitely worth using or keeping. The protagonist takes a look at the sword, ponders its value, and eventually decides to hand it over to his red-haired partner, smiling satisfied. A girl with short blue hair holds a red robe in her hands, studying its properties and pondering its magical protection and potential. The hero admits that the description was sufficient, but he deliberately lets his partner go on to clarify details and avoid confusion. His mind is focused on the possibilities of the items he finds, and he internally affirms the importance of learning about them to the team. Soo Hyun, knowing the true purpose of the robe, observes its magical properties and remembers its fire protection features. The shroud, named Fire Shield, can not only keep the wearer safe from fire, but also significantly reduce magical damage. The dense fabric with a physical resistance spell applied makes the robe more durable than it appears at first glance. Thinking that Vivian would be the best choice to use such an item, the protagonist hands her the find with a slight smile. The heroes ponder the proper division of found items, wondering if they should be used or exchanged for money. Among the finds, the rings that seem most valuable and useful in the current situation stand out. A girl with blue hair asks the protagonist to try on one of the rings to understand its influence and properties. As he touches the ring, he notices how the magic in his body reacts, activating an interaction he hasn't experienced before. The girl with blue hair, cautiously examining the ring in her hands, suggested that it increased important characteristics of the wearer. The words about useful characterization glasses got the group excited, and their reactions were filled with wonder and genuine admiration. The swordsman, remaining calm, tried the ring on his hand, watching carefully for possible changes or sensations. After checking, he concluded that the ring had no effect on him because its magical nature was incompatible with his level. The protagonist, scrutinizing the ring, notes that it does not cause him to react magically, but assesses its potential. A girl with short blue hair offers to give this artifact to whoever can make the most of it. The decision to give the ring to the priestess is surprising, but Soo Hyun thinks it's the best option for distributing the find. The hero reasoned that such an item, despite its limitations, would be more useful for players with low mana levels. The girl with short blue hair, trying to explain the value of the item, mentions its property of increasing characteristics, mentioning a possible price in the city. The reaction of the others was filled with surprise and stunned, for the amount mentioned by the mage clearly exceeded all the expectations of the group. The man with the red cloak, keeping his cool, convinces his companions that using the rare artifact now would do more good than selling it. The young priestess, despite the embarrassment of such a responsibility, continues to refuse the offer, justifying it with the value of the ring to the entire group. The hero, having thought about it, evaluates the current situation, which is becoming more and more confusing, and tries to find the best solution. His companion, embarrassed by the unexpected request, happily agrees, though her excitement is clearly shown in her gaze and gestures. Taking the ring, he examines it carefully as magical light begins to envelop the artifact, creating a sense of the power and importance of the find. In a subdued tone, he offers his companion the use of the ring, while also noting her hesitancy and childlike insecurity. The girl with red hair, feeling suddenly awkward, takes a timid step back, blushing with embarrassment and uncertainty. The man, holding back a slight smile, reaches out to touch her palm, clearly intending to help her through her doubts. His decisive motion squeezed her fingers in a soft but confident gesture, causing the girl to freeze at the unexpected touch. Silence envelops them for a moment before he takes the next step with a slight sternness, nudging her to make a decision. The young girl with the brown hair, embarrassed by the question, points her finger uncertainly, and her gaze is full of not only embarrassment but also slight irritation. The hand holding the ring gently approaches, and a moment later it is easily slipped onto the slender finger as if it was made for this purpose. A slight chuckle accompanies the action as the warm light of the ring flares up, drawing everyone's attention to its unexpected activation. The rest of the group watches in amazement, their faces reflecting genuine amazement and even slight admiration. The girl with short hair admiringly examines the ring on her hand, not hiding her joy and amazement at its beauty and significance. The leader, in a calm and confident tone, explains the need for judicious use of artifacts, emphasizing the overall goal. A brief dialogue ensues between him and his partner, filled with friendly understanding and discussion of the distribution of found items. The girl with blue hair confidently notes the importance of the second ring, arguing that it can play a key role in the success of the entire group. The leader looks closely at the girl with short blue hair, his gaze reflecting mixed feelings of curiosity and slight anxiety. She talks enthusiastically about the ring she found, emphasizing its features and hinting at its practical value in battle. His gaze shifts to the artifact itself, covered in a magical blanket, with a brief explanation of the spell cast to suppress enemy magic. The rest of the group, gathered around, watches with ambivalent reactions, and the leader clearly feels the urge to end this discussion as soon as possible. Dim lights flicker in the silent stillness of the high walls, illuminating a narrow corridor littered with the bloody marks of battle. A grim scene unfolds before our eyes where decapitated bodies and disemboweled limbs are plunged into darkness. Among the pools of blood lies the body of a giant beast, its maw open in a final, soundless roar of despair. A group of fighters study the results of a recent skirmish, discussing the value of the treasure they found and the luck that has finally turned their way. The dim light barely illuminates a massive dark metal door with an old lock on it, evoking a foreboding sense of danger. The leader steps back into the shadows, allowing his blue-haired partner to move closer and listen to the barely perceptible rustle outside the door. The group freezes, scrutinizing the closed passageway, eyeing something sinister lurking on the other side. In the tense silence, only the soft clatter of footsteps could be heard, as if someone was cautiously approaching the barrier separating them from the unknown. Soo-hyun discusses the way forward with the blue-haired magician, noticing a staircase that presumably leads to the next floor. One of the group suggests that the level of difficulty will increase with each floor, suggesting that the current room be explored first. The leader gingerly takes hold of the massive door handle, warning the others to be on guard before opening it. The group enters the dark room, noting the mysterious atmosphere and hoping that something useful can be found here. Soo-hyun scrutinizes the space, contemplating the need to check what's behind the heavy door before acting. Slowly opening the entrance, he and the girl with blue hair are the first to step inside, assessing the surroundings for threats. There is an oppressive silence in the room, with only old dirty cloths on hooks hinting at the former life of the place. The heroes notice that the place has clearly been used as a hideout, but the lack of threats causes them to relax and look around. In the gloom of the room, the old wooden bed frame is visible, covered in a layer of dust and dirt that seems to hold traces of past events. The raised blanket hides only a pile of decayed bones, creating an ominous atmosphere that makes the cold creep into your bones. One member of the group, commenting on the find with a smile, perplexes the others, causing them to interject sarcastic remarks. Pointing to the opposite side of the room, the priestess curiously asks for attention to something that has gone unnoticed by the others. All eyes are on the girl, who turns around confused and tries to understand what caused the unexpected reaction of the others. Her voice trembling with embarrassment, she asks for an explanation, but the suggestion of her mistake only adds to her inner tension. The others try to dispel the awkwardness by celebrating her successes, while emphasizing the significance of her first dungeon find. The leader asks a question with a slight smile, paying attention to her actions, while she hesitantly frowns, pondering the answer. A girl with blue hair picks up a book visibly worn by time, her hands gingerly touching the rough cover. The man in the red cloak scrutinizes the notes, grimly concluding that the text is written in an ancient language that requires translation. His gaze tenses as he detects a familiar word popping up in his mind, causing a shadow of worry on his face. The words arouse suspicion, and he calls another team member to look at the book as well, hoping for a shared understanding. One of the group carefully picks up the book they found, clearly aware of its value, and carefully examines the cover, taking care not to damage the ancient artifact. Turning the pages, he realizes that the text is written in an unknown language, and regretfully notes his limited knowledge in translating such materials. Another team member expresses doubts about the ability to translate even simple phrases, recalling the importance of skill in deciphering such findings. They discuss the contents of the book, concluding that the records may contain information about the lab that will be key to their future advancement. Upon seeing the unexpected offer to take over the translation, the girl with long hair is surprised to express her desire to try her hand at it. The man in the red cloak looks at her doubtfully at first, but then agrees, allowing her to take the book she found. The members of the group, observing what is happening, look at each other, not hiding their surprise at the audacity of the unexpected decision. Upon hearing a direct question about her ability to understand ancient languages, the girl turns around angrily, irritated at the displeasure of disbelief. The girl in the green cloak, with an angry expression on her face, sharply objects, spewing out her accumulated emotions, proving her point in front of her companions. The man in dark clothes, smiling slightly, tries to smooth things over by saying encouraging words that should diffuse the atmosphere. The faces of the rest of the group read slight surprise and confusion as they watched this sudden outburst of emotion. Finally unable to contain herself, the girl makes it clear that her patience has run out and suggests that everyone deal with the task on their own, showing her irritation. The girl in the green robe, angered by the request to return the book, voices her displeasure sharply, barely containing her emotions. The protagonist, watching her outburst, realizes that he's become too soft lately and doesn't allow his control to slacken. Determined to contain the conflict, she grudgingly agrees to continue with the book, hiding her irritation behind a forced smile. Reflecting on the strange people she has to work with, she picks up the book, preparing to begin the translation soon. The girl in the green robe finishes reading the found text and, with noticeable strain, informs those around her that she has figured out the contents. A man with short blue hair appears in front of her, his gaze expressing a mixture of anticipation and slight surprise at her words. She, recalling details of her past, doubts the right to condemn the creators of the text, but still finds their approach maddening. Her findings indicate that the laboratory referred to in the book is the site of strange experiments that are disturbing. The book falls to the stone floor with a thud, and the girl says with annoyance that she wouldn't have started this conversation if things were easy. She tries to explain that the first floor they were studying was inhabited by a creature that could be called two failed creations. The guy, frowning, expresses incomprehension, and the girl explains that this floor should always be protected. She adds that sending creatures there that are uncontrollable seems completely illogical and ill-considered to her. Thoughts of the researcher's true intentions remaining a mystery made her focus on the substance of the book's entries. She glanced at the book lying on the floor, pondering if the creatures from the first floor could have been transported here from elsewhere. He reflected that the failed results of the experiments mattered less than the words of the book, hinting at a repetition of the past. The protagonist turned the conversation to the second and third floors, hinting that the answers to their questions might be there. As the characters delve deeper into the research, they conclude that the results of the experiments became more and more perfect with each floor, reflecting their progress. However, the deeper the researchers went, the more dangerous their experiments became, which eventually led them to the study of black magic. Puzzled, the heroine realizes that the use of demonic rituals was not only illegal, but extremely dangerous. The book describes how 100 were chosen from the best test subjects and sacrificed to an ancient demon, causing even she was horrified. The girl with blue hair says that, from the records she has studied, she is familiar with references to demons and the Academy's library archives. The book on the floor confirms that for lower demonic beings, a sacrifice of 100 souls is a huge gift. The protagonist ponders that this level of sacrifice is indicative of a demon beyond the power of middle-class creatures. There are restrictions on demons and angels in hellspace, but indirect interference is still allowed despite the prohibitions. One of the members of the group, looking into the book, remembers mentions of demons in the Academy library, trying to recall the details. Records in the book specify that there are 100 victims per demon, emphasizing the enormous scale of the ritual. Looking at the lines, he concludes that the said demon was an upper-middle-class creature, raising the seriousness of the situation. It is discussed that demons may be in the Valley of Hell, but their interference is limited to strictly defined conditions. Jeon Ha-yoon reflects on how even 100 ordinary people, an incredible price to pay for summoning a middle-class demon. The girl asks her companion a question, assuming that he has already encountered demonic beings and has experience fighting them. In response, it is explained to her that lower-class demons, while inferior in strength, require considerable effort to contain, especially if their abilities are partially sealed. Memories of one of the battles come to life, showing how the combined efforts of a multitude of people using holy magic could only temporarily hold back the power of the enemy. The girl's hands trembled with tension as she gripped the stick tightly. Her thoughts were on the sacrifices made to summon the demons. The gaze of everyone present was focused on the girl with blue hair, whose calmness seemed to balance the entire group. The guy in the green outfit brought up the issue of ancient demons, claiming that their true nature was hidden behind the darkness of Hell Valley. The ex-military man watched thoughtfully, his thoughts plunged into contemplating the possible consequences of meeting these creatures. The hand clutching the edge of the cloak expresses anxiety and uncertainty, as if trying to attract attention and support. The long-haired, green-haired girl firmly dismisses any doubts, emphasizing her negative attitude towards forbidden magical rituals. Her vivid emotions are amplified by her confident declaration that not even demonic creatures can break her resolve and strength. The group begins to discuss the purpose of their presence here, reminding each other that they are not here to fight demons, but to scout. Rubbing the collar of her partner's cloak lightly, the girl cautiously caught his attention, her gaze expressing quiet insistence. The woman in the green cloak averted her eyes and tried to justify herself, explaining that her disdain was solely for the methods of summoning. The confident and even slightly defiant gesture of her hand emphasized her determination, and the gleam in her eyes spoke of her faith in her own strength. The sounds of their discussion died down, giving way to quiet as the group members prepared to rest in their chosen room. The group, warm under their thick cloaks, shortened the night in silence, only the occasional spark of magic breaking the stillness of the darkness. The young man leaned against the cold stone wall and scrutinized the flickering status, checking the details of his new path. His thoughts, full of tension, returned to memories of the power lost in the past years, which he was now about to regain. The secrets of the past, evidenced by the devastating fire, opened paths for him to confront those who posed the ultimate threat. A bright gaze filled with determination expressed the confidence and strength within herself that was looking for an outlet in this moment of realization. The outstretched hand, framed by a luminous glow, seemed to encapsulate the entire essence of an unwavering spirit and hidden power. The slight movement of fingers clutching his palm hinted at the awakening of a power that could change the course of any fight. His internal monologue about overcoming past failures underscored his confidence in a new potential to face even the greatest threats. The gloomy morning light filtering through gaps in the walls emphasizes the sterility and coldness of the stone hall where the group slept. The girl with blue hair, wrapped in a warm cloak, carefully rises from her seat, careful not to disturb the others who are immersed in sleep. Yoo-jun, along with the other two squad members, are animatedly discussing something while standing close to the fading light source. The ambiance of the room, filled with silence and a cold glow, creates the illusion of a temporary hideaway that fails to offer the hope of a long rest. The leader responds confidently when asked about the group's plans, making it clear that the climb to the next floor is inevitable, despite possible doubts. His calm and slightly mocking tone provokes a slight embarrassment for one of the participants, which manifests itself in an awkward smile and awkward excuses. The leader subtly hints at their fears, but does so with restraint, emphasizing the need to prepare for more dangerous monsters than before. The reminder of the seriousness of the task involved in the sacrifices to summon the demon makes everyone think of the complexity of the challenge ahead. The young man listens carefully to the question, taking his time to consider the answer, and then confidently confirms that their plan to go up today still stands. His gaze reads calmness and a slight irony, as he notes that the nervousness of his interlocutor gives away more than his words. His interlocutor, trying to hide his excitement, smiles awkwardly and explains that stuttering is just a habit, but gives himself away with fidgety movements. Recalling the complexities and dangers of the second floor, Hyung turns his attention to the entries in the book, talking about the necessary sacrifices to summon a demon. He silently watched the actions of the others while the vague candlelights flickered nearby, illuminating the dark walls. As they climbed the steps, each of them gazed wistfully into the dim light ahead, feeling the coldness soaking into the old stone. A girl with short blue hair walked beside him, her gaze focused and confident despite the strange silence around her. Smiling demurely, the woman in the green cloak suggested a plan for the day, hoping that their efforts would succeed tomorrow. Soo-hyun silently stops in front of the group, carefully observing the people around him and waiting for the rest of the group to follow. The staircase upward seems endless, but determines their next goal, to clear the second floor and move deeper into the unknown. The girl in white timidly approaches the leader, her voice full of uncertainty, but her eyes betraying a determination to offer help. The carriage girl, sensing the appeal, clutches her wand tightly, preparing to cast a spell to protect Soo-hyun from possible danger. In front of a mighty figure surrounded by shimmering gold, a girl with a staff of hair is concentrating on preparing a magic spell. Her calm breathing and smooth movements emphasize determination, and the magic staff she holds begins to glow with a soft radiance. Suddenly the magic came to life, creating bright blue flashes that danced around her hand, heralding the birth of a powerful spell. Completing the formula, the magic folds into a glowing shield that envelops the space around it, and the power of the spell seems tangible. A light sheen of protective spell slowly settles on the figure of a man who is watching the scene around him with a nonchalant face. The girl mage completes the magical ritual, concentrating on every movement of energy in the air. A protective shield forms around the man, emitting a bright blue glow, symbolizing the completion of the spell cast. The man, remaining calm, nods slightly in acknowledgement, making it clear that he accepted the help without further ado. The heavy door covered in subtle glints of magic slowly opens, emitting a sharp click that echoes through the gloomy corridor. The dark hall beyond the threshold seems lifeless, its cold stone walls reflecting the faint light, creating a sense of ominous emptiness. The leader of the team, tensely looking ahead, silently looks around the space, and the others, following him, trying not to lose vigilance. A sense of relief replaces the tension for a moment when one of the participants notices the absence of enemies. But the leader clearly has other thoughts. He squinted, activating an ability that allowed him to discern the smallest details of his surroundings, hidden from the eyes of others. The space of the second level opened up in front of him, presenting two corridors divided into left and right directions. Glancing over the map of the area, the boy marked 3 doors on each wall, each leading to a different part of the maze. The quiet footsteps of the group echoed down the hallway as they picked a direction, relying on his intuition and plan. The girl with brown hair, clutching the staff in her hands, exhibits anxiety, her voice trembling as if to confirm the uncertainty of her feelings. She tries to explain her anxiety, sensing danger ahead, but there is more doubt than certainty in her words. The protagonist notices an unusually strong energy around him with a cold expression, mentally linking it to the events on the previous floor. Their companion concludes the likely difficulty of their journey, musing on the lack of stable results and urging everyone to remain cautious. The young warrior with the red cloak turns slightly to hear himself addressed, his gaze remaining confident and calm despite the uncertainty in his interlocutor's voice. A thoughtful companion questioned the advisability of examining all the doors on the second floor, suggesting that a full inspection could be dispensed with. After listening to his partner's doubts, the leader patiently explained that the purpose of their trek required meticulousness, and missing details could cost them too much. Convinced of the reasonableness of the decision, the companion admitted his mistake and agreed to the plan, apologizing for being too hasty, to which he received a confident affirmation from the leader. The dark-haired warrior turned his head to listen to his interlocutor, his gaze remaining calm despite his hidden musings. The partner in the blue coat, frowning slightly, questioned the need to examine all the doors, expressing doubts about the advisability of a full inspection. Calmly and confidently, the group leader reminded us that every door can hide both danger and a possible advantage that should not be missed. Realizing his haste, the comrade regretfully apologized, acknowledging the importance of attention to detail, to which he received an approving response. The commander, placing his hand on his partner's shoulder, reminds him of the importance of discipline, hinting at the need to maintain clarity of action in any situation. Hearing the warning, the young man nods in response, recognizing the significance of the older man's words, and accepting his instructions with some inner tension. A group of characters gather in front of a massive door. The setting is filled with an eerie silence that emphasizes the importance of the next step. The young man cautiously reaches for the door, sensing the presence of something alien behind it, his focus indicating a readiness for any threat. The heavy door, yielding to the pressure of the hero's hand, began to creak slowly, opening the way into a hall shrouded in a strange gloom and ominous foreboding. A massive, giant-like figure looms in the semi-darkness, whose deafening roar echoes through the corridors, filling the atmosphere with menace. What they see causes the companions to freeze with horror, each of them mentally trying to realize how to fight a creature of such size and power. Speculation about the nature of the monster rages in their minds. Some call it a giant. Others suggest it is the ancient, mythical Gygas, inscrutable in its essence. A huge figure looms in the dim light, its red eyes glittering and its massive body resembling a statue, roughly carved out of stone. The team's gaze is fixed on the giant foe, and thoughts of its origins and purpose awaken a sense of unease in each of them. The lips of one of the warriors faintly moved, expressing surprise and fear, while the monster let out something resembling a sinister smile. Holding back his anger, the protagonist concentrates on watching the creature's movements while preparing the team for the upcoming fight. The young man in the red robe listens intently to the musings of his companion, who tries to make sense of the giant's nature, suggesting a mix of different creatures. The wizards and the girl with the staff prepare to support from afar, realizing that the giant's physical power only makes him vulnerable to spells. The player gives orders to his partners, making it clear that this time, the strategy will be devoid of the previous restrictions and rely only on their wits. The dark-haired guy accepts the challenge, stating that he will go ahead and the others will stay behind to act together at the decisive moment. The red-haired girl listens to the leader's instructions, holding back her emotions and prepares for action, concentrating on spreading the monster's attention. The group, led by the dark-haired warrior, is cohesively forming a battle formation and listening to his decisive orders. He turns to the others, making a suggestion to change strategy, confident that such a formation will give an advantage in battle. The blue-haired lady hesitantly tries to ask a question, but is interrupted by the leader's harsh voice, calling attention to something ahead. Soo-hyun instantly rushes forward, his movement shooting out like lightning, leaving behind only a trail in the air and an explosion of energy from the decisive strike. The huge monster towers over him, displaying its massive strength, while the hero prepares for the first blow, tensing all his muscles and concentrating his power. The members of the group remain behind, tensely watching the fight, realizing that their leader has taken all the risk to protect them from a deadly threat. The creature raises a huge hand with an intimidating smile, about to deliver a crushing blow. But the agile man doesn't look away, remaining firm and ready to respond. A red cloak swiftly flashed through the air as the figure, confidence incarnate, aimed the first blow, charged with fury and precision. The look of determination emphasized the superiority of the situation, as if revealing the true nature of the fighter's hidden potential. A power that reached the limits of human nature took shape in every movement, turning every opponent into a doomed man in this clash. The girl with the short hair gazed at the leader with confusion, wondering if his recklessness and abruptness had always been part of his character. She never ceased to marvel at his abilities, noting how confidently he combined logical decisions with equanimity, even in tense moments. The decision to leave the mages out seemed odd, but someone who had such outstanding leadership skills must have seen the sense in it. The girl wondered if the enemy's magical resistance could really have created such serious obstacles that their help had become unnecessary. A cry of alarm interrupted her thoughts, causing her to instinctively tense up and peer into the darkness for the source of danger. A huge creature with fiery eyes casts a shadow over his opponent, threatening to crush him with a powerful blow, but the scarlet-cloaked figure remains motionless. The blue-haired girl pondered anxiously in her eyes, wondering if the leader had really decided to act so straightforwardly, forgetting his tactics. The sword flashes a bright red light as the cloaked warrior, exerting all his strength, meets the beast's toothy maw with a precise and powerful blow. The rest of the team is feverishly preparing for support, their movements full of tension and their defense spells ready to be summoned at any moment. The young priestess struggled to concentrate, but her gaze expressed genuine surprise and fear of the raging darkness coming closer and closer. A thick fog, like a living thing, began to engulf the space, muffling sounds and depriving those remaining inside of their bearings and ability to see. The three wizards stood in a daze, stunned by what had previously seemed impossible, but was happening right before their eyes. The creature with a massive body struck, making the ground shudder and blood stained the space around it, reflecting the fierce heat of the battle. The alchemist, concentrating on activating her spell, her wand blazing with magical light, awakening the power. The creature she summoned begins to form within the glowing circle, purple lines of magic encompassing the space, emphasizing the power of her art. Vivian utters the last words of the spell, her confident gaze fixed on the magical figure that completes its appearance in the world. The essence of the imprisoned power takes shape, surrounded by energy chains, its aura radiating overwhelming power, emphasizing the success of the experienced girl. Vivian, determined to support Soo-hyun, activates her powers, directing a bright light deep into the room where magical tension flares up. The girl with blue hair, feeling the pressure of the situation, ponders the summoning, assessing which spell would be most effective under the circumstances. Her resolve grows as she remembers that any action now is important, and begins to pick up the right formulas for defense and attack. Meanwhile, the allies in the back, worried about the outcome, prepare their magic wands, hoping to support the overall effort with their intervention. An Seol, hearing the instructions, tries to cope with her excitement, her determination showing in her willingness to act for a common goal. Jian Ha-yan firmly instructs the allies to focus on preparing the coercion spell, emphasizing its importance in deterring the enemy. Shin Sun-young quickly responds to the girl's order, confirming his readiness to begin creating a magical containment plan. The monster continues to fiercely resist the magical shackles, threatening to destroy the balance if the allies do not complete the spell in time. Shin Sun-young, trusting the instructions, tries to figure out in which area to apply the connection magic, hoping that the girl's words weren't said for nothing. The priestess, sensing her uncertainty, is surprised to realize that there are expectations placed on her as well, and she will have to participate in the overall spell. The blue-haired mage focused her gaze on the situation at hand, preparing to combine her spells despite the danger of combining such different energies. With determination in her eyes, she says that she will be able to cope despite the risks, instilling confidence in her companions. Massive glowing chains wrapped around the creature's giant arm, absorbing its power as if the energy of the universe was closing in on it, robbing it of its freedom of action. A glint of scarlet light is accompanied by a swift movement as the blade snaps into place, leaving behind a bright plume as if foreshadowing the inevitable strike. The flying silhouette with the fluttering cloak seems one with the weapon. Its movement is perfectly precise, and the blade cuts through the flesh of the enemy, collapsing him into a fury. The energy from the blows spread out in different directions, giving the impression that the very darkness around it becomes lighter as the creature loses control of itself. Zhang Haiyong, concentrating, clearly explains how to distribute spells to confine the monster, causing the team to have doubts, but also determination. Her instructions are to use fire and water magic to restrict the creature's left hand, which should give it a chance at a successful attack. The honey-haired man clenched his teeth from exertion and proceeded to form the spell, trying to suppress his fear of the difficulty of the task at hand. The girl with the staff, gathering her will into a fist, holds the staff, emitting a golden glow, tighter, and begins to utter magical words, following the given plan. The young blue-haired magus gathers her thoughts, her confidence growing and her gaze becoming hard as crystal, reflecting her determination to act. The glow of the ice collapses in a bright flash, forming a devastating torrent of shards that rush forward with indomitable force like the teeth of an enraged beast. The man in the green robe folds his arms confidently, focusing energy for another spell, and his breathing becomes rhythmic, harmonizing with the flow of magic. The blonde looks at her companion with quiet calmness as she prepares to use the coercion spell. The golden-haired mage gathers energy in her palms, trying to concentrate and bring the spell to a perfect form despite the strain. A bright fireball formed between his fingers, exuding heat and power, ready to become part of the magical ritual of balance. The intricate pattern of the magic square begins to manifest around his figure, mesmerizing with its green glow and creating a sense of harmony. The girl with blue hair completes her elemental spell, gracefully channeling ice crystals that shimmer with cold light, ready for action. The young man with golden hair, with effort, channels magical energy into his hands, trying to maintain the balance between fire and water. Tension rises as he realizes the risk of destroying the magical balance, but his resolve remains firm despite the mounting pressure. A pattern of light and energy begins to form between his palms, filling with radiance and gaining clarity, as if the magic were obeying his will. The girl with blue hair watches the process with a confident smile, preparing to connect as soon as the spell formation stage is over. The mage looks over the spell he has created, concentrating the energy in his hands to enhance the effect. His movements precise and filled with confidence. The flames in his palms grow brighter, sparks dancing in the air, creating intricate patterns as if to emphasize his determination. For a moment, the magician freezes, focused on the distribution of power, his gaze tense, but in it reads faith in his abilities and strategy. Holding her concentration, she directs the energy of the spell at the target, the stream of light and magic rushing forward, leaving a shimmering trail behind her. The girl with blue hair gathers the rest of her strength, clenching her teeth from fatigue, and lets out a powerful stream of energy, filling the air with sparkling light. The magical vortex under her control begins to glow brightly, creating the illusion of an infinite space where the forces of light and darkness intertwine. The wave of energy from the flash explodes, illuminating everything around her with a glow, and her determination and calmness remain unwavering despite the strain. An ally appears beside her with a staff, setting up a magical barrier to contain unstable mana and prevent destruction. The girl with blue hair, gathering her will in a fist, directs streams of energy into the glowing object, around which a bright magical aura hovers, intensifying her actions. Her ally, watching in awe, notes how the flames penetrate the ice structure, creating a sense of instability and power. The resulting magical sphere begins to disperse glowing lines that intertwine to form a complex pattern, causing delight and wonder. The young magus, looking at the result of their work together, ponders her own abilities, wondering if she can achieve such mastery. The golden-eyed girl's gaze fills with tension as she notices the power emanating from the magic around her, her breathing slowing with excitement. A powerful glow unites the power of the three mages, creating a bright explosion of energy that reflects in the stained glass windows of the temple and fills the space. The young priestess's face expresses surprise and fear as she prepares to create a spell. A magical dome bursts in the sky, emitting a blinding light that makes her wonder if she'll ever be able to wield the same power. The bright light dazzles the space, exuding a powerful magical energy that seems restrained only by the thin thread of control and effort of the wand's wielder. The girl with blue hair is watching carefully, concentrating on assessing the state of the magical energy and inwardly hoping for Seol's resilience. A warm glow encompasses the young priestess, who struggles to hold back the flow of magic as she feels the tension building in her hands. The magical flow merges into a dazzling flash, seemingly bringing all the elements together in a single final chord that will either complete everything or destroy the balance. The girl looked anxiously at the glowing magical charge, realizing that this was her first attempt at such a complex spell, and confidence in success was leaving her. Thoughts of possible failure and the consequences of a mistake weighed on her mind, and she could not shake off the fear that her efforts would be in vain. Her partner turned her head and watched her actions carefully, trying to figure out what was going on and waiting for any indication that things were going according to plan. Feeling the scrutiny, she gathered all her will, trying to hide her confusion and show a confidence she didn't really feel. Jong Ha-eun, feeling responsible for the outcome of the battle, quickly analyzes what is happening and confidently gives the order to continue the attack, realizing the risk of breaking the spell. The priestess, inwardly doubting her abilities, still tries to hide her anxiety, but her look betrays uncertainty, though she realizes that procrastination could ruin everything. The giant continues to fight back despite the powerful blows, his attacks intensifying, but the magical flow around him becoming increasingly unstable. A stream of light merging with the power of the spell rained down on the enemy, each magical flash becoming part of the overall rhythm of the battle, gradually weakening the monster. She gripped the staff tightly, realizing that the success of the entire team depended on her determination, and with a deep breath, she focused on the magic spell. The gigantic figure of the enemy stepped heavily, the red glow of his aura intensifying, creating a tense feeling of unrelenting threat. A red cloak flashed in the darkness, and the young man deftly dodged the powerful blow, managing to cordon off his opponent with chains of magical origin. His eyes, cold and focused, met the threat face to face, and he noted to himself the tenacity of an enemy worthy of the ominous title. The dark-haired warrior assesses his opponent, noting that it is not a living giant, but an artificially created monster that would be the perfect warm-up before battle. The rest of the group cohesively contained the enemy, attacking him from different directions while the chains continued to restrict his movements. Noticing the successes of his allies, the leader evaluates their skills, noting that one of the partners intuitively worked the way she needed to without too much guidance. Embracing his weapon, he sets up with determination to finish the fight, preparing for the final attack that should end the fierce clash. With a cold glint in his eyes, he watched as a powerful spell rushed towards the giant, the scalding light making the monster tense with rage. Gusts of magical energy cut through space, colliding with the creature's body, as if testing its boundaries for strength. The swordsman realized that the spell had penetrated his blood, but it didn't have the proper effect. The monster's resistance was much higher than expected. As he pondered the implications, he couldn't help but note that perhaps the decision to use this force had been a hasty one. But it was too late to retreat. The giant grinned, showing off his sharp teeth, and a sinister glint flashed in his scarlet burning eyes, reinforcing his intimidating appearance. The man's gaze tensed, and he felt the approach of a powerful attack coming from the giant, causing him to focus. The monster's massive fist, charged with bright energy, was rapidly approaching, ready to destroy anything in its path. The dark-haired boy stared at the crystal, pondering its unusual reaction and the dangers that might follow. A bright flash of light rips through space, reflecting off crystalline facets that instantly envelop the massive body, freezing it in motion. The angry expression on the monster's face is replaced by amazement as the icy shackles begin to take over his entire being, robbing him of his freedom and strength. A powerful explosion shatters the crystalline shell, releasing a wave of heat and energy that scatters around in multicolored sparks. Streams of fiery magic collide, intertwining in a blinding vortex, giving birth to a destructive force that sizzles everything in its path. Crystal magic explodes inside the giant's body, crystals growing and tearing the flesh from within, filling his form with bright light and destructive energy. The monster's naked muscles shudder under the onslaught of ice, but the fire in its veins begins to spread, as if trying to burn everything around it. The giant emits a loud roar, shaking the walls around it, magical powers colliding, generating an explosion of bright sparks and heat, destroying the remaining crystals. The explosion wraps everything around it in a whirlwind of fire that throws the defenders back, leaving behind a trail of ash and destroyed magical structure. The magical pattern flashes in the air with a scarlet glow, creating the illusion of a fiery spiral, as if pulsing with excessive power and burning everything around it. A girl with short blue hair watches the process carefully, her gaze radiating confidence and slight approval of her comrade's efforts. The green-clad young man nods with a note of acknowledgement, noting the skill of his allies and their ability to combine magical flows with precision. The monster, embraced by the glowing chains, lets out a furious roar as it tries to free itself, but the magical restraints only tighten their grip, crushing the resistance. The girl with the short blue hair looks at her partner, her gaze expressing a mixture of curiosity and slight anxiety, as if expecting him to respond. Her partner smiles demurely as he raises his cane, gesturing to her confidence and determination to continue with what she has planned. The man with the red cloak drops a cryptic remark, hinting that everything is ready and his actions are in perfect harmony with his plan. His steps are firm and sure, each footprint leaving behind a scarlet glow, emphasizing the power and responsibility he carries to himself and those around him. A figure in a scarlet cloak swiftly pierced the air, rushing towards the huge monster whose golden chains seemed to hold back all its anger. The enemy's face contorted with rage, his scarlet eyes burning with hatred, and his mouth open in a furious roar, blocking out the sounds of battle. The silhouette of the attacker hides in the thick darkness, from where only his eyes gleam, and the weapon clutched tightly in his hand, filling the air with an ominous light. A blade erupts from his raised hand, bright and purple, reflecting a red light that envelops the entire horizon with frightening determination. A blinding light illuminates everything around it, creating a sense of incandescent energy concentrated into one devastating blow. The group of observers freeze in awe and admiration, their gazes fixed on what is happening and their faces betraying the growing tension. The girl with blue hair tenses up, her confused expression matching the drops of sweat running down her skin, reflecting her inner conflict. The red-haired partner cautiously supports her ally, her gaze focused and her hands clutching her weapon tightly, in anticipation of her next move. A red blade splits the giant body of the enemy with a bright flash, leaving a trail of weaponry that cuts through the smoke and shattered stone slabs. Words of encouragement and admiration are heard from one of the allies, as Soo-hyun's gaze remains calm, and his shattered armor testifies to the battle he survived. An-hyun smiles genuinely as he expresses his delight at his friend's action, his excitement emphasizing the strength and determination of the entire team in this battle. The victory is complemented by a moment of recognition that the magician's help was key, and the efforts of each participant ensured a success that did not come easily. A majestic beam of light cut through the darkness, leaving behind a shattered trail where the magical blade completed its destructive trajectory. The young man in the scarlet cloak turned to his allies, assessing their efforts and defeats, noting in his tone of thought that their support made victory possible. One of the warriors enthusiastically remarked how agility and power had become crucial to the battle. Despite the chaos that accompanied each blow, the girl with short blue hair noted thoughtfully that such a combination of magic and strategy was rarely so perfectly executed. The dark-haired warrior looks at the girl with the short blue hair with slight displeasure, as if catching a hidden subtext in her words that requires clarification. She tenses as she notices his gaze, but restrains herself, her tone becoming more cautious, and her eyes reflecting genuine concern. The warrior remains silent, his expression cold, but in the depths of his eyes you can see a hidden wariness and a slight shadow of doubt. The girl cautiously continues the conversation, trying to understand his reaction, but her inner tension is betrayed by a slight tremor in her voice. The silver-haired girl, barely concealing her suspicions, pays attention to fleeting inconsistencies in her partner's behavior, tensely analyzing what she's heard. A spacious hall decorated with snowy patterns spread out before them, with magical figures emphasizing their contributions to what had happened. The dark-haired man, chin slightly raised, confidently emphasizes the importance of strategy, even against creatures of incredible resilience. The girl's smile, filled with sincere gratitude, conveys the lightness of the moment, as if reminding us that together they can do anything. The young man's confident look speaks to his ability to control the situation despite the questions and disbelief caused by his unexpected strength and behavior. Chung Ha-young smiles gratefully, trying to distract herself from the questions plaguing her because of the recent battle, and shows her desire to move forward. The group members take a moment of respite to regain their strength, the light of the magic staff surrounding them in a soft glow, strengthening their bodies and spirits. The distant figure of the guy remains motionless, watching the remnants of the disappearing monster, while those around him prepare for the next leg of the journey. His gaze settled on her cold face, as if trying to determine her true intentions, but his doubts still gripped him with renewed vigor. The blue-haired girl turned to him with a slight smile, eager to get her point across, but her words caused only internal reflection. The young man's gaze darkened, his thoughts drifted in a dangerous direction, and the shadow of doubt eclipsed the light of reason, carrying him into the depths of grim decisions. A slight tension between the gathered people grew as everyone analyzed what was happening, assessing the situation and their future actions. The protagonist ponders his strategy, assessing the need to bring in those who can strengthen the clan, including new allies whose loyalty seems likely. The girl with blue hair remains calm and confident despite the surrounding tension, showing that her communication skills help to endear her to those around her. The night landscape of the fortress is shrouded in a blanket of snow, which adds depth to the moment, and the observation of the group allows the hero to draw further conclusions. The appearance of basilisks in the second room necessitates an instant reaction, as their danger clearly exceeds the previous obstacles. Crowds of amplified zombies fill the space with rumbling and screaming. Their clumsy movements seem chaotic, but in their gazes, you can read the lust for destruction. The overall structure of the second floor resembles the first, but the sense of danger and the strength of the enemies is noticeably beyond the expectations of the raid participants. The teacher and his companion walk forward, looking around, but their attention is fully focused on the surroundings, where every sound could portend a new threat. The young man in the green cloak pondered aloud, trying to figure out how powerful a demon could be summoned at the cost of 100 casualties at this level. The dark-haired girl, frowning her eyebrows slightly, ponders her companion's words, and her doubt is replaced by a confident refusal that reflects her experience and knowledge. The man in the red cloak comments discreetly on the discussion, trying to further understand the nature of the threat, causing everyone around him to wonder. Pulling away from the tense dialogue, the girl irritably states that their assumptions are impossible, emphasizing her confidence in the limitations of magic. The protagonist, observing her emotional reaction, marvels at her ability to speak so calmly and forcefully about such things without hiding her surprise. The monster levels, carefully divided by users, emphasize a strict hierarchy, where the top rank is comparable to those above the dukes. A demonic beast that can match the highest rank seems insurmountable, but only one is able to resist it among those present. The protagonist's thoughts drift in silence, assessing his options if a high-ranking demon so powerful and dangerous gets in the way. The situation remains calm, and the leader decides not to cause unnecessary anxiety among the group members who are still confident. Soo-hyun analyzes his surroundings, sensing the faint activity of the opponents in the south and north rooms. But the east side remains calm. His strategy is formed based on the direction he chooses, and the team decides to move clockwise through the halls. In the subdued light, they move forward cautiously, the sound of footsteps echoing in the stone corridors, adding to the tense atmosphere. Massive doors loom before them, hiding the unknown behind them, and Soo-hyun and his companions carefully survey the path, preparing for possible threats. A heavy step interrupts the silence, a barely audible sound echoing down the corridor. A lean figure can be seen in the darkness, ready for a possible attack. A bright light illuminates the space surrounded by darkness, reflecting on the faces of the participants, while a magical barrier firmly protects them from any possible threat. The protagonist carefully assesses the situation, assuming the role of leader, his confident gaze aiming at the closed door. The protagonist's thoughts are focused on the entity within. His suspicions are confirmed. The enemy is activated only when in close proximity to his target. A red glow surrounded the hero's figure as he struck a powerful blow, releasing a stream of energy that cut through the darkness and dispersed its power around him. His gaze became cold and focused, images flickering before his eyes, revealing the hidden threat to be eliminated. A majestic cloaked silhouette, illuminated by a pale light, emerged from the darkness, creating a sense of unspeakable power and overwhelming presence. Bright green flames burst from the black eye sockets of the metal helmet, transmitting the sinister energy of a creature whose power surpasses all expectations. Amidst the gloom stands out the silhouette of a massive knight, whose features resemble a skeleton in heavy armor, exuding an ominous aura of magical energy. Capable of combining magical and physical attacks, this creature is clearly resistant to magic, making it a particularly dangerous opponent. The sense of unease is heightened when the realization comes that the creature in front of them may be one of the results of a failed experiment in this lab. On reflection, the thought arises that attempts by local scientists to summon demons or create similar monsters were not so rare, and from that even more frightening. The brown-haired girl watches the dark night, her eyes intense, and her thoughts full of indignation at the realization that human souls were used to create this monster. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed in the reddish darkness, and a black figure approached, emitting an ominous aura, as if the darkness itself was taking shape. The Soul Knight stops, the green glow in the eyes of his helmet growing brighter, giving his appearance an even more intimidating and otherworldly look. Soo-hyun stands in front of his opponent, quickly giving clear orders to his comrades, each preparing to take their position for the upcoming battle. The silhouette in massive armor settles into thick darkness, from where bright green lights flicker, as if animated magic fills the void of his helmet. The warrior's light footsteps sound a sharp echo, his rush forward like a flash of lightning coming down from the sky with indomitable force. The flicker of the spell breaks through the darkness, emphasizing the grace of the movement, and in the same second the figure with the spear rushes towards the enemy. Their meeting takes place in a whirlwind of flashes and sounds, where every moment seems endless and the tension thickens to the extreme, like before a thunderstorm. The sword, which exudes magical energy, bounces off the powerful shield of the opponent with a bright glow, which remains unshaken before attacking. The hero's agility allows him to swiftly dodge the oncoming blow, his movements swiftly moving away, leaving a blurry trail behind him. The monster raises his shield, hiding behind the massive defense, his fierce gaze through the flames in his eyes, radiating defiance and utter contempt. The player's eyes coldly follow his opponent's actions, his sword beginning to glow again, preparing for the next attack filled with determination and power. The man's red cloak whirled to the side as his blade brought down on his opponent's black armor with force, causing a surge of magical energy and a bright glow. The creature's eyes, filled with green-blue fire, flared even brighter, as if confirming its magical nature and inspiring alarm with its sinister power. The core in the monster's heart, glowing with cold light, began to crack under the onslaught of the attack, scattering thin lines of magical radiation around. With a devastating blow that ended the battle, the young man pronounced with equanimity that the core was defeated, while the remnants of darkness slowly dissipated around him. The young man assesses the strange magical phenomenon in front of him, marveling at how powerful the aura exudes from this unusual shield covering the enemy. The majestic barrier reveals its true nature, a huge eye pulsing within it, emitting a magical glow as if penetrating the souls of the watchers. A sudden burst of energy bursts out from the center of the protective field, creating an ice lance that instantly heads towards the hero, slicing through the air. The magical projectile collides with the enemy, creating a blinding explosion accompanied by a deafening roar, and fills the space with bright flashes. A mysterious light envelops the icy attack before its particles begin to disintegrate, swallowed by the black abyss as if the magic itself had lost its power. The girl with blue hair watches her spell fade away, the surprise on her face reflecting the inner shock at the unexpected outcome of her magic strike. Soo-hyun carefully looks at his opponent's defense, pondering the strange technology that could absorb the magic attack created by such skilled scientists. The sword in his hand easily cut through the powerful barrier, shattering the illusion of the enemy's invulnerability, while the energy dissipated into the air. A sinister helmet with a bright green glow that fills the darkness casts a flash of light as the enemy prepares his next attack, showing his thirst for destruction. A dark point with a purple glow flies upward, as if it were a lightning bolt tearing through the air, swiftly targeting a new opponent in a ruthless duel. A whirlwind of dazzling flashes ran across the rounded shield, repelling the magical attack with frightening power, as if the energy of two opposing forces were being reconciled. The hero's cold-blooded gaze is fixed on his attacker, as he realizes the enemy's cunning attempt to repel his own weapon by pointing it against its true owner. The flame on the blade flared brighter, its glow cutting through the darkness of the hall as the swordsman gathered all his strength into one precise and decisive blow. The hostile figure recoiled back, weakened by the fierce attack, and its green glow began to fade, losing its sinister energy. The shock pulse pierced the air. A powerful wave tossed the enemy aside, causing his silhouette to dissolve into a chaotic swirl of light and shadow. The man controlled the flying body of the enemy, his movements precise and purposeful, as if not allowing the enemy to recover and respond. The tip of the sword flashes in the air, glinting with a cold gleam, and a moment later, the blade with a clang reflects a fierce attack aimed at the hero. The red-haired girl tensely watches the scene, her gaze fixed on her opponent, whose dark figure slowly disappears into the gloomy archway. The redhead swiftly approaching the monster, her movements like a whirlwind and determination burning in her eyes, ready to break through the darkness. She raises her blade, and its glow reflects the ominous green light emanating from the enemy who is preparing to meet her onslaught. Yujun, with a gleam in her eyes, rushes forward, striking with lightning speed, her movements smooth and deadly, her sword glittering in a whirlwind of glare and the clinking of steel. Like a dance, her attacks follow, one after another, piercing through her opponent's defenses, and in her gaze sparkles the excitement that gives birth to a fire of indomitable power. The Reaper, desperately defending himself, tries to counterattack, but his attacks seem useless before the swiftness and fury of his red-haired partner. Sensei, watching her actions from afar, notes her confidence and joy in battle, deciding to trust her to finish off the enemy, to complete it on her own wave. The man returns the blade to its scabbard in a confident motion, as if completing his part of the mission and signaling that the fight is over for him. The group cautiously begins to look around the room, keeping their weapons at the ready and listening carefully to every sound to make sure they don't miss any possible threat. One of the caravan members anxiously notices something amiss, his words reflecting doubt and hinting that the danger may not yet be over. The dark-haired man looks at his interlocutor with slight irritation, confidently assuring him with a look that their task is now complete and further alarm is misplaced. The heavy step of armored feet echoes deafeningly, and the figure's slow gait creates an ominous tension around her, heightening the sense of menace. The girl with the blades approaches confidently, clutching her blades, her movements betraying determination and readiness to deliver the final blow to her opponent. The monster's shattered shadow settles, seemingly disintegrating from within, while a powerful energy release marks the final destruction of its core. The dark-haired guy watches the scene with cool calm, his gaze lingering on his partner's battle axe, awakening a slight smile. An Hyun turns around abruptly, the tension in his gaze and voice reflecting his surprise, something clearly beyond his expectations. Soo Hyun maintains his equanimity, but his calm question sounds with a clear interest in what's going on, and his gaze penetrates deep into the events. The golden-haired man points out the contradiction, expressing doubt about the red-haired girl's merit, his tone sounding like he's trying to clarify. The protagonist, remaining focused, asks a rhetorical question, clearly not giving a damn about the argument, showing his indifferent confidence. The young man looks in front of him with a confident smile on his face, as if enjoying the moment, feeling his superiority and waiting for a reaction from his companions. The red-haired girl throws her head up in irritation, her eyes flashing with anger, and her opponent's words only adding fuel to the fire. The dark-haired young man observes the scene discreetly, his calm face betraying only a slight shadow of weariness, while his thoughts cross about the foolishness of this argument. The group continues to move forward through the spacious hall, snowflakes settling smoothly on their clothes, creating a sense of silent winter peace among the ancient walls. The young warrior with golden hair looks at his interlocutor with a slight smirk, emphasizing his confidence and desire to prove his point. The red-haired girl answers him pointedly, raising her head in a gesture of stubbornness, her eyes sparkling with defiance and a hint of resentment. Their older companion, remaining calm, watches the altercation with a slight smile, realizing how much this situation fits their personalities. The two disputants continue their verbal battle, each trying to convince the others of their own importance and rightness, even if the argument becomes pointless. The guy recalls how his own weapon was ripped from his hands and hit him with a powerful wave, knocking him back a few meters, leaving him feeling humiliated. The silence is broken by an incomprehensible rumble of voices, among which are heard angry exclamations mixed with unintelligible words, causing confusion and alarm to all present. The black-haired man, clearly trying to calm his heated emotions, slowly raises his hand, but his attempt to interrupt the flow of aggression turns into a new outburst of indignation. A young girl with determination frozen in her eyes loudly urges the others to stop, her voice sounding harsh and emphatic, suddenly drawing everyone's attention. The red-haired girl and her partner look at each other in surprise, realizing that their words and actions have reached unexpected consequences. The black-haired man is reserved in his reaction, his face reflecting a mixture of slight confusion and trying to make sense of what's going on. A girl with white robes and a staff, acting as a leader, stares intently at her comrades, her determination and authority emphasizing the importance of the moment. The footsteps sounding against the tense silence create a sense of impending change, making everyone think about their next actions. The girl with the red hair looks at her companion reproachfully, her gaze a desire for an explanation, and the man tries to answer, but the words get stuck. The tension between them grows. The redhead suddenly turns to the other girl, who no longer hides the slight smile at the corner of her lips. Suddenly, the attention shifts to the leader of the group, whose serious face remains unmoved, his stern gaze directed at the confusion in the ranks of the companions. The priestess reproachfully reminds her comrades of the importance of the mission, her voice sounding confident, emphasizing the seriousness of the consequences of their behavior. The red-haired girl, with a surge of emotion on her face, angrily excuses herself, pointing at the golden-haired young man as if shifting the blame for what happened onto him. The black-haired young man watches the argument with bewilderment in his eyes, mentally marveling at the girl's determination, who usually keeps quiet and inconspicuous. The young priestess points at her opponent with obvious irritation on her face, reminding him of the consequences of his actions and unfair treatment with a slight rebuke. Her eyes shine with determination, her voice growing firmer as she addresses her older brother, noting that his actions were too impulsive and could have been more deliberate. The guy with golden hair irritably tries to justify his actions, assuring that the reason for the disagreement is not in him at all, but in the people around him. Hoping to find support, the girl with the soft gaze calmly but confidently reminds her older brother of his excessive temper, forcing him to think about the consequences. The red-haired companion sighs unhappily as she continues to rebuke the young man for his unwillingness to recognize another's efforts, which causes him internal conflict. The younger sister's remarks cause the young warrior to freeze, his thoughts confused and his face reflecting a mixture of confusion and hidden irritation. The girl with short blonde hair was trying to convey a simple thought to the others, her voice sounding with a particular conviction and rebuke. The couple standing nearby exchanged perplexed glances, as if trying to understand the hidden meaning of her words, or find a logical justification for her emotions. The brutal silence was broken when she held out her hands, touching them palm to palm. Her sincerity literally felt through this simple action. The soft smile on her face made both of them wince in surprise, not understanding how such a simple gesture could evoke so many warm feelings. The girl confidently began to speak, but suddenly stammered, realizing that she had forgotten the proverb she was so eager to utter. Confusion flashed in her eyes for a moment, but she quickly hid it behind a slight smile as she tried to continue her thought. Awkwardness fills the space, but is quickly replaced by surprise as she continues to speak, trying to convey the importance of sincerity to everyone. The listeners, noticing her confusion, exchanged glances, but no one dared to interrupt, expecting her to find a way out of the situation. The girl with a pensive expression tries to remember the proverb, her confusion evident in the way she repeats the phrase, trying to find the right words. The tall guy involuntarily looks away, hiding his growing embarrassment, trying to remain calm, but his tense posture betrays his inner turmoil. The girl with short blue hair suppresses a laugh, hiding her face with her hand. Her companion standing next to her pretends nothing is happening, but his smile is traitorously apparent. The red-haired girl can't keep from laughing either, her attempts to look serious failing as she covers her mouth with her hand to hide her reaction. The boy, trying to remain unfazed, exhaled and closed his eyes, but his tension was betrayed by the nervous twitching of the corners of his lips. The girl in the white cloak admitted her mistake with a slight smile, apologizing for the confusion which caused the others to laugh loudly. The redhead, unable to contain her mirth, burst out laughing, trying to draw her friend's attention to the comical moment. The girl, lowering her gaze, continued to justify herself, but noticing the reaction of those around her, only blushed embarrassedly. The girl tried to justify herself, but her words only caused more mirth from those around her, their loud laughter filling the hall, reverberating off the walls and creating chaos. The large doors of the next room opened with a muffled creak, revealing a charred floor and the faint light from the many lit candles behind them. The second room was covered in signs of battle, and the dead men sprawled across the floor testified to the completed sweep. A light breeze blowing through the doors of the third room raised dust, indicating a chaotic battle that left only the corpses of mummified enemies behind. A glance up the massive stone staircases makes one of them realize that the target is above on the third floor, where new challenges may be lurking. The rest of the band confirms that they are fine, assuring each other that they are ready to continue both mentally and physically, despite their fatigue. The dark-haired leader, maintaining a confident expression, encouragingly remarks that each of them is ready to move on, keeping the team's spirits up. The golden-haired guy looks around with a faint chuckle, but his inner tenseness betrays a slight confusion before his next steps. The guy offered to pick up the weapons left behind by the missing knight, reasoning that the team hadn't gotten anything of value from the previous level. The image of a threatening-looking knight clad in armor left behind his sword and shield, as if those items were the last evidence of his presence. The girl in the green cloak expressed doubt, explaining that using such artifacts could be dangerous due to the entities associated with them. Her words about the risk of curses or harm from weapons formerly owned by spirits suggest the need for caution in handling such things. The dark-haired girl explains with a confident tone that weapons associated with dark energy can be unstable and will not survive the purification process, and their properties will only make things worse. She adds that the Soul Knight's weapon is already old and has low stability, so trying to clean it will only exacerbate the effects and could harm everyone. The golden-haired guy, a little disappointed, looks away silently but keeps hope alive. The leader's inner voice sounds confident as he ponders upcoming discoveries and opportunities that can bring strength and hope to his team. Soo-hyun urges everyone to speed up, pointing to the stairs leading upstairs, trying to keep the group's morale up before the next challenge. The group walks up to a massive door that hides the third floor, and the leader clarifies that everyone must remember their role before they enter. Young-hyun and the red-haired partner exchange tense glances, showing that despite the tension, both are ready for any hardship. A girl with short blue hair watches the scene carefully, confidently holding a magic staff, her focused gaze full of determination. The couple standing in front of the massive door felt a magical pressure emanating from it, which seemed to warn them of the danger ahead, causing their hearts to race. The bright blue glow was mesmerizing in its mystical pattern, reminiscent of a magical seal locking away something ancient and unfathomably powerful. Inside the dark hall, shrouded in silence, lay the debris of bones, reminders of past battles, and the fates of those who had dared to enter here before. The space around him became heavier, and every step echoed, emphasizing the tense anticipation of the inevitable encounter with an unknown enemy. A dark silhouette with wings looms in the distance, its figure seeming menacing, and the light of a faint blue aura emphasizing its inhuman nature. The sword-wielding hero froze when he heard the familiar voice. His gaze darkened and his heart sank, as memories from the past suddenly came flooding back. The demon's voice sounded commanding and mocking, awakening in him not only memories, but also the hidden pain of a former defeat. Turning toward the light, the creature displays two sharp horns, and its long hair ripples gently in time with the ominous movement of the air. A demon with an intimidating appearance fully formed, its wings spreading and the darkness around it thickening as if to emphasize the inevitability of battle. The girl with long hair tensely looks at Soo-hyun, addressing him with concern in her voice, as if trying to bring him back to reality. The alchemist clutches her staff in her hands as she prepares to defend herself, her determination evident in her eyes, despite the fear she tries to hide. The young man, frozen in place, as if immersed in a fog of memories, does not react to those around him. His gaze is empty and full of internal struggle. A dark figure, shrouded in swirling shadows, moves slowly forward, its voice muffled and mocking, breaking the silence of the musty hall. Memories of the past flash through his mind, where he clearly sees that insolent face with a contemptuous look, still hateful. The demon grinned at the familiar word, recalling former torments as if enjoying its power over helpless opponents. Memories rolled up one after another, chains, suffocating fear and humiliation, each moment seeming to come alive and pierce his mind again. The young man's eyes reflected fear and confusion as he realized that what was happening was not a figment of his imagination at all, and was a cruel reality. The figure of the demon, shrouded in thick darkness, stood motionless, as if waiting for an answer, and its eerie silhouette inspired an unbearable tension. The creature's deep, low voice sounded like a challenge, demanding an explanation and emphasizing its contempt for the intruders. A contradictory feeling swept over the warrior, where fear and the desire to prevent the demon from enjoying his greatness mingled. The hand that clutched the hilt of the sword tensed, as if gathering all resolve in the face of an impending threat, and the weapon glinted with the cold light of steel. A voice full of anxiety and indecision sounded nearby, betraying the despair that overwhelmed those gathered looking at the enemy. The dark figure opposite raised its head, hiding its face behind the shadow of a hand, from which distorted sounds were heard that filled the air with tension. As his gaze grew heavier, red eyes glowed in the half-light, betraying an unnatural joy and eagerness to meet whoever stood before him. The demon grinned with an arrogant expression, his gaze sliding over his companion as if assessing how unworthy of attention he was. A dark silhouette with long golden hair and imposing horns stands proudly erect, emphasizing its superiority over anyone who stands before it. His voice sounds calm and confident, but you can clearly hear the contempt in it, emphasizing how superior he thinks he is to everyone else. The devil's words, filled with undercurrents of anger, sound a sharp challenge, expressing absolute dislike for the inferior being. The three watch the demon, realizing the gravity of the situation, for his status and power inspire fear despite his apparent arrogance. The demon declares his status with a mocking smile, emphasizing superiority and the assurance that no one present is a threat to him. The hero silently stares at his opponent, showing no fear or doubt, his gaze full of confidence and determination to finish what he started. The blue-skinned creature, though acting carelessly as if bored, nevertheless senses the atmosphere of merriment and, grinning indulgently, makes a move to provoke. A grim grin runs across the young man's face as his gaze, full of contempt, rests on the demons surrounding him, creating a sense of ominous calm. Memories of the past come before his mind's eye, where arrogant and cruel demons destroyed everything he held dear, feeding his hatred. His deep-seated hatred for these creatures resurfaces as he remembers how their insidious tricks led to the loss of loved ones, leaving him alone with the pain. In the darkness, the sinister face of the demon that is forever imprinted in his memory, the face of the very one who caused his misery and anger, resurfaces. The hero slowly clutches the hilt of his sword, his concentration and anger conveyed in every movement, as if everything around him is coming to naught before the impending conflict. His words sound like a sentence, filled with rage and contempt. He promises to destroy his enemy, leaving him no chance for salvation or forgiveness. The demon smirked and looked at his opponent defiantly, his calmness indicating complete confidence in his strength, but a slight shadow of doubt still appeared in his eyes. Subdued comments are heard from the caravan's side, their hesitation reflected in wary looks, though none of them dare to raise their voices. The man with the horn circles the space with his hand and pronounces his decision, which reflects his arrogance and cruelty, emphasized by a sinister smile. The cloaked man turns around and gives a cold reply, expressing contempt and sarcasm, which awakens a new wave of rage in his opponent. The winged creature's deep gaze expresses a mixture of annoyance and contempt, showing how he underestimates his opponent despite his confident demeanor. Dark energy rapidly condensed, lashing out in the form of an ominous hand that exuded menace and the promise of destruction. The group, sensing the growing power, instinctively retreats, trying to maintain formation, but fear slips into their gazes despite their determination. The demon, towering over everyone, shows his contempt for his opponents, claiming that he has shown enough mercy and is not going to spare anymore. The evil in the creature's gaze intensifies. He taunts his enemies, offering men to humiliate themselves before him to receive a quick and painless death. The enemy, proudly turned around before the enemy, proclaims his intention not to kill him until the end, wanting to turn his enemy into a humiliating trophy. The creature raised its hand with a smug smile, gesturing to emphasize its superiority, its voice full of mockery, sounding like a reminder of the insignificance of mortals. The demon's words opened up a new layer of information before the gathering. They were forced to think about the ancient intrigues that had led to their current situation. The two girls stood side by side, one with an expression of fortitude, the other with a note of anxiety, and their tense figures seemed determined to meet the coming challenge. The man's lips curved into an arrogant smile, radiating obvious pleasure in his power, especially after mentioning the girls, who clearly amused him. The blue-haired girl, straining all her senses, notes the strange uneasiness of what is happening, her mind telling her that it is pointless to continue listening. The player, assessing the situation, takes a step forward, giving his movements confidence. His voice sounds decisive, giving the command to prepare for battle. Belphegor smirks at the human tendency to first boast of their power and then shut up when they are overestimated, his gaze full of sarcasm. Spreading his wings against a mesmerizing blue glow, he radiates irritation, not hiding his weariness at the annoyance of his opponents. The creature with wings, engulfed in a bluish glow, towers over the empty hall, remembering his arrival in this world and the paltry sacrifices made to summon him. The warrior points out the incompleteness of the summoning ritual with a confident smile, claiming that it only makes their confrontation easier and hastens his inevitable victory. The winged interlocutor assesses his opponent's statement with a smirk, his gaze cold but not without a fraction of interest, as if the words have sparked excitement in him. The creature confirms the man's hunch, recognizing that the sacrifices were indeed insufficient, but his tone and look remain full of irony and hidden contempt. The inhabitant of this place states with cold calmness that his strength in this body is still far from full, thus trying to demonstrate his superiority. With a wave of his hand, he clearly expresses his displeasure, indicating that his patience is running out and that his opponent's behavior has become too intrusive. Clots of magical energy with blue flames burst out, filling the entire space around and giving the impression of absolute and overwhelming power. The young man with the sword in front of him calmly observes the scene, ready to engage and capitalize on his opponent's every mistake. The count's face contorted with a mad grimace, He mocks his opponent and urges him to drown in pain, breaking into a loud, sinister laughter. The other combatant's gaze becomes focused, reflecting a determination to use latent power to counter this threat. His hand begins to glow, and there is a certainty in its movement, as if in this moment an energy is born that can destroy everything dark. The bright beam exuded by his power dispels the darkness around him, as if illuminating the path to salvation and bringing the confrontation to a climax. A blast of blinding light rips through space, and the energy rushes upwards, casting a blinding glow and a sense of imminent disaster all around. The long-haired figure with wings froze in suspense, her face expressing confusion and fear at the sudden display of power she had clearly underestimated. With disdain and pride, the creature accuses his opponent of naivety, assuring him that no magic can stop the power born of darkness. The blue flames continue to grow rapidly, surrounding the figure and unleashing a torrent of energy that seems ready to consume everything around it. Belphegor explains with cold pride that the eternal flame, available only to those with the title of Duke and above, was his birthright. The opponent dismisses the pathos speeches with a condescending chuckle, accusing him of twaddle and showing confidence in his strategy. Outrage turns to anger, and the winged ruler rushes into battle, unleashing torrents of fierce flame to destroy his defiant rival. The sword in the warrior's hands flashes with blinding light, and he summons hidden power to meet the might of the enemy and prove his steadfastness. The face with closed eyes expresses calmness and concentration despite the red glow covering the space around it. Streams of fierce flames soar upward, embodying an indomitable force that seems to want to burn everything in its path. A bright flash in the palm of his hand reflects a concentration of energy ready to tear through space, transforming into a death blow. The sweep of the sword is accompanied by a whirlwind of fire, where every movement carries destructive power behind it, glowing with scarlet light. The blade, engulfed in fiery light, cuts through the flames with force, leaving behind a dazzling line as if tearing the very fabric of reality. A bright explosion of light fills everything around it, causing sparks to fly off in a chaotic whirlwind, like a starburst, destroying everything in its path. The group of people watching froze in awe and admiration, their eyes fixed on what was happening in a mixture of anxiety and hope beginning to brew in their souls. The creature with long golden hair clutched its clawed hand furiously, its eyes full of rage and incomprehension at the force it was facing. The guy in red points out his opponent's weakness with a slight sneer, reminding him that even his power, when sealed, doesn't seem all that impressive. With a chuckle on his lips, he notes that the enemy has clearly overestimated his capabilities and mocks his claims of 70% strength, calling him a pathetic weakling. The Count, unable to hide his anger, fiercely questions how his opponent dared to humiliate him so easily, forgetting his unbreakable pride. In despair, he doesn't understand how humans were able to resist such a powerful energy available only to higher beings, which undermines his confidence. The swordsman spreads his arms and declares his superior strength with a confident smirk, claiming to be significantly more powerful than the higher-ranked demons. His opponent's face contorted in anger and rage, a yellow glint emanating from his eyes, and the tension of his clenched fists indicating a heated situation. The dark silhouette of the enemy is surrounded by a huge, blue sphere of flame, which is growing and ready to unleash a powerful strike filled with destructive energy. The demon's voice becomes harsh and whip-smart as he promises to silence the hero, assuring him that his luck will no longer save him from inevitable punishment. The young warrior, with a slight smile, continues to mockingly remind his enemy that the powers he had so counted on were powerless and useless. He points out the obviousness of failure with a graceful gesture, suggesting that his opponent come up with something new to avoid repeating the same thing, doing so with mocking confidence. Contrary to his calmness, the devil violently releases a powerful blast of blue flame filled with his anger, which floods the space with raging energy for a moment. However, the figure of the enemy remains unshaken, surrounded by the remnants of the flames. He confidently emerges from the shadows, emphasizing his absolute strength and dominance. The Blade Master concentrates, displaying his power to shatter any obstacle, and the flames that accompany him burn everything in his path. The impact of the blade rips through the air, mixing fire and magic, creating a blinding flash that causes the enemy to retreat in confusion. The horned demon with golden hair looks on with genuine horror, his confidence crumbling as he realizes he's losing control of the situation. Looking at his opponent, the cloaked man straightens up, his confidence and steadfastness making his enemy doubt his own strength. The creature's thoughts filled with chaos as it realized the situation was spiraling out of control, and the tension within it was replaced with panic and confusion. A heated hatred fills the mind of the enemy, who dreams of tearing his enemy to pieces and making him experience overwhelming fear. The grim smile and cold stare evoke a sense of impending doom, turning his fear into despair and powerlessness before his opponent's strength. Terror grips the demon as he begins to realize the true power of his enemy, who continues to control the situation without strain. The red-cloaked hero turns calmly, casting a mocking glance at the demon and waiting for him to show something more impressive. The golden-haired man with golden hair is clearly confused, not understanding what his opponent is talking about, his voice shaking with nervousness and doubt. With a slight smirk, the warrior recites the names of legendary artifacts, mentioning the sword and the destructive colossus, causing the enemy to freeze in indecision. The horny man's threatening tone begins to give way, his gaze showing inner conflict and his voice losing its former confidence. The hero's red cloak ripples slightly as he confidently pronounces that the enemy may try to use any of his dark abilities. The enemy is desperate to realize how his secrets have been revealed, his face contorted with a mixture of fear and anger, and his thoughts racing at breakneck speed. The reminder of Lilith's instruction knocks the ground out from under the demon's feet, his gaze filled with bewilderment mixed with memories of past lessons. The hero mentions Lilith's name with a slight sneer, making his opponent feel the weight of his helplessness before the inexorable certainty of his opponent. With a slight chuckle, he voices the truth that can bring out the enemy, alluding to the scandalous reputation of her name as if it were an insignificant remark. The angry grimace and clenched teeth show the rage bubbling up inside the creature, which is ready to lash out and not caring about the consequences. With wings spread out to the sides, the enemy lets out a bright stream of power, filling the space with harsh light and chaotic energy. The young man's cold gaze is directed forward. His calmness and taciturn reaction to what is happening only emphasize his confidence in his own abilities. The magical aura surrounding the figure with wings flashed with a blinding purple light, upsetting the balance of space and causing the air to vibrate. A group united for the sake of confrontation notices the lines of reality warping, dividing them and threatening to throw them out of a stable dimension. The leader's voice pierces through the chaos, ordering Anhyun and Yujun to prepare for a general attack and take up positions, while the others try to realize what's going on. Words spoken with confidence cut off any doubts, emphasizing the intention to deal with the enemy personally, forcing the others to step aside. The creature's arms reach upward, creating the illusion of ghostly shadows that begin to absorb the surrounding energy, amplifying the menacing aura around it. His head rolls back, and his scream makes the air shake, and the energy of the spell reaches its peak, splitting the silence with a devastating sound. The entity is surrounded by a vortex of incredible power, a stream of glowing magic bursting within, his hair fluttering like tongues of flame in the center of the chaos. The man in the red cloak casts a stern look at his allies, demanding their silence and firmly dismissing them, showing that he is ready to deal with the impending danger himself. Purple hands that exuded destructive magic rushed upwards as if trying to reach the heavens, turning into a symbol of power and madness. The antagonist makes a sharp, hoarse sound, his face contorted with tension, and his golden hair framing an expression of pained determination. Streams of darkness envelop his figure, amplifying the Colossus of Destruction spell that reflects the full power of his sinister intentions. The hero watches with a serious expression, realizing that the power of the spell can destroy everyone around him if he doesn't stop the enemy. The creature, aware of a growing sense of fear it cannot explain, vehemently denies its own doubts, failing to recognize the superiority of the enemy. It comes to the conclusion that in its incomplete form, it will not be able to use the force to its full potential, but still decides to complete what it has started. Thoughts of how the enemy was able to destroy his flames flashed through his mind, and a powerful stream of energy was being prepared to deal with him finally. The spell is complete, and the only thing left to do is to direct it at the target, which forces the tension to reach a tipping point. The aura emanating from the person at the center of the vortex fills the air with a heavy sense of unease, as if nature itself were foreshadowing an inevitable end. My breathing quickens, and in that moment there's a sudden fear as every muscle in my body feels the vibration of incredible power around me. The question of his own mortality flashes through the mind of a being who has never before been subjected to even a hint of weakness or doubt. The ginormous figure realizes the imminent impact is approaching, and every detail of what is happening seems to slow down before the inevitable denouement. The sturdy steps of a man clad in armor are accompanied by a whirlwind of energy that subdues everything around him. His presence carries an overwhelming confidence. Shrouded in streams of fire, he soars through the air, his red cloak fluttering under the force that explodes around him, threatening to destroy everything in its path. The purple energy condensed into a massive ball above the demon's head, whose gaze filled with panic and incomprehension at how this power could overpower him. The amazement and rage on the monster's face is replaced by despair. He feels his victorious plan begin to crumble, and his voice resounds in a cry of summons. A bright glow flashes in the background, emphasizing the concentrated energy that gradually forms a plasma ball, ready to crash down. A majestic figure with wings remains at the center of the event, surrounded by fiery purple swirls, enhancing the atmosphere of impending destruction. A look of triumph appears on the demon's face, mixed with sudden relief as his magical power peaks. The golden glow of the sword reflected softly in the swordsman's palm, as if emphasizing the determination and inevitability of the approaching confrontation. Bright flashes of magical flames fill the space, creating a sense of tension as the magical power gathers in one place, taking the form of a meteoric stream. A thunderclap of magical energy shakes the air, illuminating the entire hall with a pink glow, in the center of which appears a figure shrouded in flickering fire. The expression on the enemy's face is distorted with a mixture of horror and disbelief as he realizes that his efforts cannot contain the power ready to destroy everything around him. The glowing blade soars through the air, shrouded in magical flashes as the flames flare even brighter, threatening to consume everything in its path. The blazing swords, like meteors, swiftly flew downwards, leaving behind a bright trail that permeated the space with streams of heat and light. The hero, surrounded by a firestorm, wields fire swords with absolute confidence. His figure embodies power and authority. The demon, sensing the oppressive force before him, laughs, but his voice trembles, betraying fear of the inevitable outcome of this confrontation. The creature's gaze is full of confusion as its confidence begins to crumble, and cries of despair tear through the heated atmosphere. His confident smile seemed to emphasize his indifference to the fierce bursts of energy that surrounded him, penetrating deep into other people's gazes. The moment his eyes filled with fear, bright lines of light reflected in them, like harbingers of an imminent end. Raising his hand with grace, he made the glowing blades rush downward, leaving behind a feeling of desperation and power. The snap of fingers spread like the last chord of a symphony of horror, completing the preparation for what already seemed inevitable. In rage and fear, the demon's gaze rests on his opponent, his dilated pupils reflecting what is happening like a stormy night inside his mind. Streams of energy and fire collide in a whirlwind of destruction, blowing walls apart and turning them to dust. The demon tries to dodge, but the forces are clearly unequal. The player, filled with vengeance, walks confidently forward through the streams of fire blades. His focus and control seem unwavering, the surrounding flames only emphasizing his strength. His opponent rushes forward, gathering the last of his strength for a decisive attack, his wings opening up, filling the space with a thick glow of purple light. A bright flash of fire illuminates the space, consuming everything around it, breaking the magical flows and scattering them in all directions. The red-haired figure backs away in shock, his eyes widened with incomprehension, and he trembles palpably under the onslaught of an unknown force. The man in the red cloak stands confidently, his calmness a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around him, his gaze fixed on the enemy. The demon clenched his teeth, strains his strength, realizing that he cannot retreat. His determination is evident in every movement, but the inner fear begins to take over. A powerful explosion rips the space around it, enveloping everything in dazzling flashes of blue and gold, as if the destructive energy was consuming reality. The demon with the bright red hair sees his magic begin to work, a smug smile lighting up his face as his confidence grows. His opponent's eyes widen at the unexpected blow, and a loud shriek echoes through his head, shattering what remains of his calm and will to fight. The purple ball of energy at the center of the demon's body begins to distort, increasing the pressure inside until exhaustion and fear overwhelm him. His gaze is full of disbelief as the hot streams of light tear at his confidence in his own power, making him doubt the inevitability of victory. A fireball like the sun expands and threatens to engulf the space around it, blinding and overwhelming in its fury and majesty. Despair grips his mind as he realizes that his opponent's strength is not just equal, but exceeds his own ambitions. The blood gushing from his body seems to symbolize his lost pride and inability to keep his balance in a battle in which he loses control. His opponent's eyes filled with blank terror as his body began to disintegrate into a chaotic glow as if the magic was devouring his very essence. A barely perceptible sense of helplessness swept over him as his hands began to disappear, losing their outline and dissolving into the surrounding light. The devastating effect of the magic created flashes of destruction, as if an ancient barrier long forgotten had awakened from its slumber, activating with terrifying force. A seething stream of energy and a blinding explosion finally wiped out the enemy's hope, leaving behind only sprawling chaos and destruction. The streams of fire and the fury of the flames are reflected in the eyes of one who refuses to surrender, his inner resolve growing stronger with each thought of possible defeat. A roaring light bursts from his hand, consuming everything around him, and his voice, full of rage and power, sounds like a final challenge to fate. The violet orb, hidden in the darkness, pulsed with bright light, heralding destruction, making only one thought ring in my mind: escape at all costs. In desperation, the demon tries to push the fear away, but the destructive heat around him becomes more and more unbearable, and he feels the strength leaving his body. His last spells dissolve into the air, consumed by an unknown power, and bright tongues of flame erupt in response, enveloping the entire space. The creature's golden hair faintly ripples as his gaze desperately searches for a way out of the hopeless situation, and only a muffled echo answers him. Exhausted and devastated, he realizes the inevitability of what is happening, but there is more pain than humility in his cry, and the echoes of his emotions break the silence. A wave of magic fills the space, turning it into a seething mixture of fire and light, where each flash is like a lightning strike, and the air is saturated with the power of the spell. The dark-haired opponent, full of determination, takes one last step forward, casting a look full of confidence and hidden menace, as if bidding farewell to the past. The explosion shakes everything around it, scattering debris and sparks to the sides, engulfing the silence with a deafening rumble, where there seems to be no room for escape. The girl with long hair holds the rod tightly, her gaze full of tension and concentration, as if in her hands is concentrated the last hope for the outcome of the battle. Against the backdrop of flickering flames, two mages with a determined look clutch magical staffs, their movements full of concentration and readiness for battle. The two allies standing side by side exchange glances, their faces expressing a mixture of anxiety and determination, as if they were preparing for an inevitable battle. The group joining forces strides forward confidently, their figures illuminated by a golden glow, as if magic was enveloping them in a protective cocoon. The man in the red robe observes the scene with cold confidence, his gaze staring off into the distance, radiating an implicit threat and a willingness to act. The explosion blows apart the walls, raising a dense, billowing smoke that completely obscures the battle site, leaving behind only chaos and destruction. The dark corridor gradually begins to fill with the echo of footsteps that send a shiver through me. Distorted silhouettes moving into the depths. The ragged monster gropes his wounds, barely containing his anger, realizing that his strength is beginning to fade, and his hope for salvation is becoming more and more elusive. The fire seemed to devour him from within, forcing him to quicken his steps in an attempt to avoid total annihilation, while the walls continued to hum menacingly. A little earlier, flames engulfed the space, tearing the air with waves of heat as the demon thrashed about in an attempt to escape the inevitable. Realizing the hopelessness of its situation, the destructive energy ripped through the barrier, blinding with flashes of bright light, causing the enemy to retreat in a desperate attempt to find cover. The spatial rift vibrated violently, creating a sense of impending chaos, and the creature collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure of the collapsing dimension. His gaze darted around in search of salvation, reminding himself of the hidden shelter that could give him one last chance at survival. The demon struggles to walk up the hallway, his thoughts clinging feverishly to the only hope that all the monsters have already been destroyed, leaving him free to act. The strength leaves his body, which falls to the cold stone slabs as if hamstrung, reflecting the internal struggle tearing his consciousness apart. His fingers, trembling, touch the ground as he kneels down, trying to concentrate on feeling exactly where the object he wants is. A few minutes pass, but the demon's mind is once again sharpened on the target, despite the pain, forcing his body to move, though his wounds still bleed. The rush to find the place he was looking for confuses the demon, causing him to flit irritably among the dark corridors in a futile attempt to speed up his search. The dim light from his clawed hand touches the floor, where the reflection of the glint promises that the target is near, filling his mind with the anticipation of a long-awaited find. The demon's jubilation bursts out as his eyes finally snatch what he's been searching for, and joy overflows, filling his heart with a brief euphoria. But once he turned around, he was overwhelmed by the realization his pursuers might be close too, and the anticipation of triumph was replaced by an anxious tension. Soo-hyun walks closer with a slight chuckle, his voice sounding mocking, as if he is enjoying the moment and already anticipating the outcome of this chase. The demon flinches upon hearing the words that sounded more like a taunt, his expression changing abruptly from rage to surprise and inner panic. Her body instinctively recoils, wings trembling, but her gaze betrays a desperate attempt to maintain at least a semblance of control over the situation. Soo-hyun continues to watch her reaction, his calmness and mocking tone further emphasizing the contrast with her chaotic, frightened nature. The guy is confidently heading toward his opponent, quickly closing the distance, his voice a mixed tone of mockery and defiance, reflecting his playful attitude. A sharp blow interrupts Belphegor's attempt to turn around, the red light of the sword dissipating with each movement, hinting at the young warrior's strength and determination. A shockwave cuts through the air, echoing through the corridors, and energy fills the space, hinting at the irreversibility of the decision. Caught off guard, the Count turns around with rage and fear, realizing he's faced an enemy that will not give him any more time to escape. The dark-haired man looks down with a slight sneer as he stands over his defeated foe, as if toying with his hope and hopelessness. The hero's red cloak flutters behind his back, emphasizing his strength and confidence as he offers the captive a chance to beg for mercy. The golden-haired opponent, depressed and crushed, refuses to be humiliated, wanting to end his existence. But his voice sounds weak and broken. With a smirk on his lips, the dark-haired man watches his enemies pleading, as if savoring the moment when the power is entirely his own. The man in the scarlet cloak towered over his lying opponent, coldly and confidently acknowledging the power, but pointing out its insignificance before true masters with contempt. The captive's glowing yellow eyes clouded with anger and despair, and his hoarse voice squeezed out a threat about the imminent vengeance his allies would bring. The sudden question, spoken calmly but with a touch of mockery, caused a tension in the air, and the other's gaze stopped on a figure with short blue hair. Listing the names of known dark entities, it was as if he was playing with his opponent's thoughts, teasing and emphasizing his superiority in the current situation. The man clenched his fist, expressing his intention to finish what he had started, his determination permeating every movement, as if the air around him was growing heavier. His arm comes down on his opponent with force, leaving him no chance to resist, the blows sounding muffled but each one imbued with relentlessness. His face lights up with a strange mixture of smugness and irony, a note of contempt in his voice, as he realizes the superiority of his position. A feeble attempt at a response from the lying man only reinforces his superiority, making it clear that all struggle was futile against such might. The gaze of the hero, full of confidence and icy calm, as if telling the interlocutor that his words are not a threat, but only a confirmation of past experience. The enemy's eyes flooded with rage and despair, flaring like glowing embers as the last spark of resistance boiled up inside. The sudden realization pierces his mind like a cold blade, and disbelief is reflected in his eyes, drowning in his own uncertainty. Magical energy envelops the space, turning it into a sea of violet light, exposing the true feelings behind the words. Soo-hyun's cold gaze runs down the face of his interlocutor, accompanied by a condescending expression, as if to confirm his words of personal confidence in his own righteousness. The foe's terrified eyes reflect the storm of emotions churning within him, each thought becoming as heavy as lead, tearing the mind between fear and disbelief. A disturbing figure from the past appears in a vision, surfacing from the abyss of memories where reality and fantasy merge into a single blazing vortex. Streams of energy intertwine, creating a vibration of truth and lies in the air, where the line between the two becomes increasingly shaky, leaving him at a complete loss. The hero fends off the attack with a powerful kick, causing the red-haired demon to fly backwards, accompanied by a stream of sparks and chaotic air movement. Grasping his opponent's hair, he pulls her ruthlessly upward, strengthening his grip as her body convulses in his hand. He screams with rage as he tries to break free, but his movements become increasingly pathetic as pain and fear begin to dominate his rage. A blast of bright energy breaks the silence, a wave of heat and light crashing down on their battlefield, creating chaos all around and knocking the strength from his lifeless body. He cast a defiant glance, full of indignation and sarcasm, and without concealing his irritation, expressed all that he thought of the ridiculousness of the attempts to accuse him. The golden hair he held the demon by looked more like a symbol of his power than his opponent's vulnerability, emphasizing his complete superiority. The creature, tangled in rage and fear, did not understand the true reasons for its hatred, lashing out with its last strength, only confirming its weakness. He leaned in closer, his voice becoming almost mocking, bringing the demon to a complete confusion that was already being replaced by hopeless despair. The man dropped to a knee. A thick shadow enveloped his body, as if a reflection of his inner pain and hatred, surging outward in invisible waves. His gaze, filled with rage and cold calculation, was directed at the enemy in whom he saw the source of all his misery and lost justice. Memories came flooding back, reviving images of the past, where a bright and kind girl had turned into a victim of demonic cruelty, leaving a deep wound in his soul. His voice, filled with anger and pain, uttered an oath of retribution, with which he realized for the first time that only solitude would help him achieve his desired vengeance. Belphegor looks at the captive before him with an evil grin, realizing how cleverly he has been tricked and led into a stalemate surrounded by darkness. The young man, his gaze lowered, analyzes his own mistakes, realizing that his arrogance and hasty decisions cost him his freedom. Remembering the past, he recognizes that that time the demon did not seek to destroy him at all, but merely used him as bait for its dark purposes. Looking out over the rocky landscape, the man clearly realizes how cunningly his enemy has gathered all his allies and players to face his big brother. The fire of hatred blazed in his gaze, and his voice sounded strangled, as if even the words were pressing down on him, forcing him to relive that shame. With pain and rage, he remembers his older brother, who gave his life to save him from the clutches of those he despised. Dust and debris rise up, reflecting the might and sacrifice with which his brother had defended the younger one to the last. But even the death of a loved one did not extinguish the hatred, becoming only the beginning of that endless struggle that determines their fates. His gaze was fixed on the wounded enemy, and his voice sounded restrained, but there was hidden rage and pain in every phrase. Another name rang through his thoughts, reflecting a shadow of regret and an undying sense of loss, gradually filling the atmosphere around him. The memory of her made his eyes grow softer, but even that brief respite couldn't extinguish the fire raging in his soul. The hero gritted his teeth. Memories of the grueling journey through the valley came back to him, reminding him of all the trials he had to overcome for the goal. The figure of an angel, shining with pure light, appeared before him, and a fervent desire flared in his heart to obtain that for which he had struggled so long. But the realization that even this power could not fulfill his true desires echoed with the bitterness that flooded his soul as hope faded. It was only after the words of the celestial being that he realized that he had been nothing but a puppet in someone else's game all along, and this thought created a mixture of rage and despair in him. The young man, clenching his teeth from the surging emotion, cast a reproachful glance, remembering the bitterness of lost hope that stood one step away. Standing next to the emaciated and scarred creature, he feels rage and regret mingle within him, generating an overwhelming pain within. Her faint movement of her hand causes a momentary flash of anger, and, unable to hold back, he grabs her by the hair, bringing all his inner struggle into the action. His scream breaks the silence, increasing the tension around him as he blames her for his losses, dwelling on the memories and deep guilt of all that has happened. The dark-haired man's gaze is cold, but you can hear a faint relief in his words, as if meeting the enemy here was an unexpected gift to him. The lying red-haired girl tries to rise, but the dark warrior's foot, firmly pressed against her head, mercilessly returns her to the dusty floor. The warrior's red cloak develops against the dark walls, and a restrained rage can be heard in his voice, ready to break through the seemingly calm determination. Starlight streaming through the windows illuminates the scene, emphasizing the contrast between his unwavering determination and her exhaustion, capturing the moment of their confrontation. The man's gaze becomes cold and determined. The words he utters carry the final point in this protracted struggle, cutting off the path to reconciliation. A deafening crunch is heard beneath the redhead's feet, blood dripping onto the stone slabs, reminding her of the ruthlessness of what is happening. Her broken body loses strength, her hair blends into a bloody stain on the ground, and the surrounding silence seems oppressive, pressing down on everyone around her. The hero, exhaling heavily, leans forward slightly, his shoulders shaking from the overflowing mixture of emotions he's carefully hiding. His fingers gently reach for the object, emitting a purple glow, as if groping the air, as if in doubt as to whether to break this unsettling silence. Decisively lowering his foot, he crushes the mysterious object, in an instant, releasing a flash of dark energy that bursts around in ominous flashes. As he sits over the body, he ponders how the act was not as profitable as intended, but still finds his pragmatic justifications for it. Bright scarlet and golden curls spread helplessly around, colored in bloody hues, as if to symbolize all that was lost and unattainable. A hand covered in traces of magic reached for the shining object hidden among the debris, while a dark aura seemed to come to life around it, vibrating in time with its energy. A firm step presses down on a piece of broken horn, from which a stream of purple light begins to emanate, breaking the silence and surrounding everything around it with bright flashes. With a slight chuckle, he raises his find above his head, watching as the purple sphere exudes a powerful glow through the darkness of the ancient vaults. His gaze gleams with predatory delight as he clutches the orb in his hand, realizing the value of prey that promises incredible opportunity and power. The man holding a shining spherical artifact in his hands released the last words with a careless grin, as if drawing a line to everything that had happened around him. A mutilated body lies on the floor, with the remnants of a once powerful being barely visible, the shimmers of light only emphasizing its end. His gaze, full of self-confidence and a slight sneer, is directed forward, his thoughts slipping between the feeling of victory and estimating the value of the spoils. The bloody streams flowing across the ruined surface quietly disappear into the shadows, symbolizing the end of this tragic scene. The character's eyes glittered with cold understanding when he saw the weak attempt to feign defeat, and his lips curved in a grin, reflecting contempt. A hand cautiously descends towards the source of the red glow, extracting something of hidden power and mystery from the chaos of battle. The hand with the sharp claws twitched faintly, betraying a desire to live despite his opponent's clear advantage. A sarcastic look of disdain slides over the figure of the enemy, and words filled with sarcastic confidence burst forth, putting a stop to the illusion of false victory. The fiery vortex swirled with incredible force, swallowing everything in its path, spreading bright flashes of light and blinding radiance, as if erasing reality. The radiation emanating from the blazing center covers the space, causing the figures around them to dissolve in the heat, as if turning them into particles of ash. Alternating bright flashes and devastating blows plunge the surroundings into chaos, where every sound and movement merges into a seething element. The shadow in the flames taking shape begins to laugh in a loud and caustic voice, emphasizing the futility of trying to resist its power. The fire rained down with fury and swirled in a whirlwind, completely consuming his enemy and erasing his presence as if he had never existed. The orange flames dissipated, leaving behind only a trail of smoke and the silhouette of a warrior who, having recovered, looked up to the vaults of the hall. His eyes filled with cold calm gave away the realization that victory was complete, and the demon no longer threatened his world. A brief silence was replaced by movement as he stood up confidently and ran his hand over his dusty cloak, preparing for his next move. Carefully scanning the surrounding space with his ability, he makes sure there is not even the slightest trace of the enemy's presence, feeling cold satisfaction at what he has done. His upward gaze reflects a mixture of weariness and thoughtfulness, as he ponders whether the goal achieved has brought inner satisfaction or only a sense of emptiness. Lying on the cold surface, he grins ironically, dismissing thoughts of regret and savoring the sweet aftertaste of fulfilled vengeance, intertwined with a sense of triumph. A moment of doubt runs through his mind as he associates his weakness with the use of destructive power, but immediately dismisses those thoughts, believing the price to be justified. By activating the latent ability, he feels a surge of strength that helps him retain consciousness despite his debilitating condition and pain. With a weak hand, he touches his chest, pondering the fact that his stamina should have been improved earlier, and scrolling through the options for improvement in his head. His gaze falls to his hand and he thinks of an object that might come in handy, trying to fumble for it among his belongings in this tense moment. Finally, he retrieves the weapon that contains the magical power, and for a moment there is a glimmer of hope in his eyes for further struggle. Lying on the cold stone floor, he grinned at the sword raised upward, marveling at its hidden capabilities and unexpected qualities. The bright scarlet light of the sword envelops its hilt, forming a vortex of mystical energy that seems to respond to the new owner's presence. Holding the blade in his hand, he ponders its usefulness in future battles, assessing its potential and deciding to keep it as a trophy. Magical energy begins to circulate around the blade, creating a deafening hum, as if hinting at the greatness hidden within the item. The hero's grim gaze is directed at the sword, which emits an ominous glow, reminding him that this artifact has a life of its own. The hero's thoughts are carried to the realization that he does not plan to use such a weapon, but he is easily ready to find a new owner for it. The severity of what's going on has him thinking about his team, who may continue to await his return at another level. He lies on the cold stone surface, pondering the meaning of further action, but decides to rest a little longer before getting up. Consciousness begins to fade, and his gaze clouds over, leaving only a vague outline of reality before his eyes, as if the world is becoming unreachable. In the moment between reality and oblivion, scraps of memories flash through his mind, bringing him back to the events that brought him to this moment. Images of battle, flashes of magic, and enemy rage flash by, mixed with a sense of his own weakness and misguided decisions. One last thought slips through the darkness, the realization that the fight is not over, and he must return despite the pain and fatigue. His hand, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, reflected determination and complete concentration, every muscle tensed, ready for the next move. The heavy stone blocks crumbled into the abyss with a crack, leaving behind only darkness and the realization of the inevitability of the coming battle. The cloak wrapped around the figure, its dark silhouette blending into the surrounding void, emphasizing the hero's loneliness in the face of threat. Something awaited in the depths of the abyss that could not be left unattended, and he stepped forward, leaving his companions behind to face the danger alone. A girl with short blue hair, her gaze a mixture of surprise and confusion, as if she was caught off guard by what was happening. The hero's thoughts are replaced by the realization of the difficulties that await him in explaining his power to one who looks at everything with obvious skepticism. He realizes that details will inevitably come out, especially when it comes time to apply for a clan in the new world. Slowly coming to his senses, he realizes how much he has depleted his strength and wonders how long he has spent in this state. Slowly regaining consciousness, he feels the softness of the fabric and warmth beneath him, completely not expecting such comfort after all that has happened. Barely opening his eyes, he notices a familiar silhouette with short blue hair in front of him, who seems to be scrutinizing his condition. He tries to sit up, but the weakness in his body reminds him of his recent exhaustion, causing him to freeze for a moment and focus on what's happening around him. Thoughts of past events rush through his mind, and he wonders how long he's been lying here while his partner has been watching him. A girl with short blue hair looks at the man lying before her, her eyes full of slight confusion, and her cheeks slightly colored with a blush. The man opens his eyes and slowly realizes his position, noticing the figure in blue and white above him, his gaze full of slight surprise. Her face remains serious but slightly confused, as if she's considering what to say, and her eyes reflect genuine concern. He looks at her with quiet surprise, trying to make sense of the situation as her words interrupt the awkward silence and catch his attention. The awakened man slowly realizes that his head is resting on a soft surface, and in front of him stands a girl with short silver hair, whose face expresses slight embarrassment. Looking up, he meets her eyes, noticing the weariness and uncertainty in her expression, and feels a slight bewilderment at the situation he finds himself in. She apologizes for the circumstances, trying to explain that she didn't mean to be an inconvenience, and he looks around, trying to figure out what's going on. An unexpected sharp pain pierces his consciousness, causing him to tense up dramatically, and the surrounding reality begins to distort slightly in his perception. A girl with short blonde hair looked at the man who had regained consciousness, her concerned look betraying relief that he was finally awake. The man, still feeling slightly dizzy, tried to make sense of what was going on around him, his eyes slowly focusing on the man leaning over him. Her words that she had decided to stay and observe his condition sounded with a note of embarrassment, but genuine concern, making him feel grateful. The man noted that for someone who had just fainted, he felt surprisingly well, and wondered absently about the power his companion had used. In the silence of the first floor, against the massive columns and cold stone walls, the characters discuss what is happening, realizing that they have not left the laboratory. The image of the creature's swift movements comes to mind, its every shadow and movement seeming to emphasize a purposeful search for something important. In the distance, there are sounds of footsteps, which interrupts the reflection, and the heroes begin to assume the existence of a secret passage. Standing nearby, a girl with short blue hair and her companion, with an unusual appearance, watch warily. A group of several people stand together, their faces expressing tension and slight wariness, each scrutinizing what is happening around them. A central character in dark clothing stands in a circle of glowing figures, casting a long shadow on the stone floor of the ancient hall. The young man reflects on the predictability of the situation with a cold stare, his thoughts reflecting confidence in his actions and observations. Memories flash back, illustrating the use of a rare technique in combat that he realizes none of the zero-year players could have used. The young man lowers his gaze and reflects on how difficult it is to share his past, knowing that the truth can complicate things. It's hard for him to make a decision because he's not sure to what point it's okay to reveal his secrets, so as not to hurt those around him. His thoughts intertwine with memories of Code Zero and what it means to be back, leaving a feeling of heaviness on his soul. Jung Ha-yeon looks at him carefully, waiting for an answer, her gaze understanding and willing to hear the truth. A young man with short black hair answers the question with a reluctant restraint, avoiding details as if trying to hide something important from others. The girl with blue hair stares intently at her interlocutor, aware of his confusion and realizing that what he is hiding goes beyond mere secrets. The young man's face remains unperturbed, but there is a note of uncertainty in his words that makes one wonder about his real intentions. A group of people gathered around him, their gazes focused on the central figure, but the atmosphere was saturated with tension and underlying distrust. The mage girl's gaze expresses a mixture of wariness and benevolence as she tries to maintain objectivity despite her inner doubts. The black-haired man, arms crossed over his chest, remains outwardly calm, but there's a touch of sarcasm in his words and an unwillingness to fully open up. The thought that the truth will still come out if the trust between them is strong enough flashes through his mind, but causes internal conflict. The girl's words sound confident, but deep down she hopes that her conclusions about her interlocutor are wrong, to avoid even more tension. The girl with the short hair, holding back the emotional impulse, asks a clear question, emphasizing the sincerity and directness with which the answers must be given. The protagonist, a bit shying away from specifics, ponders the nature of truth, noting that everyone present has secrets hidden from the rest of us. Her gaze reads unyielding confidence. She points out that his position sets him apart from others, raising doubts about his sincerity. He, while recognizing the strength of her arguments, expresses doubt as to whether they could accept his truth without skepticism, even if he revealed all the cards. The blue-haired girl puts forward a proposal based on the consent previously given to her by her interlocutor, her confidence emphasizing the seriousness of her intentions. Gathering her thoughts, she concludes to accept her condition, backing up her words with a determined gesture, reflecting her inner strength. In her hand appears a glowing object with a mysterious energy, which she describes as a find she accidentally came across a year ago. Her reaction to the object betrays a sudden realization in her companion, her gaze full of surprise focusing on the ball of bright light. The glowing crystal shimmered in the girl's hands, and her voice sounded with a note of conviction, explaining the properties of an artifact capable of revealing the truth through magical assimilation. There was a hope in her gaze that she didn't want to lose, explaining why it was so important to her to use this unusual item on the new satellite. The man opposite tensed perceptibly, his displeasure obvious, but he couldn't contain his curiosity as he looked at the mysterious artifact glowing brightly in her hands. Her companion's determination was emphasized by her calm confidence as she stared straight ahead, waiting for further action and a response to her actions. The crystal, glowing with a soft light, lies in her palms, attracting her gaze and evoking a sense of its immense value, as if it holds infinite possibilities. The young man, concentrating on the object, contemplates the expectations placed on it and tries to realize what it is like to be the object of such trust. He realizes that the moment is inevitable when he will have to reveal himself, but his inner fear and the seriousness of the situation increase his tension and caution. At the last moment, the movement falters, and hard words break the rising tension, as if interrupting the inevitability of this action. The red-haired girl, clenching her fists, indignantly demands an explanation as to why someone decided to take the liberty of questioning their older comrade. She doesn't hide her resentment and reminds him that Soo-hyun deserves respect, not pressure, and tries to protect him from unnecessary interference. The girl with blue hair remains calm and confidently states that their ways of working and interacting are different, emphasizing her point. The tension in the group builds, but each tries to stay within the boundaries, maintaining their inner control and dignity. Yoo-jun stares defiantly in front of her, indignantly hinting at the blue-haired girl's ignorance or her inability to understand the reality they find themselves in. The blue-haired woman talks about the harshness of a world where every deception or doubt can cost a life, emphasizing the importance of exposing any catch. Her words sound like a justification for her own actions, based on the need to deal with any questionable intentions to avoid unnecessary risks. The golden-haired young man looks at his sister and recalls Soo-hyun's sacrifices for their well-being since the beginning of their stay in this dangerous valley. The girl with the fiery hair, with her lips pressed tensely together, stares defiantly, her gaze full of doubt, and the words of her interlocutor knocking out the rest of her confidence. The girl with blue hair remaining calm reminds us that delusions can lead to wrong conclusions, emphasizing the apparent calmness of the others. Yujun flinches sharply at those words, her eyes widening and the expression on her face betraying a mixture of surprise and indignation, as if she was caught off guard. The tension between them grows, and the slight murmurs around them seem to emphasize the growing gulf in their opinions. But the silence between phrases is louder than any noise. The red-haired girl looks at the people around her and asks a sharp question, demanding that An Hyun and An Seol at least try to respond to her outrage. But her words only cause them confusion. The group finds itself surrounded by almost complete silence, broken only by falling snowflakes, creating a sense of pressure that only makes it harder for the girl. Her voice is interrupted by a silence in which her gaze expresses incomprehension and confusion, while the others remain silent, as if they know something but can't say it. An Hyun can't stand it and tries to diffuse the situation by saying that no one suspects the leader of cheating, but even his attempt to calm things down only pushes her further into anger. The sharp gesture of the girl with red hair emphasizes her indignation as she recalls how many times they survived only because of the determination of the group's leader. The hands covering her face speak of disappointment, but there are notes of irony, reproach, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness at what is happening in her voice. The young man's gaze conveys both confusion and confusion, as if he is trying to justify his indecision in the face of accusations. From the memories come moments when the leader diverted hordes of enemies, giving the rest a chance to escape, as if proving the value of each of his actions. Her voice sounded firm as she recalled how their mentor had turned down the opportunity to join an elite clan for the sake of those he considered his comrades. Every step he took during the battle, every piece of equipment he bought for the team, and even his fatigue after a night of training, it was all his sacrifice for them. The red-haired girl reminded the others with all the strength of her soul of the one who had always protected them and whose actions deserved absolute respect. Everyone gathered around in cold silence, feeling their doubts and disbelief slowly dissolve before the simple truths. The girl with the ponytail turns to her companions with a challenge, reminding them that if it wasn't for Soo-hyun's help, it's unlikely they would have survived that ordeal and are standing here now. The silver-haired girl looks down and tries to object, but her voice trails off, revealing her inner doubts and confusion at the situation. The black-haired young man calmly states that he understands the feelings that guided her words and offers to solve the problem right here, without delay. The red-haired girl, resenting the unfair treatment of Soo-hyun, insisted that it was clear from the beginning what kind of person he was. Soo-hyun calmly looks at the girl with red hair, assuring her that his trust in the group is as strong as their faith in him. He explains that he did have certain circumstances that he was going to reveal, but the timing had to be right to do so. The man in red suggests using the crystal to store mana, asking the blue-haired mage for help with this important process. The girl with short blue hair confidently agrees, taking him up on his offer, her calm expression emphasizing her willingness to support him. His look becomes more confident as he explains that everyone has their own truth and circumstances that determine their actions. He raises his hand and puts it to the crystal to dispel his doubts, even though he realizes that doing so may have unpleasant consequences. Gratitude is in his words, but at the same time, he expresses regret that the conflict was sparked by a misunderstanding between comrades. The girl with blue hair nods, her face glowing with determination, and she promises to remember his words, looking confidently into his eyes. The young man adds his condition with confidence, stating that it is not only for his personal peace of mind, but for the good of the entire team watching his actions. The girl with short blue hair frowned slightly, clarifying the meaning of the proposed condition, her voice reflecting a mixture of disbelief and slight disappointment. The man explains that his actions are motivated by a desire to dispel doubts, not only in one member of the group, but also in everyone else, emphasizing the importance of trust. The three companions listened intently to his words, their facial expressions changing from mild bewilderment to concentration, and the atmosphere around them becoming more tense. He discreetly explains that despite the tense situation, it's important to him that no one crosses the line, because the stakes are too serious. The girl with the short blue hair listens carefully to his words, agreeing with the need to limit herself to public facts, keeping her composure. When their hands touch, the magical energy begins to sparkle brightly, and red and blue streams erupt around them, symbolizing their unity. The glowing crystal in their palms pulsed with a powerful radiance, absorbing the energy of both as if sealing their mutual agreement. Surrounded by the cold glow of magical energy, The warrior reaches out to the girl, confidently establishing a connection between their auras across the fragile barrier of trust. The crystal flared up, emitting a stream of blue light that penetrated deep into space, as if revealing invisible facets of truth to all those gathered. The deep abyss of energy within the sphere is gradually taking shape that is ready to reveal the secrets hidden behind the mask of certainty and doubt. The pure truth contained in the shining artifact insists on absolute honesty, not allowing even the tiniest lie in the hearts of those who respond. Guy ponders his answers, realizing that the truth could backfire on him if he doesn't articulate it properly to maintain control. The girl with blue hair clarifies his name and wants to check how long he has spent in these conditions, getting direct and concise answers. His admission that he is a player like the others is confirmed without hesitation, though it does elicit tense looks from his interlocutors. The crystal reacts to the interaction, confirming the sincerity of his words, but tension still hovers in the air, keeping anyone from relaxing. The realization that his words must be accurate awakens in him a sense of responsibility, for the balance of the situation depends on the truthfulness of each answer. The girl with blue hair follows the developments closely, showing genuine curiosity that is intertwined with slight doubt. The space around her fills with tension as she voiced her assumption, as if trying to extract the truth from the hidden intentions of her interlocutor. Deciding to keep his true abilities secret, he explains it as a rational choice, made for his own peace of mind and strategic advantage. The man discreetly explains that his decision to hide his power is due to the danger of becoming the target of envious people who could turn everything against him. The girl with blue hair stares tensely at her interlocutor, asking a clarifying question, her voice full of distrust and slight wariness. The protagonist calmly confirms his words, trying to emphasize that the extra tension could only complicate his situation and lead to conflicts. He hints that disclosure may affect personal aspects, so he asks others to respect his choice. The black-haired man tilts his head and discreetly explains that divulging his abilities puts him in considerable danger and requires a certain fee for such information. The companion discreetly agrees to the proposal, clarifying that his words will be appreciated if they turn out to be true, and the young man next to her hastily backs her up. A man with a stern look calmly states that he is ready to reveal the truth, and emphasizes that he has a unique secret class that makes everyone around him tense up. The others, including the girl and her partner, look stunned at the unexpected recognition, their surprise literally frozen on their faces, emphasizing the significance of what was said. Under the even light reflecting off the crystal, a tense voice is heard, emphasizing the importance of the information being discussed and the possible risks of its leakage. The girl in white garb casts an attentive glance, her bewilderment replaced by a cautious acceptance of the terms, showing persistence in wanting to understand the situation. The guy's dark eyes glaze over in cold warning, his words saturated with hidden tension, as if every movement of his hand could change the outcome. A moment of realization froze on her face, and she abruptly remembered the significance of the crystal's color, her expression changing to one of determination to find the truth. The dark-haired young man discreetly confirms the truthfulness of all the words previously spoken, his calm gaze conveying confidence in every decision he makes. The girl with short blue hair analyzes what she heard, her attention focusing on each match, building a logical chain. Despite his outward calmness, you can sense the underlying tension in the young man's voice, as he emphasizes the importance of a secret, the disclosure of which could put him in danger. Realizing that the words spoken are crucial, the girl cautiously continues the dialogue, trying to maintain a balance between curiosity and respect. The character with the cold gaze patiently listens to the girl's musings, while the glowing crystal in her hands shimmers softly in shades of blue. Past victories against all odds are confirmed with words while their listeners ponder what may have lurked behind them. A raised hand draws attention, creating a pause that gives those gathered a chance to reflect on what they have heard. The girl in the green cloak offers, with easy confidence, to add to the conversation, emphasizing her willingness to shed light on the issues at hand. The blue-haired enchantress points out the importance of speed and decision-making, reminding you that the truth crystal will soon expire, demanding an immediate explanation. A tall girl with dark eyes tells of a magical barrier she discovered on the third floor, describing it as an ancient and powerful vestige of demonic magic. Memories of the battle on the third floor keep her busy, as the barrier only activated when the demon tried to escape from the lab. One of the men with russet hair agrees with the findings, noting that despite the demon's power, his summoning was incomplete and weakened, affecting his actions. The young person notices that the dynamics of the situation are beginning to play out in his favor, although he does not outwardly take any active steps. He decides to stealthily direct the girl's attention to something else that might distract her from her current thoughts about the truth of what is happening. The warrior's hand tensed slightly, and a flash of bright fire, as if involuntarily, began to ignite in his palm, drawing attention to itself. The flame in his hand grows brighter and brighter, creating a sense of power and strength until the girl notices it. Turning her gaze to his palm in slight surprise, the girl with blue hair, noticing the flames, expresses confusion and suggests that it might be fire magic, but immediately tries to refute her guess. The man in the red cloak calmly explains that the fire she sees was seen earlier on the third floor and is an unusual magical power. He adds that this flame has the same uniqueness as his abilities, emphasizing that the power was obtained by him honestly through known rituals. His reflection on having to reveal his suspicions if she spoke of his sister is replaced by a decision to proceed with caution and secrecy. The hero ponders that trying to avoid a frank answer can only last until the magic crystal expires. While assessing the situation, the magical fire igniting in the hand becomes a subject of discussion that emphasizes power beyond what is normally possible and makes one wonder about the nature of the ability. The power of the flame that has absorbed the demon's magic is so unfathomable that even those who use it cannot appreciate its limits and true power. Ha-En, sensing the slight tension in his voice, wonders about the origin of the ability, but decides not to go any further, trusting his words of honesty. The young man in the red coat, assessing the situation, recognizes that the words of the girl with blue hair are not without meaning and is ready for further dialogue. The glowing figure with wings, symbolizing an angel, inspires an understanding of equality, although the power given to one of the participants is clearly exceptional. The man's words, spoken with cold certainty, shatter the illusion of absolute equality, emphasizing the hidden contradictions. A group in a dark stone room wonder if their abilities have a connection to a higher power, which is confirmed by a brief but confident answer. His gaze becomes focused as he confirms the connection, but the hesitation in his voice makes you wonder what lies behind those words. The girl's icy gaze fixed on him, the excitement on her face making it clear that she wanted to hear the conclusion of that thought. The man's dark thoughts and calculations quickly add up in his head. He realizes that changing the subject will help deflect unwanted questions. In a calm tone, he acknowledges the angel's awareness of the power in question, but mentions that his patroness strongly disapproved of the choice. The girl, scrutinizing every word, realizes that Soo-hyun's answers are true, but her inner doubt continues to plague her. Their hands still touch as she ponders the next question, as getting even more information becomes her priority. She lowered her gaze, remaining immersed in her own thoughts, feeling a slight discomfort at the uncertainty of what to do next. The man looks at her with a slight chuckle, realizing that her inquisitive mind won't stop there, and decides to take advantage of the situation. Having caught the hint in the words of her interlocutor, the girl tries to extract more information, but her own curiosity begins to give away her intentions. Soo-hyun's hand confidently grips the magic artifact. His gaze becomes wary, and his voice takes on a cold tone that emphasizes his secrecy. The player's thoughts slide toward his cunning plan, which gradually takes effect, confusing the girl and leaving her in the dark. Moving on to the next question, he tries to keep his composure, but the tension in his voice betrays an inner doubt and caution in every word. Soo-hyun tried to hide his excitement, but his voice gave away a slight tension as he assured that nothing important was going on, trying to shift his attention. As the crystal glowed red, its color instantly caught the group's attention, causing a mixture of surprise and wariness in those gathered around. Yujun's gaze flickered towards the artifact, her expression changing from mild curiosity to genuine shock as she tried to realize what was happening. Sang-yong barely contained his alarm, barely managing to utter that the crystal had changed, while the girl with long hair froze, stunned as she watched the flash. The girl's words sounding confident, she says the player's name. Watching his reaction, her gaze showing a genuine desire to know the truth. The man tensed, a slight grimace betraying his inner turmoil, his hand involuntarily reaching for the collar of his cloak, as if in an attempt to contain his emotions. His thoughts grow increasingly tense. His gaze hides determination, and the words within sound like a challenge to himself, pushing for the next step. The glowing crystal their hands hold burns with a red flame, signaling something important. The girl with the crystal insistently demands an explanation. Her voice sounds confident, but in the depths of her eyes, there is a desire to understand the strange situation. The man watches her silently, keeping his emotions in check, his attention completely focused on how to carefully choose each word to avoid suspicion. His thoughts are chaotically intertwined. He evaluates the possible consequences, trying to control a situation in which the truth becomes his main enemy. Holding his breath, he decides to take a chance and gives an evasive answer, hoping his caution won't be perceived as weakness or a lie. The girl with a cold gaze tries to keep calm, scrutinizing her interlocutor to understand the hidden meaning of his words and assess their truthfulness. Recognizing his weakness, he chooses caution, looking away and trying to hide the inner doubts that subtly slip into his voice. The crystal began to glow, emitting a soft blue light that seemed to pulse in unison with the growing tension between them. She continues to watch, knowing full well that her decision could change the outcome of the entire encounter. But she hesitates, as if checking her senses. A character with dark hair hiding his true emotions explains that he possesses a power hidden within beyond the control of the average person. At the mention of activating the ability, he notes that using it gives incredible power, but puts a serious burden on his body. The blue-haired girl, thoughtfully analyzing what she heard, mentions that her angel was against this power because of its danger to life. Despite the warnings, it acknowledges the circumstances that compelled this force, emphasizing the necessity of the decision. The man in the red cloak quietly confirms what he said, holding out his hand with a magic crystal that begins to glow as a sign of truth. Astonishment grips the group of observers, and their words reflect the shock of realizing that Soo Hyun has been using force all this time, putting his life on the line. The other man, slightly confused, notices that such power is beyond the control of a mere man, and his companion looks at him anxiously. The girl with blue hair ponders what she has said, her thoughts interrupting each other, for the truth seems too incredible, but it still fits into a logical chain. The man with dark hair ponders how long the effects of the crystal will last, hoping that the process will end without complications and his patience will bear fruit. The girl with short blue hair pauses, as if gathering her thoughts, and cautiously asks an important question, trying not to seem pushy. Her interlocutor is reserved but confident in her assessment of the girl's actions, noting their lack of tact, but recognizing that this is unlikely to affect the overall outcome. Her thoughts are full of doubts and reflections on what is happening as she tries to make sense of what she has heard, realizing that the truth opens up new questions for her. The girl with blue hair ponders how the information she gave out could jeopardize her safety, especially in this place where skills are directly related to survival. Her words sound apologetic, but she also admits that she can no longer take back what was said, trying to justify her actions to him. He stares at her intently, clearly weighing every word spoken earlier, and seems to be preparing to ask his final question, which has a special meaning for him. The man in dark clothing decides that the question can be both private and public, but only her answer will determine whether she destroys the crystal of truth. His gaze remains firm as he makes a decisive decision, allowing his opponent to say everything he wanted to convey despite his inner doubts. The girl with the short blue hair stares at him intently, as if trying to find the answers she has long sought, and you can hear the desperation in her voice. Her words penetrate his mind, reminding him of long-forgotten pain and the sacrifices he made for a goal that seemed the only important one. He reacts silently to her remark, but there's a slight shadow of surprise in his gaze, as if what she has said has touched something hidden deep inside. The words of the girl with short blonde hair are filled with reproach, as she questions why all this is happening, her gaze sad but determined. The man involuntarily recalls Hanbyul, her voice echoing in his head again, repeating the same words he had just heard, as if echoing the past. The man with the red cloak lowers his gaze as he ponders his power destroying his body, remembering his recent battle with the demon, where he barely survived. The girl continues to rebuke, questioning the necessity of such a sacrifice, pointing out that they could have fought together in defense of each other. The guy concentrates on analyzing the words of the girl, who emphasizes that his actions came from good intentions, but in reality, they turned out to be part of the Valley of Hell. Thoughts of the hero's intentions and self-sacrifice make him remember that other team members are also capable of acting on their own. His gaze becomes more confident as he concludes his musings, realizing that the initiative and responsibility for this conversation has completely shifted to him. The crystal's time is coming to an end and its bright glow is growing dimmer, foreshadowing the imminent end of this magic. The magician girl, meeting the gaze of the interlocutor, tries to express uncertainty. Her attempts to find words reflect inner tension and hesitation. The man recalls the loss of his loved ones, his voice full of bitterness. He shares the pain he experienced, which left an indelible trace in his heart. As he scrolls through past events, he recounts how he relentlessly strived to become stronger despite the risks, striving to survive at all costs. There's a steely determination in his voice as he voices his goals that have become the meaning of existence. to keep alive and get back. Focusing his gaze on his companions, he firmly states that his goal is not just to survive in this cruel world, but to protect those he cares about. Looking at their faces, he realizes that going back alone makes no sense, for it was these people who were his motivation to fight to the end. As he recalls past losses, he realizes that he is willing to sacrifice everything to preserve the lives of those who have become like family to him, despite his own suffering. Holding the crystal, he watches its light, knowing that his sacrifices and efforts are justified if they can survive together and return home. The three friends, stunned by his words, realize how much he values them, their faces reflecting shock and deep respect, mixed with a slight sense of guilt. The young leader, meeting their surprised gazes, looks at each with warmth, his confidence and sincerity lending weight to every word spoken. The girl with blue hair lowered her gaze, trying to hide her emotions, but the slight blush on her cheeks gave away that the words affected her more than she wanted to show. Her companion calmly and firmly affirms that the leader is trustworthy, urging everyone to end the discussion and move forward. The man with short brown hair lowered his head, admitting his mistake, and apologized for his doubts, realizing how much he had underestimated the leader. The guy looked at him without judgment, noticing the misunderstanding resolved, and reminded him that his efforts would not go unrewarded, showing determination. The girl with blue hair quietly broke the silence, expressing genuine regret for her thoughts, realizing how difficult it was to maintain such beliefs here. The atmosphere around them was gradually becoming lighter, and despite the remnants of guilt, their unity was becoming evident in their attitudes and actions. So, Hyung cast a brief glance at Vivian and suddenly frowned, as if realizing something important that had been keeping her in suspense for a long time. The thought that suddenly flashed through her mind seemed to paralyze her actions, forcing her to stop and change her expression abruptly. The protagonist calmly explains that he is happy to resolve the misunderstanding, but warns that he expects an equivalent payment later for the help he has provided. The young man with brown hair bows his head and quietly confesses his foolishness, regretting that he dared to doubt the man who saved their lives. The red-haired girl, struggling to hide her emotions, apologizes for her injustice, remembering how the hero worked hard for them, and feels the bitterness of guilt. The young man, maintaining a cold calmness, remarks that this situation cannot be left unresolved and is going to make arrangements to move the group forward. An Hyun's sister suddenly looks up, her voice sounding uncertain but firm as she admits that she wants to ask a question that's been bothering her for a long time. An oppressive silence surrounds them, accompanied by the tension of waiting, while the girl's words begin to echo in her head, but remain as yet unspoken. An Seol slowly lowered her gaze, her lips trembling with excitement, as she gathered her thoughts and tried to express the question that had long plagued her. She clutched the staff tightly in her hands, as if trying to find support in it. Her movements betrayed nervousness, but there was a sense of determination in them as well. Gathering her courage, she looked up and, holding back her embarrassment, timidly asked what he thought of her, hope and uncertainty in her voice. The man looks at her in surprise, his reaction indicating that he didn't expect such a question at all, but a smile appears in his gaze, softening the atmosphere. The girl with the short hair holds back her emotions with her lips clenched, and her hands hold the staff tightly, expressing tension and inner struggle. She looks at those gathered around her and struggles to squeeze out words, her face reflecting confusion and determination at the same time. Hearing the unexpected question, the man tries to deal with the awkwardness, but his look betrays surprise while he tries to remain calm. His voice sounds firm but warm as he emphasizes her sincerity and good qualities, noting her potential hidden behind her outward insecurities. The main character warmly confirms that her openness and kindness fit her role perfectly, adding that she brings something completely unique to their group. An Seol is unsure of her weaknesses, remembering how often her words and actions turn out to be clumsy, and she herself causes unnecessary trouble for those around her. There is confidence in his voice, as he notes that she has great potential, and if she continues to improve, is sure to become the best among them. An Seol freezes for a moment, shocked by his words, and her eyes fill with determination, reflecting hope and gratitude for his support. He pondered how the priestess's naivete and sincerity could be her greatest strength, leading those around her to believe in a bright future. A vision of her future arose in his mind, a majestic image filled with radiance, capable of inspiring even those who had lost hope. The mage girl watched as the magical ball shimmered in the hands of her ally, but suddenly the surface of the ball began to crack. A bright flash accompanied by a crackling sound finally shattered the magic sphere, spreading a blinding glow around. The shards of the magic ball scattered in the air, and the light coming from them gradually faded away, leaving only a thin trace of bright glow on the girl's hands. The girl with blue hair looks at her palms, clenching them into fists, her thoughts full of anxiety and disbelief at what just happened. The man in the red cloak notices what is happening and silently ponders, realizing that events are unfolding as he predicted and that everything is going according to his plan. After a pause, he turns to her, asking a question that makes her wonder if she has managed to get the gist of what happened and satisfy her curiosity. The young leader closes the question with ease, determining his intention to continue his duties as team leader, a calm confidence appearing on his face. The team members amicably agree with the decision, excited about the journey ahead, the girl with red hair wondering if they will return to the old town. Clarifying the details of the trip, he explains that the journey will take 3 more days, including today, and offers to spend the night in the lab because of the late hour. The group is left puzzled by his unexpected suggestion, but he only smiles silently, letting them know that everything is under control. The characters scrutinize the underground room, and one of them notices that their surroundings resemble the structure of an ancient alchemist, awakening hidden assumptions. The team decides that the situation is safe and decides to go inside to investigate further, fully confident that there are no threats. One of the team members uses a magical light source, illuminating the dark corners of the room, allowing them to appreciate its scale and contents. The characters move on, scrutinizing massive crates and old furniture, feeling the atmosphere of mystery and antiquity surrounding them. One member of the group looks around carefully, noticing that the surrounding area looks like a basement with a patina of abandonment and mystery. The eyes of all participants turn to a massive table of papers and random items, where everyone begins to consider possible clues. One of the companions, feeling determined, easily smashes the crates as he knows that this place will soon disappear and nothing will be saved. The leader decides to turn off the active use of magic, as threat recognition is no longer needed at this point. A man standing amidst the moody lighting ponders the hidden answers that, as is often the case, are in plain sight, as if deceived by their obvious presence. He walks over to the old bed, as if following an intuition that tells him the answers might be in places no one would look. Crouching down, he lifts the edge of the bedspread and looks determinedly under the bed, anticipating a find that will change the course of their research. His gaze fixes on artifacts, a massive axe, a mysterious book, a glove, and a locked box, each shrouded in mystery and the promise of clues. The lone glove seems unassuming at first glance, but the slight shimmering glow around it evokes the feeling that it harbors a special power. The black metal of the spear, shimmering gracefully under the light, draws attention with its grim perfection, making one wonder about the hidden powers contained within. The small vessel containing the medicine shimmered with a violet light, promising restored strength and health, its contents clearly woven from the rarest of ingredients. The book, with its ancient patterns and massive cover, seems to radiate ancient wisdom, its pages probably containing the secrets of lost craftsmanship. The gauntlet the hero picks up feels odd due to the lack of a pair, and its properties give it the ability to reduce the weight of objects several times. The realization that the room and the items found had previously belonged to the spearmaster confirms his speculation about their purpose and significance. The ancient spear feels particularly heavy and powerful in his hand, awakening thoughts of its immense latent power and energy. Activating the power of the found spear, the hero feels a surge of power, which confirms its value as a unique artifact. The commander's amazed to realize that the black spear exudes an incredibly powerful magical aura that makes one wonder about its true nature and capabilities. On an ancient artifact, notes appear that reveal a unique feature: the ability to become an energy spearman of a rare class, absorbing the power of the spear. As he carefully examines the properties of the item, he realizes that this activity is recommended for masters of close combat, especially those who are learning the art of spear wielding. A slight chuckle touched his lips, and a thought flashed through his mind about the possibilities of this amazing discovery and the power of the spear. The red-haired girl slumps her shoulders in disappointment, realizing that their search in the last room has yielded no results, and quietly shares her expectations with her companions. The mentor beckons the young golden-haired warrior to come closer, while watching him closely, as if about to impart important information. The black-haired hero speaks to an ally in a stern voice, drawing his attention, and an ancient artifact is clutched tightly in his hands. The spearman looks eagerly at the weapon in the hero's hands, wanting it but gets a cold stare in return and a warning to listen to the end. Hyun smiles demurely, emphasizing his calmness and ease, even when the situation calls for seriousness, his demeanor creating a contrast to the surrounding tension. A man explains how to properly use an ancient artifact, clarifying important details to avoid mistakes that could be dangerous for everyone. Focusedly listening to the instruction, the hero tries to grasp all the nuances, realizing that the price of any mistake will be high, but tries not to show doubts. The guy's joyful reaction shows his excitement, but this moment also shows that the seriousness of the task is not yet fully realized. Sensei passes the spear, carefully watching the other's movements, and the cold glint of the weapon heightens the tension of the moment, as if warning of its power. The smile on the young man's face reflects his joy and slight carelessness as he grips the spear shaft tightly, showing complete trust in the situation. Suddenly, a bright light bursts out of the spear, blinding everyone around, and its wielder freezes, not realizing what is happening, feeling the incredible power within him. The young man's eyes widen with shock as his hands struggle to hold the weapon, and a shiver runs through his body, emphasizing the full magnitude of the unexpected event. The hero carefully assesses what's going on, realizing that for someone with low mana levels, this is a really impressive power that can surprise everyone around him. The entire caravan tries to figure out what is happening to the young man, but all speculation is interrupted by one of the companions' explanation of the process of class inheritance. A focused young man reads the pop-up messages, illuminated by a bright golden glow that emphasizes the importance of the moment at hand. The reports that have surfaced confirm the uniqueness of the process, revealing information about a rare class that greatly enhances internal energy and combat skills. A golden glow engulfs the young fighter, and the confused expression on his face is replaced by the realization that he has indeed been given a rare chance to change his destiny. The leader of the group, observing what is happening, remains calm and unperturbed, realizing that the rite of succession requires absolute concentration and discipline. Nearby, the others watch the situation carefully, surprised at the sudden turn of events, but trying not to break the silence so as not to disturb the ritual. The one holding the spear feels an unfamiliar warmth and power filling his body, realizing that this energy will never let go again and will change him forever. Guy, engulfed in a stream of golden light, feels the pressure on his body caused by trying to take an energy beyond his current capabilities. His fingers grip the shaft of the spear tightly as the latent power begins to awaken, causing unusual sensations bordering on pain and ecstasy. The watching people hold their breath and gaze at what is happening, each amazed at the vision that confirms the successful completion of the process. The glow gradually fades, leaving the figure in the center radiating new power, an obvious sign of the end of the ritual. An Hyun is dumbfounded, realizing that his new class not only affects his characteristics, but also brings hidden abilities that were previously out of reach. The protagonist analyzes the changes, noticing with interest that the upgrades include unique skills that affect both defense and combat abilities. As he ponders the details, he realizes that the body's energy defenses can repel any type of attack, enhancing its survivability and potential. Those around him watch in amazement, realizing that the rare class has opened new horizons for him and made him more powerful. A young guy with golden hair, full of joy and pride, accepts congratulations from his companion, trying to hold back a surge of emotion, but a slight smile still slips across his face. The jovial gesture by which one of the characters demonstrates his sincere joy transitions into gentle humor, while simultaneously relieving the tension between the group members. The loot bag filled with gold coins and rare artifacts symbolizes the group's success, and the detailed counting emphasizes practicality and seriousness in sharing the spoils. Among the finds, mystical objects such as a demonic sword and a mysterious heart stand out, their power and value both admired and feared by the expedition members. An artifact imbued with darkness is found in a hidden room, and next to it lie a potion that increases stamina and unusual gloves with mysterious properties. An ancient book, inscribed with symbols of an unknown language, lies close to the spear found, promising to reveal the secrets of the spearman's skill. The necklace, named after the honor, sparkles with bright lights containing the power of eternal magic, capable of storing spells other than those associated with sacred rituals. The blue-haired girl turns her attention to the amulet An Seal found, noting its soft glow and the power that lurks within, promising to unlock her potential. The heroine with short brown hair expresses utter surprise when it turns out that the amulet she found has no magical value. The group scrutinizes the massive spear, which with its imposing appearance and heaviness far surpasses previous finds. An Hyun is surprised to accept the artifacts offered to him, a diminutive gauntlet and a book related to the ancient skills of a spearman. The explanation shows that the glove is able to significantly reduce the weight of the object being held without increasing the physical strength of the wearer. The book handed to the brown-haired girl turns out to be written in an ancient language containing records of energy spearman training. The young golden-haired warrior who accepted the book is determined to train hard and put the knowledge into practice. The man in dark armor ponders the value of the miracle cure he has found, suggesting that it might be best given to one of his comrades. An Hyun, smiling with his usual ease, doesn't seem to feel the weight of responsibility at all, even though the new spear clearly requires effort on his part. The compiled list of found items reminds Soo-hyun to organize carefully, as each artifact could play a key role in their future journey. Despite its value, the miracle cure has decided to leave it in storage for now, as the guy's in no hurry to use it without a compelling need. Watching John Ha-young and Vivian, Soo-hyun realizes that despite their unique abilities, it's too early to trust the artifacts to either of them. The man reasons that the Sword of Scripe is too dangerous to put in the hands of someone in the group, and decides that its use requires time and training. The group finishes tallying the resources they found, realizing that returning to the city at night would be too risky, and decides to stay in the dungeon until morning. An Hyun turns to Vivian, noting her rare class and suggesting that they form a friendship, believing that their cooperation will benefit the whole group more. Yoo-jun teases the distribution of resources with a dose of sarcasm, hinting at the guy's privileged position, which causes slight tension in the group. The red-haired girl strikes her foot with excitement, trying to show her indignation and vigor, but those around her observe it with a share of surprise and a smile. A warm dawn rises above the horizon. The colorful hues of the sky are replaced by a calm gold, symbolizing the beginning of a new day. Quiet streets of a small town come alive under the rays of the morning sun. Its inhabitants go about their daily business, creating an atmosphere of coziness and measuredness. The group's return to the city is accompanied by joyful shouts, the emotions of the participants reflecting relief and satisfaction at having successfully completed the mission. The characters happily enter the lively village, enjoying the warm rays of sunshine and dreaming of a well-deserved rest after a long journey and trials. One member of the group heads to a tavern where he's welcomed by a girl with long brown hair, her smile evoking a warm sense of nostalgia. The woman readily recognizes her guest and good-naturedly remarks that their meeting is long overdue, while setting an array of mouth-watering dishes in front of him. Colorful treats, from succulent salads to roasted meats, grace the table, the sophisticated atmosphere highlighting a welcome moment of tranquility for the group. A girl with long hair is enjoying her meal, devouring a large dish of spaghetti with meatballs with gusto, her face glowing with pleasure and joy. A red-haired girl tries to take the bottle away from a young man who dodges, causing a surprised reaction from his companion. A young man with a menu in his hands looks pensive as he exchanges glances with a girl with short blue hair, their expressions conveying concentration. Night shelters the group as they rest in the wooden room, one of the men lying on the bed dozing, completely relaxed after a long day. Soo-hyun treads leisurely down the corridor, leaving behind the light sound of footsteps, the cold night air penetrating his thoughts, filling them with a vague uneasiness. Looking out at the quiet hallway, he notes that sleep is not taking him, and decides to take this moment to organize his thoughts and regain his strength. As he passes by the rooms, he decides to head to the place where their resources are stored to meditate a bit and focus on his plans. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange sound that causes him to freeze and wonder about its nature, perhaps expecting an unexpected encounter. The graceful curve of the glass reflected the soft light, while the hand holding it radiated confidence, adding to the atmosphere of an invisible play of words and glances. He stopped in the doorway, his shadow crossing the floor softly, and a blue-haired girl with a slight smile greeted him with a calm gaze, lending a certain mystery to the evening. The man's words, spoken with a slight note of sarcasm, caused her some confusion, which, however, was quickly replaced by an enduring confidence in her rightness. He bowed his head slightly, considering her answering look, full of hidden subtext, as if their conversation was just the beginning of a deeper discussion. Her companion's voice sounded calm, and she unobtrusively invited him to sit down, gesturing to a vacant chair by the table, where an unfinished glass of wine stood. A candle flickered on the table next to a bottle of wine, and her words expressed with a slight smile that it would be a sad thing to drink alone. She slowly folded her hands in front of her, looking up at him and clarifying that if he had the time, he could spend this night talking to her. The young man nodded, smiling slightly, moved closer, and sat down across from her, thanking her gratefully for the offer and her attention. The blue-haired girl with a soft smile continues the conversation, her thin voice smoothly complementing her flawless features, creating an atmosphere of relaxation and trust. Soo-hyun, on the contrary, hesitates for a few seconds, studying her face with a slight expression of confusion, as if pondering the hidden meaning of her words. Her companion bows her head slightly as she watches his reaction, her calm gaze radiating both confidence and genuine interest. Their gaze echoes, creating a moment of silence filled with latent tension, as if each is waiting for the other to dare to speak first. The girl asks the question with a slight smile, expecting her interlocutor to share revelations, her expression remaining calm and confident. The boy answers thoughtfully, his voice still steady, but you can hear the caution in his words, as if he's choosing each word with special care. She continues by revealing her thoughts on people, their outer and inner selves, and shares her changed perspective that emerged after meeting him. Her memories take her back to the day their paths first crossed, causing her to reflect on her former faith, which had fractured then. A girl in a black robe leaning on the table quietly utters words, assuring her interlocutor of his absolute honesty and emphasizing her trust in him. She speaks of her confidence in the function of the truth crystal, recalling that it showed a complete absence of lies in the actions of the interlocutor. The dark-haired man across the room, remaining calm, listens to her words, wondering about the reason for her excessive distrust of other people. Looking away, the girl admits that she was part of the Golden Lion clan until last year, which explains her wariness and caution. The blue-haired girl noticed that her refusal to join the Golden Lion clan was predictable, but this feeling didn't surprise her. She remembered the words of her acquaintances that her act seemed strange, for the clan was considered the most famous even among the newcomers. Her gaze lingered on the lion symbol that represented the greatness of the clan, but she added quietly that it seemed pointless to join an organization with no future. Afterwards, she admitted that despite her opinion, she still agreed that the clan had impressive potential at certain times. The heroine recalls how her unfinished education and complete lack of skills scared her to the point of shivering when she entered the hellish valley where everything appeared alien and dangerous. Scrappy images of the past, including the first monsters encountered after the initiation rite, caused her to relive her fear. The thought of not being able to return to her familiar reality pressed her so hard that her mind teetered on the edge of panic, forcing her to search for the strength to survive. The narrative shifts to a hero with a bow, whose colorful image and skills helped the newcomers not only survive, but also gain a leader who seemed almost perfect. The girl with blue hair gazed at the figure whose silhouette exuded sophistication and austerity, as if created to be an example of perfection. He gave the impression of a man who could easily capture the attention of others, both at the time of initiation and at the player's academy, where his skills knew no equal. Among his peers, he stood out as an incomparable leader, whose success on graduation day was the envy of even those previously considered the best. The scout who was observing the young talent made it clear that he was willing to offer a place in the clan to anyone with the will to win, regardless of their level of training. Her face, which had expressed joy and delight, now softened, reflecting the bitterness of realizing her naivety and blind trust that had led her to follow him into the unknown. The man keeps his composure, his gaze remaining focused, as if the girl's words had uncovered something he had long suspected. His hand reaches for his glass, a thin stream of wine filling it, reminding him of the seeming serenity of the setting that hides the tension between them. Her thoughts return to the past, where life in the clan was like an endless struggle, and even among her own she remained a stranger, surrounded by envy and gossip. The young man stood in the silence of the room and looked away, immersed in his thoughts, trying to figure out why someone who knew the truth didn't do anything about it. The player, tired after a long day, went to bed, leaving behind her a feeling of strange loneliness, as none of her companions had returned to the dwelling. When the silence of the night was broken by the sound of the door opening, she could not attach much importance to it because of fatigue and tried to go back to sleep. But suddenly, Han felt someone climbing onto her bed, which caused a flash of anxiety and made her wonder who it could be. In an uncertain movement, the girl takes the glass, feeling the trembling in her fingers, giving away her inner tension, but she tries to appear calm. The moment she manages to use a long-learned spell, the student realizes it was her only chance to avoid the worst. Her gaze lingers on the man lying nearby, and with each passing moment, the realization of what is happening grows, making her inwardly shrink. The identity of her attacker is revealed to her with a bitter revelation, and she, overcome with horror, realizes who caused such a terrible situation. Despite the blood oozing from his mouth, he looked at her with obvious anger, as if blaming her for what had happened. The magician girl wondered why he, knowing everything, hadn't warned her beforehand, letting the situation get out of hand. His calm, even indifferent tone only heightened her inner tension, as if each phrase deliberately put her in a vulnerable position. After the incident, an estrangement developed between them, and for the first time they stood on opposite sides, unable to find a way to resolve the conflict. A voice filled with shadow and rebuke spoke words that made her think about her place in this cruel reality and her vulnerability. Memories flashed through her mind as the truth that she was only a tool for profit became a merciless blow that shattered her trust. With cold determination, the girl in black realized that her place here no longer made sense, and she chose to leave, knowing that most already knew the truth. Despite the gravity of the past events, her smile was like a mockery of the situation, as if she found the strength to laugh at her experiences. The player remembered how the clan, filled with contradictions, kept afloat despite their internal divisions, which were becoming more apparent by the day. Their fear of leaving her in the ranks, mixed with the lack of good reason to banish her, forced them to make concessions, albeit grudgingly. The woman announced her departure with cold determination, leaving them no opportunity to manipulate her future or attempt to maintain control. His thought that the clan system, rotten from within, was long doomed to collapse was only confirmed, casting doubt on any of their attempts to justify their actions. The blonde-haired girl lowered her gaze quietly, explaining that there was still time, and she wanted to finish what she had started now. Her voice sounded firm, but there was an underlying weariness in it. His face expressed confusion when he asked what she was talking about, his gaze focused as if he was trying to grasp the hidden meaning of her words. The lady in black explained that it was about payment for the story he'd told them in the lab, her voice sounding with a dose of bitterness and judgment. The young man calmly replied that he was willing to pay the price, asking a counter question about how she planned to pay for his revelation. There was a latent threat in his words. She raised her head, her gaze determined, though there was still a shadow of doubt in it, as if she were trying to make an important decision. The man remained calm, his voice even, but there was an undercurrent of sternness in it, indicating that he expected a specific answer from her. The girl in the black dress put her hands on the table and leaned forward a little, showing that she was willing to discuss everything to the end, despite her internal struggle. Her interlocutor, holding eye contact, kept his cool, making it clear that the decision rested with her, but the consequences would depend on the choice she made. The companion admitted that she had thought long and hard about returning empty-handed, realizing she had nothing to offer in return. The young girl clearly realized that she did not have any resources or benefits that would be helpful in paying her debt, and asked for clarification of the requirements. Her interlocutor hesitated, trying to figure out whether she really didn't know anything or preferred to pretend she didn't understand what was going on, while continuing the conversation. She expressed doubt that even the information or abilities she had would be useful, as she felt she had nothing to offer. The guy with the black hair tries to change the interviewer's mind by emphasizing that her data is of little value compared to his knowledge and resources. The girl with blue hair reasons calmly, recognizing that she has no gold or unique abilities that might surprise or impress the person she's talking to. She recognizes that even if she follows him, she will not be able to repay his help, for she has neither the knowledge nor the means to do so. Upon hearing the mention of the Golden Lion clan, he looks at her with obvious interest, trying to figure out what she's getting at. The leader looked at the girl carefully, trying to understand why she was expressing her insecurities so openly, but her eyes read sincerity mixed with pain. Her voice was calm, but simultaneously filled with a tinge of vulnerability as she recognized that reality was too cruel to deny. With a smooth movement, she looked up with an expression of extraordinary determination, and there was more than a simple plea for help in her words. Memories of a past moment when the truth had been laid bare flashed through her mind, leaving her with a sense of wonder at the power of the promise spoken then. The girl with short hair confesses her desire to be part of those he seeks to protect, her words filled with genuine hope and doubt. The girl wonders if there's a way to earn his trust, noticing that faith and loyalty don't appear instantly, and suggests he express his true thoughts. The man looking at her ponders her motives, realizing that her desire is not only driven by fears, but also by internal contradictions left over from the past. The heroine's thoughts return to her sense of her own unwantedness. She doubts her value to him, expressing it with quiet regret and sadness. Hyan lowered her gaze to her hands, intertwined with uncertainty, while the man opposite listened to her intently without interrupting, only frowning his eyebrows slightly. Her words sounded quiet but confident, as if she had decided to reveal her true feelings at last. And in response, the man rose demurely, showing his attitude. The heroine spoke of her worth, emphasizing that she had nothing to offer but what she was, and there was a genuine determination in her gaze. The man leaned slightly towards the table, as if about to reply, but instead, silence filled the space, leaving both of them in their own thoughts. The man looked away, said with a shadow of disappointment in his voice, emphasizing that his expectations were clearly not met. and took a step towards the door. Her companion looked up and tried to explain that her words hadn't meant anything like that at all, desperate to make up for the awkward situation. Realizing the misunderstanding, he froze when he heard the plea to wait and stopped, still hesitant to turn back around. Silence filled the room, and each of them, in their own thoughts, tried to figure out how to smooth out the gulf that had arisen between them. Hearing the young girl's words, the man stopped, turning his head slightly as if waiting for her to continue, and her voice sounded with a note of despair. The magician girl wondered if he really thought her capable of such actions, and her look expressed a mixture of resentment and determination. Her further words pointed out how his remarks could be misinterpreted, causing confusion to even the most confident individual. As she continued, she admitted that she had heard about him from others, comparing him to someone she thought he was like, and it made her feel respect. The young man listens with a cold expression to a story about the past that mentions his accomplishments and the leadership he has gained, reinforcing the feeling of his confidence. The man's slow footsteps on the wooden floor sound subdued, reflecting his contemplation and inner tension, as if he is preparing for an important decision. The young girl with blue hair looks up as if she was caught off guard by the sudden question of whether she considers him a replacement for that man. Her voice is clear and sharp, emphasizing disagreement, and her eyes reflect a determination to defend her point of view despite the pressure from the outside. Soo-hyun looks confidently at his interlocutor, emphasizing the difference between their life choices, and points out something that sets him apart from the other players. The companion reflects on her promise not to lie to herself or others, making the decision to always remain honest and not allow deceit to creep into her life. The thoughts of needing to stay close to Soo-hyun seem meaningful and undeniable to her, because in him, she sees her last chance to keep her hopes alive. The man slowly pulls his hand toward the woman he's talking to, showing a sincere intent to let her know she's safe. The young man, coming closer, touches the strands of her hair gently, as if trying to feel what is unspoken between them, and his gaze grows softer. She covers her eyes as if giving in to the gesture, but in her face, you can read the caution and hidden anxiety caused by memories of the past. A shadow of the past comes alive in her thoughts. Images of pain and loss flash before her eyes, as if to remind her that trust is too fragile a thing. Determined to leave her doubts behind, she decides to stop analyzing his intentions and allows herself to just be in the moment. Ha-yoon, doubting her actions, continues to feel the pull of memories associated with the loss of a loved one, which is reflected in her expression. The man's words sounded like a challenge, making her wonder if her doubts were an attempt to find comfort in someone else, instead of dealing with the pain herself. His gesture, filled with quiet confidence, seems to emphasize the importance of rapport, and his light touch on her chin gives the moment added sincerity. Putting his arm around her shoulders, he seems ready to share her burden, and his actions and voice inspire faith in the need to move forward despite the difficulties. The man gently places his hand on the girl's head as if trying to comfort her and make her feel the support she so desperately needs. His eyes read doubt, but he still decides not to push her away, feeling responsible for the sincerity she has revealed to him. The girl realizes that by opening up to him, she not only gained the ability to trust, but also realized how important it is to have confidence in who is around. Their figures standing side by side reflect a complex intertwining of feelings, where words become secondary to a deep and unspoken intimacy. He lowered his gaze, listening to the tone of her words, in which there was a sincere desire to understand, to accept, and to finally gain confidence. Her touch on his shoulder was barely perceptible, but it felt like the kind of strength that only comes from people looking for support and encouragement. She watched him carefully, her voice growing quieter, almost a whisper, but every word sounded like a promise, important and determined. The protagonist's thoughts were filled with distrust of others, but in her eyes he saw that sparkle that makes you wonder about the possibility of change. He looks into her eyes, feeling her past suffering reflected in every movement, and the slight smile hiding the deep hidden pain. After the loss of her sister, her world is filled with longing and she tries to make sense of it, but realizes that these changes are destroying her from the inside out. His gaze lingers on her face, realizing that she is trying to heal through his presence, and perhaps even rethink her losses. Memories of her lost sister fill her mind, creating an image that still haunts her, making her relive the moment over and over again. The man ponders his inner conflict, trying to understand why his thoughts suddenly centered on trust and a relationship with the girl with blue hair. He feels a strange ambivalence in his feelings, remembering the long years spent in this dangerous place where reason is hard to maintain. His hands lift her slight figure confidently despite the unexpectedness of the situation, and her eyes reflect a mixture of amazement and trust. Once on the bed, she finds comfort in his warm embrace, which conveys caring and some uncharted hope for the future. He gently touches the lacing on her clothes, and despite the determination in his actions, he feels an inner tension that doesn't leave him even for a moment. His hands glide confidently over the fabric, but doubt flashes through his mind, as if reminding him of his own insecurities and fears. The girl looks at him with a slight rebuke, while trying to contain the excitement evident in the barely perceptible blush on her face. Her voice sounds soft, but there's an underlying wariness in it that makes him wonder how fragile trust can be. The man slowly loosens the thin ties on the girl's back, giving his actions an unnecessary caution, as if testing her reaction. His palm, unexpectedly soft and warm, lightly touches her skin, making the girl tense for a moment, but she still remains still. The realization that she had entrusted him with this moment suddenly causes him inner turmoil and causes him to slow his movements. She, lying on the soft bed, looks up and silently lets him know that she's ready to stop him at any moment if he continues. The girl's gaze is fixed on her interlocutor. Her eyes show sincerity and slight confusion, and the quiet touch of her hand on his back expresses uncertainty. He turns around, catching her hand with his attentive gaze, but his eyes reflect hesitation as if he's not ready to continue the conversation. Her quiet voice sounds firm, her gaze is upward, and the subtle smile on her lips conveys an inner confidence and calmness. The man lowers his head with a slight smile, reflecting a mixture of accommodating and good-naturedness, showing a willingness to follow the request of the girl who voiced her request. She, sitting on the bed, continues to speak with some uncertainty, asking to be called by her name, trying not to show her confusion at this point. The man leans in slightly and says her name with a kind expression on his face. At this, she notices something warm in his words, but decides to look away. He loomed over the girl, as if looking for confirmation of her words, and she met his gaze with a slight challenge, trying not to show any inner trepidation. A slight doubt flashed in his gaze, but the warmth and sincerity in his eyes remained unchanged, reflecting an inner determination and calmness. The room was illuminated with a soft light, as if the world inside had fallen into serenity, and the stars twinkled outside the window, emphasizing the solitude and silence. The first rays of sunlight cautiously penetrated through the glass window, playing iridescent reflections on the ceiling, as if filling the space with new life. A girl with short blue hair covered with a blanket lay in bed, her breathing even and her face reflecting the peaceful serenity of sleep. The man, leisurely descending the wooden staircase, catches himself thinking that the silence in the house and his muffled footsteps seem too loud for the empty space. The woman at the table is distracted from her thoughts when she notices his appearance and points out with a slight sneer one of her acquaintance's habit of constant movement. Her gaze, full of playfulness and slight rebuke, instantly changes the atmosphere, and the very intonation itself causes a feeling of slight discomfort in her interlocutor. The man feels a slight irritation at her insight, which seems to get under his skin, causing a strange sense of wariness and slight unease. He silently reached across the table, his hand leisurely lowered to the wooden surface, as if pondering his next move or words. Her insistence left him little room for retreat, but he kept his exterior calm, anticipating that the conversation would take a new turn. The woman stepped back, slightly irritated at the missed moment, her displeasure evident in every movement, emphasizing her unyielding nature. He only stood silent in response, looking at her with a slight detachment, as if to let her know that the discussion was over for him. The woman smiles enigmatically, inviting the interlocutor to call her by a special name, her gaze filled with a slight challenge, as if she were teasing and at the same time expecting a response. The man, hearing her words, only exhales restrainedly, lowering his eyes as if trying to hide his uncertainty or thoughtfulness. His voice grows firmer as he speaks a short name, addressing her as if testing how she will react to his attempt to get closer. Her face takes on a serious expression. She utters words that sound like a symbol of her determination, her tone filled with adamancy and hidden undertones. The girl, stunned by the man's words, froze in place, feeling her gaze involuntarily express a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. The man kept a calm expression on his face, reminding his interlocutor that what was happening had nothing to do with them directly and required minimal attention. The slight movement of the fabric beneath his feet broke the silence, as if to emphasize the tension in the air between the two interlocutors. They sat opposite each other in silence, in which each tried to comprehend what was said, avoiding unnecessary emotions and glances. A forgotten towel is left on the floor, a reminder of recent events, and silence fills the space with tense anticipation. Her hand touched the man's shoulder, and the gesture was both light and confident, making him involuntarily wary. Her movement becomes determined as she uses her proximity to emphasize her superiority and interest, keeping her eyes on his face. She emphasizes his uniqueness with a slight sneer, noting that his experience, speech, and behavior give him away as a man who has been through a lot. The man remains calm despite her obvious curiosity, and his words convey both annoyance and a desire to end this dialogue as soon as possible. She thinks carefully about his companions, assessing their skills and level of training, which seem disproportionate to their age and experience. Her gaze, full of a hidden chuckle, returns to him, and she deduces that his actions and decisions are clearly beyond what is expected of a rookie. The man, without losing his reserved tone, points out, as if in between, that her questions are overly insistent, emphasizing that she's overstepping her bounds. She moved closer, radiating a slight sneer and confidence, leaning towards him as if emphasizing her popularity and importance. The distant sounds of footsteps echoed across the wooden floor, adding tension to a moment that was filled with hidden meaning. She looked at him carefully, trying to catch even a hint of the emotion that was so carefully hidden behind his coolness. The slight movement of her hand emphasized her casualness, but there was a request in that gesture that she clearly didn't want to voice directly. Heavy footsteps can be heard on the wooden floor as one of the party, treading lightly, moves towards the main exit, creating a slight tension in the air. An energetic man with a pronounced optimism greets the others, breaking the morning silence and bringing lightness with his casual demeanor. Those gathered around the table study each other, asking questions about future plans, their faces full of anticipation and eagerness to follow the leader. The group discusses strategy, pondering the possibility of forming a new clan to improve their skills and be prepared for the challenges ahead. The blue-haired girl and her companion react to the offer, clearly surprised at the possibility of a clan, their faces reflecting confusion and anticipation. After making an argument about the recent successful storming of 2 dungeons, the leader tries to convince the others of the plausibility of his idea, adding credence to his words. He promises to explain the details to the 2 later, leaving some of the information undisclosed, and suggests they finish the discussion after dinner for a joint decision. 3 of the team, including an energetic guy and a girl with red hair, enthusiastically confirm their agreement, preparing for new training and challenges. Sol, despite her eagerness, accepts instruction about magic with some uncertainty, realizing that she lacks flexibility in complex situations. The red-haired girl looks on with slight bewilderment, as if she doesn't fully understand her place in this unexpected conversation. The protagonist, noticing her confusion, remembers her cheerfulness and character, but still thinks it will be easier to work with An Hyun. His thoughts increasingly focused on issues of leadership and responsibility, while his gaze seemed to casually slide toward the girl, triggering an internal dialogue. The red-haired girl voices her opinion with undisguised energy, showing confidence in her abilities and offering to become a mentor, causing surprise to those around her. A noisy discussion is interrupted by the abrupt intervention of the other participants who, without restraining their emotions, express their desires, making the situation tense. The altercation between the participants is replaced by a calmer moment when the main character addresses the girl with blue hair, expressing concern and interest in her condition. The girl confesses her feelings with restraint, showing at the same time an effort to hide the emotions and difficulties that nevertheless become visible to those around her. The young man holds out a silver chain with a shining pendant, making a gesture of restrained respect and slight embarrassment, as if wanting to express something more with words. A girl with short blue hair looks at the jewelry, her eyes filled with amazement, and the shimmering light of the stone is reflected in her eyes, emphasizing genuine admiration. The man explains that this pendant should have been handed over to its true owner long ago, his voice sounding even, but there is a slight sense of regret in his words. She looks at it, realizing that what she has in front of her is not just a piece of jewelry, but a symbol of something more, and her thoughts begin to muddle from the unexpected turn. The blue-haired girl looks at the jewelry carefully, and her gaze reflects a mixture of surprise and slight embarrassment, as if she is trying to comprehend its meaning. The man, holding the necklace in his hands, calmly explains that this artifact holds magical power and must now pass to its true owner. The girl stares intently at the chain with the shining stone, realizing that this object is connected to her past and may open new possibilities. The warmth in the man's expression conveys respect and trust as he hands over the necklace, and she slowly accepts it with slight hesitation. The girl, slightly embarrassed, runs her fingers along the chain of the new jewelry, carefully studying its bright shine and the shimmer of the magical stone. The young man, leaning in slightly, notes that he made the decision to pass on this necklace, given its unique compatibility with her abilities. She lowered her gaze to the magical object in response to his words, discreetly expressing her appreciation but inwardly feeling slightly uneasy. Strolling through the alleys, He notes in his mind how busy the city has become, pondering the reasons for the overcrowding in this place. He ponders the significance of fortifying a strategic position, realizing that the enemy's offensive plan has become all too obvious to everyone around him. His thoughts return to recent events when every loss on the expedition felt like a blow, and the outcome of a defeat still lingers on the surface of his mind. The realization that the expedition was doomed from the start leads to a sense of helplessness, but within awakens a determination to right past wrongs. As he walks past the busy streets, he assesses the changes in the city and notices how its familiar atmosphere seems to be adjusting to new challenges. A familiar feeling of warm nostalgia fills his thoughts as his gaze stops on a signboard with the simple and straightforward name of a jewelry store. A smile flickers across his face, barely perceptible as he thinks of the old man, whose choice of words always elicited a slight chuckle. Inside the shop, we can see the figure of an elderly man behind the counter, concentrating on his usual work, emphasizing his experience and calmness. The sound of the quiet slamming of the door causes the old man to look up, and their eyes meet, filling the space with a soft but significant silence. The old man's gaze under his glasses is cold and focused, but behind the outward austerity, one can read respect for the one who addressed him with a request. The seller, habitually extracting bright rubies from the bag, squints as if assessing not only the stones but also their owner. The young man observes the old man, noting how he remains unfailingly precise in few words, standing out for his professional rigor. One of the rubies shimmers in the light, caught in the experienced fingers of the master, who, without uttering a word, continues his thoughtful appraisal. The old man slowly runs his fingers over the surface of the gemstone, his gaze focused, and the subtle movements of his hands speak of years of experience in evaluating such items. The light violet light emanating from the ruby illuminates the man's face, causing him to squint, and every feature expresses deep concentration and professionalism. The young man observes the appraiser's actions, pondering his possible abilities that might allow such an accurate and quick inspection of the jewelry. A window of information appears in front of him, from which it is clear that the old man has the rare class of certified appraiser with impressive skills. Magical light surrounds the old man's hands as he concentrates on activating a hidden ability, as if investigating the true nature of the jewels presented. Observing what is happening, the young man comes to the conclusion that the old man does not seek ambition or power, but prefers a quiet and detached life in this quiet corner. In a confident voice, the merchant announces the exact value of each stone, summarizing them into a total and emphasizing that this offer is non-negotiable. With a slight smile and calmness, the young man accepts the offered price, agreeing to complete the transaction without further bickering or objections. The old man's gray eyes widened in surprise as he frowned at the young man standing before him, his gaze seeming to try to discern the hidden meaning in his interlocutor's words. The man in the cloak looked confidently at the merchant. His calmness and refusal to bargain gave him away as a man already familiar with real values and their accurate valuation. Sensing the confidence in the buyer's tone, the old man lowered his gaze, remembering the rare moments when his skills were truly appreciated, making him think about his place in the world. A smile flashed across the young man's face, and his slight smirk was a reflection of a hidden confidence that the old merchant had gained such a reputation among the other players for a reason. The bright ruby sparkles smoothly in the old man's hand, reflecting the light and emphasizing its purity as he appraises the stone with his usual precision and attention to detail. The thought of mana crystals drifts through his words, and his gaze becomes focused. For such jewels are especially prized by mages for their rarity and power. The young man, not knowing much about stones, still realizes that the old man will not offer an unreasonable price. His confidence and calmness only enhances this feeling. The white bag of gold coins lays down on the table with a quiet sound, and the old man adds a few coins over and above the value as a recognition of the rarity and high quality of the rubies. The old man sees him off with a glance, says a few words with restraint, and immediately goes back to his business behind the counter as if trying to hide his surprise. Leaving the shop, he walks down the deserted street and ponders the deal, both happy about the easy gain and pondering the upcoming temple scouting report. Inside the temple, he is greeted by a figure in dark robes, expressing reverence and inquiring about his name and the purpose of his visit, showing visible joy at his arrival. After introducing himself as Su Hyun and mentioning the purpose of the meeting, he notices a hint in the attendant's words that they were already expecting his visit, apparently for a specific purpose. A dim light shines through the cold hall as an elder with long blonde hair, not hiding the weariness on his face, scrutinizes the report in his hands. The sternness in his voice and the concern in his eyes reflect the difficult situation, for the inspection procedure requires time, and the affairs of the temple do not allow it to be wasted. Frowning slightly, the elder speaks of the difficulty of escorting the squad, seeing the offer as an additional burden beyond their obligations. A slight shadow of irritation flickered in the reply, hinting that the job of verifying the report and organizing the exploration was the temple's direct responsibility, and it was inappropriate to refuse. The man with dark hair listens intently, realizing the importance of the evidence required to corroborate the information in his report. Memories of a dangerous expedition resurface in his mind where, amidst the darkness of the forest, they obtained a rare spider core and the heart of a powerful demon. Suppressing his emotions, he places a small wooden box in front of the attendant, gesturing for her to verify the veracity of his words. The dark-clothed woman opens the drawer with slight trepidation, revealing two unusual artifacts, one emitting a faint violet light and the other a blood red. A temple spokesperson explains that verification will take time because current resources do not allow for a research team to be assembled quickly. He clarifies that even in 2 weeks, it will not be possible to complete all the tasks, as more time and manpower are required for large-scale research. Mentioning the busyness of other users with the expedition, he asked for patience and to wait for the completion of their current cases. The clergyman adds that the amount of work is too great, and the previous exploration of the alchemist's dungeon is not yet fully completed. The protagonist nods with a slight smile as he says his goodbyes and walks away, leaving the servant to ponder what has happened and how quickly the current inspection needs to be completed. Suddenly, the space around him is illuminated with a bright light, and an invisible force pierces the silence, summoning his presence into the hall where he's already expected. The majestic figure of the angel Seraphima, whose radiance floods the hall with dazzling golden light, emphasizing her divine nature, appears before the protagonist's gaze. The protagonist, without showing surprise, only stares at her intently, instantly realizing the significance of this sudden challenge. The majestic angel, surrounded by golden radiance, floats in the air, radiating calmness and strength, and his words sound softly but confidently, interrupting the silence of the empty hall. The rays of light falling from behind her wings enhance her stern but slightly pensive gaze, as she seemingly ponders past time and events. The protagonist, frowning, presses his lips together. His voice is firm, and his posture betrays impatience and busyness, as if he is not ready to waste time on meaningless conversations. The girl remains silent, her presence remaining consistently calm and unwavering, though something indefinable slips into her gaze, as if she knows more than she's saying. The man, annoyed at the lack of a concrete explanation, turns around and intends to leave the glowing room, heading confidently for the exit despite the soft glow behind him. The winged girl tries to call out to him again, the angel's voice sounding insistent and confused, as if she can't let him leave without an important message that indecision has interrupted. A sharp light pierces the space, causing the hero to reflexively turn around as a rumbling sound erupts around him, and sparkling energy instantly fills the entire room. A flash of golden light explodes, spreading waves of bright energy, and the guy's facial expression turns into a mixture of surprise and wariness at what's happening. The air around is tense as the pressure builds in the room, and an unseen force tries to break through the boundaries, as if breaking the ban of the established order. The angel's face is stern, her voice full of determination and fury, as she desperately prevents intrusion, her light blocking the path of uninvited interference. Sparks of mana clash in the air, space shudders from the confrontation, and a glowing figure holds back the onslaught of the other entity, forbidding it to approach. The angel's voice sounds warning and menacing as her aura surges upward, finally cutting off any attempts by the stranger to traverse the guarded confines of the room. Soo Hyun maintains his equanimity despite the tension as the warning of no intruders in this space goes off all around. A discharge of energy strikes the walls of the ghostly room, causing it to shake with bright flashes and booms like lightning ripping the heavens. The majestic girl remains unwavering, her golden wings spread out in a glow of light, and she confidently refuses to exchange her privileges with any other entity. The atmosphere quietens after the sudden burst of energy, leaving the young man in the cold silence of blue space, where he silently analyzes what is happening. Guy stares intently at the angel, waiting for an explanation while her luminous, almost divine presence fills the space around her, creating a sense of silence and tense anticipation. The divine essence, without lowering her gaze, gently and confidently asks him to give her some time, emphasizing the importance of the information she intends to convey. despite the apparent haste of her interlocutor. His expression remains focused and slightly annoyed. He impatiently urges the angel not to take too long, while wondering about the unknown to him Sandophone and his role in what is happening. Angel explains with seriousness that Sandophone is the keeper of another user who is persistently trying to get an exchange, which causes surprise and suspicion in the guy about the reasons for such interest in his fate. A golden light envelops the figure of the angel as her voice sounds steady and confident, explaining that the user's amazing actions in Hell Valley have attracted special attention. The soft light tone is replaced with wariness when she mentions that angels lead users not in their path, but in a direction that suits their own goals and desires. Angel shifts her gaze, her words full of curiosity and vulnerability, as she asks a question about hate, wondering why someone who was in the valley feels so alienated from her essence. The man answers her question with cold certainty, noting that it's ridiculous to expect a positive attitude towards someone who caused him to enter Hell Valley, emphasizing the obviousness of his feelings. The golden-haired woman stares intently ahead, doubting that her dislike of her is due to only one reason, and her confidence in the hidden secret only grows stronger. The man listens silently to her speculation, remaining calm, his gaze aloof and hard, as if the words do not arouse any emotion in him. She emphasizes the importance of what is happening, mentioning that many higher entities are paying special attention to his path, her voice firm and insistent. The woman explains that their inability to directly intervene in Hell Valley prevents them from maintaining friendly relations with users, and the tension between them, one of the reasons for the conflict. The young man's words sound harsh and confident, rebuking the winged figure that the impossibility of intervention is only an excuse for unwillingness to act. His voice is cold and harsh, declaring that the angel's refusal to help is not dictated by the rules, but by personal reluctance, turning the accusation into a rebuke. Responding to her doubts, the guy openly expresses hatred for all angels, his words filled with contempt for their duplicity and supposed holiness. Flaming with anger, he accuses the winged entity of hypocrisy, causing it to freeze in confusion as his rage continues to grow. The protagonist, striding confidently forward, lashes out at the celestial being, hinting at ulterior motives behind the forced participation of humans in this brutal battle. The angel with golden eyes remains calm, but her silence and confused look reflect the inner discord caused by her interlocutor's words. The man continues, standing in the cold blue glow, comparing the actions of angels to demons with disdain, who at least don't hide behind other people's backs and act openly. The creature, maintaining a semblance of pride, lowered her gaze slightly and her glow trembled, as if confirming that the truth, spoken now, hit far more painfully than the blows of an enemy. The hero, with a face shadowed with anger and determination, mentions his long years in hell, accumulating knowledge and realizing the hidden intentions behind the circumstances. His gaze becomes piercing and his tone defiant as he mocks his interlocutor's fears, suggesting that she fears his defection to the side of the demons. There's a tense silence all around as he indifferently declares that his hatred for demons trumps his contempt for angels, promising to temporarily play by their rules. His gesture emphasizes the final decision: no change of angels, no friendship, and a request not to bother him for trifles is followed by a departure into the cold blue of the hall. The bright glow emanating from the angel illuminates the majestic hall, where silence reigns, broken only by a sense of tense silence and invisible confrontation. The man in the red cloak exits the hall and is greeted by a waiting assistant, whose relaxed tone contrasts with the gravity of the recent conversation. His gaze, cold and focused, slides to the side as the words of farewell sound almost indifferent, though a storm of emotion rages within him. A sinister silhouette appears in the darkness, its voice sounding mocking and promising that there will be a chance to change everything and save someone, leaving behind a feeling of unsettling uncertainty. Grim predictions continue to be heard from the darkness, where an obscure figure with violet eyes claims that requests to bring someone back to life will inevitably follow, like playing on someone else's weakness. The words, filled with cold disdain, prophesize the permanence of the future, emphasizing the pointlessness of any action, and the earth is once again filled with a crushing silence. The young man out under the bright blue sky only clucks his tongue irritably, his thoughts tormented by the doubts and vague answers left behind after the somber conversation. He was greeted with his usual ease in the spacious, softly lit room, one of his allies bantering languidly while the other maintained a silent seriousness. The hero points out the strange artifact and speaks of its hidden capabilities, emphasizing that his plan requires careful preparation and precision. The girl, surprised by the unexpected request, listens attentively, trying to understand where his cryptic offer of a workshop is leading. Taking a heavy object in his hand, the hero confidently places it on the table, as if completing some important action, and leaving the question of further intentions. She looks at the contents with an expression of shock and bewilderment, realizing that something unimaginable is in front of her that could change their situation. The man explains with a confident expression that one of the items in the box is the heart of a demon extracted from Belphegor's body, and the other artifact has an important function in the body of the interlocutor. The girl with long strands covering her face repeats the name mentioned by her interlocutor while she realizes the significance of what is happening and tries to digest the information she has received. The man confirms his companion's guess with a slight smirk, noting her cleverness and intending to confirm her assumptions about connecting magical artifacts. The girl, startled by what she heard, exclaims in surprise, voicing the idea of a magical square of balance, to which the man nods affirmatively, leaving her puzzled at his certainty. She thoughtfully assesses the items with a hand to her face and realizes that cleansing the demon's heart of energy is possible, despite the low quality of her resource. The man confidently continues to talk about the magic square of balance that can compensate for efficiency issues, causing her to have new doubts. The sudden decision to postpone setting up the workshop causes surprise and confusion on Kim Soo-hyun's face, who doesn't understand the reasoning behind the proposal. She explains that it will not be possible to make the connection due to poor conditions, adding that success is only possible in a full workshop with the right materials. The girl with long hair and green stops, thoughtfully explaining that rare resources shouldn't be wasted on experimenting in inappropriate environments, even if it's a challenge. She adds that she has found a method with a high probability of success, but the temporary workshop at the end greatly reduces the chance of a successful outcome and only leads to waste. The man with black hair sinks into thought, touching his chin and carefully considering the arguments he hears, finding undeniable logic in them. He agrees, saying with a slight smile that hasty decisions lead to mistakes, and the right choice requires patience, to which the girl smiles approvingly and confirms his words. Soo-hyun notices her uncharacteristic reasoning and expresses surprise aloud, joking at her words, causing the girl to hesitate. Gathering her thoughts, she changes her facial expression to a smug one, as if trying to regain her usual arrogance and confidence. Suddenly, she loudly proclaims her importance and merit, recalling her past status as a great alchemist, spreading her arms and trying to impress. The guy's reaction remains unfazed and focused, his gaze betraying weariness rather than surprise, as if he's used to such statements. The girl fixes her glasses with a cocky smile and emphasizes that she deserves to be treated differently once her mind is back, as her human age is long past her childhood. There is a sudden burst of bright flame in response to her explanation, accompanied by a sharp movement of her hand, as if to remind her of the boundaries of what is acceptable in their conversation. Despite the threat shown, she maintains a defiant look and a feigned confidence, stating that such demonstrations are unable to frighten her. Once again, there is a snap of the fingers, and a stream of fiery energy begins to gather strength, as if the warning has evolved into something more serious and intentional. The man maintains his composure despite the desperate cry of his interlocutor, while she promptly retreats in panic, overwhelmed with fear in an attempt to justify herself. Breathless, the girl deftly holds some object in her hands, her face a mixture of confusion and surprise at what's happening. The guy maintains a calm tone, explaining the situation and emphasizing that his reaction was merely a precautionary measure, despite doubting its veracity. She throws up her hands indignantly, pointing out the unequal position, and accuses him of being too harsh, vowing not to give in next time if it happens again. The man tilts his head with a smile as he looks at his companion, his calmness and irony seeming to emphasize his confidence and ease with the situation. The woman flinches at the sudden movement of the contract being held out to her, her emotions quickly replaced by anger, as if another little thing had finally pissed her off. Her face shows uncertainty, her voice begins to quiver, and her eyes involuntarily run around the room as her own words echo back and cause a slight panic. The man remains unperturbed, watching her reaction with a tinge of boredom, and a note of doubt flashes through his thoughts as to whether their conversation should continue in this vein. The hero, standing in the shadows, frowns and scrutinizes the interlocutor, as if trying to find answers among the words spoken and his guesses. Taking the ancient diary from his outstretched hand, the character is surprised to find it returned, for the book was filled with the crucial results of long research. The distance between them seems symbolic when he explains that an artifact can bring power beyond the limits of a normal class if given at the right time. A short rebuke is followed by a touch of a finger to the forehead, followed by an explanation about the importance of trust and confidence before one can join their clan. The man calmly pronounces his intention to make a final inspection, his confident look and slight smile emphasizing his seriousness and control over the situation. The girl clarifies the details, doubting the essence of her further actions, her words sounding with a slight tinge of confusion and incomprehension. In response, the instruction to teach the new student follows, with the importance of exploring the student's capabilities and potential made explicit. Overjoyed, she enthusiastically concludes that she will now have her first student, her vivid reaction contrasting with the calm and focused posture of her interlocutor. The guy looks at the girl with a slight surprise and questioning expression, as if he doesn't understand the meaning of her words. His calm gaze doesn't betray any emotion. She stands with her back to him, turns around uncertainly, and asks the question with a note of concern, as if waiting for confirmation of her hunches or a truce. A questioning look reappears on the man's face, his attention focused on his interlocutor, but his expression remains cold and impenetrable. The girl, clutching the book to her chest, smiles nervously and says something reassuring, trying to convince herself that she's ready to handle the situation despite her slight agitation. Against the silence of the sunset sky, the boy's figure stands out sharply as his silhouette slowly dissolves into the shadows, leaving behind only an unsettling silence. The warm light of the clouds is replaced by a gloomy haze, as if the world is preparing for a new chapter, soon to be opened by an inevitable meeting. The appearance of a girl with short blue hair interrupts the pause, her serious gaze sliding over the people standing before her, waiting for an explanation. Guy's straightforward statement about forming a clan sounds confident and firm, as if he already sees a future in which their efforts will be the foundation of a new history. The man, still a little confused by what is happening, looks silently in the direction of the new visitor, obviously pondering her sudden appearance and intentions. The woman with purple hair and a calm smile acts at ease, as if her appearance here was pre-planned and doesn't cause her the slightest bit of embarrassment. The guy's inner doubts are building, his gaze growing colder as he tries to figure out why she's here and what she might need from him right now. He asks the question, avoiding direct rudeness, but there is an obvious distrust of his guest's intentions in his voice and facial expression, causing the situation to hang in a tense silence. The man, noticing the unexpected gesture of attention in the form of dinner, looks around the table incredulously, remembering that he didn't place any order and trying to understand the woman's intentions. She, confidently sliding the treats over, casually states her boredom and hints at wanting to join the conversation, adding a slight touch of friendliness. The atmosphere in the room tenses slightly as the three men at the table look around, unsure of how to react to her sudden intrusion and insistence. One of the sitters frowns, pondering the situation and scrutinizing the woman, trying to unravel her real motives and figure out what role she plays in what's going on. Soo-hyun taps his fingers on the table in thought, weighing all the possible outcomes and realizing that if he doesn't get Ko Yeonju on his side, she'll have to be eliminated as a potential threat. Making a decision, the protagonist offers her a seat, leaving Sang-yeon confused and resentful, as he doubts the reliability of a woman who has already shown her guile. The cold, calm, blue-haired girl watches the conversation with restraint, realizing that the attention is now on her and her past, with the Golden Lion clan. Sang-young, angered by the mention of his eccentricity and love of alchemy, flinches, not understanding why he's being called a weirdo, and, burning with frustration, tries to justify himself to those present. The dark-haired guy observes the situation, pondering how the woman would react if she were allowed to join, while realizing the possible threat from her presence. He decides that if he can't win the dark-haired girl over to his side, he will have to eliminate her as she is a potential danger. Chan-hyun, remaining alert, prepares to use an instant spell, her thoughts focused on any suspicious movement. Meanwhile, the girl with purple hair maintains an outward calm. Her looks and demeanor seem confident, but there is an undefined mystery lurking in her actions. A confident smile lights up the woman's face as dark, menacingly writhing energy begins to flow from her fingers, portending ill intentions. His hand comes off in a sudden movement, gripping the hilt of his weapon tightly, as if expecting an imminent blow and preparing for an immediate response. A clot of shadow lunged forward with a deafening rustle, like a predator lunging at its prey, its footprints blurring into the air with a frightening purple glow. The blue-haired girl backs away in confusion, her gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching dark vortex that threatens to engulf the space around her. Suddenly, dark magic bursts from her hand, flowing mesmerizingly in the air, while a smug smile plays on her face and her fingers barely move. A moment later, his hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and the weapon snatched out with a distinctive sound, as if someone had dared to interrupt what was happening. The wave of magic taking shape rapidly approached with frightening speed, leaving behind a dark trail and a hum that broke the silence of the room. The girl with blue hair turns around and freezes in a daze, her gaze filled and tense as the black shadows loom menacingly over her. The man holds his sword to the throat of his interlocutor with cold determination, who maintains a calm expression despite the threat. Raising her hands in feigned submission, a slow, ominous shadow begins to wriggle at the woman's feet, hinting at a hidden danger, preparing to upset the seeming balance of the situation. The woman with purple strands and a sly smile utters sarcastic words in an attempt to undermine her opponent's confidence. But her sneer only emphasizes the impending threat. The slight chuckle on her lips is suddenly replaced by an apology as she grudgingly admits her mistake. But her nonchalant tone and presence hides her true intentions. Ko Youngju fixes a strand of her long hair with an impenetrable smile, her voice sounding soft and apologetic, emphasizing her feigned remorse for recent events. Shin San-young has a dumbfounded expression on her face as she tries to comprehend what she's hearing, while her blue-haired companion remains calm, as if she understands the situation more deeply than the others. The woman in the black dress has folded her arms and continues to speak with impeccable confidence, her gaze penetrating her interlocutors as if they were only playing by her rules. The purple-haired girl's smile seems strained, and her calmness is only a thin mask hiding the growing animosity and hidden mockery of her opponent. The girl with blue hair answers her with a cold stare that reads repressed rage and a desire to throw her opponent off balance by any means necessary. Every word between them is drenched in venom, and their exchange of glances turns into a silent war where any weakness can be a decisive blow. The tension between them reaches its limit, as if two predators are preparing for a new fight, each of which is not in a hurry to reveal all their trump cards at once. The man stares forward, his calm but cold gaze suggesting distrust, and his words hint that the apology sounded like mockery rather than a sincere gesture. The purple-haired woman laughs softly and irritatingly, her confidence impenetrable, and she alludes to her past influence with a slight sneer, disparaging her interlocutor. Her gaze becomes more intense, and the shadow on her face emphasizes the underlying threat as she recalls the reasons for her strength and confidence, hinting that she's still afloat for a reason. The man replies with restraint, his words sounding weighty, and the dimly lit room seems filled with tension while the interlocutors weigh the possible consequences of this conversation. The man runs a hand over his face tiredly, his voice sounding firm and determined as he interrupts the protracted altercation, trying to get the situation back under control. The purple-haired woman looks at him with a cold expression, her words sounding like a warning as she reminds him of her rights and influence in the caravan. The girl with the short blue hair remains unperturbed, her gaze firm and her voice ready for a decisive conversation that is clearly being postponed for later. The man takes the lead again, his words sounding confident and businesslike, as he returns to the main topic and announces his intention to create a compact but professional clan of mercenaries. The protagonist discreetly ends the argument with a tired touch to the head, and his question causes both parties to the conflict to quiet down a bit. The woman with the long purple hair grudgingly agrees, showing hidden irritation but warns of the possible consequences of further disobedience. The girl with short blue hair holds back her emotions and hints that a separate conversation with her is yet to come, showing surprising confidence. The leader of the group, with an impenetrable gaze, returns to the important matter of creating a clan. His intention becomes clear: to gather a small team of the best professionals. The blue-haired girl silently looked at the crowd, doubt mixed with barely perceptible thoughtfulness in her gaze. The atmosphere between the four figures is tense, as if every word is drowned in the weight of awkwardness and uncertainty. The young man finally breaks the silence and turns to the woman in the dark dress, expecting a response, but his voice is filled with hidden anxiety. Her silent expression takes on a touch of restraint, and her fingers unconsciously touch her chin, as if she is carefully choosing her words. The man, carefully observing the interlocutor, notices her thoughtfulness and realizes that she needs time to comprehend what she has said and to compare the facts with reality. The woman silently closes her eyes as if making a decision, her calm and focused look giving the situation added tension. A hand with long, thin fingers abruptly reaches for the bottle on the table, a confident and slightly irritated movement, as if expressing an inner protest. The man warily shifts his gaze to the bottle in her hand, feeling the tension building and waiting to see what happens next. The purple-haired woman confidently raises the bottle to her lips, completely warding off the surprised looks of her companions, who are watching her appraisingly. A slight movement of her hand and a deep gulp betrayed the action with boldness, and the frozen figures behind her seem to freeze in uncertainty and mute admiration. The bottle drops to the table with a sharp sound, making those around him tense, and a subtle tinge of sarcasm and hidden challenge hangs in the air. The man in the light-colored shirt remains unperturbed, arms crossed over his chest, and stares at the scene with cold seriousness, not allowing his emotions to come out. The purple-haired woman admits to joining the conversation out of boredom, but her words take an unexpected turn, hinting at an underlying interest and attention to what's going on. The man answers briefly and calmly, his gaze remaining focused and his expression remaining serious, which betrays confidence in his words. She looks at her interlocutor with a slight smile, but there is an undertone in her words that makes you wonder how intimidating and thoughtful her behavior can be. The man, remaining unperturbed, listens to speculation that his actions are as much about skill development as they are about information gathering, which only confirms his strategic approach. The girl with blue hair reflects on Soo-hyun's words, pointing out the vulnerability of the Golden Lion clan, whose enemies would gladly take advantage of their weakness. She goes on to speculate on the possible consequences, suggesting that loosening control will lead to the emergence of rebellious groups. The rest of the group listens silently, assessing the likelihood of success of the mercenary clan being created and the need to confirm their intentions with action. The young man maintains a confident look, stating that his assumptions are correct, and hints at a further plan that could change the balance of power on the continent. The blue-haired girl watches her interlocutor closely, her gaze full of calm and concentration as the discussion of the clan's fate heats up nearby. The man with dark hair, smiling slightly, confirms his words confidently, his confidence transmitted to the others despite their hesitation. The conversation shifts seamlessly to a discussion of the Western continent, where tensions are rising over a possible route for fugitives, posing a new threat to the expedition members. The woman with purple strands continues to analyze the situation, hinting at the likelihood of new ambitions among the vagabonds if they see the success of the escape across the continent. The hero stares intently at his interlocutor, reminding him of the importance of the question of whether their clan can truly earn the reputation as previously stated. An image of a sword entangled in chains appears in his mind, as if symbolizing great achievements and doubts about a leader who does not meet expectations because of his past. He firmly emphasizes that their group will be composed exclusively of professionals, not allowing random people into their ranks, rejecting anyone who does not meet their level. With a slight sneer and a confident smile, he lists the main participants, recalling a user with a secret class and 2 rare allies, hinting at the strength and thoughtfulness of his plans. The 2 allies listen with varying degrees of confidence to words that emphasize their potential and skills, which will not allow anyone to pass their team by without attention or concern. The woman is surprised to hear this, realizing that having a user with a secret class and rare abilities explains their leader's confidence and makes the situation much more serious. She changes her tone, acknowledging interest in what's going on, but doubting her interlocutor's intentions, because trusting such revelations requires far more foundation and confidence. The blue-haired girl and her comrade are momentarily at a loss when their connection to the plan and their role in the clan is called into question, causing inevitable tension between them. There was a tense silence at the wooden table, as all eyes converged on those gathered, pondering what had been said and assessing their own positions in the new situation. One of the brown-haired boys suddenly breaks the silence, acknowledging his attachment to the current group and expressing his desire to join the emerging clan. The girl with blue hair speaks of her doubts, but decides to trust the leader's words and agrees to join, even if she doesn't fully believe what he says. The protagonist, smiling with easy confidence, summarizes the conversation by confirming that their intentions are clear and unification is inevitable, and then expresses hope for successful cooperation in the future. The man remarks that he would like to continue the conversation leisurely, but there are more important matters requiring his attention right now. As he says goodbye, he looks at Soo-hyun with a dose of concern, warning him to be careful and leaving some final words before leaving. Silence fills the room as the guests ascend the stairs, and the woman remains standing next to the table, watching their receding figures. She smiles and says with a slight hint that they are alone now that everyone has left, setting the stage for further conversation. The man thoughtfully asks the interlocutor to change her address to him, explaining that the difference in tone is confusing and creates unnecessary tension in communication. Smiling calmly, he admits his habit of this style of conversation, saying it's just part of his character, which he finds hard to change. Thinking back to her meeting with Ha Young, the woman notices how much the girl's gaze impressed her, causing her to genuinely respect and even touch her heart. The smile on her face changes slightly when she decides to cut to the chase, and demands an explanation as to why the man was openly discussing such important matters in her presence. The man shares that he would like to get the opinion of one of the strongest in the region, as her perspective is especially important to his plan. She smiles indulgently, noting that if his intentions are not perfect, the result will be disastrous, and the other clans will only envy such success. The woman puts her hand on his shoulder encouragingly, summarizing that his idea might work if everything goes smoothly and without mistakes. She adds that she thought about hiring warriors and the possibility of creating something like this for the first time in a long time, leaning back slightly. The woman with purple strands, standing side by side with her interlocutor, grins with slight superiority, assuring him that the truthfulness of his words is obvious, and lying is impossible for him. His gaze is focused and serious, as if trying to comprehend the accusation. He repeats what he has heard as something unexpected and foreign to his habits. She turns around, continuing to calmly say that the true purpose of talking to her is not her opinion, but the hidden intentions he hasn't directly revealed. Noticing his every gesture, she says that by observing the eyes of her interlocutor, she is able to read his thoughts, while wondering how a significant figure could occupy such an inconspicuous place. The innkeeper speaks with a slight chuckle, claiming that Soo-hyun can't lie, and her words seem to claw at him despite his calm expression. The man's attentive gaze lingers on his interlocutor as if he doesn't understand what she's trying to say, but the silence betrays his doubt in her words. She continues, turning the topic of conversation around, indicating that she's not interested in an opinion, but the reason he brought it up specifically to her. The woman concludes that there is no ordinary emotion in the guy's eyes, just two impenetrable feelings, despite her attempts to touch him with words or behavior. His gaze freezes, piercing and empty, as if reflecting an infinite abyss in which any attempt to understand his thoughts or emotions disappears. The woman cautiously approaches, her words softly penetrating the silence, marking the first of two emotions she believes are plaguing his mind. She is silent for a moment, a shadow of uncertainty in her gaze, and her hand softly reaches up to his face, as if trying to tear away the mask of indifference. Warm fingers gently touch his chin, their touch imbued with an incomprehensible tension, as if she wanted to find something lost or forgotten in him. The man stands across from her, listening to her words about her concerns, and his calm gaze barely changes, reflecting impenetrable determination. The girl continues to speak, her voice colored by the memory of the recent goosebumps that ran through her body when an incomprehensible threat appeared before her. She scrutinizes the expression on the man's face, trying to catch the meaning of his gaze, in which she thinks there is something hidden and disturbing. The interviewee reveals her speculation about the man's strange behavior, admitting that the morning's events helped her understand exactly what was causing her feelings of unease. The man incredulously asks what exactly she was able to find out about him, his gaze becoming focused and his voice betraying slight confusion. The purple-haired woman smiles enigmatically, as if deliberately stretching the pause, and her gaze slides over the face of her interlocutor, hinting at the certainty of her words. She calmly explains that in Salgia, it's a special energy emanating from a person as they prepare to kill, and her words sound like a sentence. The man froze in surprise, his eyes widening and a shadow of confusion creeping over his face, as if the truth was much closer than he had expected. The woman looks at him with a penetrating and serious gaze, as if hypnotizing, and her calmness emphasizes the danger of the situation. He suddenly realizes that his sword is gone, and a momentary rush of surprise is replaced by anxiety, making him tense up even more. She holds his sword in her hand with a slight smile on her lips, as if nothing had happened, and her relaxed look only adds to the tension. The guy wastes no time grabbing the sticks on the table, trying to compensate for the loss of his weapon. And in his movements, you can read the readiness for the next step. With a quick and precise movement, the warrior grabs the wands from the table, his determination making the air around him tense, and his reaction surprisingly lightning fast. The violet-haired girl laughs, her eyes sparkling with mockery, as if his ridiculous weapon itself was some kind of amusing performance for her. The young man realizes how easily she has taken the initiative. Her confidence and calmness begins to press him, creating a feeling of complete superiority. The leader notes that the opponent has engaged multiple attacks simultaneously, and his third eye, which he relied on, somehow fails to notice the shadow under the table. The young man with dark hair makes a decision, inner tension coalescing into a point of readiness. He's about to make a move that could change the course of the confrontation. The guy moves abruptly, his body instantly in motion, like a lightning bolt spawned by a new idea that could turn the situation around. Turning around, the warrior sees a shadow looming over him, its menacing form approaching with terrifying speed, threatening to consume everything in its path. A slight smile slid across the warrior's lips, his gaze focused and full of hidden intent, as if he was already anticipating his next move. A momentary movement behind her makes the girl flinch, her confidence crumbling for a moment as she realizes she's trapped. The voice comes unexpectedly from the front instead of the back, and her eyes widen with shock. The situation is completely out of her control. The thin wand ends up at her neck, her breath is cut short with confusion, and her eyes reflect the anxiety before such a swift turn. The thought that this is impossible flashes through her mind, because the conversion technique she mentions is considered unstable and hardly ever practiced. The guy's surprised at her familiarity, but she immediately explains that such methods are only in development and have not been perfected. Nervousness grips her, every gesture betraying her inner fear, the thought that her opponent might kill her keeping her cool. The young man confidently states that he was trained in these techniques to protect himself from the likes of her, and now watches carefully, pondering how she will proceed. An attentive gaze focused on her figure, speculations swirling in her thoughts as to whether she was ready to use the Abyss Eagle and how she would deal with defeat at the hands of the man from Year Zero. Tired, she resolutely drops the stolen weapon to the floor, the sound of the sword falling, breaking the tense silence as if symbolizing her surrender. A long exhale brings a moment of relief as it becomes clear that she has realized everything and accepted her own defeat in this confrontation. A heavy thrust of his foot sends the thrown blade to the side, as if robbing it of its last meaning in a battle that has already ended. The defeated figure looks on with reproach and disappointment, eyes reading not only vulnerability, but also bitter acceptance of what has happened. The dark gaze is directed at her with cold determination, heavy deliberation cut short by the question of whether it's worth it now to finish off someone who's defeated. The idea of elimination seems reasonable, but immediately I wonder if I should give it a chance and try to win her over to my side. Her anxious expression was interrupted by her sudden question, as if the realization had come to her. What was this feeling that had taken over her mind? The lady with purple hair said firmly and confidently that she sensed Salgi's energy in his gaze, revealing his dark thoughts of possible murder. The innkeeper raises her arms tiredly and grumbles that she's given up, insisting that she let them go because it's torture to keep them in that position. The girl in black throws out a barbed question, wondering if there's something perverse lurking in his strange behavior, as her eyes sparkle with reproach and disbelief. The dark-haired man calmly lets her hands drop, but there's a slight sneer in his voice, as if he's enjoying the ridiculousness of the situation. The lady with purple hair tiredly says that this day is a series of failures, and what is happening is exhausting her to the last drop of strength, as if everything is going wrong. She falls heavily onto the bed, rests her face against the pillow, and for a moment, it seems like the only way to hide from the turmoil of the day. The girl suddenly turns over, her gaze becoming piercing and serious, as if she has caught sight of something important, and is now watching the man intently. Swordsman notices the change in her gaze, and involuntarily wonders what exactly caught the innkeeper's attention, and why her expression has become so focused. The man takes a seat next to me, his movements full of deliberate restraint, as if every decision is weighed on the edge of logic and doubt. The girl with purple hair confidently states that her hunch has been confirmed, hinting at something obvious to her, but confusing to her interlocutor. The innkeeper suddenly reaches out and barely touches the tip of his nose, her gesture strangely light and unaccustomedly close for such a tense moment. She utters with mock defiance that she has had time to realize his intentions, confidently pointing to his internal argument, the decision to kill her or let her live. The young man freezes for a second, his gaze lost somewhere in the void, and an expression of slight uncertainty slips across his face before such an accurate observation. The lady in black demands frankness, her voice sounding insistent and firm, as if her patience was running out and any evasion would only inflame her more. The Shadow Queen keeps her eyes open as she tries to get to the truth, suspecting ulterior motives that may have caused him to spare her and let her live. The dark-haired warrior mentally assesses her strength and determination, thinking about how to offer her to join his clan to show her the value of a new path. The young man suddenly signals, his gaze becoming direct and intense, and the girl with purple hair asks if he has finally decided to be honest. The leader of the group suddenly disappoints the interlocutor by stating that it is late at night. His voice sounds calm, but his gestures are full of hidden insolence. The innkeeper interjects with obvious indignation. Why the mention of night at all, and why the sudden use of you, her bewilderment growing. The man nonchalantly remarks that trade is weak in this place, offering her some rest, hinting at her constant work. The lady in black tries to understand his strange words, pondering what the change in his demeanor is, while the young man ponders how she might be useful to his purposes. The swordsman calmly says that rest is the best cure for the thoughts crowding her head and suggests that she take some time off and unwind. The young Shadow Queen asks why he remained indifferent to her flirtation and now offers to go scouting, talking about a certain interesting place. The girl smiles nervously, but her gaze betrays that she is well aware of the hidden innuendo and background of his strange proposal. The girl remarks with a slight chuckle that by the word date he meant fighting monsters together, adding that it was better than sitting idle in an empty inn. The innkeeper, looking at him in surprise, exclaims that her establishment could go bankrupt in 3 weeks, remembering how much effort and money she has invested. The young man replies that his business is not going well either, as all the visitors have moved to another city, leaving him almost without funds. The leader of the group assures her not to worry, for he has found the right place that promises to do more good than the days spent here. The purple-haired girl interjects to ask if it's really about the new dungeon, and his surprise only confirms that her guess is correct. The next morning, the warrior comes down from his room to the common room, where he suddenly notices an unusual excitement, as if something had happened. The girl with brown hair, without hiding her excitement, reports that unexpected complications have arisen that could seriously complicate their expedition. Guy assesses the situation and tries to figure out what kind of trouble might await them, pondering how to handle the new challenge so as not to lose the goal. A group of guys anxiously and panikedly report the unexpected news, discussing loudly that the inn is closing and they don't know what to do now. One of them, looking particularly confused, is trying to figure out why the hostess didn't warn them in advance, while the others look around for answers. Heavy footsteps echo across the floor as a girl with long purple hair appears in the hall, her calmness contrasting with the general commotion. A young man with dark hair appears in the doorway, greeting everyone with a slight smile and wondering about the morning rush, as if he doesn't understand the reasons for it. The girl with purple strands looks around with a cold expression, pondering who exactly was responsible for the turmoil and chaos that caused the inn to close. A group of travelers with bright and surprised faces start demanding refunds, grudgingly pointing out the remaining days of their stay at the establishment. The innkeeper remains unperturbed and offers the guests breakfast first, noting with a slight sneer that all of their companions have long since gathered. The guy with dark hair responds to the hostess's offer with his usual smile, ordering a standard dish for everyone as if nothing unusual is going on. The innkeeper stands with an impenetrable face, glaring with a piercing gaze, her mind preoccupied with who is to blame for the disorder that has disturbed the inn's tranquility. Against a backdrop of colorful patterns, a group of confused guests demand a refund for the remaining days, their faces full of surprise and indignation at hearing the decision. The purple-haired woman remains unperturbed and, looking at the gathered crowd, sarcastically suggests that they start by eating breakfast, noting the irony of the situation. A young man with dark hair smiles easily as he agrees to the customary order, offering a dish for 7 at once, which brings a strange sense of ease to the tense atmosphere. A girl with short blue hair, covering her mouth with her hand, asks a question with surprise in her voice if there was a deal between him and the innkeeper, which seems unlikely. The company at the table is clearly skeptical of what is happening. One of them offers to sit down, though a hint of further details of the situation is left hanging in the air. In the conversation arises information about the temporary closure of the establishment for 3 weeks, which becomes a clear outcome of the lack of visitors and the sad state of affairs of the hostess. Explaining the situation, the man mentions that the hostess with her abilities will be useful to their group, and the remaining details will be revealed after the meal, to which everyone reacts in silence. The girl in green clothes raises her hand and confidently addresses the leader of the group, expressing doubt and emphasizing that she is concerned about the decision made so suddenly. A young member of the team is perplexed by her misgivings about the newest member of their group, wondering if the innkeeper will be able to fit in. As they ponder the possibility of camping together, the team discusses whether an experienced innkeeper would be able to prove herself in battle, given her usual range of duties. The guy with dark hair remains calm, silently assessing the situation and listening to the doubts of his comrades, clearly pondering the answer to their questions and claims. A girl with blue hair and a guy with brown bangs stand side by side, both turning around warily, as if expecting something unpredictable and ridiculous. Questions with Vivian's name cause a tense silence to grow into incomprehension, while the muffled echo of thoughts in the room echoes with the lingering anticipation of an answer. A young man with dark hair coldly and confidently gives a task, this time limiting it to a time limit, provoking him to prove his strength and meet the challenge. The girl with the red strands and her companions look around in confusion, their bewildered looks clearly reflecting their growing bewilderment at yet another unexpected turn. Vivian, raising her hand with an anxious look, catches the looks of her comrades and hesitates as if trying to find the right answer to the question put to her. She shuffles awkwardly from foot to foot and declares her decision, expressing unexpected stubbornness and fear of the challenge ahead. The girl abruptly refuses, despairingly indignant and casting worried glances at the others, her face flaming with embarrassment and excitement. The three friends looked at each other, exchanging surprised glances, and their faces showed bewilderment and confusion at the innkeeper's unusual behavior. Bringing the food to the table, the girl with purple strands invites everyone to begin their meal, showing warm care for the group and keeping their spirits up after a challenging day. The golden-haired guy with the cheerful smile introduces himself, his voice sounding confident as he speaks of his experience and combat skills, with the two companions reacting to his words with a mixture of surprise and skepticism. A woman with long hair and a quiet smile introduces herself to a fifth-year member, her words about the Shadow Queen causing a mixture of admiration and awkwardness in the group. The conversation is interrupted by the comical reaction of one of the companions, who, upon hearing the announcement of the unusual nickname, cannot contain her laughter and accidentally spits the drink out on her friend. The red-haired girl, barely containing her laughter and covering her mouth with her hand, apologizes to her friend, who, judging by the look on her face, clearly didn't appreciate her awkward act. The purple-haired woman smiles with slight mystery, confident that her identity and reputation are known to those around her, especially the red-haired girl. The youngest of the group, wide-eyed and with a confused expression, nervously explains her surprise, remembering something important she heard at the academy. A memory flashes back to her of a class when the instructor, stopping and passing, mentioned something significant related to the woman in front of them. Anseal froze in suspense when the question was addressed to her, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face as if she already knew the answer. Yujin hides her gaze as she tries to gather her thoughts, but she recalls the legends of the outstanding female users in Ada Valley. Words about famous female warriors, including clan titles and their roles on the battlefield, evoke images of strong figures whose shadows seem majestic and formidable. Unju keeps her composure as she talks about the unrivaled skills of those who once exceeded expectations by breaking stereotypes about female weakness. Contrary to his calm appearance, his gaze tenaciously catches every movement of his interlocutor, and the tension around him seems almost physically palpable. She smiles with a touch of arrogance, as if answering a silent question, her voice sounding confident and smooth, as if deliberately emphasizing her superiority. The thought of a long-standing rivalry between powerful personalities gives a slight shiver, reminding us of the ongoing intrigue that stretches through time. A woman with purple strands and a proud posture is reticent to acknowledge her status, as if it's been a long time coming without further proof. Ko Yeonju continues talking without hiding her frankness, causing the guy sitting across from her to look away nervously and grit his teeth in embarrassment. A girl with short blue hair makes herself known in the room, her silent presence and pensive gaze creating an atmosphere of tension among the others. The blue-haired girl breaks the silence with a slight smile, inviting the others to introduce themselves as well, her friendly tone contrasting with her hidden aura of power. Vivian, sitting off to the side, finally decides to speak and briefly states her name and occupation, emphasizing her uniqueness with her magical class in few words. The violet-haired woman covers her mouth with her hand thoughtfully, as if evaluating the information she's heard, her eyes radiating interest and slight mockery. The girl in the green cloak makes notes in her notebook, saying phrases aloud to confirm her curiosity about words that mention the man's secret class. The man with black hair remains calm, mentioning his class and age, but hints that he's not ready to reveal all the information, teasing his interlocutor. A spoon dips into the thick soup, reflecting the tense silence at the table, as the participants in the conversation insist on revealing the name of his unique class. The man, calmly holding the spoon in his hand, maintains a nonchalant look despite the insistence of his interlocutor, whose cheerful attitude clashes with his implicit caution. The woman with the bright purple strands observes her interlocutor with obvious slyness, leaving silent hints that she has no intention of giving up so easily. The man's eyes grow serious as he inwardly decides not to give out any more information, though his female opponent is already hinting at her intention to get to the bottom of this. She pretends to lose interest in the conversation, but the slight grin and smugness in her gestures make it clear that this is just a waiting game. Cold determination slips into the long-haired girl's voice as she gives a stern warning, making it clear that she will not tolerate the use of dangerous abilities on her companions. The somber background blends with the gravity of her words, describing the demonic nature of the ability that can enslave the mind and leave one defenseless against curses. The man's gaze remains impenetrable in response to her words, but his tone confirms a full understanding of the threat. And while he disapproves of the use of the ability, there's a slight tinge of mockery. Smiling lightly, the woman admits defeat in the verbal altercation and, changing her tone to a more practical one, decides to move on to discussing current plans, hinting at the upcoming preparation time. Three young men listen to a proposal whereby a locked warehouse and the upper floors of the building will now be used for their training. The group discusses the terms of an agreement where they commit to setting and clearing the dinner table, which causes mild bewilderment for some of them. Soo-hyun assesses the situation and realizes that the trust they've shown makes it impossible for them to make a claim, pondering a possible request for a new ally. The woman with purple strands smiles slyly, wondering about the length of preparation and assuming boredom will be an inevitable part of the wait. The man calmly suggests that the girl take one of the young guys to train, mentioning that it won't take too much effort from her. The redhead looks up in surprise, startled by the unexpected suggestion, and tries to understand the hidden meaning of what was said. The woman chuckles slightly, emphasizing her exclusivity and stating that her lessons should be paid for, hinting at her own worth. The man nonchalantly adds that it is necessary to see the trainee's progress first, and the question of payment can be discussed later. The smile on the girl's face turns sly, and she accepts the offer, citing boredom and a desire to do something useful in the meantime. The protagonist is surprised by her agreement, noting that he did not expect such a decision, though he recalls her recent demands and his gesture of goodwill. The suspiciousness in the man's words causes surprise and slight confusion, making him wonder what exactly she means by her future student. The children watching look puzzled and a little wary, as if anticipating that their choice of mentor may affect their future trials. The red-haired girl stubbornly stares forward, her eyes burning with disbelief, as she was recently promised that she would be taught by someone she really trusted. The purple-haired woman makes it clear with a cold smile that she is willing to take her training seriously, but leaves the choice up to the young student, confident in her stance. Her confidence throws her interlocutor off balance, and the redhead replies with an angry look, gritting her teeth but unable to object to such a straightforward suggestion. When the conversation is over, everyone present returns to their activities, and the sunlight bursts through the green leaves. The purple-haired woman offers with a slight note of annoyance for someone to clean up the table, while the redhead quickly leaves the room without waiting for a response. The team leader, noticing the girl's hasty departure, calls out to her with the express intention of stopping her and bringing her back, but she continues to move away. His attempt is thwarted by a new contestant who abruptly grabs his arm, her confident gesture and look making it clear that he should not interfere further. She calmly explains that there is no need to stop the girl, as everyone is allowed to decide for themselves what to do in such a situation. Continuing in a reserved but firm manner, she adds that she should realize her own mistake, and making decisions for her would be the wrong move. The woman points out that the leader shouldn't be distracted by such trivialities, because eventually the redhead herself realizes that she didn't do the wisest thing. The alchemist, who has been watching the conversation, approvingly agrees with the arguments, recognizing the new contestant's rightness in this matter. She notes that the leader too often patronizes the team, and the man confirms her words, noting that in the lab the redhead was already showing herself, and to miss the chance is her choice. The golden-haired young man enthusiastically offers himself as an apprentice to the Shadow Queen, but she refuses without hesitation, hinting at his unsuitable level. Continuing her conversation with the leader, the mentor mentions the red-haired girl, emphasizing that success depends not only on physical fitness, but also on the inner state. Preferring not to dwell on such trivialities, she suggests entrusting further training to his students, so that each can handle their own tasks. The woman insists that the leader should focus on more important matters and leave learning issues to those who should handle them. Reflecting on her words, the leader wonders if he's gotten too soft lately, and if his concern for the team is crossing all boundaries. As he continues to analyze his actions, he comes to the conclusion that he never had such thoughts and doubts before. He thought about the fact that maybe this wouldn't have happened before, but something had changed, and it didn't give the man any peace. A sudden call makes him interrupt his thoughts. One of the girls attracts his attention and is obviously going to ask something important. She takes her time to clarify if she can ask one question, her serious tone and facial expression leaving no doubt about the importance of the topic. With a slight pause, she suddenly inquires what exactly the word married man with several children means, which the innkeeper called him, as if trying to clarify something for herself. A few days passed, and the life of the group gradually got into a normal rhythm. Each of the participants started practicing their skills and accomplishing their tasks. Two girls are practicing together intently, one with short blue hair helping her partner with a staff master magical techniques through concentration. An alchemist and a talented mage work in pairs, concentrating on reading notes and discussing details to better understand the intricacies of the work and refine knowledge. The young man with golden hair is diligently doing push-ups, sparing no effort and giving himself fully to physical training, his fatigue betrayed by heavy breathing and drops of sweat. The team leader scrupulously studies the latest reports, comparing them to some journal and trying to find coincidences or important details that might be helpful. His thoughts drifted to the innkeeper, and he wondered why she treated the crew with such care, as if she had a special affection for them. Reflection once again returns to the red-haired contestant, who continues to cause doubt and anxiety due to her unyielding decisions and behavior. A sharp slam of the door interrupts the silence, causing everyone to involuntarily turn around to the source of the noise, which broke the calm and working atmosphere of the group. Hard thinking goes back to the idea that a certain person on the team, through their impulsiveness and actions, undermines trust and disrupts the balance of the team. Reflection drifts to the red-haired girl, and the thought comes to mind that her behavior may be the result of a deep-seated sense of inferiority. Thoughts develop further, and it becomes apparent that the past events in the lab, and more specifically her position in the rear during the battle, could only have exacerbated this feeling. A knock sounds at the door, and a young man enters the room after permission, mentioning with a hint of displeasure how his ideas about penny-pinching techniques don't match the reality of training. The young man is perplexed as to why the emphasis is on defensive skills rather than attacking, and bluntly asks for a little help or explanation if the leader has time. The commander agrees to help and prepares to explain in detail what's involved, realizing how important it is to set an inexperienced fighter on the right path. Calmly and expansively, he talks about the search ability, explaining that it's what helps you assess your opponent and pick the most effective solution to attack or defend. The words make the young man look at training in a different way, and he comes to realize that the simplicity at first glance hides a lot of nuances that have yet to be understood. The conversation is interrupted when the young man suddenly decides to talk about the red-haired girl, stating that there is an important topic that needs to be talked about urgently. He admits that the girl has become aloof, tries to avoid socializing with others, and chases away those who try to approach or help her. At the end, the request sounds clear and confident. The leader needs to talk to her personally, set things straight strictly, and figure out what's really going on. The golden-haired young man apologizes and admits that he only meant to back up the Shadow Queen's words, which makes his actions now seem a bit ambiguous. The conversation continues to touch on the current situation, where they argue about the red-haired girl's behavior and how it affects the atmosphere in the team. The host decides to look into the situation and instructs her to tell the redhead to come in for a serious conversation to clear up her condition. The answer to the young man's hesitation is a firm instruction to wake up the girl and bring her to him, despite the unfortunate hour, because the solution to the problem cannot be delayed. A man's hand confidently grips the hilt of a strange sword that exudes a faint glow, and at that moment, demonic energy begins to awaken on the surface of the blade. The weapon, shrouded in bloody smoke, seemed to respond to the touch, exuding an ominous aura that filled the space with a sense of imminent danger. A determined gaze settles on the sword, accompanied by a cold warning to calm down before the situation gets out of hand. A figure with a grim expression utters a threat, warning that any show of aggression will result in the weapons being confiscated and sent for purification to prevent trouble. The golden-haired guy snaps out of his seat, not hiding his irritation and concern, barging in and demanding an explanation about the situation with the redhead. He tells us in a rage that he knocked on the door without getting an answer and stumbled into a sudden tantrum, barely getting inside. The confused team leader listens to the explanations of what happened, trying to understand what exactly could have caused this behavior in the girl and where it will all lead. Remembering what is happening, he silently analyzes the situation, while the young warrior continues to resent his own helplessness in dealing with this conflict. One of the group members demonstrates the scratches he received, accusing the red-haired girl of aggression, violently resenting what happened and demanding to be proved right. The team leader scrutinizes the damage on his arm, remains calm, but his gaze remains focused in assessing the situation. The conversation shifts to the fugitive's location. Someone clarifies exactly where she's hiding, and then makes the decision to deal with her behavior herself, suggesting that the others return to training. A knock on the door is heard in the silence of the room, and from under the blanket comes a hoarse voice with obvious irritation, refusing any attempt at communication and demanding that she be left alone. An irritated voice interrupts the silence, and the blanket-wrapped figure jerkily confirms her unwillingness to listen to the visitor, demanding to be left alone. The intensity of emotions increases when insistent requests to stop talking sound louder and more aggressive, like a desperate desire to shut out reality. The threatening words are accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, emphasizing the tension in the room, where every gesture hints at readiness for an unpredictable outburst of rage. Finally, the red-haired girl's name is spoken in a firm but restrained tone, and silence hangs over the room for a moment, causing the blanket to shudder suspiciously. The man stands persistently beside the bed, trying hard to get a response from the girl, who is hiding under the covers, not wanting to see or hear him. His requests to remove the bedspread are met with silent protest, while a hand that barely peeked out from beneath the fabric determinedly pressed the edge into the mattress, expressing his refusal. Pulling back part of the blanket, the man finally sees her, her red strands scattered haphazardly on the pillow, and her slender figure lying tensely looking away. Her shoulder flinches slightly when a hand gently touches it, and a voice filled with insistence offers to finally speak, leaving her no choice to flinch. A flame of emotion engulfs the red-haired girl, her gaze filled with tears and despair, and weariness and pain read in every curve of her face. Lying on the bed, she sobs suppressedly, admitting her mistakes and struggling to find the words to express her guilt to her interlocutor. The man stands beside her, looking at her with unexpected gentleness, his words sounding soothing, as if urging her to stop crying and regain her balance. A deep sadness fills her voice. Tears continue to stream down her cheeks as she chokes on her sobs and apologizes for everything that has happened. The girl lowered her gaze and sighed heavily, her voice shaking as she tried to make excuses for her behavior and lack of understanding. She admitted that she had done wrong, feeling guilty for her rash words and actions that only made the situation worse. The man watched her silently, his expression remained calm, but his eyes read understanding and soft acceptance of her apology. The girl, barely holding back tears, admitted her mistake and felt relieved to find support in his presence for the first time in a long time. Her hands, clenched from tension, gave away the inner struggle of a girl who, despite her pride, had finally realized the gravity of her own mistakes and powerlessness. With tears on her cheeks and an uncertain smile, she confessed her inability to deal with envy and feelings of inferiority in front of fellow achievers. The man standing next to her calmly encouraged her, asserting that the first step to change was accepting her own weaknesses and being willing to move forward. His sincere words, spoken with a slight smile, lightened the atmosphere, and Yu Jun, listening to them, finally felt that she was accepted even with her flaws. The guy looks at the girl with complete confidence, and his question makes her confused and wonder about her true desires. The red-haired girl nods uncertainly, her gaze filled with determination, but her face still reflects inner doubt and anxiety. There's a heavy silence in the room as she admits her wish, pondering the rare class and fear of falling behind the others. The young girl listens to the words of her interlocutor, her eyes gradually filling with determination, as if she decides to follow his example and move forward despite her doubts. The red-haired girl looks puzzled, her gaze filled with worry, as the man standing next to her asks a question that awakens a hidden longing and determination in her. Her eyes widen and her eyebrows quiver slightly as she nods in agreement, inwardly aware of her own desire to become stronger despite her fears and doubts. The guy continues to speak, calmly explaining the importance of the path everyone is on, emphasizing the value of effort and understanding one's role, regardless of external importance. The girl listens to his words, feeling the determination grow inside to overcome herself and find new meaning in the ordinary classroom, taking example from those who were able to reach the top without rare opportunities. A dark aura surrounds the silhouette, spreading in bloody curls, like the embodiment of a curse that demands sacrifice for appeasement. The hero explains that if you take control of the scrapyard, its power will be the key to a breakthrough, but the slightest hesitation will lead to imminent doom. She gazes silently at her interlocutor, realizing how much responsibility she has to take on. His calm voice resounds with undeniable firmness, leaving the decision to her as his hand once again touches the cloth-wrapped demonic sword. The guy, looking at the girl thoughtfully, offers her two ways: take a chance and take the demon sword in her hands at once, or wait for a better time when she is more experienced and confident. Yujin stands hesitantly, realizing the risk of her choice, but her gaze is full of doubt and a hidden desire to prove her strength despite her uncertainty. The young man walks away after saying goodbye for the night, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts and the choices to be made in the near future. As he steps outside, something strange catches his attention. There are sounds coming from the darkness and a tantalizing flow of magical energy that awakens suspicion and anxiety. The man listens to the rebuke with a note of sarcasm as the purple-haired girl continues to point out his interference despite her warnings earlier. She reminds us of the exploration to come, explaining her belief that every action matters and everything will manifest its outcome in time. He silently stares at her with a slight chuckle as her remark of wit causes a brief moment of tension and hidden irony. Inner irritation erupts through sarcastic thoughts, where he questions her words about his supposed deprivation, feeling confident in his experience and decisions. The guy comments on the situation with a slight chuckle, reminding his interlocutor that it's better to address such words to An Hyun, and ironically adds that everything that's going on just seems funny to him. The girl with purple hair stops in confusion, her thoughts interrupted by bright abstract shapes that emphasize the suddenness and absurdity of the moment. She is indignant as she continues to insist on her point, explaining that she is not talking about fighting skills at all, but about a misunderstanding of the relationship between a man and a woman, her words sounding like a warning. The girl asserts her cleverness and demands to stop worrying, but her reflections turn to doubts when she suddenly notices a hidden flaw in her interlocutor. The tall figure of the woman with purple strands suggests that the decision to accept the apprentice is up to the interlocutor, a slight challenge and confidence in her voice. The man opposite responds briefly, expressing his awareness and gratitude, his calmness contrasting with the tone of his interlocutor. The woman's smile takes on a sly note as she emphasizes her own merits, mentioning the shelter provided, the food, and even her personal involvement in the training. The words about tomorrow's teacher status make the man hesitate, his slightly raised eyebrow and half-open lips showing surprise and indecision. The girl smirks confidently as she remarks that her methods are old-fashioned, but it is they emphasize a sincerity that cannot be expressed otherwise. Her hand gently touches the face of her interlocutor, and his gaze, full of surprise and tension, as if trying to figure out her intentions. The young man pulls away abruptly, the displeasure and alarm on his face, indicating that he does not wish to continue this game and is ready to stop it immediately. The atmosphere around him changes ominously, dark energy filling the space behind him, foreshadowing something dangerous and frightening. Soo-hyun realizes that the unexpected moment was planned in advance, but his thoughts are interrupted by a decisive action that deprives him of the opportunity to retreat. Her long hair frames the scene as she moves closer to him, decisively shortening the distance and leaving no choice in this unequal game. His gaze clings to the features of the face in front of him, but within him, bewilderment mingles with the slight fear felt in the depths of his eyes. There's only a moment between them that stretches into infinity before a decisive move finally breaks the boundary of silent confrontation. The girl grinningly analyzes her recent success, voicing that she finally achieved her goal and was able to kiss him while he continues to reflect on what happened. The man was concentrating on recalling the events of the previous night when the slightest movement seemed fatal, and the present attack had taken him by surprise because of its suddenness and cunning plan. He sighs heavily, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation and its careful calculation for the sake of one brief moment, while his interlocutor continues to watch his reaction curiously. The lady asks curiously why the man sighs heavily, as if there is something lurking in his thoughts that she cannot yet understand. The violet-haired girl's words come with a slight challenge, as if to imply that such a sudden kiss he didn't enjoy or was taken too seriously. Her intense gaze studies every feature of his face, trying to catch the slightest expression or emotion that might give away his thoughts. The man suddenly admits that he never imagined that fate would bring him together with the Queen of Shadows herself in such a context. Marveling at what has happened, the dark-haired guy adds that he would never be able to pull off such complicated combinations, unlike her, as his hand slowly reaches for her head. His fingers gently circle her head, creating a moment of unexpected intimacy that completely changes the dynamic of their conversation. The next step proves to be just as soft and gentle, his lips touching hers, turning the moment into a long-awaited and profound silence. The innkeeper suggests with a slight sneer that she wouldn't know how to behave if she were one of his students, but adds that she is nothing like them. With a sudden change in his voice, Yoon-ju retracts his past words about his lack of wit and, after wishing him a good night, prepares to leave. Her steps slow down, as if something inside made her stop for a moment and rethink recent events. Turning around, the girl suddenly asks the question that has been hanging in the air: why he did it and what motivated him to do such an act. His reply sounds calm, almost with a smile. Perhaps it was his way of repaying her in kind, ending their strange but meaningful duel. Perhaps the man was wondering what it was like to not just fall for the tricks of a mysterious woman, but to understand them. In the morning, the atmosphere in the inn was normal. Everyone was sitting around the table, enjoying their breakfast, and wishes of a pleasant appetite were shared. Each of them admired the deliciously prepared dishes that looked incredibly appetizing and made them forget about everything else. Some couldn't believe how the hostess managed to prepare so much food so early in the morning, marveling at her skill and speed. She explained with a warm smile that it was all for their endurance, especially since they had a really big day ahead of them today. One of the companions, Sanyung, interjected curiously about what exactly she meant, noticing a hidden meaning in her words. At that moment, someone started to come downstairs, attracting the attention of the whole company and causing slight confusion among those seated. The brother and sister looked in surprise at the man who appeared, not expecting to see someone so imposing and confident. The two mages, her companions, also couldn't hide their surprise at who had just entered, as if sensing the power emanating from her. It was Yunjun, confident, calm, with a strong aura that immediately filled the room with unquestionable authority. The dark-haired girl froze, stunned by her friend's energy, which now seemed even more impressive than before. An Hyun and his younger sister couldn't take their eyes off her, as if trying to realize how much she had changed and grown stronger. Soo Hyun at this time was pondering that she had actually decided to take the demon sword despite all the fears and consequences. The girl calmly seated herself at the table, paying no attention to the general astonishment, and took her place among the others with a familiar look. One of her companions asked how she had slept, to which she nonchalantly replied that she was fine, and inquired how the others had slept the night. The others couldn't hide their shock at her new image, which was drastically different from how they were used to seeing her before. The young man with golden hair grinned and decided to make a joke of it, noticing that she finally showed up on time instead of locking herself in her room. Seeing her reaction, he quickly withdrew, realizing it was best not to test her patience when she was in such a mood. The girl threatened him that if he didn't shut up, the consequences would be far worse than he imagined, adding seriousness to his words. She noted the large amount of food prepared by the hostess and wished everyone a pleasant appetite with a slight smile. The leader of the group, noticing that the conversations were lingering, urged everyone to get to eating sooner rather than later to avoid wasting time. After a hearty breakfast, everyone was satisfied, and the hostess reminded them that it was time to get down to business and not to waste precious vacation time. Saying she would clean up the table herself, the woman left the room, leaving the others to deal with their thoughts and plans for the day ahead. The red-haired girl looked at her hostess carefully, as if thinking about something important that she wanted to say, but did not dare to do so. The look was insistent and full of indecision, as if she was about to address the Shadow Queen with a question or a request. After a few moments, she suddenly apologized, got up from the table, and informed her older companion that she urgently needed to go somewhere. The girl headed after her hostess, leaving the others at the table surprised and slightly confused by her sudden decision. Those who remained began to wonder if she had finally decided to train under such a formidable mentor. The leader of the group, seeing their reactions, said he had recently spoken to her and hoped his expectations would not be in vain, and she would prove herself worthy. Meanwhile, the mentor and the young apprentice were together having an important conversation that seemed to foreshadow the beginning of a difficult ordeal. The woman spoke a few significant words on which the student focused all her attention, preparing herself for the instruction. The young girl listened to every word, gazing at her mentor and taking her as her only guide on the path to strength. One of the companions, concerned about his friend's future, asked his mentor if he was sure it would go off without too many repercussions. The leader answered the question with a question, wondering why the young warrior was so worried about the girl, not believing in her strength and determination. Violent sounds came from behind the closed doors of the training room, making it clear that there was a tense and harsh atmosphere inside. One of those seated noticed that she had hardly eaten for days, and began to wonder if her mentor's method of training was too harsh. The thought of the brutality of the training sparked a discussion in which the young warrior expressed misgivings about such training from one of the 10 strongest. The hero backed up his words, assuring everyone that such harshness was only for the good of their friend and would help her become stronger and more resilient. Suddenly they heard a cry for help, a voice full of despair, as if someone was on the verge of life and death from the overwhelming strain. Vivian, with concern on her face, called the others over to the badly injured girl, pointing out her extremely weakened and tormented state. The situation was critical. She urgently needed help, otherwise the consequences could be irreversible for her health and life. The mage with the light staff began a healing spell, and the lifeless, battered body of the girl lay on the floor, barely giving signs of life. Her battered body lay on the cold floor, covered with deep wounds and dark bruises, blood seeping through her torn clothes in places. Heavy breathing and shock on the faces of the others accompanied the moment the magical light from the staff began to restore the strength of the injured body. The light of the staff softly floods the space, but the redhead's gaze remains sharp and intense, her soiled face and disheveled hair only emphasizing her vulnerability. The noise around her comes to life as her exhausted body struggles to rise, and hunger breaks out in the first rush of weakness, causing the others to scurry about in a rush. The girl with the staff, clearly alarmed, desperately gazes into her state of mind, rattling off questions. But all she hears in response is an attempt to regain her confidence through a broken voice. Despite her tired and faded appearance, the redhead finds the strength to rise to her knees, answering with defiance and a husky sarcasm that hides her own pain and fatigue. The silence is broken when her rival's startled gaze speaks for itself, her breathing hitching from her recent exertion and her hand clutching the staff tightly. The young man standing nearby exhales with a smile, pondering how long he can sustain such a pace, and asks the priestess to always be ready to treat. The view from above reveals a full realization that the girl has exceeded all expectations and demonstrated determination, earning the respect of those watching. Contrary to the general surprise, the innkeeper's calm voice interrupts the reflection as she inquires about the wanderer's plans, and a brief confirmation sounds in response. The smile on her face didn't bode well, but the request was quite serious. Maluska urgently needed a new weapon for future testing. The companion in the scarlet cloak headed across the bustling courtyard toward the blacksmith, where a worker was already waiting for him, looking ready to talk and do business. Inside the workshop, the smell of metal and charcoal wafts, the blacksmith checking something on the counter while the guest states his request and points to the stacked weapons. Under the shade of a tree in a distant part of the courtyard, a man in a black cloak sat surrounded by merchandise, while a warrior who approached him prepared to discuss his next move. With a slightly raised hand, the figure holds out a heavy bag containing the new outfit, carefully emphasizing the importance of the contents and addressing the red-haired girl. His gaze falls on the outstretched convolution, confident words accompanying this moment, emphasizing the significance of the gear he has received for the trials ahead. The redhead silently takes in the details of her new outfit, her tired and battered face remaining serious, but a smoldering determination flashes in her golden eyes. She slowly raises her gaze, turning to the person she's talking to, her voice sounding soft but determined, causing slight bewilderment and anticipation from the next question. The red-haired girl's face looks tired and lost as she asks, with slight hesitation, for the opportunity to be in the arms of her conversation partner. The man wistfully recalls the old days, when her joy at her new weapon was genuine and boundless, contrasting with her current weariness. Warm palms reach out to her in support, wordlessly inviting her to come closer, as if reassuring her of the safety and trust between them. The girl hides her head on his chest, and his strong arms encircle her fragile figure, enveloping her with warmth and temporarily erasing all the heaviness she has endured. Walking away down the stairs, the red-haired girl clutches the gear she had received, her gaze reading a firm intention to do her best to continue growing. The golden-haired youth mockingly teases his companion, suggesting envy at his friend's success, to which the latter indifferently waves it off, emphasizing his unique abilities. Thoughts of a new outfit do not give rest to the leader, who sees it as the last opportunity for the girl to prove herself and avoid exclusion from the group. A few days pass, the morning sun softly illuminates the town, and a hand with a mug of hot drink freezes over the table, as if anticipating the beginning of a new challenge. In the morning silence, the guy quietly unfolded the report, his gaze lingering on the lines describing the Golden Lion clan's active actions and the involvement of their allies. Holding the paper in his hand, he noted that the allied groups showed no hesitation, and there was a suspicion that they knew of the event in advance. A lone cloaked figure stood against the cold light, radiating an underlying threat, and the hero's thoughts returned to the vagrants and their reaction. Setting the document aside, he thought thoughtfully about how the clan planned to use Han Beul, realizing that any interference in his fate would only cause more complications. The dark silhouette of the girl, shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, utters words full of doubt, her strained voice as if trying to break through the cold barrier of distrust. A man sitting at a table with a cup in his hands is reading a document, but his attention is distracted by a shadow of rising thoughts, causing him to stop for a moment. His hand carelessly drops the paper on the table, as if to emphasize the futility of further thought, while he resolutely concludes the obvious for himself. The girl with fiery hair stands confidently and proudly, her bright eyes sparkling with smugness, and her wide smile conveying genuine pleasure at being recognized for her achievements. Li Yujun scrutinizes the new gear, feeling confidence begin to fill her heart, despite the hardships and doubts she has experienced. One of the band members hesitantly comments on her appearance, trying to maintain the easy atmosphere, but his words sounded a little embarrassed and awkward. Noticing the mixed reactions, she smiles with a note of pride and gratitude, feeling that even a little praise can give her strength for new challenges. The protagonist remains pensive, trying to comprehend what is happening and find the right words to support the girl, but instead prefers to silently watch her smile. An Seol smiles, confidently answering the question about the whereabouts of the others, and seems content, fully trusting their preparation and appearance at the right time. Yoojun, taking off her outerwear, grumbles about it being too hot indoors, but her collectedness and confidence emphasize her updated scores and recent progress. An Hyun, slightly embarrassed, averts his gaze and holds back a smile as he ponders his increased characteristics and hidden abilities gained through special training. Soo-hyun watches with a slight smirk, mentally analyzing the progress of his allies and marveling at the speed of the red-haired girl's progress beyond his expectations. While Soo-hyun learns the information about the redhead's new skill, the girl with short blue hair looks up in surprise, her look changing to one of alarm. The young man with reddish hair remains calm, but his gaze betrays an underlying anxiety, as if he had already foreseen the development of these events with the Golden Lion clan. At the wooden table where everyone is gathered, the atmosphere becomes tense as the group leader continues to share strategic information about future plans. The silence is broken by a brief expression of surprise and wariness, as the new information elicits an instant reaction from everyone present. The empty space of silence presses down on the three standing there, while their gazes are filled with confusion and incomprehension of what is happening around them. The ghostly light of the city hides the events that are coming, hinting at an impending large-scale conflict that will bring unrest even to the outlying areas. The village is buried in greenery and tranquility, but this delicate balance is about to be disturbed, forcing you to put plans aside and concentrate on exploration. His voice sounds tense and confident as he announces a new player in the enemy camp, ready to turn the outcome of future battles. The four stood in silence, realizing that their shared experience had connected them to someone important, but memories of that person's identity escaped their consciousness. The girl with the fiery red hair frowned and thought for a moment, trying to remember if they had actually encountered this mysterious man before. The man in the white shirt suggested they think hard, hinting that the list of acquaintances from their level wasn't that long, though his own guesses seemed uncertain. Realization flashed in one of the girl's eyes, her confident voice breaking the silence, causing the others to turn to her with question and slight surprise. The red-haired girl scrutinizes the details and, after putting her thoughts together, she concludes that Kim Han-byul, who has been talked about so much, is indeed standing in front of them. The blue-haired warrior, clad in a strict uniform, holds a glowing artifact that radiates power and determination, emphasizing her strength and new status. Reflecting on the past leads participants to discuss key moments, when exactly a girl was given a new class, and at what point she joined the Golden Lion clan. Misunderstanding and slight resentment are evident in the redhead's words, as she realizes that despite all the time they've spent together, she hasn't noticed such an important change. The golden-haired boy says the words with a tinge of disappointment, recalling the time when they had acted together since their initiation and were now perplexed as to why nothing had been said to them. Then he sinks into his thoughts, admitting that he tried to find out more about her. But the facts he discovered only worsened his perception, making the situation even more uncertain. Another member of the group tries to cool the heat of emotions by explaining that the logical choice made in favor of the strongest clan on the continent is not worth condemning and will not change their current situation. The girl with the red hair reluctantly agrees to the reasoning, throwing out a short sentence with a tinge of displeasure, but her gaze remains intense and thoughtful as she contemplates what is happening. Soo-hyun silently assesses his friend's younger sister's reaction, marveling at her unpredictability and reserved frustration at the situation. There is silence in the city near the statue as the group leader summarizes the preparation plan, reminding the others that their trek will begin in 3 days and will require maximum preparedness. The girl with blue hair clarifies the details of their next mission, and the leader informs them of the target, the mysterious Creek Cave, whose location is confirmed by the information they have found. They discuss the upcoming itinerary, which will take about 3 weeks, causing both anticipation and anxiety among the participants, while the girl with purple hair addresses a question to Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun feels increasing pressure from the group, realizing that he can't reveal his knowledge of the future and the hidden location of the dungeons. The group's plan is to avoid a large-scale confrontation by leaving the town unnoticed, directing all efforts toward exploring the creek cave. Doubts begin to grow among the companions, especially when the question of whether it is possible to make it back in 3 weeks goes unanswered. Soo-hyun, despite his inner uncertainty, takes responsibility for the decision, guiding the group into the unknown to avoid wasting time. The man, expressing confidence, mentions the alchemist's abandoned dungeon and its higher probability of existence compared to previous finds. The girl with short hair, rubbing her hands together uncertainly, mentions a hidden treasure prepared for special circumstances, as if about to reveal an important secret. The woman with purple curls raises her eyebrows in surprise and interjects about the treasure in disbelief, clearly doubting its significance or existence. The three listeners look puzzled and look at each other as if trying to make sense of what they've heard. And then the guy with the golden hair confirms that they found the lab thanks to the youngest member. The young priestess, striding confidently forward, leads the others through the dense thickets as if sensing an invisible thread leading to a hidden place. And her determination is admirable. The inn, surrounded by a deserted square, looms in the spotlight as the man discreetly warns the others of the possible consequences of their failure and the need to rest before the long journey. The red-haired girl flashes a bright indignation, interrupting the older man's words, and declares with unwavering determination that she intends to give her best in training, despite the warnings. The man and the violet-haired companion exchange glances, acknowledging his companion's firm determination and, without further objection, only admonishing her to be careful and try her best. The previously mentioned priestess walks ahead of the group through the dense forest, and her determined posture and confident movements elicit approving comments about her intuition and flair. A general discussion leads some participants to start talking about possible risks, mentioning spending and setbacks, but quickly decide to prepare for the journey. The red-haired girl fiercely insists on continuing her training, despite the advice to rest before heading out, her gaze determined to push herself to the limit. The protagonist, as he watches, ponders the night ahead and next steps, mentioning that even a gentler approach to training will still remain a challenge. Footsteps interrupt the silence of the wooden floor as one of the parties suddenly approaches, causing the auburn-haired girl to turn around in surprise. A woman with purple strands carrying a man on her shoulder notices the arrival of her interlocutor, dismissing with a smile a remark about the late hour and the need for treatment. A girl in white, smiling awkwardly, tries to explain her presence, while a man nearby watches bewildered. The woman assures everyone with a soft grin that the workout wasn't too hard, and assures them that there will be plenty of rest for recovery the next day. The girl with short hair smiles uncertainly and agrees to leave, as if trying to avoid an uncomfortable conversation, though her movements betray confusion. The Shadow Queen leans closer with a slight sneer in her voice, asking to stay and talk, as if unwilling to let go of her interlocutor so soon. She continues with a soft smile, apologizing for the past incident, admitting that she surprised the girl with her behavior, but assuring that she understands everything and holds no grudges. Her words, spoken with feigned kindness, make the girl freeze in uncertainty, as if she were being reassured of a non-existent safety, which confuses her even more. The girl rushes away in a panic, running away at an unexpected speed, while another member of the group watches her with an expression of surprise and slight mockery. The guy with dark hair notices the hasty departure and quietly observes, as if trying to comprehend what is happening, but not interfering in the situation. The room falls into silence as the two figures step inside, their footsteps rumbling across the deserted wooden floor with a wary atmosphere. The man in the white shirt frowns and speaks thoughtful words, promising to look into it later and listen to the details of what just happened between the band members. A guy in a red raincoat squints against the light and enjoys the clear morning, noting for himself the pleasant weather and the unexpected feeling of vigor after yesterday. He slowly raises his gaze to the sky, where the bright sun illuminates the village square, and a light breeze brings the fresh smell of grass and wood from the nearby forest. His thoughts are filled with wonder at how rare, quiet moments can give a sense of simple happiness, making him forget the worries and difficulties ahead. A slight smile flickers across his face as he stands motionless, as if immersed in his thoughts, not noticing his surroundings or what is happening around him. The blue-haired girl greets Soo-hyun, pointing out the lovely weather, which is perfect for further travel and new discoveries. Sprawling landscapes spread out beyond the village, where mills and verdant hills fill the eye with tranquility, disturbed only by thoughts of the dangers ahead. The white-hooded girl smiles, and her companion pulls herself up briskly, as if shedding the remnants of sleep and preparing for the long journey with the others. Soo-hyun looks at his team with a slight smile, noting how they've changed since they first met, having already crossed the invisible line of rookies. One of the warriors swings his spear confidently, demonstrating the strength and accuracy of his strike, but his carelessness is clearly displeasing to his red-haired companion. Taking advantage of the momentary respite, the other three members of the group finalize their preparations, cheerfully reporting that they have tidied up the room and are ready to travel. The team leader announces a brief briefing before the hike begins, emphasizing the importance of cohesion and clear roles in their extended team. One of the golden-haired fighters assumes a confident pose and learns from the leader about his responsibility as the group's primary shield. The commander averts his gaze to An Seol, reminding her that her role as a priestess is important to maintain a center where she can better assist her allies at a critical moment. He points to Vivian, Young Ha-young, and Shin Sang-young, saying that their job is to surround the center with a triangle and cover Seol from possible attacks from different directions. The fighter then shifts her gaze to Ko Yeon-ju, emphasizing that she is tasked with protecting the center and watching over the safety of the entire group, her strength and experience unquestionable. The leader of the caravan interrupts, noticing the raised hand and frowning his eyebrows, realizes that someone on the team is trying to draw his attention to something important that needs immediate discussion. The red-haired girl raises her hand with a confident expression, asking for the opportunity to act freely, her gaze imbued with determination and readiness for any challenge. Soo-hyun looks at her in surprise, his eyes narrowing in incomprehension as he ponders what she said, and silence hangs in the air between them. After a pause, the commander agrees on the condition that all of the redhead's actions are pre-approved by him, and his tone remains strictly businesslike. She is enthusiastically excited, shining with determination and promising to give her best while the others prepare for the upcoming trek. Soo-hyun's gaze reads tiredness and boredom as he notices the locals, furtively watching their group, whispering quietly amongst themselves. His thoughts are interrupted by the reasoning that most people here are inexperienced users with limited skills who still have a lot to learn. The memory suddenly transports him back to a time when every morning he watched with envy the better-equipped fighters who set out on campaigns with confidence and determination. Now he was facing his own squad, united, strong, and ready to go on, inspiring a sense of inevitability of the journey ahead. Soo-hyun watches his companions with a slight chuckle, feeling proud of their progress and the skill they have gained through their combined efforts. The excitement and anticipation of the first major trek overflows into the hearts of the team, making their eyes glow with determination and readiness for any challenge. Improved skills, reliable equipment, and confidence unite this group, which now looks like a cohesive and unwavering squad. They each feel the stares of those around them, but instead of anxiety, it only adds to the confidence in the rightness of their journey, which begins right now. The commander's eyes glittered with cold fire, and his expression changed to one of fierce determination, as if he could already see the trials that would befall them. Three companions appear before him, whose progress is noticeable, but they are still too inexperienced and naive for the brutal conditions of the Hell Valley. He realizes that a direct warning won't change their confidence, and decides to throw them into a situation where only reality will show their limits. Looking up from the map, the leader points the way, urging everyone to pay attention to the route ahead, where a real challenge awaits them. The commander holding the map points the others to the target ahead, his gaze focused and calm, not betraying the underlying seriousness of his intentions. Sprawled out on the grass, the group listens to his instructions, looking in the direction the path leads and assessing the magnitude of the task ahead. A dry and confident voice explains that there is a mountain ahead of them, towering above the horizon, casting shadows over the dense forest at the base. The girl with red hair gazes up at the top, hesitantly interjecting as if she doesn't fully believe the magnitude of the challenge ahead. Under the thick golden light of sunset, the curly branches of trees shade the rocky terrain as the group prepares to cross the challenging and intimidating trail. The mottled rooftops of major cities fill the horizon, creating a contrast to the small zones that the participants of this expedition were previously accustomed to living in. The dark-haired girl, doubting the necessity of crossing the mountain, confidently explains that a direct route would take the same amount of time and save her from wasting energy. Gloomy reflections of the long route are reflected on her face, and words about the team's endurance emphasize caution and care for each member of the group. The protagonist, with a slight smirk on his face, reflects on the predictability of the situation and the fact that such issues are no longer new to him, as if he had long ago prepared for such a development. Attention shifts to possible ruins that may come across the squad's path, serving as a backup should their primary objective prove unattainable, though it will take time. The huge mountain range, consisting of 3 peaks, seems almost insurmountable, but the hero encourages everyone to maintain his pace and remain vigilant due to the high probability of encounters with monsters. The mention of a forced march causes a brief pause in the group, which involuntarily reflects a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty at the upcoming challenge that lies ahead of them. The boys look dumbfounded at the leader, as if they didn't fully believe his words. The slight smirk on the leader's face reflects his confidence as he promises to conduct the expedition differently, setting an example for the others and emphasizing his ambition. An Hyun listens intently to the words as he prepares for his new assignments, his determination evident in his light brown eyes, which instantly adds seriousness to the whole situation. The red-haired partner with the burning gaze quickly takes instructions, nodding in agreement, her steadfastness and fighting attitude standing out noticeably against the calm landscape. The panorama of majestic mountains ahead is filled with a sense of an approaching challenge, where every step will be crucial to the success of their trek into uncharted lands. An Hyun's face is contorted with fatigue, and his breathing is hitched from walking fast while drops of sweat drip down his temples, giving away the accumulated exhaustion. An Seal follows, her legs already trembling from exertion, and her gaze frozen in the void as if she were struggling with the weight of the journey. The red-haired girl paced behind, barely raising her head, her face covered in sweat and her breathing ragged, betraying utter exhaustion from the long march. Ahead, the group continued up the rocky trail, where every step echoed heavily, and each one seemed to be pulling their fatigue and endurance to the limit. After an hour of grueling climbing, the guy with the golden hair can barely stay on his feet, his breathing hitched and his face contorted with fatigue and helplessness. The guy's sister lowers her head, gulping air tiredly with her mouth, and her movements seem unsure and slowed from accumulated fatigue. Yujun tries to keep her composure, but her intermittent breathing and drops of sweat on her face give away the limits of her endurance, which she has almost overcome. Behind everyone else, Soo Hyun confidently continues his march, and the others, unable to stand it, ask for at least a small respite, barely keeping up with his steps. Soo Hyun, keeping his cool, walks forward while his companions try their best to keep up, struggling to maintain a fast pace. The purple-haired girl catches up with him and addresses him in a disgruntled tone, pointing out the exhausting speed. But her argument finds no understanding from the leader of the group. Behind them, the 3 mages, including the girl with short blue hair, continue to move with a steady stride, their calmness standing out against the general fatigue of the rest of the participants. Soo Hyun's words about being able to endure such hardships sound stern, and his back hidden by the scarlet cloak seems to emphasize the huge difference between him and the others. The girl with purple strands covered her mouth with her hand and smilingly rebuked the leader for his strict approach, recalling his past defense of the team in other situations. The open plain is visible ahead, and the group slackens their pace and heads for the new section of trail, exclaiming with joy at the relief and the opportunity to move on. One of the mages, wistfully noting the drawn-out march, remarks that they have never encountered a single monster in 3 days, suggesting that the reason is the high speed of travel. A visualization of the strategic approach shows how the squad deliberately avoids encounters with creatures along the way, using detour routes to reach the objective as quickly as possible. In the shadows of the trees, 2 voices sound a slight note of weariness as they discuss the unexpected luck of the caravan and the tranquility of their journey, almost mocking the silence. Monkey-like monsters with thick fur and fierce red eyes suddenly burst out of the depths of the forest, their movements swift and threatening. The team is instantly on alert, acting on the leader's instructions, their footsteps echoing with a rhythmic stomping on the ground in anticipation of the fight. Yujun confidently rushes forward with a wide smile on her face, her actions free and easy, as if she was enjoying the battle without hiding her sincere enthusiasm. The group makes steady progress along the trail when an alarming rumble comes from deep within the forest, from behind the dense thickets ahead, hinting at an impending threat. The leader's gaze becomes somber and focused as he assesses the situation around him, deciding to test the abilities of his companions, who are already preparing for battle. The others are alert, their movements becoming crisp and fine-tuned. Everyone keeps their weapons at the ready, and confidence is felt in every step despite the growing tension. Huge, hairy creatures burst from behind the trees with wild growls, their scarlet eyes glinting in the darkness and their sharp claws threatening to tear everything in their path, forcing the companions to brace themselves and join the fight. The huge ape rushes forward with a wild roar, its burning eyes and bared fangs making it look truly terrifying. as if a primordial beast has awakened in it. The next instant, there is the crunch of impact, and the primate's body rolls to the ground, leaving a trail of purple splatter behind it as its roaring voice fades into the silence of the forest. The figure in the red cloak remains calm and still, his gaze sliding over the remaining monkeys who are ready to descend upon the squad with renewed fury. The violet-haired woman smirks, twirling her dagger carelessly in her hand, as if what's happening doesn't bother her in the slightest, but only increases the excitement. The two monkeys rushed forward with fury, their red eyes glinting in the semi-darkness of the forest, and their mouths emitting a piercing roar that filled the space around them. Several hairy beasts leapt with incredible force, raising clubs of dust and tearing up the ground with their paws, as if trying to surround the group on the run. One of the mages signals the companions to activate a joint spell with a confident command, with the defender tensing up, preparing to attack and cover his comrades. Yujun, without waiting for a command, rushes out of her seat and rushes towards the enemies, her bright red hair fluttering and her movements full of determination and fearlessness, despite the approaching threat. The red-haired girl strikes the creature in an abrupt motion, deftly using her flexibility and precision for a deadly attack, causing her opponent to lose his balance. The blade pierces the flesh of the creature, a shrill screech is heard, and the bloody mark on the weapon confirms the accuracy of the strike, increasing the atmosphere of rage and desperation of the enemy. The sharp coloring of the scene is replaced by splashes of scarlet blood, which, splashing, creates a sense of chaos and ruthlessness, emphasizing the inexorability of the battle. The other beasts, their faces twisted with rage, roared menacingly and rushed forward, their eyes bloodshot and their screams turning into a wild chorus that flooded the forest with menace. The giant creature falls to the ground with savage force, its chest turning into a bloody mass as the girl deftly lands, ready for her next move. The fury in her gaze burns with golden fire. Every feature of her face becomes tense, and her breathing deep and focused on the coming enemy. Behind her back, an ominous shadow rises like the personification of death, looming over yet another victim that just manages to make its presence felt. A dark, piercing shadow pierces through the enemy, swallowing him into the abyss, leaving behind only clots of blood and a lifeless body collapsing to the ground. A girl with fiery red hair stands confidently in the middle of her surroundings, while ominous shadows burst through the ground around her, tearing the attacking monsters apart in a bloody whirlwind. Her blade soars upward, leaving a dark trail in the air and slicing one of the monsters in half, and her gaze is full of cold, determined calm. A little to the side, observers watch with a smile, noting the unexpected confidence and skill of their young companion. The girl's fingers clutch the bloody whip, her tight grip expressing her willingness to continue the fight despite her fatigue and the surrounding danger. The girl dodges the throw of one of the creatures at the last moment and, resting her hand on the ground, pushes back with force, avoiding the impact, spraying a trail of blood all around. Her bright yellow eyes are full of determination, and her bright red hair flutters in the air, reflecting the flickering light, while her attention remains focused on her opponents. There is a scrambling sound beneath her feet as she springs from the ground, spinning two blades in her hand, emitting a purple glow as if feeding off the spilled blood on the battlefield. The martial attitude in her appearance becomes frighteningly graceful as the two swords move with incredible precision, leaving scarlet arcs in the air like dancing tongues of flame. Li Yujun dodges the massive paws of the creatures with lightning speed, her blades cleaving the air, leaving a trail of blood in a swift motion that startles even her enemies. The girl's eyes blaze with a bright golden light. Her concentration reaches its limit, and her movements become precise and ruthless, like a predator on the hunt. One of the monsters collapses to the ground, its body spewing blood in a final convulsive moment as the tip of the blade rips through its flesh and interrupts its furious roar. Surrounded by a red flash, the warrior turns sharply, describing a glowing semicircle with her two swords that blows away the nearest enemies, leaving behind chaos and a bloody mist. Yujun instantly dodges the beast's massive strike, her movements quick and precise, as if honed by years of training and deadly battles. The formidable creature approaches with a snarl, its jaws distorted with rage, but the red-haired warrior's gaze remains as cold and sure as the steel of her blades. Sense and reflexes save her from a fatal blow as she backs away, picking up her pace again and preparing for the next attack, clenching her weapon to white knuckles. With a quick and powerful jerk, the girl flies into the air, delivering a crushing blow, and the light of her guns cuts through the red haze, leaving the monster only a moment before its imminent demise. Hanseol calls her friend's name in panic, her voice trembling with anxiety, and her gaze clinging to the battle, where the fiery red-haired figure fights the monsters alone. With a loud rumble, the Blade Girl's body falls to the ground. She clearly didn't expect such a fall. Yujun turns around, her breathing is intermittent, but the determination on her face makes it impossible to doubt her intentions, and her hand grips the blade tightly, preparing for her next move. Soo-hyun remains calm, his lips stretching into a barely perceptible smile as the mages behind him complete the formation of the spell, surrounded by a glow of energy. Sanyeon and his partner complete the ritual, their voices sounding coherent, and magical power raises a breeze ready to crush their enemies and help them advance in the unequal battle. The air around them explodes with a flood of water and light, forming a glittering barrier that surrounds the ape-like creatures with force, preventing them from escaping. The beasts lash out in rage and panic against the magical stream, their muffled thumps and screams filling the space, and waves of water crashing against their fleshy bodies. The girl with blue hair coldly and concentratingly draws her staff out in front of her, the ice spell taking shape, accumulating power and preparing for a deadly strike. A blinding wave of ice shards rushes forward, covering everything around with a frosty shroud and turning opponents into frozen statues of ice. Yujun waves it off irritably, facing the reluctance of her companion, whose voice sounds indifferent, but whose gaze remains focused and confident, as if the memorized answer is familiar. The red-haired girl curls her lips in a slight sneer and nods, directing her attention to the wounded monster ahead, which growls viciously and moves slowly through the bloody ground. The dim light of night illuminates the leader of the group, who, after a slight hesitation, rises from the ground, preparing to change the night watch, his gaze remaining focused and attentive. One of the mages leisurely interrupts the spell and approaches the fortified camp, the faint light of the stars shining through the leaves of the trees against the dim night sky. The darkness of night envelops the camp as the golden-haired mage finishes his report of calm and no threats, his voice calm but wary. The leader of the group nods silently, adjusting his cloak tiredly, before handing over the watch and heading confidently towards his resting place under the starry sky. The guard's footsteps slowly dissolve into the night, leaving behind the faint crunch of grass, and his figure blends into the thick shadow of the trees around him. Moonlight breaks through the branches, illuminating the pensive face of the protector, who stops and scrutinizes the darkness of the forest, preparing for any surprise. A black sky with a scarlet horizon heralds the beginning of a new day, and the silence all around is broken only by the occasional rustle, a testament to the safety of the area. The group leader stares intently at the map, mentally noting the distance traveled and marveling at the fast pace of their progress along the trail. Reflections on the unnatural ease of the current journey are questionable, causing him to wonder about possible traps ahead and the reasons for this anomaly. His gaze involuntarily stops on the hand clenched into a fist as he begins to discern the big picture of what's going on, anticipating something ominous. Under the purple sunset, the hero examines the horizon with concentration, making sure there are no monsters, and feels an unsettling calm overtake his thoughts. He continues on his way, noting in his mind that the distance traveled exceeds expectations and reflects on the unaccustomedly fast pace of their march through dangerous lands. His inner turmoil intensifies when he notices that everything is going too smoothly, as if fate has decided to give him a temporary respite before a new challenge. Gathering his thoughts, he looks up confidently, deciding that through careful preparation, he will be able to overcome any troubles that come his way. The black, unwieldy blocks are cracked by lightning bolts, which pierce the ground with frightening force and explode in glowing arcs between the stones. A creature with scarlet paws and a multitude of emerald eyes appears amid bright flashes. It growls shrilly, as if preparing to attack at the command of an unseen leader. The sky is colored in bright orange and purple hues, heralding the imminent dawn, which for a moment turns the surrounding landscape into a fiery picture. An exhausted group of warriors halt after a long battle, their figures trembling with fatigue, and each look as if silently thankful for a brief respite in the harsh mountains. Warmed by the orange sunset, Soo-hyun's silhouette gazes pensively into the distance, pondering the unexpected difficulties of the journey and the frequency of encounters with monsters in the mountains. The rays of the setting sun color the grass a golden hue as he evaluates his options. Camp here, or speed up to walk a little farther before nightfall. Turning around at the call, Soo-hyun notices the warm but insistent gaze of the one who caught his attention. waiting for his reaction to something important. A girl with long purple hair and a soft smile stands next to him, keeping a close eye on his mood, her confident demeanor contrasting with the general tension. One of the team members reports that they have traveled most of the way, pensively looking at the map against the backdrop of a scarlet sunset, casting the sky in bright hues. A slight perplexity hangs in the air as one of the red-haired companions ponders the news, subtly shaking his head and raising his gaze thoughtfully. A tall girl with dark long strands, not hiding a sly intention, approaches her companion in a red cloak and says something important, lowering her voice. The guy turns around with slight surprise and incomprehension in his eyes, clearly not expecting such a move, but showing no apparent concern in response to her hint. Her gaze remained cold and mocking, as if the words about the tale were not a joke, but a shrewd hint at the companion's excessive affection for their leader. The boy's face froze for a moment, and his dark eyes reflected a mixture of tension and fatigue as he tried to comprehend what had been said and keep control of his emotions. The man still caught her words without looking away from the map, but his expression remained indifferent, as if the news of the pursuit was something expected and unimportant. Mentally weighing the situation, he finally took her hint, linking the speculation to the group of strangers that had been following them since as far back as the distant city, and realizing that someone was closely watching their every move. The smile on Ko Yeonju's face didn't bode well. Her question sounded with a faint note of irony, causing Soo-hyun's gaze to darken in obvious annoyance. The boy looked at his companion silently, his eyes narrowed as if trying to calculate his next move and understand the meaning of her words. The woman, as if nothing had happened, continued to explain the situation, mentioning the pursuers that had followed them uninterruptedly from Moyle itself, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Soo-hyun frowned as he scrolled through what he heard in his head, realizing that the group behind had rare tracking skills that left traces almost invisible to ordinary eyes. Ko Yeonju confidently recalls her ability, mentioning with a slight chuckle that the shadows she's attached give her absolute control over the situation from the beginning of the trek. Soo-hyun realizes the hidden meaning behind her words, realizing that she's waiting for a clear decision about the pursuers to warn of their possible approach or eliminate their threat. His musings center on two possible groups stalking the squad. He views them as skillful users, or simple vagabonds trying to capitalize on their route. The atmosphere fills with tension as the girl expresses doubt that the enemies will dare to approach, but suggests they break camp, reasoning about their group's numerical advantage and the enemy's caution. The hero cold-bloodedly offers to make camp, intending to personally deal with his pursuers if they dare not show themselves. Ko Youngju looks at her companion with a slight smile, but there is doubt in her voice as to whether the rest of the caravan should remain in the dark. A little further away, a group of people are minding their own business, and in the center stands out a red-haired girl who seems particularly wary. The woman asks what she will be assigned to do in case of danger, and is told that her task is to stay in the camp to prevent a possible ambush by the enemy. The dark-haired girl smiles with enigmatic confidence, her gaze piercing the space as if knowing more than she can assume, making her interlocutor wary. They continue forward on the trail, and the golden rays of sunset glide across their figures, her words sounding like a warning, calling attention to the hidden threats around them. Finally, she picks up on the change in her companion's mood, pointing out the rare smile that has fallen off his face for the first time during their trek, causing him to look at her in incomprehension. The dark-haired young man freezes, his fingers barely touching her chin, while his mind frantically tries to comprehend her observation and his own reaction to it. The setting sky loses its last rays of light as the group busily assigns duties for the upcoming patrol, taking new precautions. One companion raises the need for change, wondering why there used to be one person on duty at a time and there were no problems. The group's leader confidently explains that the numbers allow for stronger defenses, highlighting the risks associated with limited visibility among the trees. Gradually, everyone agrees to the suggestion of patrolling in pairs, realizing that this option will provide more security for the camp and everyone. The team rallies for the important task at hand, each preparing for the battle ahead, surrounded by the gloom of the forest and the light of the campfire piercing the thick darkness. Sol turns around feeling strangely uneasy, her gaze sliding over the shadows, but she doesn't notice anything in particular, leaving a look of slight worry on her face. The girl with red hair looks around tensely, sensing an invisible presence, but she puts it down to fatigue and continues to stand where she is, holding the staff. Suddenly, a huge bat bursts out of the shadows, lunging at her with a piercing screech, causing the girl to shriek in panic and swing her weapon in an attempt to defend herself. The dark forest hides the group in the shadows of the foliage, as their leader gives the command to begin preparations. And all participants proceed to assign tasks without delay. The girl with red hair turns around for a moment, sensing something strange behind her back, but sees only emptiness and the muted flicker of a distant light. A heightened sense of unease never leaves her, forcing her to peer into the dark bushes where a barely perceptible noise seems to her something sinister and unkind. The sudden sweep of giant wings overhead and the shadow falling from the sky startle her, and she instinctively raises her weapon, shrieking in surprise. Pondering the possible presence of pursuers, the dark-haired man figures out their reaction if he moved too far from camp and left the group unprotected. Leaving the parking lot, Soo-hyun heads into the dark depths of the forest, cautiously checking every step and remaining vigilant in this unsettling silence. The forest path stretches without end. Every rustle of leaves causes a slight tension, but the traveler continues to move forward, listening carefully to his surroundings. Doubts do not give rest. The swordsman is not sure whether they are following him, but a premonition makes him keep up the pace and check the neighborhood with a glance. Surprised by the silence and lack of response to his maneuvers, the dark-haired guy begins to think about pretending, as if he's accidentally lost, to call his opponent to the surface. Realizing he doesn't need any additional abilities or detectors, the seasoned warrior deliberately decides to play along, waiting for the enemy to finally reveal himself. An unexpected noise from the bushes interrupts his thoughts, and suddenly a giant bat bursts out of the shadows, rushing towards him. The sudden change of scenery makes him wary, his muscles tense and his gaze fixed on the flying creature, preparing for an imminent collision. The creature proves to be too fast, and it swiftly approaches, flying straight at him, leaving him only a moment to react and defend himself. The bat swoops so close that it claws him, causing him to become indignant, and he breaks down into swearing, cursing the unexpected attack. Wasting no time, the man in the red cloak swings his weapon, attempting to finish off the annoying creature and demonstrate his strength in one motion. The blow goes wasted as the mouse deftly dodges, leaving him confused and fueling his growing irritation at the failure. The thought of someone controlling and watching this creature makes him even more wary, expecting a real opponent to appear. The unpleasant realization that he has clearly been underestimated by playing such a cheap trick causes anger, because he is not who he may have been thought to be. Having decided to play by other people's rules, the young man now feels disgusted by his own weakness and growing rage at the bullying situation. A second swing of the sword follows the creature with renewed vigor, the determination to end this petty irritant turning into an almost pointless obsession. Holding his breath, the man watches the result of his attack, not fully realizing how successful the blow was and who could have played with him in such a humiliating way. The bat slips away into the darkness, and the hero, unable to contain himself, comically rushes after it, as if hoping to capture the elusive shadow in midair. Anger and haste drive him to continue his pursuit, cursing as he goes and losing patience with his inability to catch up with his annoying foe. Suddenly, the path ends in a dead end, and the guy freezes, realizing that he's been cornered, and his opponent may have just been taunting him all along. Peering into the darkness, the traveler tries to make out exactly where the ambush lurks, wary of every shadow and listening to the slightest rustle so as not to miss the danger. A sudden sharp sound pierces the silence of the forest, causing him to flinch and shift his full attention to the source of the noise, preparing for a possible threat. His gaze races around, trying to determine the direction of the strange noise that doesn't fit the tranquility of the night forest and makes him uneasy. The leader of the caravan cautiously reaches out and shifts the thick foliage that hides what is happening, as if preparing to face something unexpected behind that barrier. His eyes scrutinized what appeared before him. The view was not pleasant. Something unnatural was happening deep in the forest, and it caught his attention. In front of him, a man roughly holds the girl down, threatening her, and her helpless state and fear clearly show that the situation is dangerous and requires intervention. Noticing his presence, the hostage with a pleading voice urges him to flee and not to interfere, as if realizing that help is nowhere to be expected. The man directs his gaze toward him with a smirk and an arrogant tone, mockingly wondering who even dares to show up here uninvited. He is struck by this picture, a night forest, a deserted place, and suddenly strangers doing something wrong, as if hiding their true intentions. Turning on his third eye, he quickly assesses the strength of his opponents and realizes that the players in front of him are ordinary players who don't stand out and are clearly not worth his time. The annoyed bandit examines him, glaring defiantly, demanding an answer as to how long he had been watching them and what he needed here. Without losing his composure, he replies briefly that he has only recently appeared here and asks what exactly is going on in this place at this late hour. One of the men, distinguished by his green hair, intervenes in the conversation, trying to calm his companion and coaxing him to lower his weapon. The girl, despite her fear and position, breaks down into a scream, warning her accidental rescuer that the vagrant's minions are around. Her words are interrupted by a rough tug and a shout, after which the aggressor abuses her, clearly not intending to tolerate her stubbornness. Looking at the brutality of what is happening, he finally decides that he no longer intends to stand by, and his patience comes to an end. Grabbing his sword, he takes a fighting stance, intent on eliminating the threat, leaving these bandits no chance to continue their violence. The enemy, noticing his determination, hastens to declare that a fight was not in their plans at all, and they had no intention of engaging. His words cause bewilderment. Where did this man get information about his comrades? The answer is that enough is known about them. He insists on an explanation and demands to know how they know details about the caravan and their movements through the forest. In response, the man claims that he learned everything from the group that was following the caravan, and the girl he is holding belongs to it too. Surprise ran through him. Was their caravan really under surveillance? And had their actions been under control all this time? The dark-clothed bandit adds with confidence that their group was only after the others following the caravan, calling themselves saviors of sorts. This answer makes him doubtful and indignant, making him demand an explanation as to why it was necessary to spy on them and set up such a ridiculous situation. In an effort to avoid unnecessary conflict, he suggests compromise. Stay out of each other's way and separate, allowing each side to achieve their goals. His words are cut short by the desperate cry of a girl who pleads not to believe the bandit, for they have attacked her caravan and are not trustworthy. The enraged thug kicks her hard and tells her to shut up, clearly showing that his patience is wearing thin and any objections will be forcefully suppressed. He realizes wistfully that the situation is turning into a ridiculous farce, and realizes that he has intervened in someone else's absurd comedy that must end. Determination fills him. It's time to put an end to this ridiculous situation, to stop this pointless argument and regain control of what's happening. The character irritably demands an end to the bullying and manipulation, showing his intention to deal with the situation in the strongest possible terms. Citing experience from the academy, he emphasizes that compromises with vagrants always lead to bad consequences and do not bode well. The man with dark green hair says with a chuckle that such stubborn determination is only characteristic of those who consider themselves Year Zero users. Meanwhile, the enemy ponders how misjudged the rogues are about his caravan, mistaking them for weaklings and inexperienced newcomers. His distrust of the stranger grows, and he does not try to dissuade the young man, silently agreeing to fight if he wants to. Suddenly, from behind, the blonde-haired girl makes a lightning-fast dash at the enemy, seizing the initiative and putting him in an awkward position. Thanks to her maneuver, she manages to knock him to the ground and deftly snatch his sword, depriving her opponent of his only chance to resist. The stunned drifter can't believe he's so easily outsmarted and driven into a situation that's hard to get out of. The resulting scene looks strange, the enemy lying helplessly between the opponents, and the tension in the air is growing by the second. The hero prepares to overpower the enemy with cold determination, leaving him no chance of escape or renewed combat. The blonde-haired stranger remains confident as well, standing by her side and displaying combat readiness as if everything is going according to her plan. Once trapped, the man becomes nervous. His hands shake, and the tension makes him consider escaping. Unable to withstand the pressure, he makes a desperate dash and dashes into the forest, trying to escape a threat that is clearly stronger than he is. The traveler in red, without hesitation, prepares to rush after, intending to catch the enemy, but he is suddenly stopped by his companion. The girl insists that the chase cannot be trusted, for it may well be a well-thought-out trap set by enemies. Her warning is thought-provoking, and the hero realizes that his adversaries may be counting on luring him to a disadvantage. All his ideas about his enemies' plans begin to change, as their tactics seem far more cunning and sophisticated than he realized. The girl begins to explain that their group was supposedly following the caravan because of the valuable equipment that caught their attention. She tells how their troop pursued them for several days, but then encountered vagrants, who killed all of her comrades. Listening carefully, the hero notices that there are too many elaborate details in her story, even though he didn't even ask questions. Inner suspicion flares up that this is all part of an elaborate plan where lies are disguised as truth to deceive him. He ponders that if he were really a Year Zero user, he would certainly believe such a cheaply played-out drama. His confidence grows, for he realizes that his enemies have made a mistake in relying too heavily on his weak acting. The hero thinks their story could have been more compelling, like about a surprise attack or escaping from a trap somewhere nearby. The blonde-haired girl looks at him, barely holding back tears, as if realizing that her lies will soon be exposed. She thanks him for saving her and asks for his protection, hoping her pleas will make him relent and take her with him. The hero is confused, not knowing how to respond to such a desperate request, but tries to keep his calm and clear mind. The girl continues to complain, claiming that the vagrants will return and she wants revenge, and is afraid to be alone in the forest at night. He realizes that her true goal is to infiltrate the caravan and gain trust in order to do harm from within, which irritates him. The hero refuses, but she persists in persuading him, telling him of the monsters, dangers, and imminent doom in this forest. While she's trying to get her price up, the hero thinks someone is watching them, preparing to attack at any moment. He decides to lure his opponents out of hiding by devising his own plan to end this ridiculous game once and for all. The girl begs again to take her along, taking the situation to the point of absurdity, almost crying with despair and fear. The hero is amazed by her willingness to do anything and gets even angrier, realizing that her enemies use the dirtiest tricks to achieve their goal. He ponders how best to end this confrontation while getting the observers to open up and come out into the light. The caravan leader sarcastically remarks that she won't need the information, but she can offer something else in return. The girl's gaze fills with fear and understanding, for she understands perfectly well what his cold and contemptuous tone is implying. The realization that she has nothing but her own body drives her to her limits, forcing her to agree to desperate moves. Clenching her will into a fist, she declares that she is willing to do anything to survive and get at least minimal protection. The hero is shocked at what is happening and quickly stops her, emphasizing that she has misunderstood him and is humiliating herself so in vain. He abruptly cuts off her desperate pleas, showing that he's not going to play by the rules imposed by this messy situation. The girl raises her gaze, which reads question and confusion at his not accepting her offer. The man silently grabs her hand, moving closer and leaning in to whisper something in her ear. His words come as a surprise, followed by the sharp sound of tearing flesh filling the silence of the night forest. Blood spatters flying in different directions, instantly coloring the ground and the air around them with a scarlet hue of horror. The girl stares in a daze at her hands, which have been torn off in one powerful motion, and bloody drops dripping down her fingers. Her scream of pain pierces the night, filling the space with despair and horror, for which no explanation can be found. The severed arms fall to the cold ground with a thud, leaving behind only a trail of blood and agony. A man appears from the bushes who had been watching the whole time and now comes out of hiding. The girl, covered in blood and pain, screams, calling her comrade by name and begging for help, almost losing consciousness. The hero inwardly chuckles. He was sure that it was all a setup and that the enemies were just waiting for the right moment. The tramp returns to the stage, looking surprised and furious at the hero, not realizing how the situation got out of hand. The stranger who grabbed her screams, demanding an explanation of what is going on and why it was necessary to bring things to such a brutal point. The hero replies that he decided to execute the girl for following his caravan and being part of the plot against them. In agony, the girl continues to scream in pain, once again calling out her associate by name, hoping he will come to her aid. The stranger threatens the hero, but the latter notices the inconsistency in his words, since he himself had previously warned of a possible threat from the girl. The tramp screams with fear and horror at the sight of his lover's torn body. He is unable to contain his emotions. A cold gaze under the light of the moon pierces the space, while the frightened figure is clenched in a dead grip and unable to even move, holding its breath. Screams break the silence as a weak voice tries in vain to break through the convulsive sobs, the despair in every sound mixed with a red glow that burns the sight. Fright stiffens the observer, his eyes fixed on what is happening, his heart skipping a beat as a familiar name bursts from his lips, escalating the tension and misunderstanding. A dark figure with an indifferent expression, illuminated by a scarlet background, towers over the victim, and the blade in his hand glistens ominously, promising an imminent end. A silhouette in dark clothing stands over the lifeless body, coldly throwing something on the ground, accompanying the actions with emotionless words imbued with cruelty. Crimson light floods the space and gazes meet, the man's wide-open eyes full of horror, beginning to tremble with the realization of what is happening. A chilling scream erupts from deep within, breaking into a hysterical shriek as terror and rage overwhelm the mind, bursting out through breathless curses. The warrior standing to the side silently adjusts his weapon, his calm gaze and cold movements contrasting with the chaos gradually filling the space around him. In the center of the forest wasteland, Soo-hyun stands surrounded by hostile figures, his calm posture contrasting with the scattered bodies and anxious stares of his opponents. His gaze coldly glides over the number of those left behind, noting their numbers and weaknesses, like a final calculation before a decisive blow, where confidence is replaced by a detached indifference. One of the enemies breaks down in a scream, accusing the leader of the enemy caravan of killing his comrade, and nervousness grips their ranks. Under the mask of a smile, one of the opponents inspires false confidence in his men, urging them to judiciously decide the lad's fate, while the anticipation of an imminent clash thickens around them. The words of one of his adversaries drip with hatred and self-righteousness, as he points out the calculated ploy with disdain, not hiding his surprise at the swordsman's foreseen actions. Hostile faces curve in annoyance and cruel intentions as they discuss how to deal with him and his companions, giving away their bloodthirsty plans and causing oppressive tension. The leader of the enemy group is overly smug, promising to capture his opponent. But his confidence is more like a false challenge, coming across as silent and indifferent. Breaking down into a furious scream, one of the fighters loses his temper in a display of personal hatred, which only emphasizes the growing tension and his willingness to act at any cost. One of the opponents tries to calm his enraged comrade, his voice sounding cold and calculating as he proposes an agonizing plan of revenge that reeks of brutality. His words are laced with the enjoyment of future torture, where each of the young man's friends must witness the atrocities, turning their desperation into a weapon to suppress their wills. Muffled approval of the plan makes an icy dread weave into the atmosphere, and the calm face of one of the enemies only adds to the contrast with the bloody intentions they are discussing. The dark silhouette of the body against the cold landscape symbolizes the inevitability of retribution, and the grim promise of retribution turns the situation into a foreshadowing of a cruel reckoning. Two men, smiling and with disdainful ease, divide their future victims between them, confident of their victory and relishing the grim prospect of their prey. Soo-hyun silently observes their disgusting statements, noting the absurdity of the situation and how their thoughts reflect the lowliness and smugness of weak people. His gaze stops on a figure standing a little further away, when his attention is drawn to a silent archer whose cautious stance and hidden strength betray her experience and danger. Realizing the need to keep her under surveillance, he assesses the situation with cold clarity, noting that the outward calmness hides a potential threat to their group. One of the enemies decides to end the protracted battle with undisguised satisfaction, his hand confidently clutching his weapon, while the hero, calm and unwavering, continues to watch their actions. With a smirk and arrogance, the mercenary leader mocks his opponent's confidence, his words filled with menace and self-assurance that lacks the strength to back it up. In the semi-darkness, the figure gives the signal to attack, her voice sounding soft but with a distinct gloating tone in it as she orders her men to act, only warning against killing. One of the enemies rushes forward with a wild shout, his movements sharp and desperate, but the young man stands motionless, as if anticipating every action of the enemy, waiting for the right moment to respond. The enemy's attack proves haphazard and all too predictable, his rage and impatience turning his movements into chaotic sweeps that are easy to read and non-threatening. Without losing his composure, Soo-hyun notes his recklessness with one cold glance, raising his weapon with a precision that turns his opponent's swing into a meaningless movement. A sharp light pierces the air as his blade catches up with his opponent, and the look of horror and realization on his foe's face freezes before his strength finally leaves his body. Blood flies apart, leaving dark marks on the ground, while Soo-hyun remains standing unwaveringly, his figure in the purple light looking intimidating and undeniably dominant over the defeated enemy. The red cloak flutters imperiously in the wind as the hero's figure towers over the prostrate bodies, plunging his enemies into terror with his ruthless determination. Disturbing footsteps interrupt the droning silence as one of the panic-stricken survivors calls out the name of a fallen comrade, hesitant to approach the scene of carnage. The hooded mage realizes the mistake in desperation, shouting a warning about the enemy's magical weapons, and hastily urges the others to keep their distance to prepare a defense. The light sound of a bowstring being drawn echoed in the shadows, where the archer aimed her arrow with cold determination, preparing to take advantage of the confusion of her enemies. The arrow bursts out of the bow with a fierce whistle, cutting through the air and hurtling toward the target with inexorable speed, like a harbinger of imminent death. The point of the pointing arrow slows a step away from the taut blade, which reflects it nonchalantly and confidently, glinting with cold-blooded precision. The flying projectile finds another victim, piercing the throat of the gaping enemy and causing his body to freeze in horror before it collapses to the ground. The noise of battle dies down for a moment, and the red-cloaked figure turns around, assessing the situation where four enemies who have lost their composure remain. The dark figure with the bow lingers in indecision, while the words of accusation make her cringe. For every shot she's fired so far has been accurate, but the situation is spiraling out of control. The face of the guy with the red cloak remains calm and unperturbed, as if all the chaos around him is not worth paying attention to, and he decides to seize the moment for a decisive blow. The two opponents panic as they try to pull themselves together, brandishing weapons and covering for each other, their confidence fading as they see the enemy approaching with relentless determination. The grim-faced mage creates a bright shield of glittering lightning, while his blue-haired ally tensely peers into the advancing enemy, trying to figure out his next target. The confidence of the mage behind the warrior shines through in his smug smile as sparks from a quickly conjured magical shield fly around. His eyes flash with understanding and caustic contempt as he realizes that the magical barrier is not a cure-all against his elaborate attack. A wave of magical energy floods the battlefield with bright light as the mage and his defender dash forward for a moment, preparing to strike a decisive blow. The man in the cloak, counting on the mage's shield, raises his weapon for a careless swing, not even realizing that his recklessness could cost him his life. With unnatural ease, he slips lightning fast through his opponent's defenses, curving and striking with a sword that glows with a bloody omen of doom. A man confident in his magical shield suddenly realizes that his hope is crumbling along with his defenses as steel slams into his body, piercing flesh and upsetting his balance. The silhouette, frazzled and tense, throws back its weapon, but it's too late. The dark-cloaked figure completes its maneuver in cold blood, leaving a bloody line of shredded enemy. A flash of scarlet color explodes in the air, and the wide-eyed eyes of the loser reflect the inevitable end as he, spitting out his life, falls breathless to the ground. The young man's cold gaze glows with a scarlet gleam as he speaks words of the superiority of his abilities, with a slight chuckle, emphasizing their true power. The cloaked silhouette turns sharply toward his fallen foe, blood dripping down his sword, and the fierce screams of those desperate to fight can be heard all around. One of the foes, seized by rage, rushes forward with a glowing fist, his battle cry breaking the silence, but the enemy's gaze remains icy and calm, the dark silhouette of a young man engulfed in a blood-red glow, like a ghost, watching the futile attack with cold determination, preparing for the next strike. Faced with an unexpected blow, the red-cloaked warrior confidently delivers a swift lunge, piercing through his opponent's defenses, making him realize his helplessness before the precision of the attack. The guy with a face contorted with shock and incomprehension realizes that his protection spell is powerless as blood begins to slowly spread across his clothes and his hands drop in defeat. In the empty silence of the falling body, only the surprised look of the second enemy remains, who has not yet had time to comprehend what is happening, seeing his comrade losing his last strength. The hero, with cold determination, looks around the battlefield, noting the surviving opponents, preparing to finish the job, realizing that only the mage and the gunner remain, lurking among the shadows. A piercing gaze snatches up a figure clad in a dark cloak, exuding a flicker of magical power, and determination is evident in every movement, heralding the beginning of battle. The sorcerer's hands, folded into a magical symbol, emitted a bright light, his eyes blazing with a golden glow, and his concentration on the spell left no room for delay. The air erupts in fiery sparks as the mage creates a spear of raging flame, aiming it straight at the enemy with lightning speed and destructive power. A powerful stream of fiery projectiles pierced the space, shaking the ground. But the figure in the scarlet cloak dodged swiftly, rushing towards the mage through the barrage of flaming blows. Fire brightly illuminated the space around them as the mage, with a focused face, accumulated his energy. His fingers folded into ritualistic gestures, and a hot glow emanated from his body. His eyes flashed with golden light as he cast the spell, and bright spears of flame began to form, gathering the fiery air around him. The mage directed a stream of fiery projectiles forward, merging them into a solid wall of fire, rushing towards the enemy with unrelenting fury, sizzling everything in its path. The protective barrier activated at the last moment. A blast of fire tore through the air, but the flames dissipated against the magical shield, leaving only red-hot flashes and a cloud of sparks. The black-hooded mage laughs smugly, confident in his victory. as he watches the fiery blast engulf the place where the enemy was in a halo of flames and sparks. A cloaked figure emerges from the raging fire, stepping nonchalantly forward, his silhouette surrounded by the light of the glowing air and a swirl of golden particles as if he were invulnerable. The enemy's confidence is replaced by confusion and fear when the screen suddenly displays a message that the combat defenses are fully operational, casting doubt on the outcome of his attack. The red cloak flutters in a fiery haze, and the calm gaze shows that his defenses are flawless, leaving the mage confused and helpless before such an opponent. Displaying system notifications in front of the protagonist's eyes clearly demonstrates how enemy magic undergoes automatic neutralization, and defenses are boosted to a higher level. The mage's confidence wanes when his attacks do no damage, and the realization of his inability to break through the barrier causes him to panic. Disbelief and fear overwhelm the magician as he tries to find an explanation for what is happening, and the hero approaches calmly, as if his footsteps are a symbol of the inevitable end. The crushing silence is interrupted by the mage's words of despair, but the looming figure in the scarlet cloak leaves him no chance of escape or resistance. The hooded man panics as he realizes that his attempted counterattack has failed, and fear stiffens his movements as he frantically tries to figure out what his opponent is about to do. The red-gloved hand clutched the hilt of the sword with cold determination, the metal blade releasing from its sheath with a whoosh, heralding the imminent blow. Blood splatters to the ground, and a loud scream pierces the air as the wounded enemy screams in horrified pain, unable to take his eyes off his own bloody hand. The red-cloaked opponent remains calm and firm, and his cold arguments that he has invested a lot in his students pierces the man in black. The enemy's desperate cries tore the air, his body engulfed in purple flashes of pain as he collapsed to the ground, leaving scarlet marks on the grass. The enemy's face contorted with fear and the realization of his mistake, he begs incoherently for mercy as the figure in the red cloak approaches silently and resolutely. The warrior's gaze pierced through and his opponent froze in horror, silent for half a word, as if the power of his words had evaporated before the inevitable punishment. Another enemy, with bow in hand, watches from afar, his breath hitching and his indecision intertwined with fear of the enemy standing in the midst of shadows and blood. The protagonist watches the archer carefully, noticing the youthful insecurity in her voice, and marvels that such a young girl could become part of a band of vagabonds. He remains coldly calm and warns her of the futility of resistance, with a hint that her bow won't help her against him, suggesting she surrender. In response to his words, the archer concentrates, her gaze hardens, and magical sparks begin to swirl around, as if signaling a pending shot. She quickly draws the bowstring, enveloped in a bright golden glow, and her resolve turns into a powerful charge of magical energy, ready to snap off the bow and strike the target. The boy watches in amazement as she accumulated mana at one point, which clearly requires incredible concentration and skill for such a young fighter. Her breathing slows, her gaze becoming cold and focused as she prepares to apply her technique, imbuing each movement with confidence. A powerful arrow of destruction bursts from the bow, bright golden bursts of magical energy flooding everything around, creating a dazzling glow on the battlefield. His hand twitches in response, and with unexpected speed, he makes a swift sword thrust, as if anticipating her attack. The swing of the sword is accompanied by the activation of its defense ability, and a subtle magical barrier is created around it for a moment. The sword blade slices the arrow perfectly in half, negating its destructive potential and leaving behind only bright golden flashes. The archer is confused and doesn't understand how her perfect shot, filled with concentrated mana, was so easily reflected and destroyed. He frowns and wonders if in the past, such a blow would have torn him to shreds. But now he stands whole, as if testing his new strength. His glance at her characteristics makes it clear that there's a near-perfect balance of class, skills, and latent abilities between the two, making her a worthy opponent. He reflects on the fact that in her 15 years, she didn't end up in Hell Valley by accident, and perhaps she had her own reasons for joining a gang of vagabonds. A young girl, realizing her powerlessness, desperately begins to beg for help, her voice trembling with fear and hopelessness. He marvels at her strange desire to live despite the situation and her affiliation with the enemy group. Several questions arise in his mind, one of which he speaks aloud, wanting an immediate answer. His main interest is how the vagrants got information about the caravan, and he demands an explanation. The young warrior, choked with tears and fear, answers confusedly, trying to get the truth out between her sobs. From what she says, it appears that his enemies know much more than he originally assumed, which makes him wary. The dark-haired guy thinks for a moment that if he had the scouting skill at his disposal, he would have been able to wipe out all the enemies, leaving himself as the sole survivor. The girl continues to tremble with fear, her hands shaking and her gaze darting about, unable to find a foothold, as if she has already accepted her fate. Through her tears, she repeats her question, hope in her voice, trying to see if this swordsman will spare her or decide to finish her off. Internally, the hero reflects that he hadn't originally planned to let her live, but her candor made him rethink his decision. In gratitude for the truth, he offers her a chance to save herself, demanding that she drop her weapon and run away, adding in a grim tone that if she procrastinated or lied, he would not be deterred and would finish what he had started. In a panic, the frightened girl can't make a decision. Her mind is gripped by fear, and for a moment she seems ready to stay, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, she snaps out of her seat and, gathering all her strength, rushes off in the direction he indicated without looking back. The man watches her swift run and inwardly agrees that it was her only right choice in the situation. A sudden sharp cry from the bushes pierces the silence, hinting at the worst possible outcome and causing him to frown. The man stiffens for a moment, not expecting such a turn, which causes him to squint his eyes nervously as if anticipating trouble. He ponders that she was probably really caught, and his caution was not enough to save this girl. The Shadow Queen appears from behind the bushes, her voice full of mockery as she raises an eyebrow and asks if he purposely directed the fugitive to her. The caravan leader remarks with a slight chuckle that he has decided to have a little fun, to which she wryly replies that he has made too much noise with his interference. The warrior explains that he acted out of principle and did not call the vagrant to negotiate, considering compromise with such people unnecessary and insulting. The woman is surprised to notice that he has killed a young girl, despite his obvious love for young students, and his desire to train those who show promise. The man asks with a chuckle if she's disappointed in him after seeing his actions, as if testing her reaction to what happened. The young man states with full confidence that there is no disappointment in this, and even he is well aware that he did the right thing in this situation. In the morning, the whole group has had a good night's sleep and is preparing to leave, but the alchemist girl notices that her bag is suddenly much heavier. The alchemist reflects on the fact that her gear was much lighter the night before everyone went to sleep, and it makes her genuinely puzzled. During the night, the two companions decided to take all the useful equipment from the vagrants, deciding that it should not go to waste and would be better used for their own purposes. Having made the decision, they convinced themselves that these things are best suited for Vivian, who will be able to find a really useful use for them. The travelers discuss that Creek Cave is only 2 or 3 days away, but their attention is caught by an unusual bird up ahead. The golden-haired lad asks his mentor what these creatures are, and is told that the rattleoffs in front of them are rare inhabitants of the area. These light mint-colored birds with long beaks are wary of strangers, scrutinizing them as if assessing the degree of threat. Judging by their reaction, it is clear that the rattleoffs perceive the caravan as trespassers in their territory and begin to show clear hostility. The leader of the group gives orders to remain vigilant and hold formation, warning that these creatures may be far more dangerous than they appear at first glance. Soo-hyun reflects that it is time for his companions to understand their position and realize how important their contribution is to the common cause. To awaken their resolve, he decides to make the group experience firsthand what their success or failure could lead to. The thought of possible injury or failure to complete the task leads him to believe that the ordeal will be a useful lesson for them. Turning to the mage, he clarifies if she can use the runaway fire spell on the birds, receiving a confident reply of readiness. Her mentor convinces her not to worry about the payoff and to focus on using this spell as many times as necessary. Determined, the girl shows confidence and intent to prove her strength in this fight despite all the risks. A magical aura begins to swirl around the girl and her partner as the spell takes effect, filling the space with the power of mana. One of the birds notices the change and stares intently at its prey, as if hunting for the moment to attack. The creature's sudden activity turns into an attack, and they rush towards the group in a swift movement, snapping out of the way. The change in the flow of magical energy causes the monsters to rage, and the man orders them all to attack, while pressing them with force. The huge paws of the monsters rush toward the group, trampling the ground, their every step echoing with a resounding thud, heralding an imminent collision. The heroes take up battle positions, fully prepared to repel the attack of the enraged creatures that are approaching ever faster. Sang-en uses a spell that causes the ground beneath the monsters to suddenly part, swallowing them into the dark depths. However, this only angers the creatures even more, who continue to tear forward with indomitable fury and impetuosity. The angry monsters overcome the spell and rush at the team with doubled speed, overcoming any obstacles in their way. A girl with short blue hair summons an ice spear, her gaze focused, and her fingers confidently controlling the magic. Sharp ice shards cover the monsters in hard, brittle glass, stiffening their movements and holding back the onslaught of the enemy. The amulet around her neck begins to glow brightly, helping to concentrate energy and amplify the effects of her attack spells. Completing the spell, the mage directs all energy into a final strike that kills the remaining enemies with ice magic. The huge winged creatures fall, emitting a wild scream as their bodies are bound by the solid ice from which there is no escape. The alchemist girl summons acacia magic. A purple circle erupts around her and fills with flower pollen. The flower inflorescences swirl magically towards the enemies, splitting their bodies and turning everything around them into mesmerizing chaos. A snap of the fingers completes the spell, and the pollen crumbles away, leaving only a trace of magical destruction from the monsters. Meanwhile, the few remaining creatures rush towards the group, their movements becoming even faster and more dangerous. They shriek loudly, opening their beaks and displaying long tongues, which looks threatening to the frontline fighters. The team leader gives the order to take positions, encouraging students to remain calm and coordinate their actions. The enraged monster rushes forward, its huge figure bearing down directly on the warriors, preparing to strike a deadly blow. One of the fighters attacks it with a spear. A powerful release of energy tears the creature apart, and the girl standing next to it finishes off the enemy with her blades. The red-haired warrior suddenly realizes she didn't take her blade out of her previous opponent, and the huge bird is behind her. She fails to turn around in time, and a hard shove from the creature's paw into her back knocks her off her feet, knocking the rest of the air out of her chest. Severely wounded, she falls to the ground, but her friend with healing magic immediately uses a spell to heal the damage. Magical energy encompasses the wounded woman's body, and the pain slowly fades away, allowing her to feel strong again to continue fighting. Thanking her savior, the girl rises to her feet, realizing that without her help, the outcome of the battle could have been very different. During a short rest, the group leader remarks that everyone has done well, and suggests that they take a short break to recuperate before the next hike. The confident warrior surveys the horizon, preparing for the march ahead, while the other team members relax against a sunset sky, colored in warm hues. Moving closer, the girl turns to him with a question after noticing something unusual, and her curiosity is clearly persistent, while her gaze remains focused and wary. With mild irritation, she explains that she discovered an unknown piece of equipment in her bag that no one had mentioned, and demands an explanation of how it got there. The warrior, looking warily into the distance, notices that their squad has been followed by an unknown man, but all attempts to get rid of the tracking have ended in failure. The interlocutor is surprised at the words about the tail and wants to understand when exactly it happened, getting the answer that it all happened during the night watch shift. The girl irritatedly asks why all the equipment she found was in her bag, to which she receives an evasive explanation about her unwillingness to discuss it with others. Noticing his partner's concern, the man calms her down, adding that he doesn't want to make unnecessary changes to the atmosphere, as the team is already doing their best. A warning of possible unexpected enemy action sounded with a slight alarm, making one think of the risk in the slightest error in strategy. Under the scorching sunset, it sounded a wise decision to limit the monsters as the only threat to the team. After all, their abilities had already been tested in battle. The exhausted warrior sank powerlessly to the ground, and the departing figure of the leader showed that he was already mentally focused on new plans. His gaze was fixed on the sunset, and his thoughts were pierced by the inevitability of more deaths, where each coming battle only emphasizes the fragility of this reality. The grass underfoot sparkles in the bright light, and a majestic mountain range is already clearly visible ahead, promising another challenge for travelers. The travelers stop, admiring the vast blue ridge that separates the plain from the small town. The team's mood improves after the night's crossing. One of the warriors notices the beauty of the terrain, marveling at how perfectly the name fits these peaks. A hard night's march had left a trail, but the effort was worth it. The mountain range seems calm and picturesque from afar, but the deeper they move towards it, the more disturbing and hostile the atmospheres felt. Footsteps on the grass echo with a muffled sound as the group approaches a mountain range visible in the distance, waiting to meet a new target. The majestic Blue Ridge spread out before the travelers' eyes, stretching between the plain and the city to the north, making everyone think about resting before their next move. The trek across the night plain proved exhausting, but the scenic view of the uplands with its natural beauty inspires one to continue the journey. The deceptive peace of the Blue Ridge hides shadows that grow denser as we approach, and forest branches whisper warnings of what lies ahead. The companion with short brown hair shifts her gaze in surprise when asked to choose a direction, and the atmosphere around her remains light and almost insignificant. Her partner Stone calmly reminds her not to be nervous and to trust her own gut, confident that her intuition has led to the right decisions before. Accepting the burden of responsibility, the girl with wand in hand briefly agrees and tries to focus, realizing the importance of her role to the team. Mentor reflects on her contribution to the search, realizing that her luck is a rare and understudied skill that has helped the team in times of need. An Seol, guided by her instincts, points toward the forest thicket, illuminated by a mysterious light, hesitantly speaking her thoughts aloud, which elicits silent approval from her companions. Soo-hyun watches the choice with satisfaction, smiling confidently as if anticipating success, while time moves inexorably forward, and they continue their journey deep into the forest. The group finds themselves in a place filled with a disturbing magical energy where the nature around them is drastically different from the outside world, and the air seems to be saturated with tension and hidden threat. The atmosphere grows heavier as the strange magic, as if awakened, explodes in a dark vortex ahead, making them wary and prepare for possible danger. Out of the darkness, a sudden resounding thud is heard, making the ground shudder and dark silhouettes rise from the cloud of dust, hiding in the semi-darkness. The faces of their comrades contort in fear as the huge corpse of a monster is revealed ahead, its size distorted by the menacingly overhanging gloom. The rumbling continues to intensify, causing everyone to freeze in alarm as the protagonist stares intently into the forest darkness with cold concentration. Something inexplicable begins to emerge from the gloom. A dark stain envelops the space, and an oppressive aura of unease envelops every member of the group. The characters stop when they notice an incomprehensible, intrusive sobbing coming from deep in the darkness, causing their gazes to turn involuntarily in the direction of the unknown source. Chan Hyun anxiously explains that these eerie sounds belong to a banshee whose sound waves carry a curse, and urges no one to follow them to avoid deadly danger. She adds that the lack of luck makes everyone vulnerable to the banshee curse, which is highly likely to result in imminent death within a month, without the use of higher spells. The woman's knowledge takes you back in time to when someone had already died, having shown careless curiosity and followed the crying, ending their journey with an accident or illness. A young man with short hair, scrutinizing his surroundings, stops his gaze on the dark swirl ahead. The group comes to a sudden standstill while one of the members senses something amiss and warns the others, tugging lightly on the leader's cloak as if trying to keep him from making rash moves. She looks ahead anxiously, her voice shaking with tension as she gently points in a different direction, insistently suggesting a change of path for safety's sake. Tension rises in the air as the other contestants listen intently to her suggestion, and one of them reluctantly relents, realizing that her intuition may save their lives from imminent danger. One of them stops and looks around doubtfully, hearing only a rumbling whisper that breaks the eerie silence of the forest, where every step seems out of place. An anxious voice warns of danger ahead. Words are torn from excitement, but the decision to continue the journey remains unchanged. Despite the fear that grips him, darkness envelops the space, and only a faint light allows us to see their cautious movements, accompanied by the rustle of leaves and a lingering sense of approaching menace. A frightening emptiness can be seen ahead, and the words about the cursed land make everyone freeze, feeling the tension increase with each new step. The sounds grew more and more distinct, filling the space with a strange rustling and vibration of the earth, as if something vast and powerful was awakening somewhere deep beneath them. The innkeeper girl frowns as she describes the danger of two likely opponents, a death knight and a lich, noting that in the worst-case scenario, they would face both enemies at once. Eyes are directed to a mountain range that suddenly turns out to be a hidden source of strange events, causing everyone to wonder about its true nature and the origin of the monsters. The protagonist ponders strategy with cold determination, realizing that any carelessness or noise during a confrontation with the enemy could trigger something even more dangerous and unpredictable. The group prepares for battle at the behest of the leader, determined to quickly overpower the enemies and leave before other monsters join them. The leaves sway slightly in the darkness, and figures begin to appear from behind the dense thickets, causing everyone to peer warily into the shadows. The boys' cold gaze slid over the forest, a rumbling sound in the silence, heralding the arrival of dangerous creatures in their path. Ghostly figures made up of skeletons and dark shadows appear in the moonlight, moving menacingly towards the group, accompanied by the sound of metal clanking. A sinister figure hidden under a hood emerges among the dense thicket, and its glowing eyes emit streams of magical energy that tear the darkness around it. Forming a formation, the fighters spread out, preparing to attack, while the mages and archers move into supporting positions, keeping behind the front group. The skeletons with weapons in their hands begin to move forward, their disembodied footsteps echoing hollowly as they approach their target with frightening synchronicity. The Lich, towering over the army of the dead, clutches his staff, concentrating dark magic, and a menacing rumble pierces the silence, heralding the battle to come. Su-hyun leapt from his seat, his cloak fluttering in a bright red glow, and his blade gleaming in anticipation of facing the opponent ahead. Soon a pale, bony hand rises from the void, emitting an eerie purple glow that fills the air with ominous menace. The skulled monster summons devastating dark projectiles that rumble forward, leaving a trail of darkness and deadly magic in their wake. The dark-haired lad instantly recognizes the danger, realizing that if he ducks, the attack will fall on his comrades, and resolutely meets the threat face to face. Red light flashes around him as the hero darts forward, directing his attack with unimaginable speed and destructive power. A tall, bony hand rises out of the dark violet light, its sinister appearance exuding magical energy, preparing for something truly dangerous. The Lich throws his staff forward, and dark spheres with a sparking core shoot into the air, carrying pure destruction and chaos. Realizing the danger of the spell, the man concentrates and decides not to dodge, but to pierce the attack with his sword so as not to put the others at risk. The red vortex rushes forward with indomitable fury as the scarlet cloaked silhouette bursts through the air, rapidly shortening the distance to its target. The monster is confused by the lightning attack, its figure shaking, surrounded by a black and purple haze that emits ominous swirls of magical energy. Violet eyes flash with new fire as he recognizes the threat, and his opponent goes into a leap like a flash of light, anticipating a possible counterstrike. The dead man raises his head, his skull brightening with blue flame, and his hands are already preparing the next spell vortex, in which all the dark power of his magic is condensed. The young man rushes forward with fury, his movements becoming lightning fast, and his sword engulfed in a scarlet glow, leaving a trail of fire in the air, heading straight for the enemy. The Lich, shrouded in purple light, uses his weapon, unleashing a powerful wave of dark magic that threatens to tear apart the space around them. The vortex of magical energy intensifies, turning into a black vortex, sucking everything in its path. And in its center, you can see the merciless silhouette of a dead sorcerer with eyes burning blue fire. Magical and physical powers collide in a furious confrontation as Su-hyun dodges attacks, realizing that direct strikes are useless against his opponent's ghostly body. Space explodes with streams of dark energy, splitting shadows apart while red flashes cut through the haze like lightning bolts holding back chaos. Su-hyun, surrounded by scarlet radiance, stands serenely against the raging flames, his gaze cold and focused, and his clenched hand exuding determination. Burning shadows and smoke billowed up around him, leaving the silhouette of his opponent, who seemed to dissolve into the darkness, unable to resist the fury raining down on him. Flames blazed furiously around the scarlet-cloaked figure, radiating unyielding power, while the surrounding chaos turned the battlefield into a deadly fire whirlwind. The girl watches in amazement, her eyes widening at the realization of the incredible speed with which the enemy was defeated, and anxious thoughts rushing through her mind. The young man, remaining calm, assesses his strength, as if with a slight irony that taking down such a dangerous foe was easier than he expected. Like a reborn warrior, he feels all his abilities transcend reality, and the power of a professional swordsman turns him into an unstoppable destructive machine. The girl, without taking her eyes off, admires the inconceivable speed and crushing power, realizing that even an entire legion of mages would not be able to form a worthy resistance to him. The deep contrast between the calmness of his posture and the firestorm raging behind him emphasized his confidence, and her thoughts turned involuntarily to the question of this enigmatic fighter's true nature. Ahead, skeletons sprawl, shredded in the blink of an eye, their bones shattering from the force of the blows as if they were mere fragile toys before the true deadly element. Birds with dead white feathers and glowing eyes tear forward, letting out piercing screams as the air fills with their shadows and terrifying echoes. The precipitous ledge and cave below are reminiscent of the site of a past encounter, where a monster grabbed an archer, forcing the group to flee down a narrow valley. Looking up at the blue sky, the hero notes that the landscape has barely changed during his absence, as if nature has frozen, maintaining a somber calm. From the heights, the view of the valley, where the entrance to the cave is hidden in the depths, hidden by darkness and surrounded by dense shadows of trees, which only increases the anxious foreboding. The group continues down the slope, where every step requires caution, and the silence of the night is broken only by the rustle of their footsteps and the occasional sighs echoing off the walls of the gorge. One of them notices unusually thick grass growing at the base of the trees and assumes that the entrance to the cave must be there, causing everyone to be wary. Descending lower, one member of the group gives a short instruction, confidently guiding the others until their path disappears into the darkness of a dense forest, shrouded in gloom. The dark slope ahead is suddenly enveloped in a strange silence, and there is tension all around as they stop to assess their surroundings and consider their next move. The darkness over the valley is broken only by the calm gleam of the water, against which two figures stand out, gazing into the surrounding landscape filled with an unsettling silence. As the group descends further down the gorge, they notice that the gloomy emptiness continues, which only adds to the unease and hints at something hidden in this unusual place. One of the characters warily reflects on the past, remembering that this is the area where he discovered the mysterious cave, and the tension increases with each step. Attention is drawn to an inconspicuous spot among shrubs and trees where a strange round grass grows, awakening suspicion and hope to find the key to further advancement. A light wind moves the crowns of trees, and the hero, with an icy gaze, continues to stare into the dense thicket, as if trying to find an elusive clue among the shadows and light. Finding a barely visible passageway among the thickets, he stops, realizing that his intuition did not fail, and the place he remembered really exists here. Disbelief is evident in the voice of the companion, who doubts that such a significant place could be discovered so easily, but the inner confidence of the hero does not allow her to object. The two stand side by side, tiredly surveying the view before them, while a quiet sneer tinges the companion's words about the eternal treasures to which the hero points with enviable persistence. The air fills with a strange tension as the group cautiously descends down, surrounded by impenetrable darkness and the barely audible sound of rustling around them. Every movement echoes in the cold and damp space, making it hard to breathe, and the feeling of dampness causes involuntary discomfort for everyone. One of the companions asks for a magical light, and Ha-young raises her hand without further ado, releasing a bright blue glow that disperses some of the darkness in front of them. Light rushes forward, illuminating the narrow walls and empty space of the cave, revealing a long, darkened path that seems endless and dangerous. Branched lines of light pierce the darkness of the cave like an ancient pattern, and my thoughts return to the loss of the archer and the long days of fruitless search for a way out. The exhausted strength of the caravan and the fear of the undestroyed monster are alarming, because ahead of them awaits their way to the unknown boss, where a mistake is unacceptable. The detector reacts again to something unseen, and it's as if the threat is taunting them, disappearing into the shadows, leaving only a sense of presence and growing unease. 80 meters away, an alien presence is felt, and the group is alert, preparing for a confrontation while the silence is pierced by barely audible movements ahead. Ahead, the cave parted and the darkness was interrupted by flickering lights, catching the attention of the group, who slowed their step, tensely peering into the depths. One of the companions carefully lifts the glowing orb forward, illuminating the space and making visible ripples of light scattering across the stone walls of the cave. The magical sphere moves on, floating slowly in the air, its bright bluish light reflecting on the raw surface, creating the illusion of flowing streams of light. The group freezes, concentrating on the picture ahead, faces reflecting anxiety and foreboding, as if something awaits them ahead in this impenetrable darkness. The faces of the team froze in surprise as they saw a long hall lit by a cold blue light, with an imposing row of stone statues in its center. The protagonist tensely examines the massive figures, his gaze catching a strange sense of déjà vu, but his memory fails him and provides no answers. The stone figures are lined up in an eerie silence, their frozen features seeming ancient and frighteningly lifeless. But something about their presence makes everyone wary. Suddenly, there is a bright explosion of light from somewhere, lightning bolts blinding the space, creating a chaos of blinding flashes, as if the cave itself was coming alive with an uncharted force. Soo-hyun abruptly turns around and gives the command to cancel the light spell, his voice sounding firm and tense, as if he had realized something critically important. The magician girl, barely realizing the order, starts to cancel the spell, but the light bursts into a powerful burst, flooding the space with bright, unnatural magical energy. The sphere of light suddenly flashes even brighter, as if exploding, causing the walls of the cave to shudder with magical vibration, filling the entire space with intolerable brightness and noise. Soo-hyun realizes his mistake and mentally curses his carelessness, realizing that the light spell activated a danger that he could have foreseen if he had used his third eye right away. A bright flash of light rips through the darkness of the cave, striking the stone walls, and dazzling waves of magical energy shake the air and ground around them. Frightened and blinded, they instinctively cover their eyes with their hands, feeling the magical power begin to dissipate in the dense air of the dungeon. Grotesque figures begin to emerge from the shadows, their glowing outlines quirking and dead skeletal silhouettes rising out of nowhere with a piercing howl. The group disperses, each getting into a fighting stance, weapons pointed deep into the cave, and spells beginning to build up energy in preparation for the inevitable fight. As if squeezed to the limit, they slowly straighten up and look at the bodies of their enemies lying motionless, realizing that their efforts were on the verge of failure. Deep rifts and irregularities in the cave floor frame a dead silence, broken only by the subdued words of enemies rising again and again. The distant sounds of footsteps, interrupting the tranquility, make the heroes involuntarily think about the strangeness of this cave, because from the very entrance, their path is accompanied only by trials. A dry remark about the owner of this place and the unseen power behind its protection emphasizes that something far more dangerous and unpredictable lies ahead of them. The young warrior silently surveys the space around him, his thoughts returning to the fact that in the previous time, this fight was not in his memory at all, making him wonder about the changes that have occurred. He suggests that perhaps someone before them had already explored this cave and met imminent doom, leaving a mysterious atmosphere and a sense of danger in the air. Their journey continues down a stone corridor illuminated by dim light, and a spacious cavern opens up ahead, where stalactites glisten off the ceiling with water droplets, emphasizing the oppressive silence. The group slows down before another fork, carefully assessing the descent in the different directions, wondering which path will lead them to an exit or, alternatively, to a new danger. The guy in the red cloak confidently leads the group forward across the uneven cave floor, despite his comrades' worries about possible traps and dangers ahead. Anseal follows behind with staff in hand, questioning the haste of their actions, but without choice continues walking, inwardly preparing to use magic if necessary. Soo-hyun's thoughts are confident, as his decisions are based on careful calculations, even if they seem rash and risky to others. The swordsman realizes that their path is difficult, but it is not the ease of the road that is important to complete success, but the end result he aims for. Go Yoonjun sinks into silence, her gaze clouded and her thoughts clearly distant from the current situation, as if she was analyzing something important and elusive. The group discusses the reward they never received for destroying the dead, but their goal remains the same, to get to the master and complete the mission. They decide to move forward to the main objective, eager to focus on retrieving the most valuable items and believing that the final sweep of the dungeon will be left for those who come later. In front of them, the branching tunnels continue to go deeper, reminding them that the dungeon hides many more secrets and dangers that they cannot foresee. The young priestess notices a staircase leading downward and beckons to the others, suggesting they check out the new direction where answers or new threats may lurk. Two of the group, cautiously descending the man-made steps, notice signs of human presence barely discernible in the semi-darkness, which raises new suspicions. Discussing the unusual structure of the staircase and the emptiness seen ahead, the participants decide that they should scout the place, despite the obvious danger. The dark-haired leader of the group takes the lead and decides to be the first to explore the space ahead, listening to the lurking tension in the depths of the dungeon. The dark passage ahead beckons with its eerie calm, and the group, driven by caution and underlying anxiety, continues to descend into the depths of the cave. Soo-hyun leads the others confidently, pondering the familiar road where a single path must appear ahead, requiring determination to overcome its dangerous gaps. The worsening gradient forces everyone to be extremely careful, while footsteps echo in the cramped walls and a tense silence hides unknown threats. He suddenly senses a faint trace of mana in the air, alert and looking around to realize the source hidden somewhere in the thicknesses of the bluish stone. The young man's palm rests on the cold wall as the faint magical energy is felt around him, but a sudden jolt shatters the silence and balance. The floor beneath their feet collapses with a deafening crack, and the entire group instantly falls into the void, losing their footing and control of their fall. The young man's wide-open eyes reflect shock and helplessness as he flies rapidly downward, while the screams of his companions can be heard all around. Panic pierces the air, their figures tearing through the darkness of the cave, and the rumble of falling rocks adds to the chaos and disorder around them. Beneath their feet, the rock breaks off and the figures of the heroes fly downward, sliding helplessly down the steep slope until their fall slows to a stop on the hard floor below. The guy in the red cloak finds himself on the ground, holding tightly to the girl, who looks unharmed despite her embarrassment, her fingers clinging nervously to the fabric of his clothes. Footsteps and a quiet voice echo from the depths, breaking the silence of the cave as the remaining members of the group slowly descend, trying to avoid the mistake that led to the fall of their comrades. He helps his companion to her feet, calming her worried look, while remarks are heard from above about heights seemingly not so dangerous at first glance. An ominous stillness fills the air as the characters' gazes stare into the darkness ahead, and the tension makes them wary of the depths of the cave. Saul awkwardly excuses herself to her companions, hiding her gaze in embarrassment, but her stumble doesn't go unnoticed and causes slight concern among the others. The eyes of one of the group members flashes brightly as magical energy begins to awaken around them, filling the space with a strange glow. The figure of the guy in the cloak appears illuminated by an unnatural light, and his gaze is full of anxiety and incomprehension before the inexplicable phenomenon, which only intensifies. The space fills with magical notifications, and ancient magic activates itself, simultaneously awakening hidden abilities and lowering the user's defenses. Stunned by the unexpected threat, the mage feels his barrier weakening, but even worse is the power behind it that can pierce even his magical defenses. An unnatural figure with dead green skin and a split face emerges from the shadows, making ominous sounds and taking a sharp leap as if it were the living dead. Soo-hyun, engulfed by the magic vortex, is barely able to stay on his feet while magical sparks surrounded his body, making him doubt the reality of what is happening. The hero, holding his hand to his head, feels a strange tension that makes his body suddenly weaken, and a voice in his mind tries to stop him from further action. In the magical lit passage, the team looks around warily, and one of the members of the group floats effortlessly in the air, as if torn from the ground. A bright stream of light pierces the ceiling of the cave, emitting a blinding energy that makes everyone around them flinch and instinctively cover themselves with their hands. Polarized magical forces suddenly concentrate around the weapon, creating powerful bursts of light and a loud resonance that makes everyone wary. The girl, standing amidst the magical light scattering in the air, is perplexed by the sudden change and the strength of the activation, her anxiety only growing. The guy with the grim face tries to focus, realizing that he's faced an ancient spell that requires immediate analysis and destruction through his ability. The walls around the scarlet space begin to flicker with a disturbing light, revealing information about higher-level magic based on emotions and hidden memories. He realizes that complete protection is impossible due to the continuous pressure of the magic circle, and even the strongest mental shield won't withstand it for long. The disbelief and confusion on the young fighter's face intensifies, his widened eyes focused on the surrounding magical anomalies that clearly defy the logic of what is happening. Powerful bursts of magic rip the space around him, forcing him to cover his eyes with his hand and worry about his allies, broke through the pain and bright light, keeping him from concentrating. The thought of the safety of the others lingered while cold thoughts of what was happening and the possible consequences grew, as if trapping him in a ring of uncertainty and anxiety. Adopting a fighting stance and gathering his strength, he coolly surveys the magical currents around him, trying to find an answer or solution in the chaos before the situation spiraled out of control. The central silhouette towers amongst the downed comrades, while dim sparks of magic flicker around, illuminating the frozen figures that have experienced magical pressure. One of the golden-haired youths struggles to raise his head, a look of weariness and fear on his face as the glowing particles continue to slowly settle around him. The red-haired girl is lying on her back, her eyes staring upward in an attempt to comprehend what is happening, and drops of sweat dripping down her face from the exertion. A slightly bowed figure in a snow-white cloak struggled to keep her balance. Her shoulders slumped and her gaze faded as if her strength had deserted her at the most critical moment. The group of survivors begin to lose strength and concentration, their bodies swaying, and a bright magical flash fills everything around them, making the space unbearably heavy. One of the fighters lies on the ground, his eyes full of anxiety, and his breath hitching as thoughts of powerlessness and the inevitability of the looming threat swirl through his mind. The girl with short hair struggles to lift his head, his eyes wide with terror, but fear is slowly replaced by despair at the overwhelming magical power. The girl in the white cloak lowers her head, her shoulders shaking with tension and her mind clinging to the last hope that is fading with every second of the approaching catastrophe. The pink-haired boy's face is contorted with fear, and tears flow down his cheeks as he tries to shout something out, his voice trailing off into a desperate, shaking scream full of panic and helplessness. Soo-hyun stands in front of a praying blonde girl who begs him not to leave, the desperation in her words growing stronger with each passing moment, making the hero ponder his decision. His gaze remains steadfast. But chaos reigns inside as the words of secret classes and injustice begin to grow louder. The girl's plea for mercy echoes in his head, making his heart clench. The thought that the magical influence has subjugated everyone without exception flashes through Soo-hyun's mind, his eyes widening with realization and drops of sweat beading on his forehead as he sees the situation getting out of control. The hero closes his eyes, his head grows heavy, and his thoughts carry him back in a chaotic stream, forcing him to relive the dark memories that begin to fill his mind. Images of the distant past flashed before him. His body felt like it was being torn apart, and the pain he had tried to forget returned, coloring everything around him a deep scarlet light. Memories forcefully penetrate the mind like clawed hands, pulling from the depths of the forgotten. Faces, moments, and failures that do not give rest and echo resoundingly in the chest. The ability of the eyes of depth begins to manifest, allowing him to look inside himself and see his essence, exposing not only the past, but his hidden weaknesses, awakening fears that have yet to be fought. The dull expression on the half-turned man's face is replaced by fear and confusion as his gaze lingers on something important, making him wonder what happened. Flashes of memories flood the hero's mind, taking him back to the moment he received his special ability, when everything seemed as dangerous and uncertain as it does now. Standing beside him, the young priestess utters apologetic words, feeling helpless and guilty for what is happening, her voice sounding shaky, echoing, as if she is lost in her own doubts. With her shoulders slumped and her gaze downcast, the girl in the white outfit continues to reproach herself for her uselessness, her words filled with despair and a sense of her own irrelevance eating away at her from the inside. Soo-hyun looks at the girl with regret and tension, his gaze growing colder and memories of pain and loss flashing through his mind, causing him to keep his distance. He interrupts her attempts to justify herself, his hand firmly reaching for hers as if trying to shake her and bring her back to reality, where tears and weakness solve nothing. The man realizes that there is no more choice. The inner voice urges him to act and deal with what is happening, while the mind is not yet clouded to the end and feelings are under control. His thoughts focus on the magic circle and the hidden core that caused the whole situation. So he decides to use his ability again despite the risk to his consciousness. The magical circle emits a bright scarlet light that pierces the space, while fine lines and runes are folded into a complex pattern that reveals the path to the clue. The swordsman's eyes flash with realization as he notices the center of the magic circle, his gaze becoming sharp and his breathing quickening from the swell of understanding. With a jerk, the dark-haired boy rushes forward, his cloak fluttering in a torrent of power, and his hand clutching the hilt of his sword, preparing for the inevitable confrontation with whatever lurks beyond. The blade of the weapon snatches out with a slight whistle, and the sharp metallic sound resounds all around again, heralding the decisive moment of battle and the clash with an unknown threat. A bright magic circle flashes scarlet rays, spreading waves of energy across the ground, in the center of which lurks the target being sought, attracting the hero's attention. Soo-hyun's confident gaze finds the center of the magic circle, his red eyes ablaze with determination as he reaches for his sword, preparing to strike a decisive blow. The sword in his hand responded with power, seeming to fill with energy as the magical barrier shook, and the pressure of flashes of light and sound built up around him. The warrior gritted his teeth and rushed forward without wasting a second, resolutely piercing the light of the barrier despite the rumbling and flashes splitting the air around him. Emitting a dazzling light, the sword rises into the air, surrounded by streams of fiery energy, causing the surrounding reality to tremble with tension. Flames gather around the blade, forming a swirl of glittering gold and scarlet heat that seems ready to tear the very space around it. The master of the weapon utters a short order, directing all his will to the sword, which, obeying, rushes forward like a rushing stream of light and power. The sword raised upwards pierces the heavens, leaving behind a dazzling trail, and the fiery energy spreads out like a raging explosion. A fiery explosion rips through the air, engulfing the space in bright light as the hardened blade rushes at its target with unstoppable force and a frenzied roar. The stream of flame soared upwards, covering everything around with a golden red glow, and the magic charge continued to rapidly increase as if piercing space itself. The figure in the scarlet cloak clenched his fist, concentrating all his determination into that movement, his gaze reading the desperate belief that the barrier would be broken despite all the obstacles. The light finally covers the battlefield, filling the space with a resounding crackle and tension, and the desperate call echoes in the raging element, merging with its power. The flaming vortex brightly illuminates the space, rapidly breaking the barrier of magical energy, sparks scattering chaotically to the sides, creating a dazzling light. Perseverance and concentration lead to success. The sword pierces the barrier with piercing force, and the hero's gaze is full of determination and exhaustion after a hard breakthrough. The weapon slowly sinks to the ground, surrounded by a dim glow, leaving traces of intense combat behind as the hero figure watches his every move carefully. His hand confidently clutched the hilt of his sword, bringing it back under control, and there was silence and a cold, bluish aura around him as a sign of a brief respite before a new threat. The cloaked man holds his sword in his hands, his gaze fixed forward as if he were analyzing his surroundings, the silence broken only by the echo of his footsteps piercing the void. A girl with purple hair lies on the ground in front of him, moving weakly as she tries to recover from her ordeal, barely concealing her fatigue. He approaches her without averting his gaze, his voice sounding soft but determined, conveying concern for her condition and a desire to make sure she's safe. The girl replies with a chuckle, but in her words you can hear the bitterness of the horror she has experienced. She admits she was on the verge of madness, but thanks the guy for breaking the death trap. His hand slowly moves forward, overcome with fatigue, while the air around him is filled with residual magical currents, twitching with recent tension. A tall, cloaked figure touches Youngju's forehead, whose long hair is disheveled and whose face has an expression of exhaustion and slight surprise at what is happening. She, breathing heavily, barely raises her arm, but her strength is not enough even to move, and her gaze, hidden by strands of dark hair, betrays incredible stubbornness and resilience. He silently observes her condition, marveling at how the woman was able to withstand the devastating ancient spell, which emphasizes her status as one of the greatest mages. The man's footsteps stop in silence, his gaze focused on the dark wall ahead, and he ponders the incredible abilities that have just been demonstrated. Scattered around him are the emaciated bodies of his comrades, each unconsciously uttering inarticulate words, immersed in restless slumber after their ordeal. He lowers his head slightly, reflecting on his past and the weight of time weighing on his shoulders, reminding him of the fate he has already seen. His palm covers his face, and questions resound in his mind about how much longer he's meant to step forward and endure all of this, keeping his resolve until the very end. The past comes to mind, and he recalls spending a decade in Hell Valley, confident he could cheat fate, but his arrogance was the cause of his current downfall. Once here, he was confident of his superiority, but without magical abilities and reliable tools, any movement he made was meaningless. A sudden sound behind him interrupts his thoughts, and he turns around, barely noticing the faint movement that hides a glimmer of realization and doubt. Emerging from the shadows, a familiar voice speaks his name, reminding him that even in this dark place, there are allies willing to fight to the end. The awakened girl looks around, her gaze quickly running through space as she tries to figure out what happened and where she is now. The commander tells her what happened, trying to explain how they got trapped and what caused their current situation. The man regretfully apologizes for his indiscretion, admitting that he made a mistake that could have cost them dearly. The girl with the short hair calmly replies that such situations are common in dungeons, and he saved them all from the worst of it. Despite her soothing words, the man continues to berate himself, reminding her that he warned everyone to stop before entering. The leader begins to realize the gravity of his role, and realizes that he could have avoided all of this if his decisions had been more thoughtful. The agonizing thoughts would not let him go, and he replayed the events in his head again, blaming himself for every wrong move. The pressure of being responsible for the fate of the group forces him to consider how much he must change in order to lead them on. The blue-haired mage interrupts his musings and states that, based on what he said, they shouldn't have been going anywhere at all. Both realize that the conversation is leading to something more, and although they remain calm, there's an underlying anxiety in their eyes. The others begin to realize that they are now part of something much more meaningful. But one of the men continues to be dejected. Ha-en's hands reach for him, her movements cautious, as if she's afraid of disturbing his inner world and hurting him further. She hugs him gently, letting him know that he's not alone and doesn't have to take everything on himself, reminding him that there's always support around. The woman confesses that it bothers her, how the leader always tries to cope alone despite the weight of his burden. Relieving him, she tells him that no one is perfect and everyone makes mistakes, reminding him of that with a kind smile. Hinting that he's a zero-year player, she advises him not to dwell on failures and find the strength to move forward. The words of encouragement touch him to the core, and for the first time in a long time, he feels the tension slowly leave him. Suddenly, after the destruction of the magic circle, powerful vibrations begin to resound in the cave, making everyone tense and wary. The swordsman decides to go on a reconnaissance mission and has his companion explain to the others what happened to prepare them for a possible threat. The dark-haired young man sincerely thanks her for her support, realizing how important moments like this are to his future journey. She smilingly asks him not to stray too far, worrying for his safety and reminding him of the possible dangers ahead. The young priestess suddenly begins to cry, unable to contain the feelings that have come over her after what she has heard and experienced. The mentor inquires as to the cause of her tears and receives the answer that she heard ridiculous words spoken out of her mind. Shadow Queen recounts how an unconscious girl complained to her older brother that he was annoying her. The violet-haired girl continues to reveal details, grinning at what else the young priestess had managed to say. Anseal is horrified when she hears these words, embarrassed that she could say such a thing without realizing it. The commander watches in bewilderment and shock, unable to believe that such ridiculous moments could be part of their journey. The innkeeper admits that it was only a joke, but she is immediately rebuked for her inappropriate cruelty and ill-timed humor. Soo-hyun comforts the priestess, assuring her that no one would believe what she said, because he knows full well that she couldn't have said such a thing. He then turns to the others, scrutinizing his comrades and his partner, clearly suspecting that they too are hiding something. The others confirm his fears, hinting that their ramblings were just as interesting, and he decides not to demand an explanation, leaving it in the past. The leader breathes a sigh of relief, finally realizing that all the mistakes and difficulties were just part of their journey as they continue on together. The group leader carefully explains to the companions that the current cave is much more dangerous than expected, and any actions here must be extremely cautious and deliberate. The bulky, bloody golems flooded with purple light, defeated in battle, their ginormous bodies frozen in their last movement. The skeletal knights clutching rusted shields and swords crumble into small fragments, their dark auras fading away. The travelers move on through the dungeon, lighting the way with torches while the leader points out the direction. The dark-haired warrior scrutinizes the path ahead, warning the others to be on guard and behave more carefully. The huge blood-red golems are defeated and lie motionless, their menacing silhouettes disappearing into the shadows, confirming that the obstacle has been successfully removed. The shattered skeleton knights crumble into ashes after a decisive blow, their remains scattered haphazardly on the ground. The squad stands at the fork of a dark tunnel, their leader pointing in the direction of where the safe route is supposed to be. The young priestess admits she doesn't want to choose any one direction and suggests sticking close to the leader. The dark-haired warrior is surprised to notice that the priestess's luck and intuition seems to extend to those around her. The white-clad mage dares to confide in the commander, assuring him of his support, and gently places a hand on his cloak. The squad moves forward through dark, magically lit tunnels, their footsteps echoing through the ancients. The young man points with his hand to the further passage, confidently determining the direction of travel, while the red-haired girl watches his decision with interest. The companion turns to the young leader with a question, to which he receives an attentive and slightly surprised look, as if anticipating the importance of the conversation. One of the companions shares his thoughts on the dungeon and the uselessness of drop items. The purple-haired woman recalls the strange nature of the cave, mentioning the magic circle and unnatural creatures. The girl with blue hair ponders that the distribution of traps and undead can't be random. Continuing to ponder, the mage suggests that the cave served as a secret hiding place for the ancient inhabitants, and that there may be a room inside. The leader mentally analyzes the path, noting that the group's current location is only a fraction of the entire route. Recognizing the approaching midway point, one of the companions reacts with a nervous chuckle, trying to hide his anxiety, while his comrade watches on with a nonchalant look. One of the companions pensively ponders the time and place, reminding him that it is now that a valuable treasure chest from a dangerous valley must appear. The chaos chests, known for being nearly impossible to locate and much harder to open, especially because of their connection to the interior, are told. Despite the difficulty, if the chest is captured and subdued with magic, it will become an incredibly useful artifact that can replace a regular backpack. The companions continue their journey through the dark cave, pinning their hopes on luck to find more than just treasure. Discussing the chest, the companion mentions its rarity and difficulty in opening it, adding that when threatened, the artifact is able to take refuge in chaos. If the chest does manage to be tamed and magically sealed, it will become an indispensable storage unit, allowing you to free your hands from the weight of normal gear. Such a unique backpack with protective magic and magic absorption becomes a welcome find for everyone. The group moves forward, hoping for luck to reveal to them not only chests of ancient treasures, but also healing elixirs. Silence spills into the depths of the dark tunnel, and the light of magic barely illuminates the path ahead. Stopping, the mages cautiously peer at the guard-like silhouettes that stand on either side of the massive iron door. Reflections on the origin of the guards lead to the conclusion that their reactions may only manifest themselves when approached. A memory of an old spell used in the past comes up between the companions, and a suggestion to reapply the magic fire. The blue-haired mage calmly explains that the spell has recently been recorded in his pendant, allowing it to be used at any appropriate moment. Tall figures of guards silently guard the massive iron door, and one of the fighters agrees to focus on destroying it as suggested. A flash of cold light turns into an ice spear, followed by a runaway fire and a piercing spell. Hundreds of glittering projectiles rushed forward, splitting the air, leaving behind a glowing trail and preparing to strike iron barriers. Streams of icy light burst from the spears and sent the guards into a slow-motion fall, their motionless bodies piercing the barrier. Red flashes of awakening pierce the air, the guards' armor begins to vibrate, and their eyes light up with bright scarlet lights. The order activates the alert, causing the metal guards to clutch their weapons, and the command to destroy any intruder into the dungeon echoes through the air. Streams of magical attacks rush towards the metal enemies, explosions of ice and light tearing through space. The silence of the cave is broken by a strange scraping sound, and the faces of the three freeze with tension as their gazes drift forward to where something is moving in the darkness. The door ahead is filled with ice, with defeated guards lying around, and thick vapor still lingers in the air, like traces of a recent battle with magic. His gut tells him that the danger is not yet over, as the two ancient knights remain motionless, while the mysterious signs begin to slowly glow on the surface. The cloaked man turns around confidently and casts a brief glance at his companions, before offering to continue forward. Behind the massive door stretches a dimly lit corridor, and the figure standing in the passage draws attention with its calmness. Light streams in from behind the entrant, casting a shadow on the stone walls, while the eerie echo in the hallway hints at something hidden and unfriendly. The group walks forward, wary of the walls, and the structure of this place seems to have been unnaturally created. The leader stops and pounds his fist on one of the walls, remembering details of the past when someone's rage was displayed here, leaving a mark on the cold surface. Soo-hyun continues tapping on the wall with a focused look, his actions causing the others who are watching him closely from behind to be surprised. One of the companions asks perplexedly what exactly he is doing, but the other quietly explains that he is looking for a secret room, confidently continuing to tap the surface. Finally, the protagonist finds the location he's looking for, where part of the wall seems different from the rest of the surface, hinting at a hidden mechanism or passage. The purple-haired companion suggests with a slight chuckle that such skills could not have been acquired by accident. The boy slowly touches the wall, his palm sliding over the stone surface in search of the hidden mechanism, as if confident in his guess. A resounding click echoes in the silence as he finds his target, and a passage opens up before him, illuminated by a mysterious blue light. Behind the door reveals a hidden room with ancient chests, their shiny metal surfaces catching the attention of the entire group. One of the team members points to the find, expressing a mixture of delight and disbelief, their eyes fixed on the treasure. Light floods the room, in the center of which stand massive chests seemingly long forgotten. The heroes peer into the chests in amazement, realizing that their find is not just a random treasure. Soo-hyun's cold gaze slides over the chests, certainty slipping into his thoughts that this is where the long-awaited clue to their journey lies. Cautious footsteps echoed in the silence as he approached the chest, preparing to see if it was hiding a treasure or a trap. The man carefully lifts the chest, and a bright light envelops it, as if the ancient object responds to his touch by emitting a strange glow. The heavy chest suddenly begins to shake in his hands, emitting a low rumbling sound, and the sudden movement causes surprise and alarm to those around him. Guy stares intently at the chest, which continues to vibrate restlessly, as if something is trying to break free, hidden beneath the lid. Slowly but surely, he begins to open the lid, preparing to see the contents, and the silence is broken by an unnatural metallic scraping sound. A man with black hair holds the chest in his hands, and his gaze is full of tense anticipation as the mysterious mechanism inside seems to come to life. The box begins to twitch and vibrate unnaturally in his hands, causing surprise and concern in those watching. The faces of the others standing behind are contorted with fear and confusion as the chest begins to make loud noises and open on its own. A disturbing noise comes from inside the chest, shrouded in a dark haze, and the room fills with harsh sound waves that make people cover their ears in pain. The chest suddenly emits a bright red glow, shrouded in a dark haze, as if awakening something evil and unpredictable within itself. The faces of the characters are contorted with worry when they notice the ominous glow of the chest, and some instinctively guess at the hidden threat. The girl with purple hair screams in panic, ordering Soo-hyun to retreat and throw away the chest, realizing that a dangerous chaos mimic is standing in front of them. The dark-haired man, with an icy calm, considered the situation and nodded, showing that he understood the seriousness of the threat, preparing for further action. The young man struggles to hold the chest shrouded in a dark aura, his gaze frowning and focused. Strange black patterns resembling shadows begin to appear on the surface of the chest, spreading rapidly. The searing energy from the guy's body encompasses his hand, forcing his fingers to unclench, and the dark light grows brighter and ominous flames burst out. There's a muffled murmur inside the chest, and puffs of black smoke begin to billow out of it as if alive, intermingling with the orange light. Black tentacles burst out of the chest, wrapping around its metal parts and filling the space with an ominous aura. The faces of the companions are contorted with shock and panic, their eyes widened with horror, and inarticulate cries escaping their lips as the unexpected event shatters their calm. The man holds the chest in his hands with a slight cold-bloodedness, watching the black energy restraining his wrist, but there is a surprising confidence in his gaze. The corners of his lips lift in a chuckle as chaos reigns around him, and he only utters a few words with a touch of irony. The box explodes with a bright light, emitting an eerie hum as dark, writhing tentacles begin to emerge through the haze, creating an atmosphere of unease and danger. A hand engulfed in flames pushes the chest away with force, and the dark shadows begin to fade as if vaporized, dissolving into the air to the incessant hum. He stands with the chest in his hands, watching as the dark entity slowly dissipates, leaving behind a light black trail. The chest falling to the ground with a quiet clatter stops as if completely emptied, and the remnants of dark energy melt away. The purple chest lies on the ground, emitting remnants of dark energy, and Soo-hyun warns not to touch it as the purification is not yet complete. Picking up the second crate, he notices its heaviness and ponders why the mimics don't run away, since they avoid direct confrontations. Holding the chest in front of him, the guy accepts the situation calmly, seeing it only as a small challenge. A bright flame erupts, consuming the remnants of the hostile energy, followed by an oppressive silence. The young man stops, scrutinizing the last, smallest chest, which looks innocuous but makes him suspicious. His foot gently presses the chest to the ground, as if testing it for reaction, expecting any trick from this strange object. The hero cautiously lifts the chest, noticing its lightness, and wonders what it might be hiding, distracted by the sudden sounds inside. Examining the find, the young warrior concludes that this particular small box may explain why the other chests did not try to escape, as if they were protecting their cub. Dark tentacles suddenly lash out from the last chest, as if defending themselves. But Kim holds him back without the slightest sign of fear or uncertainty. The air fills with a resounding echo as the chest is ripped from his hands and falls heavily to the ground, scattering dark energy all around. The purple chests stand in a row, emitting a disturbing glow, and Hen watches their condition in amazement, gradually realizing their true nature. The man, without losing his cool, explains to his companions that these creatures, chaos mimics, are magical chests with high spatial potential and powerful defenses. One of the group is impatient and tries to coax the chests open, but the older of the two explains that they are still dangerous and emit smoke that takes time to dissipate. Despite entreaties and hopes to open at least one chest, the presenter confidently refuses, emphasizing the unusual nature of these objects. Confident in his actions, the commander mentions the measures taken in advance, the stones seized, and the sealing of chests to contain the chaos. Turning to the others, he urges them not to stand idly by and look around the room for anything unusual. Guy turns around with a weary look, silently watching his companions, and a tense silence envelops them. The other three members of the group stand back, absorbed in their own thoughts, their figures frozen against the disturbing shadows. Suddenly, a surprised voice booms out, breaking the lingering silence when the red-haired girl suggests that it's safe to take a chance and open the chests. The cloaked man replies with a heavy sigh, noting that the players' reactions and what's going on are only frustrating. One of the chests was lifted, and the figure in armor looked at it thoughtfully, deciding that even the smallest of them might hide danger or surprise. The room filled with anticipation as the group froze as they watched the chest slowly open. A moment of anticipation hung in the air, while none of the team members dared to move, watching the changes in their surroundings. The leader of the group sighed reluctantly, realizing that another problem might lie ahead, and that their quest would soon turn into a new round of battle with chaos. The dark-haired guy holding the chest takes a deep breath, as if getting ready for an important step. The man picks up the chest and warns the others to stand back, impressing upon everyone present the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences of carelessness. The rest of the group watches with interest and impatience, discussing the importance of the chest and noting that the leader's actions inspire confidence in his words. A determined warrior, under the stares of his comrades, declares that he is going to open the chest. The experienced man carefully lifts the chest and, concentrating, continues on his task, relying entirely on his strength and Huazhong's reliability. The player holds the purple chest firmly in front of him, confidently urging the others to move away to a safe distance. Everyone's gazes are fixed on the chest as Hyun slowly opens it, and suddenly a stream of gold coins bursts out. The group members watch eagerly, their mixed emotions ranging from curiosity to amazement. The gold collapses from the chest onto the floor with a bright glow, causing shock to all present who cannot take their eyes off the pile of coins and jewels. The bright light reflects off the glittering treasures, dazzling and enthralling the two observers. Amidst the sudden silence, there's the sound of an object falling to the ground, causing one of the participants to take a cautious step forward in disbelief. There's no limit to the delight of the players as the two look over each other, trying to estimate exactly how much treasure could fit in the chest. A massive pile of gold and jewelry spills glitter across the floor, causing everyone to freeze in amazement as the golden coins continue to crumble from the chest. Surrounded by glittering treasures, the boys look with admiration and disbelief at the unexpected wealth, trying to realize the extent of the spoils. One of the participants notices that the amount of treasure is incredible, but there are still a few items inside the chest that look far more significant than coins. On the substrate amongst a pile of glittering coins neatly lay three special items: a silver pendant, a smooth mother-of-pearl ball, and a mysterious purple crystal. In the hands of the hero appear mysterious objects, among which a pair of sparkling earrings with an emerald cast attracts special attention. In a subdued voice, the character explains that these earrings, imbued with the power of the spirit, can bestow the wearer with extraordinary dexterity and expand their perception of the world. Next, my gaze rests on a purple stone, which, as it turns out, enhances the flow of magical energy, increasing its efficiency and reducing its costs. The soft glow of the artifacts is reminiscent of ancient times, when these relics served magicians, and now they are powerful tools for those who understand their true value. A mysterious pearl glowing with a soft light is described as an improved model of a protective artifact designed for priests that automatically activates a spell at the moment of danger. The blue-haired mage frowns, recognizing the uselessness of using recovery magic to study items, and suggests that the earrings carry the power of the wind. His focused gaze rests on his companion, and there is silence in the air before he suddenly calls out his name, demanding to know if he heard what he said. The man, somewhat surprised, notices the rarity of the two ancient objects found and admits to being lost in thought for a moment at the unexpected result. The girl with blue hair with a confident look continues her thoughts on the ancient magic of the veil, emphasizing that modern knowledge cannot compare to its former power and grandeur. She notes that the artifacts found, while similar in effect, are far inferior to the originals due to gaps in magical functionality and technology. Suddenly, the guy reminds her of the analysis scroll they brought with them, which causes the girl to be slightly confused and surprised. Realizing her forgetfulness, her companion exhales in relief and is glad to have the scroll at hand, planning to immediately begin using it to study the items. A bright light envelops the space as Han applies the analysis spell, her figure illuminated by a soft blue glow, and the ancient scroll under her hands begins to emit a faint flicker. Soo-hyun scrutinizes the text of the scroll, his gaze focused on the details, and in his hands is a sheet of parchment covered with complex symbols and formulas that explain everything. The description of the first items confirms their peculiarity. The green earrings are marked with the presence of a wind spirit that gives the wearer incredible agility and expands the field of vision. The black-haired guy continues to read on, his voice sounding calm as he explains the earrings' effect on reaction speed and overall movement coordination, making them a valuable artifact. Yujin accepts the offer with the earrings, enthusiastically showing her energy and willingness to use them. Her joyful expression filling the atmosphere with a light mood, Suhyun continues his study of the stone, explaining its purpose for mages and its ability to enhance mana flows, reducing energy expenditure, and increasing the purity of magical flows. The companions listen attentively to the explanation, expressing interest and slight surprise at the lack of precise numerical characteristics, realizing the ancient nature of the find. The girl magician replies embarrassed that her interest in the stone was purely practical and not a personal desire to possess it, which causes a friendly and trusting atmosphere between them. Young notes that it's difficult for mages to use double spells in a row, so the expansion stone with its properties is best suited just for Ha-Young. The girl silently makes her decision, her gaze focused and determined, and the golden glow surrounding her emphasizes the significance and value of the upcoming choice. The remaining item catches the group's attention when one of them looks up to report the last artifact, which is now to be scrutinized. The protective shield imprinted in the bead turns out to be a top-level piece of equipment that protects its owner, anticipates danger, and reduces the likelihood of a surprise attack. Suhyun hands the bead to the priestess, explaining that it's perfect for the priestess and will give her extra protection in dangerous situations. Anseal excitedly accepts the artifact, her face lights up with a smile, and a soft light begins to emanate from the bead, symbolizing the activation of magic. Closing her eyes, the girl concentrated, filling the bead with her mana, and a gentle golden glow began to spill around it. The glow intensifies, and the calm expression on the priestess's face is replaced with confidence until the space fills with a magical ripple, completing the binding process. The warmth of the golden glow completely envelops the pearl when it is placed in the palm of your hand, emitting a soft glow that fills the space with tranquility and mysterious power. Everyone's attention is drawn to the bright light rising into the air and hovering in front of them, as if waiting for something important to happen, a mesmerizing harmony slipping into its glow. Gradually, the golden ball slowly moves towards the group of onlookers, causing mute delight and wonder as its mysterious energy begins to gently vibrate in the air. Several people stare at the hovering object with bewilderment and admiration, feeling the power emanating from it, as if something ancient and powerful had reawakened. The magical sphere in the hands of the young girl begins to glow brighter and brighter, filling the space around her with a warm glow, as if responding to her presence and energy. The sphere slowly rises into the air, emitting a calm but powerful glow, while those around it watch in complete silence, engulfed in curiosity and wonder. The others watch the hovering artifact closely as it appears in the center of the room, catching the attention of both Sul and everyone else present. Their gaze is full of bewilderment. There is a strange noise, and the artifact begins to move, which causes an unexpected reaction in the brother, who begins to worry about his sister. With a loud sound, a flash of light explodes in different directions, and a powerful stream of energy knocks the opponent off balance, causing him to fall to the ground in a helpless pose. The sphere, which has gained unprecedented power, continues to vibrate in the air, emitting a bright glow that surprises and frightens the allies watching. One of the fighters rushes forward unhappily, trying to figure out what happened, while a surprised voice notes that the item not only deflected the blow, but also demonstrated new, hitherto unseen functions. A sense of relief and admiration engulfs the entire group as their gazes remain fixed on the glowing artifact hanging in the air and exuding inexplicable power. The glowing light of the bead continues to surround the space, giving the impression of tranquility, while the figure on the ground rises with a slight groan and adjusts his clothes after a sudden fall. The group of fighters move forward across the blue plain, discussing what has happened, their words interspersed with laughter and slight complaints about the uneven distribution of finds among them. A tall young man with purple hair calms the others, reminding them that the overall strengthening of the team is key to their success, and hints at the still unopened chests, emphasizing the importance of calm and patience. The girl with long dark hair and wearing a red cloak remains adamant in her calmness, sincerely thanking fate for the opportunity to meet these people. One of the group members, slightly lowering his gaze, apologizes to the interlocutor, explaining his behavior as a desire to avoid being ridiculed or reprimanded by her. The man present reacts with surprise at her unexpected words, and she continues to tease him, adding a playful remark that finally confuses him. The black-haired leader, watching the conversation from the sidelines, mentally jokes about having to plan a wedding date for this obviously understated couple. The dim light and shadows in the tunnel make the group members wary, realizing they are approaching a new point, where an unknown threat may await them due to the previous lack of enemies. The leader of the caravan, looking around, notices a strange sensation, as if he is taking a different path than before, and an invisible anxiety builds in his mind. A dark and gloomy hole gapes ahead, exuding a faint glow, and the protagonist's thoughts focus on the fact that his perception of mana seems to be blocked by an unknown obstacle. The rest of the group stops when Soo-hyun warns them of the obstacle ahead, and they begin to discuss the possibility of a magical barrier or a device to suppress any magical signals. Deciding to slow down, the squad continues to move forward, but the chill and the sense of impending danger make them involuntarily wary. The cold intensifies, and the shadows of the heroes look even darker under the light of the dim blue glow breaking through the wall of darkness that hides the source of the disturbing energy. Around the corner of the corridor, a black hole gaped, as if absorbing all the light around it, and a feeling of inexplicable horror made the heart of one of the companions beat harder. Looking at the impenetrable darkness ahead, one of them notices that the perception of mana is completely blocked, as if something from outside is suppressing the magical energy. The chief of the group, narrowing his eyes, realizes that mere sight is not enough here, and decides to activate the third eye to discern the hidden threat in the darkness. The hero's eyes are instantly fixed on the gaping darkness ahead as the third eye activates, revealing an eerie cluster of monsters in the depths of the cave. The sheer number of monsters seems unnatural, as if it were an elaborate trap whose purpose is to throw them off and throw them into chaos and panic. Carefully surveying the darkness ahead, the fighter realizes that the group is left with two options: either move inland at the risk of collision or seek a detour. Yunju, looking thoughtfully away, offers to weigh the risks, but an unsettling uncertainty hangs in the air, as if something is waiting for them in both directions. The protagonist offers two choices to the group: go ahead and destroy the trap or return by taking a longer and safer route. Memories of a past trek resurface in the mind of one of the participants when the caravan was forced to make a detour. The experienced player analyzes the setting and assumes that the cave is deliberately arranged so that travelers fall into traps. The young man explains that the route was chosen to save time, but given the new danger ahead, suggests that everyone discuss their options. The heroes stop before choosing a way forward. The leader of the group peering into the darkness, demanding a final decision from everyone and gauging their moods. The other participants look at him with trust, choosing to follow his choices despite their own fears and tensions. Suddenly, a threat appears in the narrow passage, and Hyun, reacting deftly, warns his comrades of the approaching danger. Flashes of light and magic tear through the darkness as skeletons clash with each other and the group's weapons whistle through the air. The group slowly surveys the area strewn with the remains of defeated enemies, feeling relieved that the battle is over. The three participants sit down on the cold ground, focusing on healing and recuperation, their auras flickering softly. The priestess activates a healing spell, her staff emitting a bright light, healing battle wounds and restoring strength to her comrades. Yujun, exhausted, takes a step forward and sank heavily to the ground, her voice sounding quiet but firm. The protagonist speaks sternly to the red-haired companion, hinting at the need to discuss her impulsive behavior, while the girl stares at him guiltily in silence. He rebukes her for her constant deviations from tactics, explaining that her actions interfere with the group and endanger not only her but the rest of the team. Guy reminds her that she wouldn't have been able to handle her enemies without the help of her allies, noting that her recklessness nearly led to her defeat in the previous battle. The girl with the fiery red hair, her head downcast, accepts the reproach, promising to be more careful from now on and to listen to the general plan, realizing her mistake and the importance of concerted action. Soo-hyun coldly looked at An-hyun, who was nervously trying to justify his mistake that almost resulted in an injury from the skeleton knight. The slightly annoyed leader was internally contemplating how to punish his comrade for his carelessness, while the young man himself awkwardly averted his gaze and looked ready for any criticism. The lady approached the leader, her voice sounding with a hint of irony, as if she was enjoying the moment when the atmosphere had lightened up a bit after a tense battle. She noted that the skeletons were much stronger than the previous enemies, which made everyone realize the seriousness of the situation and the need to work more cohesively. Enju and the group leader stand side by side, surveying the surroundings where a sense of ominous energy hovers. Their gaze is tense, and their words confirming the gravity of the situation and the possible connection to the threat around them. Memories of the last attack resurrected the image of the knight with the flaming skull, whose menacing aura and higher grade were strikingly superior and alarming. The companion ponders the coming trials, emphasizing the dangers of possible encounters with stronger foes, such as golems or energy-absorbing dead men. The girl with purple hair suggests a change in strategy, emphasizing preemptive attacks and reminding her of the importance of evasion, which evokes a sense of her readiness for the challenges ahead. The guy in the red cloak listens attentively to the girl's warning, not reacting to her mocking tone, but the inner determination on his face indicates a readiness to act. His gaze drifts forward to where the boss's room hides, and he decides that as soon as the mages have finished their preparations, the group will immediately head to their destination. Yu Jun and An Hyun attack the enemy with synchronized blows, their weapons flashing through the air, piercing the dark figures who try to strike back but prove too slow. The white-clad girl waved her staff with concentration, emitting a powerful stream of ice magic that exploded forward, freezing her opponents. The girl alchemist raised his staff, releasing a stream of magical energy that illuminated the dark space around him, his face focused and full of determination. Two fighters appear behind the girl's back, moving forward with readiness for the next battle, their steps crisp and sure, as if foreshadowing the approach of something dangerous. The leader of the group stops at the stone wall, peering intently into the dark passage where the dim light goes, while the rest of the group stands behind. Ominous creaks come from the depths of the tunnel, and a massive chest, covered in dust and barely visible signs of time, slowly emerges in the light. Turning to the chest, the caravan members tensely assess the find, trying to understand its value, while golden sparks and the glitter of treasure shimmer around them. When the chest is opened, its contents sparkle in the semi-darkness, giving the impression of wealth, though its contents seem surprisingly modest compared to expectation. Standing next to the treasure, the group looks around disappointedly, realizing that the amount of gold clearly does not match their efforts and expectations compared to previous treasures. The protagonist, looking at his companions, mentally notes that there are users who are unable to obtain even a dozen coins. The group successfully completes the sweep at point 7 and confidently moves on, following the route on the map to the next designated location, point 8. A flash of light appears, heralding a new battle, and amidst the blinding rays, two figures with weapons at the ready to repel any threat coming from the darkness, are clearly visible. The 8th point has also been cleared of enemies, and the path now leads to the 9th area, where a bright light continues to point the direction. On the path ahead, a sinister silhouette shrouded in a magical aura suddenly appears, and its skull with burning eyes emits terrifying energy, immediately giving away the powerful lich in it. A bright scarlet light pierces the space, distorting the outlines of the enemies, whose silhouette is already collapsing under the crushing onslaught, and bursts of energy explode all around. The flames soar upward, enveloping the figure with a determined stare, while tongues of fire illuminate his focused face, full of unyielding determination. His eyes intently survey his surroundings, and thoughts of the journey ahead are cut short by the realization that the sweep is almost complete, and danger is closing in. In the silence of the dark space, the warrior surveys his surroundings in concentration, clutching his weapon in anticipation of a new opponent and preparing for his next move. The group stops in front of the dark passage, anxiously peering at the shadows, and one of them notices a suddenly increased ominous aura. The two girls share their doubts, one noting a strange heaviness in the air, and the other confessing that she had disliked the place from the beginning, despite her resilience. The leader listens carefully to his or her feelings and warns others that their expectations may be fulfilled. The blue-haired girl and her comrade walk forward with a grim look as they continue deeper into the cave, their silhouettes lost in the flickering blue light. Memories take him back to the moment when a firm hand slapped the table and a voice demanded he gather more men to march against an unknown threat. Then someone anxiously remarked that this was no ordinary cave, and another replied confidently, urging everyone to act seriously and without delay. Footage comes to mind where the exhausted group barely made it out of the dungeon, having lost many, including their leader, and 100 men seemed like the only solution. The hooded man who had agreed to send the clan on a scouting mission spoke calmly, but his words of support and farewell still reverberated with the bitterness of loss. The two fighters walk along the quiet village street, caught up in the tension from their previous conversation, until the silhouettes of the rest of the expedition begin to loom on the horizon. One of the exhausted fighters tiredly utters words full of bitter realization that the number of men requested is still not enough to traverse such brutal territory. The anxious chatter in the room intensifies as it becomes clear that most is already lost, and an attempt to join forces with others looks like the last chance for survival against a ruthless boss. The boy shakes himself out of the rush of memories as the past crashes into his reality, forcing him to pay attention to something important ahead. Something huge appeared ahead, causing the group to stop and look around warily as a bright aura flooded the narrow passage with blue light. Every step was labored, and the silence around them only added to the pressing sense of danger, as if someone or something were watching them from the darkness. Tall shadows lurked in the semi-darkness, but now they were framed by a powerful stone door, rising almost to the ceiling and covered in patterns that seemed to breathe ancient magic. Two moved closer, trying to make out the symbols on the surface, while the others stayed behind, tensely preparing for a possible attack due to the sudden obstacle. Looking back down the deserted path, the Shadow Queen takes a few cautious steps forward, her intuition telling her that something is going wrong, and the air seems too still. She raises her hand as if trying to catch an invisible obstacle, but instead her gaze meets the anxious expression on her partner's face, which reflects a premonition of impending danger. Suddenly her eyes widen with surprise and fear slips into them, as if she has noticed something unusual, and a quiet sound interrupts the oppressive silence around her. Before she realizes what's happening, the girl abruptly turns around, instinctively stepping back and snapping out a warning that sounded almost like a shout addressed to her companions. The panic in one of the companions' voices interrupts the group's actions, as Ko Yeonju's gaze freezes on a massive door, drawn by an inexplicable cold and unsettling energy. The others quickly approach, concerned by their comrade's strange behavior, but their unease is only heightened by the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the place. A woman with dark hair, feeling strange emotions as if absorbed by the space, describes them as a mixture of pain, hatred, and despair emanating from the depths of this gloomy structure. The incomprehensible excitement intensifies when the hero's gaze is drawn back to the door, which seems to breathe an ancient evil, instilling unbearable fear, and making everyone wonder what lies behind its dark surface. The black-haired warrior assesses the situation with a cold stare, mentioning the checkpoint and the need to open the door, holding his sword at the ready in readiness for any surprises. The rest of the group listens tensely, fixing their strength and gear before casting glances at each other, their faces reflecting mixed emotions of anxiety and determination. The squad members look collected, but you can read the weariness in their gazes as they silently maintain an atmosphere of focus and anticipation. The dark-haired warrior doubts the strength of the group, her thoughts clouded by worries about whether they can handle the coming challenge, despite their numbers and the strength of the individual members. Eunju stops, her tense gaze sliding toward her comrade, who has long since sensed something ominous behind the huge door. The enormous gate emits a dark glow, enveloping everything around it in an ominous red glow, and its silent promise of death makes everyone freeze in anticipation. Soo-hyun remains motionless, his gaze becoming rigid as he recalls the past, where this door had already become a cause of fear for many who tried to pass on. In the shadows of the bloody light looms the suggestion that there may be a giant figure, a knight of doom with a scarlet eye in which pulses an ancient hatred, like a nightmare from legends come to life. The players freeze at the threshold. Each member of the caravan feels the growing fear, but the words of the mentor sound resolute, encouraging everyone to gather their courage and not to lose hope of returning alive.